The next novelist who appeared was of a very different school. Richardson was an elaborate anatomist of character. Fielding and Smollett were master painters of life and manners, and threw in strong dashes of wit and humor, but they had little sentiment. In Lawrence Sterne b. 1713, d. 1768, came forth a sentimentalist, who, whilst he melted his readers by touches of pathos, could 174 scarcely conceal from them that he was laughing at them in his sleeve. The mixture of feeling, wit, double entendre and humor of the most subtle and refined kind, and that in a clergyman, produced the oddest, and yet the most vivid, impressions on the reader. The effect was surprise, pleasure, wonder, and no little misgiving. But the novelty and charm of this original style were so great that they carried all before them, but not without the most violent censures from the press on his indecencies, especially considering his position as a clergyman. Sterne was the grandson of that Richard Sterne, a native of Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, who was chaplain to Archbishop Laud, and attended him on the scaffold. Lawrence Sterne was the son of a lieutenant in the army, and was born at Clonmel, in Ireland, his grandfather having then become Archbishop of York. Sterne, therefore, on taking orders, was on the way of preferment, and received the rectory of Stillington and the perpetual curacy of Coxwold, both in Yorkshire. There he wrote not only sermons, but satire, particularly his History of a Watchcoat. But it was his novel of Tristram Shandy which brought him into sudden popularity. After this, his sentimental journey completed his reputation, and his Maria and her Lamb, his Uncle Toby, Corporal Trim, Yorick, Dr. Slop, the Widow Wadman, and his lesser characters, usurped for a long period the tears and laughter of the nation. But it was not till 1766 that the public became possessed of what may be called the first domestic novel, in The Vicar of Wakefield of Oliver Goldsmith, b. 1728, d. 1774. The works of Richardson, Fielding, and Smollett had been rather novels of general life than of the home life of England, but this work was a narrative of such everyday kind as might occur in any little nook in the country. It was a picture of those checkered scenes that the lowliest existence presents. The simple, pious pastor, in the midst of his family, easily imposed on and led into difficulties. The heartless rake, bringing disgrace and sorrow where all had been sunshine before. The struggles and the triumphs of worth, which had no wealth or high rank to emblazon it, and all mingled and quickened. Humor so genial and unstudied that it worked on the heart like the charms of nature herself. No work ever so deeply influenced the literary mind of England. The productions which it has originated are legion, and yet it stands sui generis amongst them all. The question may seem to lack sequence, yet we may ask whether there would have been a Pickwick if there had not been a Vicar of Wakefield. It is said that when Johnson called on Goldsmith to see what could be done to raise money to pay the latter's landlady, who threatened him with imprisonment, Goldsmith handed the doctor the mise of a new novel that might be worth something. This was The Vicar of Wakefield. Johnson recognized its merits instantly, and at once sold it to a bookseller for £60, with which Goldsmith's rent was paid. What a totally different species of composition was The Vicar to the Tale of Rasselas, published by his friend Dr. Samuel Johnson, b. 1709, d. 1784, the great lexicographer 7 years before. This was conceived in the romantic and allegoric spirit of the time, the 10 days of siege, the vision of Mirza, and the like. It was laid in the South, but amid Eastern manners, and didactic in spirit and ornate in style. It was measured and graceful and dull, too scholastic to seize on the heart and the imagination. On a nature like Goldsmith's, it could make no impression, and therefore leave no trace. The one was like a scene amid palm trees and fountains and sporting gazelles, the other like a genuine English common, on which robust children were tumbling and shouting, amid blooming gorse, near the sunny brook, with the lark carolling above them. There is no country in Europe, scarcely in the world, where letters are known, which has not its translation of The Vicar of Wakefield. Even in England, Rasselas is almost forgot. Now followed a period in which many works were produced which were extremely popular in their day, but of which few now retain public appreciation. Amongst these none reached the same estimation as Henry, Earl of Morland, or The Fool of Quality, by Henry Brooke. It was designed to show the folly and the artificial morale of the age, by presenting Henry as the model of direct and natural sentiments, for the indulgence of which he was thought a fool by the fashionable world. The early part of the work is admirable, and the boyhood of Henry is the obvious prototype of Day's History of Sandford and Merton, but as it advances it becomes utterly extravagant. Miss Frances Brooke, too, was the author of Julia Manville and other novels. Mrs. Charlotte Smith, long remembered for her harmonious sonnets, was the author of numerous novels, as The Old Manor House, Celestina, Marchmont, etc. There were also Mrs. Hannah More 175 with her Klebs in Search of a Wife, Mrs. Hamilton with her Agrippina, Bage with his Hermstrong, or Man as He Is Not, Monk, Lewis with his Tales of Wonder and his Monk, and Horace Walpole with his melodramatic romance of the Castle of Otranto. But far beyond Walpole rose Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, the very queen of horror and wonder in her strange, exciting tales of the Sicilian romance, the romance of the forest, the mysteries of Udolpho, the Italian, etc. No writer ever carried the powers of mystery, wonder, and suspense to the same height, or so bewitched her age by them. Far greater, however, as the wielder of human sympathies by the recital of wrongs and oppression, was William Godwin in his Caleb Williams and St. Leon. Caleb Williams is a model for narrative, lively, clear, simple yet strong, moving in a rapid career, in fine contrast to the slow, wire-drawn progress of the later three-volume novel, till it winds up in an intensity of sensation. Then came Miss Burney, better known as Madame D'Arblay, with her Evelina, Cecilia, and Camilla, returning again to the details of social life. Afterwards came Dr. John Moore with Zeluco, etc., Mrs. Inchbald with her charming, simple story, Mrs. Opie with The Father and Daughter in 1801, followed by various other novels, and in the same year Miss Edgeworth commenced her splendid career with Belinda, and in the next year Cassell Rackrent. To this period also belongs Lady Morgan with her Wild Irish Girl, though she continued to live and write long after this reign. Amongst the novelists of the later period of the reign we may name Horace Smith, author of Brambletie House, etc., Leigh Hunt, the poet, author of Sir Ralph Esher, Peacock, author of Headlong Hall, Beckford, author of The Wild Eastern Tale of Vathek, Hamilton, author of Cyril Thornton, etc., Maturin, author of Melmoth the Wanderer, etc., Mrs. Brunton, author of Discipline, Self-Control, etc., and Miss Ferrier, author of Marriage and other novels of a high order. Jane Austen, B. 1775, D. 1817, author of Pride and Prejudice, Mansfield Park, Sense and Sensibility, etc., all distinguished by the nicest sense of character, was far above any of these and ranks with the foremost of our writers of fiction. But far above all rose, at this period, the already popular romantic poet Walter Scott. Before him in Scotland, Henry Mackenzie had occupied for a long time the foreground as a writer of fiction, in The Man of Feeling, Julia de Roubine, etc., but in a very different class of invention. As Walter Scott, B. 1771, d. 1832, had opened up the romance of the Scottish Highlands in his poems, so he now burst forth, on the same ground, in historic romance, with a vigor, splendor, and wonderful fertility of imagination and resource of knowledge, which far exceeded everything in the history of literature since the days of Shakespeare. We need not attempt to characterize the voluminous series of what are called the Waverley novels, which, in their ample range, occupied almost every country of Europe and every climate, from the bleak rocks of Orkney to the glowing plains of Syria and India. They are familiar to all readers, and closed this period with a splendor from the mingled blaze of invention, poetry, and science, which no succeeding age is likely to surpass. In history, as in fiction, a new school of writers arose during this period, at the head of which stood Hume, Robertson, and Gibbon. David Hume, B. 1711, D. 1776, had already acquired a great reputation by his philosophical essays concerning the human understanding, his inquiry into the principles of morals, and his natural history of religion. In these metaphysical works, he had indulged his extreme skeptical tendency, and in the essay on miracles, believed that he had exploded the Christian religion. His works on this subject did not, at first, gain much attention, but in a while were seized on by the deistical and atheistical philosophers in Britain and on the continent, and have furnished them with their principal weapons. The first two volumes of history met for a time with the same cold reception as his metaphysics. He commenced with that favorite period with historians, the reigns of James I and Charles I, because then began the great struggle for the destruction of the Constitution, followed by the still more interesting epoch of its battle for and triumph over its enemies. Hume had all the Tory prejudices of the Scottish Jacobite, and the reigns of James I and Charles I were extremely to his taste, but as little to that of the English public. Hence the dead silence with which it was received. But when there had been time to read the second volume, containing the Commonwealth and the reigns of Charles Roman II, and James Roman II, the storm broke out. In these he had run counter to all the received political ideas of the age. But this excitement raised both volumes into notice, and he then went back, and in 176-1759 published 2 more volumes, containing the reigns of the Tudors. And going back again, in 1762 he completed his history by bringing it down from the invasion of Julius Caesar to the accession of Henry Roman VII. It was afterwards, as has been mentioned, continued by Smollett. Dr. Johnson, reading the manuscript of the Vicar of Wakefield, CP 174. See larger version. The history of Hume was much overestimated in his own time, in spite of the despotic notions which abound in it. It was held up as a marvel of eloquence and acuteness, but after times always correct the enthusiasm of contemporaries, and Hume's history has been found not in every case trustworthy. When we now indeed take up Hume, we are surprised to find it a very plain, clear narrative of events, with many oversights and perversions, and nothing more. We wonder where are the transcendent beauties which threw our readers of the 18th century into raptures for which language scarcely gave expression. Whoever will read the correspondence of contemporaries with Hume will find him eulogized rather as a demigod than a man, and his works described in extravagant strains of praise. The History of Scotland during the reigns of Queen Mary and James Roman VI, by Dr. Robertson, was published in 1759, the year of the appearance of Hume's History of the House of Tudor. It was at once popular, and Hume, writing to him, attributed this to the deference which he had paid to established opinions, the true source of the popularity of many works. This was followed in 1769 by his History of Charles V, and in 1777 by his History of America. Robertson's chief characteristic is a sonorous, and rather florid 177 style, which extremely pleased his age but wearies this. His histories drew great attention to the subjects of them at that period, but time has shown that they are extremely superficial, and they have not held their place. Dr. Johnson, after the portrait by Sir Joshua Reynolds. See larger version. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, by Gibbon, began to appear in 1776, a few months before the death of Hume, and was not completed till 1788. It consisted of 6 ponderous quarto volumes, and now often occupies double that number of octavos. It is a monument of enormous labor and research, filling the long, waste, dark space between ancient and modern history. It traces the history of Rome from its imperial splendor, through its severance into East and West, through its decadence under its luxurious and effeminate emperors, through the ravages of the invading hordes of the North, to the period when the nations of Europe began, in the dawn of a new morning, to rise from the depth of barbarism into life, form, and power. The faults of this great work are that it is written, like Hume's History of England, in the skeptical spirit of the period, and that it marches on, in one high-sounding, pompous style with a monotonous step, over every kind of subject. The same space and attention are bestowed on the insignificance of the feeblest emperors, and the least important times, as on the greatest and most eventful. It is a work which all should read, but a large part of it will be waded through rather as a duty than a pleasure. Still, Gibbon holds his own indispensable position. No other man has yet risen to occupy it better. Besides these leading histories, this reign produced many others of great value. Amongst these 178 appeared in 1763, A History of England, by a lady Catherine Macaulay, from James I to the accession of the House of Hanover, which was followed by another series, from the Revolution to her own time. Mrs. Macaulay was a thoroughgoing Republican, had gone to America expressly to see and converse with Washington, and her history presented the very opposite opinions and phase of events to those of Hume. Lord Lyttelton wrote a history of Henry Roman II, in by no means a popular style, and the book is now forgotten. In 1776, there was published the first volume of Lord Hales's valuable Annals of Scotland, of which Dr. Johnson entertained so high an opinion. Besides these may be named Macpherson's History of Great Britain from the Restoration, Stuart's History of the Reformation in Scotland, and History of Scotland from the Reformation to the death of Queen Mary, Whitaker's History of Manchester, Warner's History of Ireland, Leland's History of Ireland, Granger's Biographical History of England, Ferguson's History of the Progress and Termination of the Roman Republic, Watson's History of Philip Roman II of Spain, Orme's History of the British Nation in Hindustan, Anderson's Annals of Commerce. In 1784, Mitford published his History of Ancient Greece, and 2 years later Gillies published another History of Greece. In 1789, Pinkerton published a history of the House of Stuart down to Queen Mary. In 1790, Boswell published his Life of Johnson, the most interesting biography ever written. In 1796, Roscoe his Life of Lorenzo de' Medici, and in 1805, the Life and Pontificate of Leo X. The miscellaneous literature of this reign was immense, consisting of travels, biographies, essays on all subjects, and treatises in every department of science and letters. Prominent amongst these are the Letters of Junius, who, in the early part of the reign, kept the leading statesmen, judges, and the king himself in terror by the relentlessness of his scarifying criticisms. These letters, which are the perfection of political writing, have been ascribed to many authors, but most generally to Sir Philip Francis, though it is hard to speak on the subject with certainty. The writings of Dr. Johnson furnish many items to this department. His Dictionary of the English Language, 1755, was a gigantic labor. His Lives of the Poets, his Tour to the Western Isles, would of themselves have made a reputation, had he never written his poetry, his periodical essays, or edited Shakespeare. Burke, too, besides his speeches, added largely to general literature. He wrote his Inquiry into the Origin of the Sublime and Beautiful, assisted in the composition of the Annual Register for several years, and in 1790 published his most famous work, Reflections on the French Revolution. Besides these, he wrote political letters and essays. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu produced her celebrated Letters about the middle of the century, and many other women were popular writers at this period. Sophia and Harriet Lee, Anna Maria Williams, Mrs. Lennox, Mrs. Catherine Talbot, Elizabeth Carter, the translator of Epictetus, Mrs. Montagu, an essayist on Shakespeare, Mrs. Chapone, author of Letters on the Improvement of the Mind, Mrs. Barbald, and Mrs. Charlotte Smith. In theology, metaphysics, and mental philosophy, the earlier portion of the reign was rich. In rapid succession appeared Reed's Inquiry into the Human Mind, Campbell's Answer to Hume on Miracles, Beattie's Essay on Truth, Wallace's Essay on the Numbers of Mankind, and Stuart's Inquiry into the Principles of Political Economy. But 9 years after Stuart's work appeared another on the same subject, which raised that department of inquiry into one of the most prominent and influential sciences of the age. This was the famous treatise on the nature and causes of the wealth of nations, by Adam Smith, 1776, which produced a real revolution in the doctrines of the production and accumulation of wealth. In teaching the advantages of free trade and the division of labor, it has rendered incalculable services to mankind. Besides those already mentioned as distinguished in various branches of literature, there was a host of others whom we can only name. In theology there were Warburton, South, Horsley, Jortin, Madden, Gerard, Blair, Geddes, Lardner, Priestley. In criticism and philology Harris, Monboddo, Kames, Blair, Sir William Jones, Walpole. In antiquarian research Hawkins, Burney, Chandler, Barrington, Stevens, Pegg, Farmer, Vallancey, Groves, Go. In belles lettres and general literature, Chesterfield, Hawkesworth, Brown, Jennens, Bryant, Hurd, Melmoth, Potter, Franklin, etc. In mathematical and physical science, Black, the discoverer of latent heat, Cavendish, the discoverer of the composition of water, Priestley, Herschel, Maskelyne, Horsley, Vince, Mazars, James Hutton, author of the Huttonian theory of the earth, Charles Hutton, Brown, the founder of the Brownian theory of medicine, John and 179 William Hunter, the anatomists, Pennant, the zoologist, etc. Discoverers of new lands, plants, and animals, Commodore Byron, Captains Wallis, Cook, Carteret, Flinders, etc., Dr. Solander, Sir Joseph Banks, Mr. Green. Amongst these, or in the period immediately succeeding them, some individuals demand a particular notice. Benjamin Franklin, though an American citizen, ought perhaps to be mentioned, as so immensely influencing science by his discoveries in electricity, and Sir William Jones, for his great additions to our knowledge of Indian and Persian literature and theology. There was a large number of translations made by Pye, Twining, Gillies, Francis, Murphy, Parr, Tyrwhitt, Wakefield, etc. By one or other of these the works of Aristotle, Tacitus, Horace, Caesar, Virgil, Lucretius, etc. were wholly or partly introduced to us. Monboddo's Origin and Progress of Language, and Horntook's Diversions of Purley made a great sensation, Paine's Rights of Man and Age of Reason a still greater, and called out elaborate answers. Richard Porson was equally distinguished for his classical knowledge and his drunkenness. Mary Wollstonecraft published her Rights of Woman as a necessary addendum to Paine's Rights of Man. There were also editions of Shakespeare issued by Dr. Johnson, Stevens, Capel, Hanmer, Malone, and Reed. Wharton, Ritson, Pinkerton, Macpherson, and Ellis revived our older poetry by new editions. The controversy on the poetry of Ossian ran high during this period. In theology and morals, the works of Dr. Paley and Bishops Watson, Horsley, and Porteous were most prominent. In speculative philosophy, Malthus, by his essay on the principle of population, carried to greater lengths the notions of Wallace on the numbers of mankind. In the later period of the reign, some of our chief poets appeared also as prose writers in biography, criticism, and general literature. Southey as biographer and critic, Campbell and Moore, Leigh Hunt and Charles Lamb in the same field. So also Hazlitt, Sidney Smith, Jeffrey, Playfair, Stuart, Brown, Mackintosh, and Bentham, the last in the philosophy of law. In physical science, Sir Humphrey Davy, Leslie, Dalton, the author of the atomic theory, and Wollaston distinguished themselves. Periodical writing grew in this reign into a leading organ of opinion and intelligence. The two chief periodicals, according to our present idea of them, were the Gentleman's Magazine and the Monthly Review. These were both started prior to the accession of George Roman III. The Gentleman's Magazine was started by Cave, the publisher, in 1731, and the Monthly Review commenced in 1749. The former was a depository of a great variety of matters, antiquarian, topographical, critical, and miscellaneous, and has retained that character to the present hour. The Monthly Review was exclusively devoted to criticism, but in the early portion of the reign, a periodical literature of a totally different character prevailed, the periodical essayist, formed on the model of the Spectator, Guardian, and Tatler of a prior period. Chief amongst these figured Ambrose Phillips' Freethinker, the Museum, supported by Walpole, the Whartons, Akenside, etc., the Rambler by Dr. Johnson, the Adventurer by Hawkesworth, the World, in which wrote chiefly aristocrats as Lords Lyttelton, Chesterfield, Bath, Cork, Horace Walpole, etc., the Connoisseur, chiefly supplied by George Colman and Bonnell Thornton, the Old Maid, conducted by Mrs. Frances Brooke, the Idler by Johnson, the Babbler by Hugh Kelly, the Citizen of the World by Goldsmith, the Mirror, chiefly written by Mackenzie, the author of The Man of Feeling, and The Lounger, also chiefly conducted by Mackenzie. This class of productions, appearing each once or twice a week, afforded the public the amusement and instruction now furnished by the daily newspapers, weekly reviews, and monthly magazines. Towards the end of the reign arose a new species of review, the object of which was, under the guise of literature, to serve opposing parties in politics. The first of these was the Edinburgh Review, the organ of the Whigs, started in 1802, in which Brougham, Jeffrey, and Sidney Smith were the chief writers. This, professing to be liberal, launched forth the most illiberal criticisms imaginable. There was scarcely a great poet of the time. Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, Byron, James Montgomery, Leigh Hunt, Shelley, Keats, whom it did not, but vainly, endeavor to crush. To combat the influence of this Whig organ, in 1809 came forth the Quarterly Review, the great organ of the Tories, to which Scott, Southey, Wilson, Croker, Gifford, etc., were the chief contributors. In 1817, this was followed by another conservative journal, not quarterly but monthly in its issue, conducted chiefly by Professor Wilson and Lockhart, namely, Blackwood's Magazine, in which the monthly magazines of today find their prototype, but with a more decided political bias than these generally possess. In the department of the drama, the fertility 180 was immense. Tragedy, comedy, and farce maintained a swelling stream during the whole reign. In the earlier portion of it, the chief writers of this class were Goldsmith, Garrick, Foote, Macklin, Murphy, Cumberland, Colman the Elder, Mrs. Cowley, and Sheridan. Several of these dramatists, as Garrick, Macklin, and Foote, were at the same time actors. The most eminent of them as writers were Goldsmith, Sheridan, and Colman. Horace Walpole wrote The Mysterious Mother, a tragedy which, however, was never acted. Goldsmith his two comedies, The Good-Natured Man and She Stoops to Conquer, which were extremely popular. Garrick, the farces of The Lying Valet and Miss in Her Teens. He was said also to have been a partner with Colman in writing The Clandestine Marriage. But Colman denied this, saying that Garrick wrote the first two acts and brought them to him, desiring him to put them together, and that he did put them together, for he put them together into the fire and rewrote the whole. Another farce, High Life Below Stairs, attributed to Garrick, was, it seems, written by the Rev. James Townley, assisted by Dr. Hoadley, the author of The Suspicious Husband. Garrick was the great actor of his time, but as a dramatic writer, his merit is insignificant. Foote was the chief writer of the comic before Colman. His productions amount to upwards of 20, the most of them farces, and amongst them are The Miner, The Liar, and The Mayor of Garrett. Foote was the wit and punster of the age. His satiric keenness was the terror of his time, and he dared to think of trying it even on the great essayist, Dr. Johnson, by introducing him upon the stage. But Johnson sent him word that he would be in one of the stage boxes with a good, naughty cudgel, and Foote thought it best to let him alone. Macklin was the author of The Man of the World, a most successful comedy, as well as others of much merit. He remained on the stage till he was 100 years old, and lived to 107. George Colman had distinguished himself by the translation of Terence's plays and Horace's Art of Poetry before he commenced as a dramatist. His vein was comic, and his comedies and farces amount to nearly 30, the best being The Clandestine Marriage, already mentioned, Polly Honeycomb, and The Jealous Wife. Arthur Murphy was a native of Cork and was brought up a merchant, but his bent was to the drama, and he quitted his business and went to London, where he wrote two successful farces, The Apprentice and The Upholsterer. He next wrote The Orphan of China, a tragedy. He then studied for the bar but had not much practice, and returned to writing for the stage. The Grecian Daughter, All in the Wrong, The Way to Keep Him, and The Citizen were very successful and raised him to wealth and distinction. Not satisfied with being a popular writer, he desired to act as well as write like Garrick and Macklin but failed. Besides his dramatic productions, he translated Tacitus and Sallust and wrote the life of Garrick. Richard Cumberland, also an Irishman, was a very voluminous as well as miscellaneous writer. His comedy of The West Indian made him at once popular, and he wrote a great number of productions for the stage, amongst the best of which were The Fashionable Lover, The Jew, The Wheel of Fortune, etc. He was employed by government as an envoy to Lisbon and Madrid, and by it refused the payment of his expenses. This reduced him to sell his hereditary property, but he retired to Tunbridge Wells, and continued to write plays, novels, essays, criticisms, etc., till nearly 80 years of age. There was a number of lady dramatists of this period. Mrs. Cowley wrote The Runaway, The Belle's Stratagem, More Ways Than One, etc. Mrs. Brooke, Miss Marshall, Mrs. Lennox, and Miss Sophia Lee all wrote successful plays. Mrs. Sheridan, the author of The Eastern Story, Nourjahad, was the writer of the successful comedies of The Discovery and The Dupe. But the chief dramatist of this period was Richard Brinsley Sheridan, her son b. 1751, d. 1816. He was equally distinguished as a politician, an orator, and a critic. Like Murphy, Macklin, and Cumberland, he was an Irishman. His dramas placed him at the head of all the writers for the stage of his time. They abounded with humor, wit, the smartest action, and knowledge of life and human nature. His splendid comedy of The Rivals, written when he was not 25, did not at first augur much success. But The Duenna, which appeared the same year, carried with it at once the highest public favor, and his School for Scandal, acted in 1777, raised his reputation to the utmost. He also wrote the farces of The Critic, The Trip to Scarborough, and St. Patrick's Day. All these were issued before 1780, and after that he was too much involved in political affairs to renew this style of writing. Amongst his other labors for the theatre was the adaptation of Pizarro, one of 181 Kotzebue's numerous plays. Sheridan first appeared before the world as the translator of Aristaenetus. David Garrick as Richard Roman III, after Hogarth. See larger version. Comedy and farce occupied the middle portion of the reign, but neither of them rose to the height of Sheridan. In tragedy, Murphy's Arminius, Godwin's Antonio, and Madame d'Arblay's Edwy and Elgiva were the best. Amongst the comedies, Holcroft's Road to Ruin, Morton's Speed the Plough, Mrs. Inchbald's Wives as They Were and Maids as They Are, and Colman's Sylvester Daggerwood, were the most popular. In the latest period, scarcely any acting dramas were produced. Amongst the unacted tragedies, or such as were acted with no great success, being better fitted for private study, were Coleridge's Remorse and Zappalia, Shelley's Prometheus Unbound and the Cenci, Byron's Cain, Manfred, Sardanapalus, etc. Maturin's Bertram, Manuel, and Fredolfo, Joanna Baillie's plays on the Passions, The Family Legend, the last acted with some success at Edinburgh, through the influence of Sir Walter Scott. In 1810, Charles Lamb's John Woodville, Milman's Fazio, and Walter Savage Landor's Count Julian, Andrea of Hungary, Giovanni of Naples, Fra Rupert, The Siege of Ancona, etc., all masterly dramas, constituting a blaze of dramatic genius which, had it been adapted to the stage, would have given it a new grandeur at the close of this reign. The new spring in poetry broke forth as brilliantly in this reign as that in prose. In the earlier portion of it, Indeed, this was not so visible. The school of Pope seemed still to retain its influence. This school had produced a host of imitators, but little real genius since Pope's time. Almost the only exception to this mediocrity was Collins, whose odes were full of fire and genius. He died just before this period, and Gray 182 Shenstone, and Goldsmith opened it with many of the exterior characteristics of that school. But in truth, notwithstanding the mere fashion of their compositions, there were in them unmistakable evidences of new life. Shenstone was the least vigorous and original of the three, but his schoolmistress possessed a natural charm that still gains it admirers. He belongs, however, rather to the past period than this, for he died but 3 years after the accession of George Roman III, and had ceased to write some time before. Gray's Elegy in a Country Churchyard showed that he had deep feeling and a nice observation of nature, and his long story that he possessed real humor, a quality abounding in his prose, but except in this piece, little visible in his poetry. His odes are extremely vigorous but somewhat formal. His Bard, his Ode on Eton College, and his Fatal Sisters are all full of beauty but somewhat stilted. In the Fatal Sisters, he introduced a subject from the Scandinavian Edda to the English reader, but in a most un-Scandinavian dress. Goldsmith was in his poetry, as in his prose, simple, genuine, and natural. His Deserted Village and Traveller were in the metre of Pope, but they were full of the most exquisite touches of pathos, of truth, and liberty. They were new in spirit, though old in form. Charles Churchill, the satirist, was full of flagellant power. He has been said to have formed himself on Dryden, but it is more probable that his models were Lucian and Juvenal. He was a bold and merciless chastiser of the follies of the times. He commenced, in the Rosciad, with the players, by which he stirred a nest of hornets. Undauntedly he pursued his course, attacking, in the Ghost, the then all-powerful Dr. Johnson, who ruled like a despot over both literary men and their opinions. These satires, strong and somewhat coarse, were followed by the Prophecy of Famine, an Epistle to Hogarth, the Conference, the Duellist, the Author, Gotham, the Candidate, the Times, etc. In these Churchill not only lashed the corruptions of the age, but the false principles of nations. He condemned the seizure of other countries by so-called Christian powers, on the plea of discovery. It was only to be lamented that Churchill, who was a clergyman, in censuring his neighbor's vices did not abandon his own. Amongst other authors of the time, then very popular but now little read, were Armstrong, author of The Art of Preserving Health; Akenside, of The Pleasures of Imagination; Wilkie, of the Epigoniad; and Glover, of the Epic of Leonidas. Falconer's Shipwreck and Beattie's Minstrel are poems much more animate with the vitality of grace and feeling. Then there were Anstey with his Bath Guide, half descriptive and half satiric; Stephenson's Crazy Tales; Mason's Isis, a satire on the University of Oxford, and his tragedies of Elfrida and Caractacus, which, with other poems by the same author, enjoyed a popularity that waned before more truly living things. Then there were the brothers Joseph and Thomas Warton. Both of these deserve to be mentioned amongst our first-rate prose writers, Joseph for his excellent essay on the genius and writings of Pope, and Thomas for his History of English Poetry, and this is merely a fragment, coming down only to the reign of Queen Elizabeth. But that which, at this period, produced a thorough reform of our poetry was the publication of the Reliques of Ancient English Poetry by Bishop Percy. These specimens of poetry went back beyond the introduction of the French model into England, to the times when Chaucer, and still earlier poets, wrote from the instincts of nature, and not from scholastical or fashionable patterns. In particular, the old ballads such as Chevy Chase, The Babes in the Wood, and the like, brought back the public taste from the artificial to the natural. The simple voice of truth, pathos, and honest sentiment was at once felt by every heart, and the reign of mere ornate words was over. After the Reliques came the border minstrelsy of Scott, and completed the Revolution. These ancient ballads, in both Percy and Scott, were found, in many instances, to be founded on precisely the same facts as those of the Swedes and Danes, collected 70 years before, thus showing that they were originally brought into Great Britain by the Scandinavians, a proof of their high antiquity. A similar return to nature was going on in Germany and the north of Europe, showing that the very collection of Percy's Reliques originated in some general cause, and that cause, no doubt, was the universal weariness of the artificial style which had so long prevailed in literature. About this time 2 publications occurred, which produced long and violent controversies, those of the pretended Poems of Rowley, by Chatterton, and Ossian's Poems, by Macpherson. Chatterton, who was the articled clerk of an attorney at Bristol, a mere youth, pretended 183 that he had discovered Rowley's poems in the muniment room of the Church of St. Mary Redcliffe, Bristol. These poems, written on yellow parchment and in a most antiquated style by a boy of 16, were palmed upon the world as the genuine productions of one Thomas Rowley, and took in many well-known authors and literary antiquaries, very wise in their own conceit. As the productions of a boy of that age, these poems are marvelous, and nothing besides which Chatterton, in his short, neglected life, produced approached them in merit. This, too, was the case with Macpherson, who professed to have collected the poems of Ossian, an old bard of Morven in the Highlands, and simply translated them into English. He was warmly accused of having written them himself, but as Chatterton, so Macpherson, steadily denied the authorship of the poems thus introduced, and as in Chatterton's case, so in Macpherson's, no other compositions of the professed collector ever bore any relation to these in merit. There can now be very little doubt that Macpherson founded his Ossianic poems on real originals to some extent, but that Chatterton, if he received Rowley's poems from Rowley, did so by inspiration. For some time after the revival of true poetry, the old forms still hung about what in spirit was new. The last of the old school of any note may be said to have been Dr. Johnson and Dr. Darwin. Johnson was too thoroughly drilled into the dry, didactic fashion of the artificial past. He was too bigotedly self-willed to be capable of participating in the renovation. In fact, he never was more than a good versifier, one of that class who can win prizes for university themes on the true line and square system of metrical composition. His London, a mere paraphrase of the third book of Juvenal, and The Vanity of Human Wishes are precisely of that stamp. Johnson lived at the time of Chatterton's appearance, but he completely ignored him, and he ridiculed the simplicity of the poems introduced by Bishop Percy by absurd parodies on them, as, "I put my hat upon my head, and walked into the Strand, and there I met another man, with his hat in his hand, and, if the man who turnips cries not when his father dies, 'tis a sign that he had rather have a turnip than his father." As for the poems of Ossian, he made a violent attack upon them in his tour to the Western Isles. Dr. Erasmus Darwin assumed the hopeless task of chaining poetry to the car of science. He was a physician of Derby, and like Sir Richard Blackmore, rhymed to the rumbling of his own coach wheels. For we are told that he wrote his verses as he drove about to his patients. His great poem is The Botanic Garden, in which he celebrates the loves of the plants, and his Economy of Vegetation, in which he introduces all sorts of mechanical inventions. Amongst the rest, he announces the triumphs of steam in sonorous rhymes. Soon shall thy arm, unconquered steam, afar drag the slow barge, or drive the rapid car. And he celebrates the compass, in equally imposing heroics. Hail adamantine steel, magnetic lord, king of the prow, the plowshare and the sword. True to the pole, by thee the pilot guides his steady helm amid the struggling tides. Braves with broad sail the immeasurable sea. Cleaves the dark air, and asks no star but thee. This style of verse was thought very magnificent by Anna Seward, of Lichfield, who was intimate with Darwin when he lived there in his earlier career, and who herself was a poetess of some pretension. Miss Seward, however, showed better judgment in being amongst the first to point out the rising fame of Southey and Scott. The verse of Darwin brought Pope's metre to the highest pitch of magniloquence, and the use of the caesura gives it a perfectly Darwinian peculiarity. The poets who most retained the robes of the past, without disguising the divine form within, were the Rev. George Crabbe and Cowper. The poetry of Crabbe, all written in the metre of Pope, is nevertheless instinct with the very soul of nature. It chooses the simplest, and often the least apparently lofty or agreeable topics, but it diffuses through these, and at the same time draws from them, a spirit and life that are essentially poetry. Nothing at the time that it appeared could look less like poetry. The description of a library, the dirty alleys, the pothouses, the sailors, and monotonous seashores in and about a maritime borough, struck the readers of the assumed sublime with astonishment and dismay. "Can this be poetry?" they asked. But those who had poetry in themselves, those in whom the heart of nature was strong, replied, "Yes, the truest poetry." Nature smiles as the rude torch flickers past, and shows its varied forms in its truest shape. In his Tales of the Hall, Crabbe entered on scenes which are commonly deemed more elevated. He came forward into the rural village, the rectory 184 and the manor house, But everywhere he carried the same clear, faithful, analytical spirit, and read the most solemn lessons from the histories and the souls of men. Crabbe has been styled the Rembrandt of English poetic painting, but he is not merely a painter of the outward, he is the prober of the inward at the same time, who, with a hand that never trembles, depicts sternly the base nature, and drops soothing balm on the broken heart. William Cowper, b. 1731, d. 1800, combined in his verse the polish of Pope with the freedom and force of Churchill. He possessed the satirical strength of Churchill with a more gentle and Christian spirit. In Cowper broke forth the strongest, clearest sense that had distinguished any writer in prose or verse for generations. He painted nature like a lover, but with the truth of a great artist, and he flagellated the vices of society in the very highest quarters with unshrinking boldness. At the same time, with equal intrepidity, he advanced the assertions of a perfect faith in the religion of the gospel, in the face of the hardest skepticism of the age. It is a curious fact that whilst Cowper was haunted by the most agonizing terrors of a nervous temperament, even to despair, his poetry breathes the most consolatory tone. Whilst his mind was often wandering in insanity, there is no composition so sane and so sound in intellectual substance as his. Though seldom indulging in high flights of imagination, yet his verse frequently rises into a richness and nobility of voice nearly equal to the prophetic. The lines on his mother's picture exhibit the deep feeling of Cowper, and the ballad of John Gilpin, the genuine mirth which often bubbled up in a heart so racked and tried with melancholy. Contemporary with Cowper was Mrs. Tigg, the author of Psyche, an allegorical poem in which the beauty of the sentiment made acceptable that almost exploded form of composition. But there was at this period a number of writers who had much more false than true sentiment. The euphuism of the reign of Queen Elizabeth broke forth in another fashion. A kind of poetical club was formed at Batheaston, the residence of Lady Miller, near Bath. She and her guests, amongst whom was Miss Seward, wrote verses, which they published under the title of Poetical Amusements. A still more flaunting school set themselves up amongst the English at Florence, one of whom, a Mr. Robert Mary, dubbed himself Della Crusca, whence the clique became known as the Della Cruscan School. Amongst the members of it figured Mrs. Piazzi, the widow of Thrale the brewer, Boswell, Johnson's biographer, Mary Robinson, the younger Colman, and Holcroft, the dramatist, with others of less name. They addressed verses to each other in the most florid and extravagant style under the names of Rosa Matilda, Laura Maria, Orlando, and the like. The fashion was infectious, and not only were the periodicals flooded by such silly mutual flatteries, but volumes were published full of them. Gifford, the editor of the Quarterly Review and translator of Juvenal, attacked this frenzy in a satire called the Baviad, and continued the attack in the Enviad, which, however, was more particularly a censure on the degraded condition of the drama. This put an end to the nuisance, and Gifford won great fame by it, though, on referring to his two celebrated satires, we are surprised at their dullness, and are led to imagine that it was their heaviness which crushed these moths of literature. Gifford had himself a great fame in his day, which was chiefly based on his formidable position as editor of the Quarterly Review. But whilst Gifford was thus demolishing an outbreak of bad taste, a much more remarkable evidence that those who lay claim to good taste frequently have it not was given by the appearance of several new plays and other documents attributed to Shakespeare. The chief of these was Kinge Vatigern, a tragedy edited by Samuel Ireland. Numbers of persons of high name and pretension, as Dr. Parr, Boswell, Pye the laureate, Chalmers, the editor of an issue of British Poets, Pinkerton, a writer of all sorts of things, etc., became enthusiastic believers and admirers of these pretended discoveries. They turned out to be impudent forgeries by the son of the editor, named William Henry Ireland, and are in reality such trash that they are a melancholy proof of how little value, from some learned persons, is the adoration of Shakespeare. Malone, in an inquiry into the authenticity of these writings, in 1796, completely exposed their spuriousness. Pinkerton, one of their most zealous advocates, himself perpetrated a similar forgery of a volume of Scottish poems, issued as ancient ones. He enjoyed the particular patronage of Horace Walpole. Exterior of the cottage at Alloway, in which Burns was born. See larger version. A number of satires and other poems appeared at this time, which deserve only a mere mention. These are The Pursuits of Literature by Thomas James Mathias, Anticipation, by Richard Tickell, being an anticipation of the King's speech and the debates of Parliament. An heroic epistle to Sir William Chambers, by Mason, under the assumed name of Malcolm MacGregor. The Rolliad, also a political satire, in 1785. To this succeeded probationary odes, from the same party. These were eclipsed by the publications of Dr. John Walcott, under the name of Peter Pindar, who for 20 years kept the public laughing by his witty and reckless effusions, in which the king especially was most unmercifully ridiculed. Walcott had the merit of discovering Opie, the painter, as a sawyer in the neighborhood of Truro, and pushing him forward by his praises. Of the royal academicians he was a relentless enemy, and to them addressed several odes of the most caustic and damaging kind. Later on came the inimitable poems of the Anti-Jacobin, written by Canning, Hookham Frere, and others, among which it is sufficient to recall the Needy Knife Grinder, and the satires on the Addington administration. But now there came a voice from Scotland that filled with envy the crowd of second-rate poets of London, and marked the dawn of a new era. A simple but sturdy peasant, with no education but such as is extended to every child in every rural parish of Scotland, following the plough along the mountain side, laboriously sowing and reaping and foddering neat, instead of haunting drawing-rooms in bobtailed coat and kid gloves, dancing on the barn floor, or hobnobbing with his rustic chums at the next pot-house, set up a song of youth, of passion, of liberty and equality, so clear, so sonorous, so ringing with the clarion tones of genius and truth, that all Britain, north and south, stood still in wonder, and the most brazen vendor of empty words and impudent pretensions to intellectual power owned the voice of the master, and was for a moment still. This master of song was Robert Burns, B. 1759, D. 1796. Need we say more? Need we speak of the exquisite beauty of the cotter's Saturday night? Of the fun of Tam O'Shanter, of the satiric drollery of his laughter at antiquarian and other pretenders, of the scathing sarcasms on sectarian cant in Holy Willie's Prayer, and a dozen other things, of the spirit of love and the spirit of liberty welling 186 up in his heart in 100 living songs, of the law of man's independence and dignity stamped on the page of eternal memory in the few words, "A man's a man for a' that." Are not these things written in the book of human consciousness, all the world over? Do not his fellow countrymen sing them and shout them in every climate under heaven? At the time when they appeared, the poems of Robert Burns clearly showed that true poetry was not altogether extinct, and effectually put an end to that fatal rage of imitation of the artificial school of Johnson and Pope, which then prevailed. Interior of Burns's cottage at Allow. From a photograph by G. W. Wilson and Co. See larger version. Then came the Lake School, so called because the poets lived more or less amongst the lakes of Westmoreland and Cumberland, but which would have been more correctly called the natural school, in contradistinction to the artificial school which they superseded. The chief of these were Wordsworth, Coleridge, and Southey. Wordsworth and Coleridge had traveled in Germany, when few Englishmen traveled there, and all of them had more or less imbibed that spirit of intense love of natural beauty and of mental philosophy which prevails in Germany. In Southey, this evaporated in ballads of the wild and wonderful, with a strong tinge of Teutonic diablerie. In Wordsworth and Coleridge, these elements sank deeper and brought forth more lasting fruits. But there was another cause which went greatly to the formation of Wordsworth's poetic system. He was thoroughly indoctrinated by his early friends, Charles Lloyd and Thomas Wilkinson, members of the Society of Friends, with their theory of worship and psychology. They taught him that the Spirit of God breathes through all nature, and that we have only to listen and receive. This system was enunciated in some of his lyrical poems, but it is the entire foundation of his great work, The Excursion. In his earliest poems, William Wordsworth, B. 1770, d. 1850, wrote according to the manner of the time, and there is nothing remarkable in them. But in his lyrical ballads, the first of which appeared in 1798, there was an entire change. They were of the utmost simplicity of language, and some of them on subjects so homely that they excited the most unmeasured ridicule of the critics. In particular, the Edinburgh Review distinguished itself by its excessive contempt of them. The same fate awaited his successive publications, including his great work, The Excursion, and the tide of scorn was only turned by a series of laudatory criticisms by Professor Wilson in Blackwood's Magazine, after which the same critics became very eulogistic. Interior of Burns's cottage at Allow. From a photograph by G. W. Wilson and Co. See larger version. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, B. 1772, d. 1834, published his earliest poems in association with his friends, Wordsworth, Charles Lloyd, and Charles Lamb. But his contributions, especially of the Ancient Mariner, soon pointed them out as belonging to a genius very different. In his compositions there is a wide variety, some of them being striking from their wild and mysterious nature, some for their elevation of both spirit and language, and others for their deep tone of feeling. His Genevieve, his Christabel, his Ancient Mariner, and his Hymn in the Vale of Chamonix are themselves the sufficient testimonies of a great master. In some of his blank verse compositions, the tone is as independently bold as the sentiments are philosophical and humane. Besides his own poetry, Coleridge translated part of Schiller's Wallenstein. In 187 was the author of several prose works of a high philosophical character. Southey was as different from Coleridge in the nature of his poetical productions as Coleridge was from Wordsworth. In his earliest poems, he displayed a strong resentment against the abuses of society. He condemned war in his poem on Blenheim, and expressed himself unsparingly on the treatment of the poor. His Botany Bay eclogues are particularly in this vein, but he changed all that, and became one of the most zealous defenders of things as they are. His smaller poems are, after all, the best things which he wrote. His great epics of Madoc, Roderick the Last of the Goths, The Curse of Kehama in Thalaba, now finding few readers. Yet there are parts of them that must always charm. Since the appearance of the Waverley novels, the poetry of Scott has been somewhat depreciated, but his metrical romances, if not of the highest class of poetry, are always fresh, from their buoyancy and the scenery in which they are laid. They are redolent of the mountain heather and summer dews, and the description of the sending of the fiery cross over the hills and the battle in Marmion, as well as other portions, are instinct with genuine poetic vigor. Campbell, who won an early reputation by his Pleasures of Hope, is more esteemed now for his heroic ballads Hohenlinden, The Battle of the Baltic, and his Mariners of England, more for his Irish melodies than for his Lalla Rookh, Byron for his Child, Harold rather than for his earlier love tales of the East, or his later dramatic poems. Amongst the very highest of the poets of that period stands Percy Bysshe Shelley, b. 1792, d. 1822, the real poet of spiritual music, of social reformation, and of the independence of man. Never did a soul, inspired by a more ardent love of his fellow creatures, receive such a bitter portion of unkindness and repudiation. John Keats, of a still more delicate and shrinking temperament, also received, in return for strains of the purest harmony, a sharp judgment, in no degree, however, equal to the severity of that dealt out to Shelley. In his Ode to a Grecian Urn and his Lamia, Keats left us examples of beauty of conception and felicity of expression not surpassed since the days of Shakespeare. In his Hyperion, he gave equal proof of the strength and grandeur to which he would have attained. The distinguished poets still thronging the close of this period would require voluminous space to particularize their works. The vigorous and classic Savage Landor, the graceful, genial Leigh Hunt, Charles Lamb, quaint and piquant, Rogers, lover equally of art and nature, John Wilson, tender but somewhat diffuse, Hogg, the Ettrick shepherd, linked in perpetual memory with his Kilmeny and the Bird of the Wilderness, Alan Cunningham, Macneill, Graham, author of the Sabbath, James Montgomery, amongst the very few successful poets of religion, Tennant, author of Anster Fair, Kirke White, Sotheby, Maturin, Proctor Barry Cornwall, Milman, Joanna Bailey, Miss Mitford, Mrs. Hemans, Mrs. Howitt, Richard Howitt, Eliot the Corn Law Rhymer, whose most beautiful poems had been for 20 years steadily ignored by the whole English press, till they were accidentally discovered by Sir John Bowring. In all those arts which increased the prosperity of a nation, England made the most remarkable progress during this reign. A number of men, springing chiefly from its working or manufacturing orders, arose, who introduced inventions and improvements in practical science, which added, in a most wonderful degree, to the industrial resources of the country. Agriculture at the commencement of the reign was in a sluggish and slovenly condition, but the increase of population and the augmented price of corn and cattle led to numerous enclosures of waste lands, and to improvements both in agricultural implements and in the breeds of sheep and cattle. During the 33 years of the reign of George Roman II, the number of enclosures averaged only 7 per annum, but in the first 25 years of the reign of George Roman III, they amounted to 47 per annum. During that period, the number of enclosures was 1,186, the number each year rapidly increasing. The value of the produce also stimulated the spirit of improvement in tillage as well as enclosure. Many gentlemen, especially in Northumberland, Kent, Norfolk, and Suffolk, devoted themselves to agricultural science. They introduced rotation of crops instead of fallows, and better manuring, and also cultivated various vegetables on a large scale in the fields which before had generally been confined to the garden, as turnips, carrots, potatoes, cabbage, parsnips, etc. Their example began to be followed by the ordinary class of farmers, and the raising of rents greatly quickened this imitation. At the opening of the reign, the rental of land did not exceed 10 shillings per acre on an 188 average, the rental of the whole kingdom in 1769 being £16 million, according to Arthur Young, but in a few years it was nearly doubled. This gentleman, who has left us so much knowledge of the agricultural state of the kingdom in his tour of survey, tells us that, northward especially, the old lumbering plows and other clumsy instruments were still in use, instead of the improved ones, and that there was, therefore, a great waste of labor, both of man and beast, in consequence. But still improvement was slowly spreading, and already Bakewell was engaged in those experiments which introduced, instead of the old large-headed and ill-shaped sheep, a breed of superior symmetry, which at once consumed less food and yielded a heavier carcass. It was at first contemptuously said by the old race of farmers and graziers that Bakewell's new herd of sheep was too dear for anyone to purchase and too fat for anyone to eat. As he was pursuing his improvements in Leicestershire, Cully prosecuted similar ones in Northumberland in both sheep and cattle. Under the management of these enlightened men, the disproportionate mass of bone was reduced, and flesh increased, and the whole figure assumed a regular and handsome contour. The quality of the meat was as greatly improved. Under the operation of the corn laws, the price of wheat rose to 156 shillings a quarter in 1801, and the enclosure of waste lands kept pace accordingly, and upwards of 1 million of acres were enclosed every 10 years. From 1800, the amount of enclosure in 10 years was 1.5 million of acres. The rapid increase of population, through the growth of manufactures and the introduction of canals, as well as the fact that the people at large began to abandon the use of oats and rye in bread, and to use wheat, promoted the growth of that grain immensely. In 1793, Sir John Sinclair established the Board of Agriculture, which was incorporated, and received an annual grant from Parliament. The indefatigable Arthur Young was elected its secretary, and agricultural surveys of the kingdom were made. The reports of these were published, adding greatly to a comprehension of the real state of cultivation. In 1784, Young had commenced the publication of the Annals of Agriculture, by which invaluable information was diffused, and new prizes were offered by the board for improvements, and great annual sheep shearings were held at Woburn and Holkham, by the Duke of Bedford and Mr. Coke, afterwards Lord Leicester, which tended to stimulate the breed of better sheep. The king himself had his model farms and introduced merino sheep from Spain. It was long, however, before the better modes of ploughing could be introduced amongst the farmers. The Scots were the first to reduce the number of the horses which drew the plough, using only 2, whilst in England might still be seen a heavy, clumsy machine drawn by from 4 to 6 horses, doing less work, and that work less perfectly. On the arrival of peace, the fall of agricultural prices ruined great numbers who had pushed their speculations and land purchases beyond their legitimate means. But the Corn Laws again buoyed up both farmers and landlords, and the progress of improvement continued. Draining strong lands, manuring light ones with lime and marl, and the introduction of artificial grasses added incalculably to the produce of the country. Turnips enabled the farmer to maintain his cattle and sheep in high condition during the winter, and the introduction of the Swedish turnip and mangelwurzel extended this advantage, till rye, ryegrass, sainfoin, and clover became plentiful. Before the end of the reign, rentals had doubled, and lands, even in hilly districts, where it had been supposed that nothing but oats would grow, and where the reapers were often obliged to shake the snow from the corn as they cut it, were seen producing good wheat, and from the better system of husbandry, at a much earlier period of autumn. With the reign of George Roman III, began the real era of civil engineering. With respect to our highways, there had been various parliamentary enactments since the Revolution of 1688, but still, at the commencement of George Roman III's reign, the condition of the greater part of our public roads was so dreadful as now to be almost incredible. Acts of Parliament continued to be passed for their amendment, but what was their general state, we learn from the invaluable tour of Arthur Young. He describes one leading from Billericay to Tilbury, in Essex, as so narrow that a mouse could not pass by any carriage, and so deep in mud that chalk wagons were continually sticking fast in them, till so many were in that predicament that the wagoners put 20 or 30 of their horses together to pull them out. He describes the same state of things in almost every part of the country, in Norfolk, Suffolk, Wiltshire, and Lancashire. Some of them had ruts 4 feet deep by measure, and into these ruts huge stones were dropped to enable wagons to pass at all, and these, in their turn, broke their axles by the horrible jolting, so that within 18 miles he saw 3 wagons lying in this condition. Notwithstanding, from 1785 to 1800, no fewer than 643 Acts of Parliament regarding roads were passed, but scarcely a penny of the money collected at the toll bars went to the repair of the roads, but only to pay the interest of the debt on their original construction. Whatever was raised was divided amongst the members of the body, known as the trustees for the original fund, and though many Acts of Parliament limited this interest, means were found for evading the restriction. William Wordsworth, Percy Bysshe Shelley, Robert Burns, John Keats, Samuel Taylor Coleridge. See larger version. In Lancashire and Cheshire the principal roads were paved, but as there grew a necessity for more rapid transit of mails and stagecoaches, we find, from a tour by Adam Walker to the Lakes in 1792, that a better system had been introduced. The paved roads were in many places pulled up and the stones broken small, and he describes the roads generally as good or wonderfully improved since the tour of Arthur Young. Except in the county of Derby, the highways were excellent, and broken stones were laid by the roadsides ready for repairs. But it was not till the days of Telford and Macadam that the system of road-making received its chief improvements. The reform in roads commenced in Scotland. Those which had been cut through the Highlands after the rebellions of 1715 and 1745, chiefly under the management of General Wade, set the example and showed the advantage of promoting communication, as well as of enabling the military to scour the mountains. In 1790, Lord Dare introduced the practice of laying out roads by the spirit level, and they were conducted round hills instead of being carried over them. In 1802, a board of commissioners for roads and bridges in Scotland was established, and Thomas Telford was appointed the engineer. This able man had now a full opportunity for showing his knowledge of road making. He laid out the new routes on easy inclines, shortened and improved the old routes by new and better cuttings, and threw bridges of an excellent construction over the streams. Where the bottom was soft or boggy, he made it firm by a substratum of solid stones, and leveled the surface with stones broken small. Attention was paid to side drains for carrying away the water, and little was left for the afterplans of Macadam. Yet Macadam has monopolized the fame of road making, and little has been heard of Telford's improvements, although he was occasionally called in where Macadam could not succeed, because the latter refused to make the same solid bottom. This was the case in the Archway Road at Highgate. Macadam's main principle of road making was in breaking his material small, and his second principle might be called the care which he exercised in seeing his work well done. For these services, he received 2 grants from Parliament, amounting to £10,000, and the offer of knighthood, the latter of which he would not accept for himself, but accepted it for his eldest son. Telford, under the Commission for Scotland, thoroughly revolutionized the roads of that country. From Carlisle to the extremity of Caithness, and from east to west of Scotland, he intersected the whole country with beautiful roads, threw bridges of admirable construction over the rivers, and improved many of the harbours, as those of Banff, Peterhead, Fraserburgh, Fortrose, Cullen, and Kirkwall. The extent of new road made by him was about 1,000 miles, and he threw 1,200 bridges over rivers, some of them wild mountain torrents. The next step in the increase of means of traffic was the construction of canals. The rivers had previously been rendered more navigable by removing obstructions, deepening channels, and making good towing paths along their banks, but now it was projected to make artificial rivers. In this scheme, Richard Brindley, under the patronage of the Duke of Bridgewater, was the great engineer, and his intrepid genius dictated to him to carry these canals over hills by locks, over rivers by aqueducts, and through the heart of hills by tunnels. These enterprises at that moment appeared, to the ordinary run of civil engineers, as rash experiments, which were sure to prove abortive. As all new ideas are, these ideas, now so commonplace, were ridiculed by the wise ones as little short of madness. Mr. Brindley's first great work was the formation of the Duke of Bridgewater's Canal, from Worsley to Manchester. In this, he at once proved all his plans of locks, tunnels, and aqueducts. He conducted his canal by an aqueduct over the River Irwell at an elevation of 39 feet, and those learned engineers who had laughed at the scheme as a castle in the air might now see boats passing over the river at that height with the greatest ease, while other boats were being drawn up the Irwell against the stream and under the aqueduct with 5 times the labor. At Worsley, the canal was conducted into the very heart of the coal mine by a tunnel, with branches, which conducted the boats up to the different parts of the 191 mine, so that the coal could be loaded on the spot where it was dug. The immediate effect of this canal was to reduce coals in Manchester to half the former price, and the canal being extended so as to connect it with the Mersey, at Runcorn, it reduced the freight of goods from Manchester to Liverpool to the same extent, from 12 shillings to 6 shillings per ton, the land carriage having been 40 shillings. Brindley was next engaged to execute the Grand Trunk Canal, which united the Trent and Mersey, carrying it through Birmingham, Chesterfield, and to Nottingham. This was commenced in 1766 and exhibited further examples of his undaunted skill, and as he had been laughed at by the pedants of the profession, he now in his turn laughed at their puny mediocrity. One of his tunnels, at Cassell Hill in Staffordshire, was 2,880 yards long, 12 feet wide, 9 high, and in some parts 70 yards below the surface of the ground. This tunnel, after half a century's use, was found too confined for the traffic, and a new one, much wider, was made by Telford. By this time the art of tunneling had made great progress, and whilst Brindley required 11 years to complete his tunnel, Telford made his much larger one in 3. Many causes intervened to check for a time the progress of canals, so that from 1760 to 1774, only 19 acts were passed for them. But in the 2 years of 1793 and 1794, no fewer than 36 new bills were introduced to Parliament, with others for extending and amending rivers, making altogether 47 acts, the expenditure on the canals of these 2 years' projection amounting to £5,300,000. The work now went on rapidly, and investments in canal shares exhibited at that day, in miniature, the great fever of railway speculation at a later period. Lines of canals were made to connect the Thames, the Tweed, the Severn, and the Mersey, so that the great ports of London, Liverpool, Hull, and Bristol were connected by them, and put into communication with nearly all the great inland manufacturing towns. In 1779, a ship canal was completed from the Forth to the Clyde, a work proposed as early as the reign of Charles Roman II. This canal, 35 miles in length, had 39 locks, which carried the canal to a height of 156 feet above the sea, and it crossed the River Kelvin by an aqueduct 83 feet from the bed of the river to the top of the masonry. A few years later, a much larger ship canal united Gloucester to the Severn, and wonderfully increased the trade and growth of that city. Telford succeeded to Brindley with all his boldness and skill and with much extended experience. He executed the Ellesmere Canal, which occupied a length of upwards of 100 miles, connecting the rivers Severn, Dee, and Mersey. In the construction of this canal, Telford introduced a bold, but successful, novelty. In aqueducts, instead of puddling their bottoms with clay, which was not proof against the effects of frost, he cased them with iron, and adopted the same means when he had to pass through quicksands or mere bog. Some of Telford's aqueducts were stupendous works. The Chirk Aqueduct passed, at 70 feet above the river, on 10 arches of 40 feet span, and cost £20,898. The aqueduct over the Dee passed at a height of 121 feet above low water, and consisted of a great trough of cast-iron plates, supported on 18 piers, and having a towing path of cast iron, supported on cast-iron pillars. This aqueduct took 10 years in building, and cost, with its embankments, £47,000. Tunnels much larger than that at Cassell Hill were executed. That at Sapperton, on the Thames and Severn Canal, executed by Mr. Whitworth, was nearly 2 miles and a half long, ran 250 feet below the summit of the hill, and was large enough for boats of 70 tons burden. This was completed in 1788. These daring enterprises led to the design of a tunnel under the Thames, from Gravesend to Tilbury, but this was abandoned for want of capital. In 1804, a like attempt was made at Rotherhithe, but stopped from the same cause, and was not completed till 1843 by Sir Mark Isambard Brunel. Between 1758 and 1801, no fewer than 65 Acts of Parliament were passed for making or extending canals. At the end of that period, canals extended over upwards of 3,000 miles, and had cost upwards of 13 million sterling. In fact, the bulk of canal work was done by this time, though not some few works of great importance. The Leeds and Liverpool Canal, begun in 1770, but not completed till 1816, opened up connection with a vast manufacturing district, and the Rochdale, Huddersfield and Hull canals gave access for the Baltic traffic into the heart of Lancashire. The Paddington and Regent's canals wonderfully promoted the intercourse between the interior and the metropolis. In the Highlands, the Caledonian Canal, connecting the 192 string of lakes between Inverness and the Atlantic, gave passage to ships of large burden. At the end of this reign, the aggregate length of canals in England and Wales was 2,160 miles, in Scotland 212, in Ireland 250, total 2,622 miles. The attention paid to roads and canals necessitated the same to bridges, and during this reign, many new structures of this kind were erected, and much improvement attained in their formation. In 1776, a totally new kind of bridge was commenced at Colebrook Dale, and completed in 1779. This was of cast iron, having a single arch of 100 feet span, and containing 378.5 tons of metal. Telford greatly improved on this idea by erecting an iron bridge over the Severn, at Buildwas, in 1796, having an arch of 130 feet span. Waterloo Bridge, London, in 1890. See larger version. Half the London bridges were built or rebuilt during this period. Waterloo Bridge was begun in 1811 and completed by its designer and architect, John Rennie, on the 18th of June, 1817, having cost upwards of £1 million sterling. It is not only the longest of the Thames bridges, but was pronounced by Canova the finest bridge in the world, and is justly universally admired. Rennie built Southwark Bridge, an iron one, at a cost of £800,000, and completed it in 1819, its erection occupying 5 years. Sir John Rennie, his son, built the new London Bridge from the designs of his father, but this was not begun till 6 years after the death of George Roman III, nor finished till 1831, at a cost of £506,000. Iron suspension bridges were also introduced towards the end of this reign. Chain bridges had been erected in China for nearly 2,000 years, and rope bridges in India and South America still earlier. In England, a footbridge of iron chains was erected at Middleton, over the Tees, in the middle of the 18th century. In 1816, a bridge of iron wire was thrown across the Gala Water, and another, on a different principle, the following year, was erected over the Tweed, at 193 King's Meadows. But now much greater and more complete works of the kind were to be executed. Captain, afterwards Sir Samuel Brown, introduced many improvements into these structures. He substituted iron ropes for hempen ones, thereby forming cable chains, like those used in Wales on quarry tramroads, and these he applied to suspension bridges. In 1819, he was commissioned to construct an iron suspension bridge over the Tweed, near Kelso, called the Union Bridge, which he completed in 1820, at a cost of £5,000. In 1827, the first suspension bridge was thrown over the Thames by Mr. William Tierney Clark, and in 1818, Telford commenced his great work of throwing a suspension bridge over the Menai Strait, near Bangor, which he completed in 1825. The main opening of this stupendous work is 560 feet wide and 100 feet above high water mark. The length of the roadway of the bridge is 1,000 feet. The cost was £120,000. This was Telford's chef-d'oeuvre, but the same neighbourhood was destined to see a more stupendous structure span the strait from the Welsh shore to Anglesey. This was the tubular railway bridge, connecting the London and Holyhead line, within view of Telford's elegant suspension bridge. This was erected by Robert Stephenson, from his own design, greatly improved by suggestions from William Fairbairn of Manchester. It was completed in October, 1850, at a cost of £625,865. Further description of this great work is not proper here, as it belongs to a later date, but it seemed fit to mention it in passing, as an evidence of the progress of the engineering science in the reign of Victoria. Menai suspension and tubular bridges, from a photograph by Hudson. See larger version. Great improvements were made during this reign in the harbours, especially by Telford and Rennie. Telford's harbour work in Scotland we have already mentioned. Rennie's formations or improvements of harbours were at Ramsgate, London, Hull and Sheerness. He also built the Bell Rock Lighthouse, on the same principle as the Eddystone Lighthouse, built by Smeaton, 194, a self-taught engineer, just before the accession of George Roman III. The mechanical invention, however, destined to produce the most extraordinary revolution in social life was that of railways, which during this reign were progressing towards the point where, combined with the steam engine, they were to burst forth into an activity and strength astonishing to the whole world. Tramroads, that is, roads with lines of smooth timber for the wheels of wagons to run upon, had been in use in the Newcastle collieries for a century before. In 1767, at the Colebrookdale Iron Works, iron plates were substituted for wood, and by this simple scheme one horse could, with ease, draw as much as 10 on an ordinary road. In 1776, iron flanges, or upright edges, were used at the collieries of the Duke of Norfolk, near Sheffield, and after this time they became common at all collieries, both above and below ground. In 1801, an iron railway by a joint stock company was opened from Wandsworth to Croydon. 3 years before iron railways had been introduced to convey the slates from Lord Penrhyn's quarries, in Carnarvonshire, to the Menai Strait for shipment, and they were attached to canals for the conveyance of goods to and from them. At the end of this reign, there were 225 miles of iron railroads in the neighbourhood of Newcastle-on-Tyne, and upwards of 300 miles in the single county of Glamorgan. Before the termination of the reign, there were active preparations for putting steam engines on all iron railroads. So early as 1758, Watt, who afterwards did so much in the construction of steam engines, had an idea that locomotive engines might be put on such roads. In 1770, such an engine was actually made and worked by John Theophilus Cugnot in Paris, but he had not discovered sufficient means of controlling it. In 1802, Messrs. Trevithick and Vivian exhibited such an engine running along the streets in London. In 1805, the same gentlemen again exhibited one of their engines working on a tramroad at Merthyr Tydfil, drawing 10 tons of iron at the rate of 5 miles an hour. And in 1811, Mr. Blenkinsop was running an engine on the Middleton Colliery, near Leeds, drawing 100 tons on a dead level at the rate of 3.5 miles an hour, and going at the rate of 10 miles when only lightly loaded. Blenkinsop had made the wheels of his engines to act by cogs on indented rails, for there was a strong persuasion at that period that the friction of plain wheels on plain rails would not be sufficient to enable the engine to progress with its load. The folly of this idea had already been shown on all the colliery lines in the kingdom, and by the engine of Trevithick and Vivian at Merthyr. The fallacy, however, long prevailed. But during this time Thomas Gray was laboring to convince the public of the immense advantages to be derived from steam trains on railways. In 5 editions of his work, and by numerous memorials to ministers, Parliament, Lord Mayors, etc., he showed that railroads must supersede coaches for passengers, and wagons and canals for goods. He was the first projector of a general system of railroads, laid down maps for comprehensive general lines for both England and Ireland, invented turntables, and very accurately calculated the cost of constructing lines. For these services he was termed a madman, and the Edinburgh Review recommended that he should be secured in a straitjacket. In his Life of George Stephenson, Dr. Smiles takes exception to the statement that Thomas Gray was the originator of railways and transfers that term to Stephenson. Let us be correct. Gray was the projector, Stephenson the constructor of railways. But it is not to be supposed that Gray had sold 5 editions of his work without Stephenson, and perhaps every engineer, having read and profited by it. Yet, so little had Stephenson any idea of the real scope and capacity of railways, that it was not till 5 years after the running of his engines on such lines, by Dr. Smiles's own showing, that he ever imagined such a thing as their becoming the general medium of human transit. He tells us Mr. Edward Pease suggested to him to put an old long coach on the Darlington and Stockton line, attached to the luggage trucks, and see if people might not wish to travel by it. Gray had demonstrated all this long before. He stood in the place of the architect, Stephenson only of the builder who carries out the architect's design. 7 years only after the death of George Roman III, the railway line between Manchester and Liverpool was commenced, and from its successful opening, on the 15th of September, 1830, dates the amazing development of the present railway system. 100 years ago. From the painting by George Wright. By permission of E.W. Savery, Limited. See larger version. The earliest idea of a steam engine was that given by the Marquis of Worcester, in his Century of Inventions, in 1663, which idea he obtained from Cassell and reduced to action in London. The next step was to Papin's digester, and then to Savory's so-called atmospheric engine. This, improved by Newcomen in 1,711,195, was introduced to drain mines in all parts of the kingdom, but especially in the coal mines of the North and Midland counties, and the copper mines of Cornwall. By its means, many mines long disused through the accumulation of water were drained and made workable, and others were sunk much deeper. Smeaton, in 1769, greatly improved this engine, which, from its rapid working of a horizontal beam, was called by the miners a whimsy, as having a whimsical look. Watt, then a student in the University of Glasgow, commenced a series of experiments upon it, which, between 1759 and 1782, raised the engine to a pitch of perfection, which made it applicable not only to draining water out of mines, but by the discovery of the rotatory motion, enabled it to propel any kind of machinery, spin cotton, grind in mills of all kinds, and propel ships and carriages. Watt was greatly aided in his efforts by Mr. Matthew Boulton, and their engines were manufactured at Soho Works near Birmingham. They did not, however, enjoy the fruits of their patents for protecting their inventions without many most unprincipled attempts to invade their rights by masters of mines and others, by which they were involved in very harassing lawsuits. The first application of the steam engine to the machinery of a cotton mill was at Papelwick, in Nottinghamshire, in 1785, and the first mill built for the employment of machinery driven by an engine was in Manchester, in 1789. The first application of the engine to propel a vessel was at Dalswinton, on the Clyde, in 1788, the boat being constructed by Patrick Miller, James Taylor, and William Symington. In the following year, these inventors made a second experiment on the Forth and Clyde Canal at the Carron Works, with perfect success, the vessel going at the rate of nearly 7 miles an hour. Symington was probably the real machinist in this firm, and in 1802 he made a tugboat on the Forth and Clyde Canal, under the patronage of Lord Dundas, which was worked extremely well by its engine. In 1807, Fulton followed up these experiments by launching a steamboat on the Hudson, in America, after having in vain solicited the patronage of the British and French governments for his enterprise. The proposal of Fulton, submitted to the Academy of Paris, was received with a burst of laughter, and Napoleon abandoned the project in deep disgust at having been, as he supposed, made a dupe of by Fulton. We have pointed out on the preceding page the period of the first application of the steam engine to railways. By the marvelous aids of canals and steam engines, manufacturing power became most immensely augmented in all directions, but especially in the spinning and weaving of cotton goods. The machines invented by Wyatt and Paul in 1733 and improved by Arkwright in 1767, if not invented anew, without knowledge of Wyatt and Paul's plan of spinning by rollers. A moot point. The spinning jenny with 7 spindles, invented by James Hargreaves, a weaver near Blackburn, in 1767, and the mule jenny, combining the working of the machines of Arkwright and Hargreaves, by Samuel Crompton, in 1779, completely superseded spinning cotton yarn by hand. These machines were first worked by water power, but steam power was used after the steam engine had been invented, and the growth of cotton spinning became rapid beyond conception, spreading over all Lancashire and the Midland counties in a marvelous manner. The cotton mills of Robert Peel in Lancashire and Staffordshire, of the Strutts at Belper in Derbyshire, of Dale at New Lanark, of Robinson at Papelwick, and Arkwright at Cromford, which raised these gentlemen to vast wealth, being only the leviathans amongst swarming concerns of less dimensions. To these, in 1785, the Rev. Dr. Edmund Cartwright introduced a loom for weaving by water or steam power, which soon superseded handloom weaving. In 1803, Mr. H. Horrocks greatly improved this, and from this germ has grown up the system of weaving cottons, silks, and woolens by machinery. Add to this the application of similar machinery to calico printing, and the like to weaving of lace, invented by Robert Frost, of Nottingham, or by a working mechanic of that town named Holmes, which afterwards received many improvements, and we have the varied means by which the manufacturing power of England was raised far above that of all the world, and which, reaching other countries in spite of legislative impediments, soon established similar manufactures in France, Belgium, Germany, Switzerland, and America. In Great Britain alone, the importation of raw cotton was increased from £4,764,589 in 1771 to £151 million in 1818, and such was the spread of trade of all kinds from the use of machinery that our exports of manufactured goods in 1800, when the European nations were incapacitated for manufacturing by Napoleon's general embargo, amounted to £116 million. Almost every other manufacturer shared in this surprising impulse from machinery and the 196 spirit of invention. It was an age of new creations and of unprecedented energies. In 1763, Josiah Wedgwood, of the Staffordshire potteries, commenced that career of improvement in the biscuit, form, and printing of porcelain, which constituted a new era in the art. At that time, the French fine pottery was so much superior to the English that it was extensively imported. In fact, it was a period when taste in every department of art was at the lowest ebb. Wedgwood, being a good chemist, not only improved the body of his earthenware, but being a man of classical taste, introduced a grace and elegance of form before unknown to British pottery. He invented a new kind of composition so hard and marble-like that it resisted both fire and acids, and in this he molded statuettes, cameos, and medallions from the Greek originals, of great beauty. Sir William Hamilton having brought over from Italy a quantity of antique vases, etc., Wedgwood benefited by them to introduce fresh forms and coloring in his wares, and probably on this account called his pottery works Etruria. He had the aid of Mr. Kishome, a practical chemist, in his researches into the best composition and colors for his porcelain, and his improvements laid the foundation of the great pottery trade of Staffordshire. Many improvements were made also in the glass manufacture during this reign, and more would undoubtedly have been made, but for the very heavy duties upon it to help to support the ruinous wars of the period. In 1760, the first year of the reign, crown glass is said to have been introduced. In 1763, the first glass plates for looking-glasses and coach windows were made at Lambeth. In 1779, flint glass was first made, and about that time plate glass. The duties on different kinds of glass at that date were about £140,000 per annum. So oppressive were those duties that, in 1785, the St. Helens Plate Glass Company petitioned Parliament, stating that, in consequence of the weight of taxation, notwithstanding an expenditure of £100,000, they had not been able to declare a dividend. The introduction of the steam engine, railroads, and canals enabled the coal miners during this reign to extend the supply of coals enormously. In 1792, the coal mines of Durham and Northumberland alone maintained 26,250 persons, and employed a capital of £3,130,000, a very small amount of both people and money as compared with the workers and capital engaged in the trade since the expansion of the manufacturing and steam systems. The coal fields of Durham and Northumberland extend to nearly 800 square miles, but the beds in Northumberland, Durham, Yorkshire, the Midland counties, south of Scotland and Ireland are still immense and not yet fully explored. Fresh strata are discovered as steam power enables us to go deeper. In 1817, Sir Humphrey Davy perfected his safety lamp, which, by means of a simple wire gauze, enabled the miner to work amid the most explosive gases. These lamps, however, were not able to protect the colliers from their own carelessness, and most horrible destruction, from time to time, took place amongst them from neglect. With the reign of George Roman III, commenced a series of improvements in the manufacture of iron, which have led not only to a tenfold production of that most useful of metals, but to changes in its quality which before were inconceivable. Towards the end of the reign of George Roman II, the destruction of the forests in smelting iron ore was so great as to threaten their extinction, and with it, the manufacture of iron in Britain. Many manufacturers had already transferred their businesses to Russia, where wood was abundant and cheap. It was then found that coke made from coal was a tolerable substitute for charcoal, and in 1760, the very first year of the reign of George Roman III, the proprietors of the Cairn Works in Scotland began the use of pit coal. Through the scientific aid of Smeaton and Watt, they applied water, and afterwards steam power, to increase the blast of their furnaces to make it steady and continuous, instead of intermitting as from bellows, and they increased the height of their chimneys. By these means, Dr. John Roebuck, the founder of these works, became the first to produce pig iron by the use of coal. This gave great fame to the Cairn Works, and they received large orders from government for cannon and cannonballs. It was some time, however, before enough iron could be produced to meet the increasing demand for railroads, iron bridges, etc., and so late as 1781 50,000 tons were imported annually from Russia and Sweden. James Watt, after the portrait by Sir W. Beechey, R.A. See larger version. The employment of pit coal had not reached perfection, and in 1785, the Society of Arts offered a premium for the making of fine bar iron with pit coal. This object was accomplished by Mr. Court, an iron founder of Gloucestershire, by exposing the pig iron on the hearth of a reverberatory furnace to the flame of pit coal. This process was improved into what was called puddling, in puddling or reverberatory furnaces. Court also introduced the drawing out of iron between cylindrical rollers, but he became ruined in his experiments, and other iron masters of more capital came in to reap the profit. Many years passed before a pension was conferred on some of his children for his services. In 1755, the whole population of Carron was only 1,864. In 1795, the workmen alone employed in the works were 1,000, the population 4,000, when the foundry had 5 blast furnaces, 16 air furnaces, 3 cupola furnaces, and consumed 136 tons of coals daily. It supplied to the government 11,000 tons annually of cannon, mortars, shot, shells, etc. To the East India Company, 6,000 tons, and to all customers together 26,000 tons. The growth of the iron trade in Great Britain, through these improvements, may be seen from the fact that in 1802 there were 168 blast furnaces, producing 220,000 tons of iron. In 1820, the annual production of iron was 400,000 tons. In 1845, the production was calculated at twice that amount. That is, in 25 years the production had doubled itself. In 1771, the use of wire ropes instead of hempen ones was suggested by M. Bougainville, and this was made a fact by Captain Brown in 1811. Before this, in 1800, Mr. Mushet of Glasgow discovered the art of converting malleable iron, or iron ore, into cast steel. And in 1804, Samuel Lucas of Sheffield further extended the benefit by the discovery of a mode 198 of converting any castings from pig iron at once into malleable iron, or cast steel, so that knives, forks, snuffers, scythes, and all kinds of articles were converted into steel, without any alterative process whatever between the blast furnace and the melting pot. In 1815, it was calculated that 200,000 persons were employed in manufacturing articles of iron, the annual value of which was £10 million. With the war, the manufacture of guns and arms of all kinds was greatly increased, and several important improvements were made in the construction of gun barrels and their breeches. All kinds of cutlery were improved, but at the same time, both government, by contractors, and foreign countries, by merchants, were imposed on by articles that had more show than use, to the serious injury of the British reputation. Knives and razors were sent out of mere iron, and our pioneers and sappers and miners were often supplied with axes, picks, and shovels more resembling lead than iron. Great attention during this reign was devoted to the manufacturing of clocks and watches. To such eminence had the English manufacture of watches arrived, that in 1799 it was calculated that the value of watches and marine chronometers alone manufactured in and around London amounted to £1 million of money yearly. In 1762, John Harrison claimed the reward offered by Act of Parliament for a chronometer, which would ascertain the longitude within 60, 40, or 30 miles. For the least accurate of these, the reward was £10,000, for the next more accurate £15,000, and for the best £20,000. Harrison produced a chronometer which, after 2 voyages to the West Indies, entitled him to the highest prize, but a fresh Act of Parliament was passed, refusing him more than £2,500 until he had made known the principle of his invention, and assigned his chronometer for the public use. Even when these new terms were complied with, he was only to receive £10,000, and the remainder on the correctness of the chronometer having been sufficiently tested. Harrison very justly complained of these new stipulations, and of the delays thus interposed. But in 1767, 9 years before his decease, he obtained the full amount of the premium. In 1774, a premium of £5,000 was offered by Act of Parliament for a chronometer that should ascertain the longitude within 1 degree of a great circle, or 60 geographical miles, £7,500 for one that would ascertain the longitude within 2/3 of that distance, and £10,000 for one that would ascertain it within half a degree. This called out the efforts of various competitors: Harrison, Meege, Kendall, Coombe, and numbers of others. In 1777, Meege produced two, which were submitted to the test of the Astronomer Royal Dr. Maskelyne and pronounced unfavorably upon. But Meege petitioned Parliament against this decision, and on the report of a committee on his chronometers, he was awarded a premium of £2,500. In 1783, the English carriage builders, who had before been considered inferior in elegance to the French makers, began to receive large orders from Paris itself. In 1759, Walter Taylor and Son introduced machinery for cutting blocks, sheaves, and pins for ships. Sawmills were also introduced into Great Britain in 1767 by Mr. Dingley of Limehouse. In the art of printing, the process of stereotyping, originally invented by William Jedd, was reinvented by Mr. Tulloch in 1780. In 1801, lithography was introduced into England from Germany, but was not much used till Mr. Ackerman began to employ it in 1817. In 1814, steam was first applied to printing in the Times office. The art of coining received, like other things, a new facility and perfection from the application of the steam engine. Messrs. Boulton and Watt at the Soho Works set up machinery in 1788, which rolled out the metal, cut out the blanks or circular pieces, shook them in bags to take off the rough edges, and stamped the coins, in higher perfection than ever before attained, at the rate of from 30 to 40,000 per hour. To this prolific reign belongs also the discovery of coal gas. In 1792, William Murdoch, an engineer, lighted his own house with it in Redruth, in Cornwall. The same gentleman illuminated the Soho Works of Messrs. Boulton and Watt with it at the Peace of Amiens in 1802, and in the year 1804 some of the cotton mills in Manchester began to use it. In 1807 it was used in Golden Lane, in London. In 1809 Mr. Windsor, a German, lit up Pall Mall with it. And in 1813 the first chartered gas company was established in London, and gas soon spread through all the large towns. In astronomy, Herschel discovered the planet Uranus in 1781. In 1802 he published, in the Philosophical Transactions, his catalogue of 5,199 new nebulae and nebulous stars, and in 1803 announced his discovery of the motion of double stars round each other. In chemistry, Sir Humphrey Davy, in 1807, extracted their metallic bases from the fixed alkalis. In 1808 demonstrated the same fact as it regarded the alkaline earths. In 1811 discovered the true nature of chlorine. In 1815 invented his safety lamp, and in 1817, as already mentioned, brought it to perfection. In 1804, Leslie published discoveries of the nature and properties of heat. In 1808, Dalton announced his atomic theory, and in 1814, Wollaston completed its development and proof. Amongst the fine arts, the first to which we direct attention, that is, music, was warmly patronized by the royal family, and therefore maintained the status which it had acquired in the last reign, though it produced no great original genius. Church music continued to be cultivated, and the Anthems of Kent, published in 1773, and those of Nares, published in 1778, were of much merit. To these we may add the services and anthems of Doctors Hayes, Dupuy, Arnold, Cook, Ayrton, and of Mr. Battishill. The Shunammite Woman, an oratorio by Arnold, appeared at a later date, as well as the anthems and services of Dr. Whitfield. In the early part of the reign, the English operas of Augustine Arne, Artaxerxes, and Love in a Village, the former principally a translation from Metastasio, were much admired. For the rest, there were numbers of lovers and professors of the art, both in sacred, operatic, and glee music. The Ketch Club was formed in 1761, and zealously supported, as well as the concerts of ancient music in 1776. Under the patronage of this society, and particularly of His Majesty, took place the celebrated Handel commemoration in Westminster Abbey in May and June of 1784. During the early part of the reign, too, appeared several distinguished works in this department. At the head of these stood the Histories of Music, by Sir John Hawkins and Dr. Burney, Dibdin's Musical Tour, Dr. John Brown's Dissertation on Poetry and Music, the Letters of Jackson of Exeter, and Mason's Essays on Church Music. In the later portion of the reign there was much love of music, but little original composition, except for the stage, where Arnold, Shield, Storace, and Dibdin produced the most delightful compositions. Arnold's Castle of Andalusia, Incle and Jericho, the surrender of Calais and the mountaineers, and Shield's Rossina, the poor soldier, the woodman, and the farmer, are universally admired. The sea songs of Charles Dibdin are as imperishable as the British Navy, to which they have given a renown of its own. He wrote about 1,400 songs, 30 dramatic pieces, a musical tour, and a history of the stage, and was allowed, after all, to die in deep poverty after charming the world for half a century. During the latter part of the reign, music was in much esteem, and musical meetings in various parts of the country. In London, the opera, ancient concerts, and performances by foreign composers, such as Handel's Messiah, Beethoven's Mount of Olives, Mozart's opera of Don Giovanni, etc., were flocked to, but little native genius appeared. During this reign, architecture was in a state of transition, or rather, revolution, running through the Palladian, the Roman, the Greek, and into the Gothic, with a rapidity which denoted the unsettled ideas on the subject. At the commencement of the reign, James Payn and John Carr were the prevailing architects. Worksop Manor, since pulled down, and Kettlestone in Derbyshire were the work of Payn, but Robert Adam, an advocate for a Roman style, completed Kettlestone. Carr built Harewood House, and others of a like character, chiefly remarkable for Grecian porticos attached to buildings of no style whatever. The Woods of Bath employed a spurious Grecian style in the crescent in that city, Queen's Square, the Pounds, etc., which, however, acquired a certain splendor by their extent and tout ensemble. To these succeeded Robert Taylor, the architect of the Bank of England and other public buildings, in a manner half Italian, half Roman. Sir William Chambers, of more purely Italian taste, has left us Somerset House as a noble specimen of his talent. Robert and James Adam erected numerous works in the semi-Roman semi-Italian style, as Keenwood House, at Highgate, Portland Place, and the Screen at the Admiralty. In Portland Place, Robert Adam set the example of giving the space necessary for a great metropolis. James Wyatt, who succeeded Chambers as Surveyor General in 1800, destined to leave extensive traces of his art, commenced his career by the erection of the Pantheon, London, in the classical style, and then took up the Gothic style, which had begun to have its admirers, and in which James Essex had already distinguished himself by his restoration of the Lantern of Ely Cathedral, and in other works at Cambridge. Wyatt was employed to restore some 200 of the principal colleges at Oxford, and to do the same work for the Cathedral of Salisbury and Windsor Castle. In these, he showed that he had penetrated to a certain extent into the principles of that order of architecture, but was far from having completely mastered them. A greater failure was his erection of Fonthill Abbey, for Beckford, the author of Vathek, where he made a medley of half an abbey, half a castle, with a huge central church tower, so little based on the knowledge of the Gothic architects that in a few years the tower fell. Wyatt, however, was a man of enterprising genius. Contemporary with Wyatt, George Dance made a much less happy attempt in Gothic in the front of Guildhall, London, but he built Newgate and St. Luke's Hospital in a very appropriate style. One of the most elegant erections at this period was the Italian Opera House, by a foreigner, Novoselsky, in 1789. Nor must we omit here the publication of John Gwyn's London and Westminster Improved, in 1766, by which he led the way to the extensive opening up of narrow streets, and throwing out of fresh bridges, areas, and thoroughfares, which have been since realized, or which are still in progress. Schoolmaster, lady parson, gentleman's servant. Costumes at the end of George Roman III's reign. See larger version. A village merrymaking. From the painting by W. P. Frith, R.A. in the Victoria and Albert Museum, South Kensington. See larger version. Sir John Soane, who had been a pupil of Dance, Holland, and Sir William Chambers, introduced a more purely Greek style, and his achievements may be seen in Dulwich Gallery and Trinity Church, Marylebone. The most eminent disciples of this school were William Wilkins and Sir Robert Smirke. Wilkins was a servile copyist, and the National Gallery is the chief monument of his skill or want of it. Sir Robert Smirke was of a higher order, and his erection of Covent Garden Theatre, the Mint, the Post Office, the College of Physicians, the Law Courts at Gloucester, Lowther Castle, etc., speak for themselves. Nash, the contemporary and successor of these architects, has left us abundance of his Grco Romano-Italian medleys in the church in Langham Place, Regent's Park, and Buckingham Palace. The great merit of Nash was that, like the brothers Adam, he gave us space, and showed, as in Regent's Park, what was needed for an immense metropolis. Towards the end, too, one of the reign Gothic architecture was more cultivated, and one of Wyatt's last works was Ashridge House, in Buckinghamshire, a vast and stately Gothic pile, imposing in general effect, but far from pure in style. Still less so was Eaton Hall, in Cheshire, built by William Porden. But the real Anglo-Gothic was now receiving the true development of its principles by the works of James Bentham, Carter, John Britton, and finally, Thomas Rickman, in 1816, published his attempt to discriminate the styles of English architecture, which placed these principles perspicuously before the public. Sir Joshua Reynolds, after the portrait by himself. See larger version. Under Sir Joshua Reynolds, a perfect revolution in the art of painting, as practiced in England, was effected. He threw aside past traditional fashions and returned to nature, and his portraits at once excited the consternation of the painters of the day and placed him in the very first rank of artists. In 1768 was established the Royal Academy, and amongst its foreign members were Benjamin West and Angelica Kauffman. West produced all his great works in England, and however much they may now be criticized, they showed an advance on past art in England, and had the merit of introducing modern costume for modern heroes, as in the Death of General Wolfe. Contrary to the advice of even Reynolds himself, Barry made a spasmodic attempt to lead the public back to what he deemed the classical, but in vain, and the successive appearance of Wilson, Gainsborough, and Opie in different styles, but all genuinely English, established the public in its attachment to the true English school. Wilson, during his lifetime, indeed, was neglected, and died in poverty, but the next generation made the amend to his fame, though too late for his own enjoyment of it. To 202 Paul Sandby we owe the origin of the watercolor school, which afterwards grew so extensive and so rich in production. Amongst eminent painters of this portion of the reign, we must mention Wright of Derby, Mortimer, Stubbs and Sorry, animal painters, and Copley, who, though an American by birth, produced most of his works in England. Of watercolor painters who extended the fame of the school were Payne, Cousins, Glover, Girton, and Turner, but Turner soon deserted water for oil. In 1804 the Watercolor Society was established, and Turner was not amongst its numbers, having already gone over to oil painting, but there were Varley, Barrett, Hills, Rigaud, and Pocock. Wilde and Pugin were exhibitors of architectural drawings at its exhibitions. Afterwards came Francia, Westall, Ewins, De Wint, Mackenzie, Copley, Fielding, Robson, Prout, Gandy, and Bonington. In their rear, but extending beyond the reign, appeared a brilliant host. In general art, the names of Fuseli, Northcote, and Stothard stand eminent, and were the foremost contributors to Alderman Boydell's celebrated Shakespeare Gallery. There were also Hopner, Beechey, Morland. In Scotland, Sir William Allen and Sir Henry Reburn. In caricature Gilray was a worthy successor to Hogarth. In 1805, a great step in British painting was made by the establishment of the British Institution, and in 1813, this institution opened the National Gallery. The annual exhibitions soon became enriched by the consummate works of Hilton, Eddy, Haydon, Briggs, Sir Thomas Lawrence, in elegant portraits. Phillips, Shee, Carpenter, Harlow, Wilkie, Mulready, Turner, Calcott, Collins, Landseer, Martin, Danby, Howard, Cooper, Leslie, and Hone. No age in England had produced so illustrious a constellation of painters, as varied in character as they were masterly in artistic power. The art of sculpture, like that of painting, took a new spring in this reign, but the early part of it was encumbered by the tasteless works of Wilton, Reed, and Taylor. It remained for the genius of Banks, Nollekens, Bacon, Bailey, Baines, and Chantry to place sculpture on its proper elevation in England. To the art of engraving Woollett and Strange gave a first-rate eminence, and were successfully followed by Brown, Bion, Rosker, and Major. In mezzotint M. Ardell admirably rendered the portraits of Sir Joshua Reynolds, and Smith, Green, Thomas, and Watson also excelled in this class of engraving. In engravings for books Heath and Angus stand preeminent, and Boydell's Shakespeare spread the taste, though his illustrations were chiefly done in the inferior style of dot engraving. In line engraving the names of Sharp, Sherwin, Fitler, Anker Smith, Neagle, Lowry, Turrell, Scott, and others are of high repute. In landscape engraving no names in the middle period of the reign stood more prominent than those of Middleman, Watt, Angus, Milton, Pouncey, Peake, and Taylor. There arose a second school of mezzotint engravers, the chief of whom were Earlham, Reynolds, Daniel, Sutherland, and Westall. The strange but intellectual Blake was both painter and his own engraver, in a style of his own. Towards the end of the reign flourished, chiefly in architectural illustrations, Lequeux, John and Henry, pupils of Bazier, Roff, Ransom and Scott. In landscape, William and George Cook, William and Edward Finden, Byron and Pye. In portrait, Charles and James Heath, John Taylor, Skelton, Burnet, Bromley, Robinson, Warren and Lewis. In wood engraving, Thomas Bewick, of Newcastle-on-Tyne, revived the art, and threw such fascination into it by the exquisite tale pieces in his Natural History, that his name will always be associated with this style of engraving. Of the coinage of this reign little is to be said. It was of the most contemptible character, till Bolton and Watt, as already mentioned, struck the copper pence in 1797 in a superior style. In 1818 was issued a gold and silver coinage, which was entrusted to a foreign artist, Pistrucci, and which was turned out of very unequal merit. Flaxman would have produced admirable designs, and there was a medallist of high talent, Thomas Wyon, who would have executed these designs most ably. In fact, the best part of the silver coinage was produced by Wyon, from the designs of Pistrucci. In the early portion of the reign, the manners and customs differed little from those described in the preceding one. There was great dissipation, and even coarseness of manners, amongst the nobility and gentry. It was the custom to drink to intoxication at dinners, and swearing still garnished the language of the wealthy as well as of the low. Balls, routs, the opera, the theatre with Vauxhall and Ranelagh filled up the time of the fashionable, and gaming was carried to an extraordinary extent. Amongst our leading statesmen, Charles Fox was famous for this habit. Duelling was equally common, and infidelity amongst fashionable people was of 2-3 notorious prevalence. George Roman III and his queen did what they could to discourage this looseness of morals, and to set a different example. But the decorum of the court was long in passing into the wealthy classes around it. An affluent middle class was fast mingling with the old nobility, and this brought some degree of sobriety and public decency with it. Amongst the lower classes, dog, cock, and bull fights were, during a great part of the reign, the chief amusements, and the rudest manners continued to prevail, because there was next to no education. Wesley, Whitefield, and their followers were the first to break into this condition of heathenism. Robberies and murders abounded both in town and country, and the police was of a very defective character. For the most part, there was none but the parish constable. The novels of Fielding and Smollett are pictures of the rudeness and profligacy of these times. The resources in the country of books and newspapers were few, and the pothouse supplied the necessary excitement. The clergy were of a very low tone, or were non-resident, and the farmers, getting rich, aped the gentlemen, followed the hounds, and ended the day with a carouse. Gradually, however, a more refined tone was diffusing itself. The example of the head of the nation had not been without its effect. The higher classes abandoned Ranelagh and Vauxhall to the middle and lower classes, if they did not abandon their theatre, opera, and rout. But the theatres, too, became more decorous, and the spread of what had been called Methodism began to reach the higher classes through such men as Wilberforce, and such women as the Countess of Huntingdon and Hannah More. The most palpable drawback to this better state of sentiment and manners was the profligacy of the Prince of Wales and his associates. But towards the end of the reign, a decided improvement in both manners and morals had taken place. The momentous events passing over the world, and in which Great Britain had the principal agency, seemed to have rooted out much frivolity and given a soberer and higher tone to the public mind. The spread of a purer and more humane literature baptized the community with a new and better spirit. Art added its refinements, and religion its restraints. The efforts to introduce education amongst the people had begun, and the lowest amusements of dog-fighting, cock-fighting and bull-baiting were discouraged and put down. The new birth of science, art, literature and manufactures was accompanied by a new birth of morals, taste, and sentiment, and this, happily, was a true birth, and the growth of what was then born has been proceeding ever since. In the opening of the reign, the gentlemen retained the full-skirted coat, with huge cuffs, the cocked hats and knee-breeches of the former period. Pigtails were universal, and the more foppish set up their hair in a high peak, like the women. The ladies had their hair turned up on frames half a yard high, and this hairy mountain was ornamented with strings of pearls or diamonds, or surmounted with a huge cap edged with lace. They wore their waists as long as possible, with a peaked stomacher, and hanging sleeves of Mecklenburg lace. Their gowns were of the richest silks, satins, and brocades, their skirts flowing, and the fan was an indispensable article. In the army, the cocked hat and pigtail at first prevailed, but these were soon dismissed, as well as the great jackboots of the cavalry. With the employment of the Hessian soldiers in the American War, and afterwards on the continent, there prevailed amongst English gentlemen the Hessian boot. Instead of the queue, cropped hair and close-fitting small hats became the vogue. Powdering became profuse, both amongst ladies and gentlemen, till Pitt taxed it, when it vanished, except from the heads of particularly positive old gentlemen and servants. During the French War, when the Paris fashions were intercepted, much variety in the fashion of dress took place amongst both gentlemen and ladies. But before the peace had arrived, the most tasteless costumes had become general, and the waists of both sexes were elevated nearly to their shoulders. The tight skirts and short waists of the ladies gave them the most uncouth aspect imaginable, and the cutaway coats and chimney-pot hats of the gentlemen were by no means more graceful. The military costume had undergone an equally complete revolution, and with no better success. The changes in furniture were not remarkable. During the French War, a rage for furniture on the classic model had taken place, but on the return of peace Paris fashions were restored. Rosewood superseded mahogany, and a more easy and luxurious style of sofa and couch was adopted. There came also Pembroke tables, argand lamps, register stoves, Venetian and spring blinds, a variety of ladies' work tables and whatnots, and a more tasteful disposition of curtains and ornamental articles purchased on the continent. Chapter 5. The Reign of George Roman IV. Accession of George Roman IV. Meeting of Parliament, general election, opening of the new session, dullness of affairs. Brougham on education, Queen Caroline. Mission of her name from the liturgy. She rejects the king's proposals and arrives in England. Attempts at a compromise. The king orders an inquiry. The secret committee, the bill of pains and penalties. Arrival of the Queen in the House of Lords. Discussions on the form of procedure, speeches of Denman and the Attorney General, evidence for the prosecution. Brougham's speech, abandonment of the bill, general rejoicings. Violence of party feeling. Popularity of the Queen, her claim to be crowned refused. The Queen's attempt to enter the Abbey, indiscretion of the act, the coronation and the banquet, the subsequent scramble, death of the Queen, departure of her body, the King's visit to Ireland, a royal oration and its enthusiastic reception, the King and Lady Cunningham, changes in the government, discontent of Eldon Wellesley in Ireland, alarming state of the country, Canning's speech on Catholic emancipation, parliamentary reform, agricultural distress and finance, Eldon's outbreak on the marriage bill, suicide of Lord Londonderry, scene at his funeral, visit of George Roman IV to Scotland, loyalty of Sir Walter Scott, account of the festivities, Peel's letter to Scott, return of the King. Canning takes the Foreign Office and leadership of the House of Commons. Huskisson joins the cabinet. The Duke of Wellington sent to Verona. His instructions, principles of the Holy Alliance, the Spanish colonies. French intervention in Spain. The Duke's remonstrances with the French king. His interview with the Tsar, the Congress of Verona. Failure of Wellington to prevent intervention in Spain. Vindication of Canning's policy in the Commons. He calls the New World into existence. George Roman III. Expired on the 29th of January, 1820. Although it was Sunday, both Houses of Parliament met according to the requisition of the statute, 6 and C7. Lord Eldon merely appeared on the woolsack, and as soon as prayers were read, the House of Peers was adjourned. The same day a council was held at Carlton House, when the usual ceremonies were observed, as upon the commencement of a new reign, although George Roman IV had been virtually king during the period of the Regency. On this occasion the ministers delivered up the emblems of their different offices, and were all graciously reappointed. Lord Eldon, in a letter to his daughter, felicitates himself on having been thus placed, in the very singular situation, that of a third chancellorship. But Lord Campbell remarks that he was probably not aware that one of his predecessors had been chancellor 5 times. His immediate successor had been 4 times chancellor, and Lord Cottenham 3 times. It is amusing, says Lord Campbell, to observe how he enhances the delight he felt at the commencement of this third chancellorship, by protestations that he was reluctantly induced again to accept the worthless bauble, lest, by declining it, he should be chargeable with ingratitude. The Chancellor made similar protestations of reluctance and humility when George Roman IV, grateful for his services in connection with the prosecution of the Queen, pressed upon him accumulated honors, giving him, at the same time, 2 additional steps in the peerage, as Viscount Encombe and Earl of Eldon, honors which, he said, he had repeatedly declined to accept when offered by George Roman III. Parliament again met for a few days, but only to vote addresses of condolence and congratulation, as a dissolution had been determined on. The Marquis of Lansdowne pointed out that there was not the usual reason for a dissolution which occurred upon a demise of the Crown, but Lord Eldon explained that, at common law, the Parliament died with the sovereign in whose name it was called, and although, by the statute of William Roman III, it could sit 6 months longer, it was liable to be dissolved sooner, and constitutionally it ought to be dissolved as soon as public business would allow, so that noble lords who started any business to delay the dissolution would be obstructing the due exercise of the royal prerogative. He, as Lord Commissioner, therefore, concluded the session by delivering the royal speech, which deplored the loss of a sovereign, the common father of all his people, and praised the prudence and firmness with which the Lords and Commons had counteracted the designs of the disaffected. The general election was, on the whole, favorable to the government, the forces of conservatism being roused into activity by the violent democratic tendencies of the times and by the threats of revolution. The new Parliament met on the 21st of April. Mr. Manners Sutton was re-elected Speaker. A week was occupied in swearing in the members, and the session was opened on the 27th by a speech from the King, the vagueness of which gave no ground for an amendment to the address in either House. In the old roll of members, one illustrious name was found, borne by a statesman who was never more to take his seat in the House. 205 Henry Grattan expired June 4, soon after the session commenced. Sir James Mackintosh, in moving a new writ for Dublin, which Grattan had represented for many years, observed that he was, perhaps, the only man recorded in history who had obtained equal fame and influence in two assemblies differing from each other in such essential respects as the English and Irish parliaments. Great Seal of George Roman IV. The session promised for some weeks to be very dull, no subjects more stirring being brought forward or announced than the settlement of the civil list, the discharge of insolvent debtors, the suppression of Sunday newspapers, and the reading of the Athanasian Creed. To one of those subjects, the civil list, Lord Eldon thus jocosely alluded in a letter to his daughter: "Our royal master seems to have got into temper again, as far as I could judge from his conversation with me this morning. He has been pretty well disposed to part with us all, because we would not make additions to his revenue. This we thought conscientiously we could not do in the present state of the country and of the distresses of the middle and lower orders of the people, to which we might add, too, that of the higher orders. But there was one subject of general and permanent interest brought under the notice of the House of Commons. Mr. Henry Brougham made an important speech on the great and difficult subject of popular education, which he continued to advocate, with so much power and success, throughout the whole of his lengthened and brilliant career. He stated that there were then 12,000 parishes or chapelries in England. Of these, 3,500 had not a vestige of a school, and the people had no more means of education than the Hottentots or Kaffirs. Of the remainder, there were 5,500 unendowed, depending entirely on the casual and fleeting support of the parents of the children attending them. The number of children receiving education at all the schools, weekday and Sunday, was 700,000. Estimating the number educated at home at 50,000, the whole number then under instruction would be 750,000, about 1/15 of the entire population. In Scotland, the proportion at that time was about 1/10, in Holland and Prussia, the same, in Switzerland 1/8. France was then at the bottom of the scale, only 1/28 of the population being under instruction. Mr. Brougham proposed a school rate for England, according to the American plan. The indisposition of Parliament to attend to the ordinary business of the legislature, however important and pressing any portion of it might be considered in other circumstances, may be easily accounted for. One subject engrossed the minds of all men at this time, and agitated the nation to a depth and extent altogether unprecedented in our history. The story of Caroline of Brunswick is one of the saddest and most romantic in the annals of the Queens of England. When the Prince Regent became king, his wife, as a matter of course, became the rightful Queen of 2-6 England. But her husband had resolved that she should not be queen, and rather than not have his way in this, he was ready to imperil his throne. She was as fully entitled to enjoy the well-defined rank and position that devolved upon her by the laws of the country, as he was to wear his crown, without regard to personal character. He would break the marriage tie, if he could, but failing that, he was determined to degrade the Queen by bringing against her the foulest charges of immorality. She might, indeed, have escaped a trial on these charges if she had consented to remain abroad, and had agreed to forgo any title that would have connected her with the royal family of England. Till the death of George Roman III, who had always been her steady friend, she had been prayed for in the liturgy as the Princess of Wales. There was now no Princess of Wales, and the king insisted that she should not be prayed for at all. His ministers, against their own convictions, against what they well knew to be the almost unanimous feeling of the nation, weakly yielded to the arbitrary will of their licentious sovereign. They and their apologists attempted to uphold this conduct by alleging that she was prayed for under the words, "the rest of the royal family." But Mr. Denman, who defended her, afterwards observed with more truth that the general prayer in which she was embraced was, "for all that are desolate and oppressed." The moment the news of this outrage reached the Queen, she resolved, with characteristic spirit and determination, to come at once to England and assert her rights in person. The ministers flattered themselves that this was a vain boast, and that, conscious of guilt, her courage would fail her. On the 3rd of May George received addresses at Carlton House, and on the 10th he held his first levee since his accession to the throne, at which nearly 1,800 persons of distinction were present, who testified their attachment to his person in the most gratifying manner. The families of the great political party that formed and supported his government affected to treat the Queen's pretensions with a quiet disdain that evinced their confidence in the unbounded loyalty of the nation. But their eyes were soon opened, and in a few weeks ministers sat abashed upon the treasury benches as if conscious that they were driving the vessel of the Constitution upon a rock, subservient to the tyranny of their master. The Liberal party were vehement in their denunciations, and the leading Whigs, whether from policy or a sense of duty, came forward as the champions of the Queen's rights. The people were all enthusiastic in her favor and wild with excitement. On the 1st of June Her Majesty arrived at St. Omer, intending to embark at Calais without delay for England. She wrote a letter to the Prime Minister, the Earl of Liverpool, commanding him to prepare a palace in London for her reception, another to Lord Melville, to send a yacht to carry her across the Channel to Dover, and a third to the Duke of York, repeating both demands and complaining of the treatment she had received. 2 days later Lord Hutchinson, with Mr. Brougham, who was her legal adviser, arrived with a proposition from the King, offering her £50,000 a year for life if she would remain on the continent, and relinquish her claims as Queen of England. The Queen instantly and indignantly rejected the offer, and started for England with all haste, having dismissed her foreign suite, including Bergami, her chamberlain, and the prime cause of the scandal that attached to her name. She would not even be dissuaded by Mr. Brougham, who most earnestly implored her to refrain from rushing into certain trouble and possible danger, or, at least, to delay taking the step until Lord Hutchinson should have received fresh instructions. She was peremptory, and sailed at once for Dover, accompanied by Lady Anne Hamilton and Alderman Wood, landing on the 6th of June. As this event was quite unexpected by government, the commandant, having had no orders to the contrary, received her with a royal salute. The beach was covered with people, who welcomed her with shouts of enthusiasm. From Dover to London, her journey was a continued ovation. In London, the whole population seemed to turn out in a delirium of joy and triumph, which reached its climax as the procession passed Carlton House. No residence having been provided for her by the government, she proceeded to the house of Alderman Wood in Audley Street. The danger of civil war was felt to be so great that earnest attempts were made to conciliate the Queen and to effect a compromise. Mr. Wilberforce was very zealous in this matter. He wrote to the King, entreating him to restore the Queen's name to the liturgy. This was a vital point. The ministry had expressed their intention to resign if this must be done. Mr. Wilberforce headed a deputation from the House of Commons, who proceeded to her residence, in full court costume. He describes her manner as extremely dignified 207 but very stern and haughty. He got no thanks from either party for his attempts at negotiation. He was very much abused by Cobbett and other writers on the popular side. Mr. Brougham and Mr. Denman met the Duke of Wellington and Lord Castlereagh on the 15th of June to discuss an adjustment, when it was laid down as a preliminary that the Queen must not be understood to admit, nor the King to retract, anything, and that the questions to be examined were the future residence of the Queen, her title when traveling on the continent, the non-exercise of certain rights of patronage in England, and the income to be assigned to her for life. This fourth topic the Queen desired might be altogether laid aside in these conferences, and the differences which arose upon the first proposition prevented any discussion on the second and third. They suggested that Her Majesty should be officially introduced by the king's ministers abroad to foreign courts, or, at least, to the court of some one state which she might select for her residence, and that her name should be restored to the liturgy, or something conceded by way of equivalent, the nature of which, however, was not specified by her negotiators. It was answered that, on the subject of the liturgy, there could be no change of what had been resolved, that, with respect to her residence in any foreign state, the king, although he could not properly require of any foreign power to receive at its court any person not received at the court of England, would, however, cause official notification to be made of her legal character as queen, and that a king's yacht, or a ship of war, should be provided to convey her to the port she might select. These conditions were wholly declined by the Queen, and on the 19th of June, the negotiations were broken off. On the 22nd, too, resolutions were passed by the House of Commons, declaring their opinion that, when such large advances had been made toward an adjustment, Her Majesty, by yielding to the wishes of the House, and forbearing to press further the propositions on which a material difference yet remained, would not be understood as shrinking from inquiry, but only as proving her desire to acquiesce in the authority of Parliament. All attempts at negotiation having failed, sealed green bags were laid upon the table of the House of Lords and of the House of Commons, with a message from the King to the effect that in consequence of the arrival of the Queen, he had communicated certain papers respecting her conduct, which he recommended to their immediate and serious attention. The bags contained documents and evidence connected with a commission sent in 1818 to Milan and other places to investigate charges, or rather to collect evidence to sustain charges, which had been made against the Princess of Wales. The principal of these charges was that she had been guilty of adultery with a person named Bergami, whom she had employed as a courier, and afterwards raised to the position of her chamberlain and companion. The commission was under the direction of Sir John Leach, afterwards Vice-Chancellor. The Crown had resolved to proceed against the Queen by a bill of pains and penalties, the introduction of which was preceded by the appointment of a secret committee, to perform functions somewhat analogous to those of a grand jury in finding bills against accused parties. Mr. Brougham earnestly protested against the appointment of a secret committee, which was opposed by Lords Lansdowne and Holland. The course was explained and defended by the Lord Chancellor, who said that the object of ministers in proposing a secret committee was to prevent injustice towards the accused. That committee would not be permitted to pronounce a decision. It would merely find, like a grand jury, that matter of accusation did or did not exist. Such matter, even if found to have existence, could not be the subject of judicial proceeding, strictly so called. The offense of a queen consort, or a princess consort of Wales, committing adultery with a person owing allegiance to the British Crown, would be that of a principal in high treason, because by statute it was high treason in him, and as accessories in high treason are principals, she would thus be guilty of high treason as a principal. But as the act of a person owing no allegiance to the British Crown could not be high treason in him, so neither could a princess be guilty of that crime merely by being an accessory to such a person's act. Yet although, for this reason, there could be no judicial proceeding in such a case, there might be a legislative one, and the existence or non-existence of grounds for such legislative proceeding was a matter into which it would be fit that a secret committee should inquire. In no case could injustice be done, because that committee's decision would not be final. There might be differences of opinion about the best mode of proceeding, but, for God's sake, said the Lord Chancellor, let it be understood that they all had the same object in view, and that their difference was only about the best mode of procedure. Mr. Canning, who had been on terms of intimacy with Her Majesty, declined to take any part in the proceedings, declaring that nothing would induce him to do anything calculated to reflect upon the honor and virtue of the Queen. The Queen intimated to the Lord Chancellor that she meant to come in person to the House of Lords when her case should next be discussed there. He answered that he would not permit her to enter without the authority of the House, for which she must previously apply. She then desired that he would deliver a message to the House in her name, which he declined, stating that the House did not receive messages from anybody but the King, unless they were sent as answers to addresses from the House. The petition was presented by Lord Dacre, on which occasion the Lord Chancellor declared that he had no objection to its being submitted to the consideration of the House, adding that he would sooner suffer death than admit any abatement of the principle that a person accused is not therefore to be considered guilty. Mr. Brougham and Mr. Denman were then called in to support the petition, which prayed that their lordships would not prosecute a secret inquiry against her. The powerful pleading of these two orators had an immense effect upon the public mind. On the following day, Lord Grey moved that the order for the appointment of a secret committee should be discharged. His motion was negatived by a majority of 102 to 47. This was the first division on the proceedings against the Queen, and so large a majority naturally gave great confidence to the government. The secret committee accordingly set to work, opened the green bag, and examined the charges. On the 4th of July, they brought in their report, which stated that allegations supported by the concurrent testimony of a great number of persons in various situations of life, and residing in different parts of Europe, appeared to be calculated so deeply to affect the character of the Queen, the dignity of the Crown, and the moral feeling and honor of the country, that it was indispensable that they should become the subject of a solemn inquiry, which would best be effected in the course of a legislative proceeding. On the 5th, Lord Liverpool introduced the Bill of Pains and Penalties against Her Majesty, which, having recited in the preamble that she carried on an adulterous intercourse with Bergami, her menial servant, enacted that she should be degraded from her station and title of Queen, and that her marriage with the King should be dissolved. Counsel were again heard against that mode of proceeding. A second reading was set down for the 17th of August, when the preamble was to be proved and the trial to begin. The memorable 17th of August arrived, and the curtain was raised on a new act in the great drama, on which the whole nation gazed with the deepest interest and with feverish anxiety. The Queen left her residence in St. James's Square and proceeded to the House of Lords in her new state carriage, which the people were with difficulty dissuaded from unyoking, that they might draw it themselves. As she passed Carlton House, the crowd gave 3 cheers, and also at the Treasury. The soldiers on guard at the former place, and at the House of Lords, presented arms when she arrived. The Queen's carriage was preceded by Alderman Woods, and followed by one of Her Majesty's travelling carriages, in which were the Hun. Capel Craven and Sir William Gell, her chamberlains. The way from Charing Cross to Westminster Abbey was crowded, and all the windows of the houses on each side were filled with people, particularly with ladies. Such was the enthusiasm of the people, that the barrier erected at St. Margaret's Church was insufficient to keep them back, and the dense mass forced their way through, and reached Palace Yard shortly after the Queen. Sir T. Tyrwhitt, as gentleman usher of the Black Rod, attended by the officers of the House, received the Queen at the private entrance which had been prepared for her. She entered at the door near the throne, supported by Lord A. Hamilton, and attended by Lady A. Hamilton. She was dressed in white, but wore a black lace shawl. Her demeanor was in the highest degree dignified. On her entrance the peers all rose, and she was pleased to salute them in return. The Duke of Leinster, in pursuance of his intention to oppose the bill in all its stages, moved that the order of the day be rescinded. The motion was negatived by a majority of 260 to 41, the number of peers present being 301. Lord Carnarvon denounced the Bill of Pains and Penalties as a measure unnecessary and unconstitutional. It was a species of ex post facto and illegitimate mode of proceeding against an individual, an unprecedented anomaly in the law. In one of the cases which they had adduced as the best precedent, the sentence passed on the criminal was that he should be boiled to death. Far better to have drawn a veil over the transactions than to have searched the Alps, the Apennines, and the ocean for evidence against the Queen. The measure had excited the disgust of every honest man in the kingdom. Queen Caroline entering the House of Lords. CP 208. See larger version. Lord Grey moved that it should be referred to the judges to determine whether adultery committed out of the country with a foreigner amounted to high treason. The motion was carried. The judges retired, and after an absence of 20 minutes, returned, with their decision announced by Chief Justice Abbott, which was, that the crime in question was not punishable as high treason, under the statute of Edward Roman III. Counsel on both sides were admitted, Brougham and Denman, for the Queen, sitting on the right of the bar, and the Attorney and Solicitor General on the left. Mr. Brougham prayed to be heard against the principle of the bill. Permission was granted, and he addressed their lordships in a strain of impressive eloquence, demonstrating that the mode of proceeding now adopted was in the highest degree unjust to his illustrious client. He concluded by imploring their lordships to retrace their steps, and thus become the saviors of their country. Next morning, Mr. Denman spoke nearly 2 hours for the Queen, strongly maintaining her right of recrimination against the king, who, when seeking for a divorce, should come into court with clean hands. He commented on the several clauses of the bill as he went along. He said the person who framed it had worked himself up into an ebullition of moral zeal, and used expressions for the full support of which the bribes and schemes of the prosecutors would produce witnesses. Referring to a former investigation, he called the attention of the House to the letter of Mrs. Lisle in 1806, when flirting and familiarity were the worst things alleged against Her Royal Highness. On the subject of familiarity, he referred to a note addressed by a waiter to the Prince of Wales. Sam, of the Coconut Coffee House, presents his compliments to His Royal Highness, and begs so and so. That illustrious person remarked, "This is very well to us, but it won't do for him to speak so to Norfolk and Arundel." He concluded by apologizing to the Queen for putting even the hypothesis of her guilt, which he never could believe would be established, and whatever might be enacted by means of suborned perjury or foul conspiracy, he never would pay to anyone who might usurp her situation the respect to which the laws of God and man entitled her alone. On the third day, Lord King moved that the bill was not one of state necessity or expediency. This gave occasion to Lord Liverpool, then at the head of the government, to express his sentiments upon the measure. He declared upon his honor and in his conscience that, if the bill passed, he believed the king would not marry again. But if the charges against the Queen were proved, it was absolutely impossible not to conclude with an enactment for a divorce. Earl Grey replied to Lord Liverpool, and called upon their lordships, from respect for their own character, not to persevere with the measure before them. The Attorney General, Sir R. Gifford, was then called in, when he proceeded to state the case against the Queen. He traced Her Majesty's conduct from the time at which she left England, in 1814. Her suite consisted of Lady Charlotte Lindsay and Lady Elizabeth Forbes and the Hun, Capel Craven, Sir William Gell and a Mr. Fitzgerald as chamberlains, with Captain Hash as equerry, Dr. Holland as physician, and other persons in various capacities. She went first to Brunswick, her native place, and thence to Milan, where she remained 3 weeks. There Bartolomeo Bergami was received into her service as a courier, having been a servant in a similar capacity to a General Pico. The princess went next to Rome, and thence to Naples, where she arrived on the 8th of November, 1814. Her adopted child, William Austen, then only 6 or 7 years of age, to whom she was particularly attached, had been in the habit of sleeping in a bed in the same room with her, while according to the domestic arrangements that had been adopted, Bergami slept, among other menial servants, at a distance. On the 9th of November, 3 weeks after his appointment, an apartment was assigned to Bergami near her own bedroom, and communicating with it by means of a corridor. The surprise occasioned by this alteration was increased when the princess directed that the child Austen should no longer sleep in her room. There was an air of hurry, agitation, and embarrassment about her manner which awakened suspicion, which was increased in the morning, according to the story of the witnesses, when they found that her own bed had not been occupied, and instead of summoning her female attendants at the usual time, she remained in the apartment of Bergami until a late hour. Her recent arrival at Naples naturally induced persons of consequence to pay their respects to her, but she was not accessible. The Attorney General thought their lordships could 211 have no doubt that this was the commencement of that most scandalous, degrading, and licentious intercourse which continued and increased. The natural effect of this was that Bergami assumed airs of importance and became haughty and arrogant with the other servants. A few days afterwards, the princess gave a masked ball to the person then filling the Neapolitan throne. She first appeared as a Neapolitan peasant, but soon retired to assume another character, taking the courier with her, for the purpose of changing her costume. She then came forth as the genius of history, in a dress, or rather want of dress, of a most indecent and disgusting kind. The Attorney General referred to a number of facts of a similar kind to those already detailed, also to instances of indelicacy and indecency, in which the Queen was said to have indulged in the presence of her attendants and of strangers. On the 4th day, after the conclusion of his address, he proceeded to call his witnesses, and for more than a month the House was occupied in hearing their evidence. The case against the Queen closed on the 7th of September. An adjournment took place to allow time for the preparation of her defense, which was opened on the 3rd of October by Mr. Brougham, in a magnificent oration, justly celebrated as one of the finest specimens of British forensic eloquence. It concluded as follows. It was always, said Mr. Brougham, the Queen's sad fate to lose her best stay, her strongest and surest protection, when danger threatened her. And by a coincidence most miraculous in her eventful history, not one of her intrepid defenders was ever withdrawn from her, without that loss being the immediate signal for the renewal of momentous attacks upon her honor and her life. Mr. Pitt, who had been her constant friend and protector, died in 1806. A few weeks after that event took place, the first attack was leveled at her. Mr. Pitt left her as a legacy to Mr. Percival, who became her best, her most undaunted, her firmest protector. But no sooner had the hand of an assassin laid prostrate that minister, than her Royal Highness felt the force of the blow by the commencement of a renewed attack, though she had but just been borne through the last by Mr. Percival's skillful and powerful defense of her character. Mr. Whitbread then undertook her protection. But soon that melancholy catastrophe happened which all good men of every political party in the state, he believed, sincerely and universally lamented. Then came with Mr. Whitbread's dreadful loss the murmuring of that storm, which was so soon to burst with all its tempestuous fury upon her hapless and devoted head. Her child still lived and was her friend. Her enemies were afraid to strike, for they, in the wisdom of the world, worshipped the rising sun. But when she lost that amiable and beloved daughter, she had no protector. Her enemies had nothing to dread. Innocent or guilty, there was no hope, and she yielded to the entreaty of those who advised her residence out of this country, who, indeed, could love persecution so steadfastly as to stay and brave its renewal and continuance, and harass the feelings of the only one she loved so dearly by combating such repeated attacks, which were still reiterated after the echo of the fullest acquittal. It was, however, reserved for the Milan Commission to concentrate and condense all the threatening clouds which were prepared to burst over her ill-fated head, and as if it were utterly impossible that the Queen could lose a single protector, without the loss being instantaneously followed by the commencement of some important step against her. The same day which saw the remains of her venerable sovereign entombed, of that beloved sovereign who was, from the outset, her constant father and friend. That same sun which shone upon the monarch's tomb ushered into the palace of his illustrious son and successor one of the perjured witnesses who were brought over to depose against Her Majesty's life. Such, my lords, continued Mr. Brougham, is the case now before you, and such is the evidence by which it is attempted to be upheld. It is evidence inadequate to prove any proposition, impotent to deprive the subject of any civil right, ridiculous to establish the least offense, scandalous to support a charge of the highest nature, monstrous to ruin the honor of the Queen of England. What shall I say of it, then, as evidence to support a judicial act of legislature, an ex post facto law? My lords, I call upon you to pause. You stand on the brink of a precipice. If your judgment shall go out against the Queen, it will be the only act that ever went out without effecting its purpose. It will return to you upon your heads. Save the country, save yourselves. Oh, rescue the country. Save the people of whom you are the ornaments, but severed from whom you can no more live than the blossom that is severed from the root and tree on which it grows. Save the country, therefore, that you may continue to adorn it. Save the crown, which is threatened with irreparable injury. Save the aristocracy, which is surrounded with danger. Save the 212 altar, which is no longer safe when its kindred throne is shaken. You see that when the church and the throne would allow of no church solemnity in behalf of the Queen, the heartfelt prayers of the people rose to heaven for her protection. I pray heaven for her, and here I pour forth my fervent supplications at the throne of mercy, that mercies may descend on the people of the country, higher than their rulers have deserved, and that your hearts may be turned to justice. The examination of the witnesses for the defense continued till the 24th of October, and then powerful speeches were delivered by the Attorney General, Sir Robert Gifford, and by the Solicitor General, Mr. Copley. The speech of the former was considered so effective that William Cobbett threw off 100,000 copies of an answer to it. Sir Archibald Alison, the Tory historian, admits that it was not the evidence for the prosecution that told against the Queen, for it was of so suspicious a kind that little reliance could be placed on it, but what was elicited on cross-examination from the English officers on board the vessel which conveyed Her Majesty to the Levant, men of integrity and honor, of whose testimony there was not a shadow of suspicion. Without asserting that any of them proved actual guilt against Her Majesty, it cannot be disputed that they established against her an amount of levity of manner and laxity of habits, which rendered her unfit to be at the head of English society, and amply justified the measures taken to exclude her from it. On the 6th of November, the second reading of the bill was carried by a majority of 28, the numbers being 123 to 95, which the government considered equivalent to a finding of guilty. It appears from these numbers that a large proportion of their lordships abstained from voting. The bishops had an insuperable objection to the divorce clause, but in committee, it was sustained by a majority of 129 to 62, the opposition having nearly all voted for the clause, with a view of defeating the bill in its last stage. Consequently, for the third reading, on the 10th of November, the majority was only 9, the numbers being 108 to 99. Upon this announcement, Lord Liverpool rose and said that upon so slender a majority he could not think of pressing the measure further, and so he begged leave to withdraw the bill. The truth is, he had no option. It had not the slightest chance of passing through the lower house, where ignominious defeat awaited the government. The intelligence of this result was received by the public with transports of joy. London was illuminated for 3 successive nights. Edinburgh, Dublin, Manchester, Liverpool, and all the great towns followed the example. For several days, says Alison, the populace in all the cities of the empire seemed to be delirious with joy. Nothing had been seen like it before since the Battle of Waterloo, nothing approaching to it after since the Reform Bill was passed. Meetings were immediately called in every direction to present addresses both to the King and Queen. To the former, to congratulate him on the escape of his illustrious consort, and to call upon him to dismiss his present ministers. And to the latter, to congratulate her on the restoration of those dignities from which she had been so long excluded. Not only public meetings of citizens and civic bodies, but trades of all kinds assembled and adopted addresses expressing their exultation at her triumph and tendering their homage. The members of the government were scarcely less rejoiced at getting rid of the matter than the nation was at their defeat. The most thinking men of their party became greatly alarmed at the state of public feeling and were in constant dread of a revolution. The most violent language was used by the democratic leaders, and the press abounded with libels against the government, whose chief members were hooted and pelted as they passed through the streets. This alarming state of things had arrived at its height towards the end of September. The Duke of York, who was then at Brighton, was violent against the Queen. He felt confident that the troops must be called out, and he thought he could trust them. On them alone he depended for the preservation of the throne. The King, at this time, rarely showed himself to any of his subjects. His conduct was an excitement to popular hatred. Mr. W.H. Fremantle, who was well informed as to all that was going forward in the highest quarters, describes the condition of things in letters to the Duke of Buckingham. "You have no idea," he says, "of the state of the town. The funds fell today. As to the King forming a government, after the resignation of all his present servants, with the avowed object of persecuting the Queen, it would be impossible. It would be making her the popular object, and throwing the country in a flame. Be assured that the King on 213 this subject is no less than mad. In the months of October and November, observes the Duke of Buckingham, it became evident that the frenzy outside the Houses of Parliament was exerting its influence within its walls. The aspect of affairs looked blacker every hour. Matters here are in a critical state, writes Lord Sidmouth to Mr. Bathurst on the 27th of October. Fear and faction are actively and not unsuccessfully at work, and it is possible that we may be in a minority, and that the fate of the government may be decided. Plumer Ward in his diary has this entry under date of November 2nd. Called upon Wellesley Pole. He was at breakfast, and we had a long chat. He thought everything very bad, ministers, opposition, king, queen, country, and what was more, no prospect of getting right. All ties were loosened. Insolence and insubordination out of doors, weakness and wickedness within. The Whigs, he said, were already half radicals, and would be entirely so if we did not give way. I said his brother, the Duke of Wellington, felt this too, but would not give way nevertheless. Meantime, the King was as merry as a grig. At first he had been annoyed, but was now enjoying himself at Brighton. The Pavilion, Brighton. See larger version. The Duke of Buckingham justly remarks that the task of the government was from the first an uphill one, which nothing but their devotion to their master's service made them continue. But when 1,000 unmistakable signs foretold a rebellion if they persevered, they had no alternative but to put an end to the thing with all convenient dispatch. The truth is, in this case, victory would have been ruin to the victors. By beating a timely retreat, they saved the monarchy. The Tory leaders, however, consoled themselves that they had so damaged the Queen's character that even the chiefs of the great Whig families would not wish to have her at the head of the female aristocracy, or to have their wives and daughters at her court. They said, the stout lady in the magnificent hat and feathers was very well as a source of ministerial embarrassment, but much as some of them pretended to decry the evidence against her that was elicited during her trial, they took especial care not to allow her anything resembling an intimacy with 214 their wives or daughters. She was, however, visited after the trial by her son-in-law, Prince Leopold, and by the Duke of Sussex, and for some time the carriages of the highest ladies in the land were at her door. Grateful to Providence for the deliverance she had experienced from the hands of her persecutors, she went in state to St. Paul's to return public thanks to God. But even in this, she was subjected to humiliation. An application had been made to have a sermon preached on the occasion, and Archdeacon Bathurst solicited the honor of delivering an appropriate discourse, but the authorities of the cathedral refused his request, and the ceremony consisted merely of the reading of the morning service. The Bishop of Llandaff stigmatized the service as a mockery of a religious solemnity, at which every serious Christian must shudder. It was arranged that the coronation should take place early in the summer of 1821, and the Queen, who in the interval had received an annuity of £50,000, was resolved to claim the right of being crowned with the king. She could hardly have hoped to succeed in this, but her claims were put forth in a memorial complaining that directions had not been given for the coronation of the Queen, as had been accustomed on like occasions, and stating that she claimed, as of right, to celebrate the ceremony of her royal coronation, and to preserve as well Her Majesty's said right as the lawful right and inheritance of others of His Majesty's subjects. Her memorial was laid before the Privy Council, and the greatest interest was excited by its discussion. The records were brought from the Tower, the Liber Regalis, and other ancient volumes. The doors continued closed, and strangers were not allowed to remain in the adjoining rooms and passages. The following official decision of the Privy Council was given after some delay. The Lords of the Committee, in obedience to Your Majesty's said order of reference, have heard Her Majesty's Attorney and Solicitor General in support of Her Majesty's said claim, and having also heard the observations of Your Majesty's Attorney and Solicitor General thereupon, their lordships do agree humbly to report to Your Majesty their opinions, that as it appears to them that the Queen's consort of this realm are not entitled of right to be crowned at any time, Her Majesty the Queen is not entitled as of right to be crowned at the time specified in Her Majesty's memorials. His Majesty, having taken the said report into consideration, has been pleased, by and with the advice of the Privy Council, to approve thereof. The Queen's subsequent applications, which included a letter to the King, were equally unsuccessful. The government determined to make the most formidable preparations for the preservation of the peace, and for putting down a riot, should it occur. Troops were seen directing their march from all quarters to the metropolis, and there was not a village in the vicinity which did not display the plumed helmet. George Roman IV, always excessively fond of show and pomp, was resolved that the ceremonial of his coronation should outshine anything in history. The nation entered into the spirit of the occasion, and the metropolis was full of excitement. As early as 1 o'clock on the morning of the 19th of July, Westminster, the scene of this magnificent pageant, presented a dazzling spectacle. Even at that early hour, those who were fortunate enough to obtain places were proceeding to occupy them. From Charing Cross 2 streams of carriages extended, one to the Abbey and the other to Westminster Hall. The streets were crowded with foot passengers eager to secure seats on the platforms erected along the way, or some standing place. All distinctions of rank were lost in the throng of eager expectants. Judges, bishops, peers, commanders, wealthy citizens, richly dressed ladies, all mingled in the moving masses that converged towards the great center of attraction. At an early hour a crowd was assembled at the Queen's residence in South Audley Street. Lady Anne Hamilton, faithful found among the faithless, faithful only she, arrived a few minutes before 5 o'clock. Soon afterwards the gate was thrown open, and a shout was raised, "The Queen, the Queen!" She appeared in her state coach, drawn by 6 bays, attended by Lady Hood and Lady Anne Hamilton, Lord Hood following in his own carriage. Having arrived at Dean's Yard Gate, it was found that the entrance for persons of rank was Poets' Corner. Thither the coachman went, but there he found there was no thoroughfare. After several stoppages, she was conducted to the poet's corner, and arriving at the place where the tickets were received, Lord Hood demanded admission for the Queen. The doorkeeper said that his instructions were to admit no person without a peer's ticket. Lord Hood asked, "Did you ever hear of a queen being asked for a ticket before? This is your queen. I present to you your queen. Do you refuse her admission?" She also said that she was his queen and desired permission to pass. The doorkeeper answered that his orders were peremptory. Lord Hood then tendered one ticket which he had, and asked the Queen whether she would enter alone. After a short consultation she declined, and it was resolved that, having been refused admission to the Cathedral Church of Westminster, she should return to her carriage. As she quitted the spot, some persons in the doorway laughed derisively and were rebuked by Lord Hood for their unmannerly and unmanly conduct. Reproduced by Andre and Slay, Limited, Bushy Hertz. The Coronation of King George Roman IV. In Westminster Abbey, the ceremony of the homage. From the painting by Pugin and Stefanoff, in the Victoria and Albert Museum, South Kensington. See larger version. It was a melancholy thing to see the Queen of England bandied about from door to door, in the throng of curious and anxious spectators. Cheered by some, laughed at by others, and an object of pity to her friends, making vain efforts to obtain admission to witness the glory of her worthless husband, repulsed at every point by the lowest officials, and compelled to return home discomfited and humiliated. By indiscreet and foolish acts like this, she injured her position, and degraded herself to an extent that her husband, powerful and malignant as he was, never could have done. She and her friends counted upon the devotion of the people to her cause, which they hoped would have borne down all impediments and broken through all barriers. But it was felt that in attempting to intrude herself in that way at the risk of marring a great national festival, and causing tumult and possibly bloodshed, she had forgotten her own dignity. Her conduct shocked the public sense of propriety, and went far to forfeit popular sympathy. She became deeply sensible of this fact while waiting for admission, and with all her attempts at hilarity, her laughter and gaiety of manner ill concealed the deep, self-inflicted wounds of her spirit, which were never healed. Now completely disenchanted, robbed of the fond illusion which had hitherto affected her perception of things, and viewing her situation in the cold morning light of stern reality, a chill of despondency came over her, and thenceforth settled heavily upon her spirit. The coronation was a magnificent ceremonial, and during the proceedings in the Abbey, Westminster Hall was being prepared for the banquet. There were 3 tables on each side, each table having covers for 56 persons, and each person having before him a silver plate. The other plate was entirely of gold. The dishes served up were all cold, consisting of fowls, tongues, pies, and a profusion of sweetmeats, with conserves and fruit of every kind. At 20 minutes to 4 o'clock, the gates were thrown open to admit the procession on its return. Seen from the opposite end of the hall, the effect was magnificent, as the procession passed under the triumphal arch. On the entrance of the king, he was received with loud and continued acclamations. His Majesty being seated at the banquet, the first course came with a grand procession, which the king seemed to regard with great satisfaction. The Duke of Wellington, as Lord High Constable, the Marquis of Anglesey, as Lord High Steward, and the Deputy Earl Marshal, Lord Howard of Effingham, mounted on horses, and attended by their pages and grooms, advanced to the foot of the platform. The horsemen stopped while the clerks of the kitchen advanced to the royal table, and took the dishes from the gentlemen pensioners. Then the whole procession moved back, the horsemen backing their chargers with the greatest precision, amidst loud applause. The first course having been removed, a flourish of trumpets was heard at the bottom of the hall, the great gates were instantly thrown wide open, and the champion, Mr. Dymoke, made his appearance under the Gothic archway, mounted on his piebald charger, accompanied on the right by the Duke of Wellington, and on the left by Lord Howard of Effingham, and attended by trumpeters and an esquire. The usual challenges were given. Some other ceremonies having been gone through, the king's health was proposed by one of the peers, and drunk with acclamation. The national anthem was then sung, after which the king rose and said, "The king thanks his peers for drinking his health and does them the honor of drinking their health and that of his good people." Shortly afterwards, His Majesty quitted the hall and returned to his palace in his private carriage, attended by his usual bodyguard. From the sublime to the ridiculous is but a step. A scene followed the king's departure which seems almost incredible. After the service of the second course, the numerous attendants, singers, and even ladies and gentlemen began to press round the royal table, as if prepared for a scramble to possess its contents. The crowd of spectators pressed nearer and nearer. For a moment only covetous eyes were cast on the spoils, as if each were afraid to begin the plunder. But at last, a rude hand having been thrust through the first ranks, and a golden fork having been seized, this operated as a signal to all, and was followed by a general snatch. In a short time, all the small portable articles were transferred to the pockets of the multitude. The Lord High Chamberlain, hearing of the attack, hastened to the rescue, and 216 with the greatest difficulty saved the more important articles of plate, and had them conveyed to Carlton Garden. Then followed a scene unparalleled in the annals of coronations. The crowds in the galleries had beheld with envy the operations at the banquet. They were very hungry and very thirsty, and seeing now that Westminster Hall was Liberty Hall, they rushed down different stairs and passages, and attacked the viands and the wine. A raging thirst was the first thing to be satisfied, and in a few minutes every bottle on the table was emptied. A fresh supply was soon obtained from the cellarettes. When the ravening selfishness of the hungry crowd was satisfied, the gentlemen recovered their politeness, and began to think of the ladies. Groups of beautiful women then found their way to the tables, and every effort was made to afford them the refreshment of which they stood so much in need. In the meantime, the plunderers took advantage of the confusion to enrich themselves with trophies, breaking and destroying the table ornaments, to obtain fragments of things too cumbrous to carry away. Thus, baskets, flowerpots, vases, and figures were everywhere disappearing, and these were followed by glasses, knives, forks, salt spoons, and finally the plates and dishes. The last were engraved with the royal arms and the letters Geo, Roman 4, and were therefore specially coveted as memorials. The dirty state of the articles, however, was rather out of keeping with the costly dresses, but the ladies and gentlemen got over the difficulty by wrapping up the articles in their pocket handkerchiefs. Having thus secured all the spoils they could, they made all possible haste to their carriages. At a subsequent period, it was with the greatest difficulty that the royal plate could be kept from being carried away by the multitude outside when the barriers were removed. After the coronation, the Queen resided at Brandenburg House, determined to lead a life of dignified retirement. But the violent agitation and excitement, and the terribly painful mortification to which she was subjected in her ill-advised attempt to form part of the coronation pageant, were too much for her constitution. As soon as it was evident that her end was approaching, much public sympathy was excited, and the vicinity of her residence was incessantly thronged with persons of all classes making anxious inquiries about her health, and solicitous for her restoration. On the 4th of August, when her professional advisers were receiving instructions about the disposition of her property, one of them suggested the propriety of sending a messenger to Italy to seal up her papers, in order to prevent them from falling into the hands of her enemies. "And what if they do?" she exclaimed. "I have no papers that they may not see. They can find nothing, because there is nothing, nor ever has been, to impeach my character." One of them said that he was aware of that, but her enemies might put there what they did not find. She replied, "I have always defied their malice, and I defy it still." Nevertheless, it was her conscious failure in her efforts to make the public believe this, coupled with the public humiliation to which she had been subjected, that bowed down her spirit at last, and gave the victory to her enemies. She had painted their characters in vivid colors in her private diary, and might have transmitted their punishment to posterity, had she ordered it to be preserved and published. But she gave directions to have it destroyed, and it was burnt in her presence by one of her foreign maids. After suffering intensely for 4 or 5 days, she sank into a stupor from which she never woke, and on the 7th of August, after an entire absence of sense and faculty for more than 2 hours, expired Caroline of Brunswick, Queen Consort of George Roman 4, in the 54th year of her age. She had by her bedside in her last hours her faithful friends and constant attendants, Lord and Lady Hood and Lady Anne Hamilton. Alderman Wood, who had been devoted to her interests from the first, was also present, as well as her legal and medical advisers. The king, who had set out on his long premeditated visit to Ireland, leaving his wife on her deathbed, was already at Holyhead when he received the tidings of her decease. From that port Lord Londonderry wrote a note to the Lord Chancellor, in which he said, "I add this private note to the letter which the king has directed me to write, to say that His Majesty is quite well, and has evinced, since the intelligence of the Queen's death was received, every disposition to conform to such arrangements and observances as might be deemed most becoming upon an occasion which cannot be regarded in any other light than as the greatest of all possible deliverances, both to His Majesty and to the country. The king feels assured that the events to which my letters refer, once in your hands, will be sifted to the bottom and wisely decided. And to the advice he may receive there will be every disposition on His Majesty's part to conform. But where papers 217 connected with his daughter, as well as other branches of his family, are in question, your lordship will estimate the deep interest the king takes in your giving the whole your best consideration. George Roman IV. See larger version. The king rejoiced too soon. The announcement to the public of the queen's death was the knell of the popularity which he had recently acquired. There was an immediate and powerful reaction in the public mind against the king, which was strengthened by the ungracious measures adopted in connection with her funeral. There was a clause in her will to this effect: I desire and direct that my body be not opened, and that 3 days after my death it be carried to Brunswick for interment, and that the inscription on my coffin be, Here lies Caroline of Brunswick, the injured Queen of England. The government were very anxious to have the corpse sent out of the kingdom immediately, in order that its presence might not interfere with the festivities in Ireland. They therefore wished to have the remains dispatched at once to Harwich for embarkation. Lady Hood appealed in vain to Lord Liverpool for some delay on the ground that the Queen's ladies were not prepared to depart so soon, at the same time protesting against any military escort. The military guard was an ostensible honor, but its real object was to prevent popular manifestations detrimental to the government in connection with the funeral. The friends of the Queen could not even learn by what route the body would be conveyed. It should have gone through the city, where the Lord Mayor and Corporation announced their intention of following the hearse. But to prevent that honor, it was ordered that the corpse should be sent round by the new road 218 to Romford. The funeral passed from Hammersmith to Kensington Church without obstruction. There the conductors were turning off from the way to the city, in order to get into the Bayswater Road, when they were met by a loud cry of wrath and execration from the multitude. In a few minutes the road was dug up, barricaded, and rendered impassable. The Life Guards and the Chief Magistrate of Bow Street appeared, and seeing the impossibility of forcing a passage, they ordered the cortege to proceed on the direct route through the city, amidst thundering shouts of victory that might have appalled the king had he heard them. In the meantime, the multitude had been rushing through the parks in mighty surging masses, now in one direction and now in another, according to the varying reports as to the course the procession was to take. Orders had been issued from the government that it should go through the Kensington Gate of Hyde Park, but the people closed the gates, and assumed such a fierce and determined attitude of resistance that the authorities were again compelled to give way. And again the popular shouts of victory sounded far and wide. Peremptory orders were given by the government to pass up the park into the Edgware Road, either by the east side or through Park Lane. In the effort to do this the line of procession was broken, the hearse was got into the park and hurried onwards to Cumberland Gate, but the people had outrun the military and again blocked up the way in a dense mass. Here a collision ensued. The populace had used missiles, the military were irritated, and having had peremptory orders they fired on the people, wounding many and killing 2. But the people, baffled for the moment, made another attempt. At Tottenham Court Road the guards found every way closely blocked up, except the way to the city. In this way, therefore, they were compelled to move, amidst the exulting shouts of the multitude. Seeking an outlet to the suburbs at every turn in vain, the procession was forced down Drury Lane into the Strand. The passage under Temple Bar was accompanied by the wildest possible excitement and shouts of exultation. The corporation functionaries assembled in haste and accompanied the funeral to Whitechapel. On the whole way to Romford, we read that not only the direct but the cross roads were lined with anxious spectators. The shops were closed, the bells were tolling, mourning dresses were generally worn, and in every direction symptoms abounded of the deep feeling excited by the death of the Queen. The funeral cortege rested for the night at Colchester, the remains being placed in St. Peter's Church. There the plate with the inscription "Injured Queen" was taken off, and another substituted. At Harwich, the coffin was unceremoniously conveyed to the Glasgow frigate. At length, the remains arrived at their last resting place in a vault beneath the cathedral at Brunswick. Sir Francis Burdett once wrote a letter of a single sentence to his friend Lord Cloncurry, as follows: Dear Lord Cloncurry, I should like to know what you think would allay Irish agitation. Yours truly, F.B. It would have taken a volume to answer this question, and perhaps, after all, Sir Francis Burdett would not have been satisfied. George Roman IV. thought that his visit would have had that effect, and appearances for a time seemed to justify his sanguine anticipations. The visit had been long meditated. He set out on a yachting excursion soon after the coronation, and arrived at Plymouth on the 1st of August, amidst the huzzas of an immense concourse of people. On the following day, the royal squadron departed for Ireland, and anchored in the bay at Holyhead on the 7th. The news of his approach threw the people of Dublin into a paroxysm of joy, to which the newspapers of the day gave expression in the most extravagant terms. The blessing that awaited them seemed too great to be realized. Never had they comforted their hours of despondency, or flattered themselves in seasons of imagined felicity, with anything approaching to the reality which fortune was about to shower upon them. The king's name, they declared, was more to them than a tower of strength. It had effected what neither patriots, philosophers, nor moralists could ever accomplish. As the king was to land privately, and to proceed to the viceregal lodge in Phnix Park without entering the city, it was uncertain whether he would come by Dunleary or Howth. There was an idea that he would land at the former place on Sunday, the 12th of August, and immense crowds lined the coast during the day, watching for the approach of the steamer. They were disappointed, for His Majesty arrived at Howth about 5 o'clock. He was accompanied by the Marquis of Londonderry, the Marquis of Thomond, Lord Mount Charles, Lord Francis Conyngham, and Mr. Freeling, Secretary to the Post Office, England. A small ship ladder, covered with carpeting, was fixed to facilitate his landing. This he ascended without assistance, and with great agility. As the narrow pier was crowded to excess, he found 219 himself jammed in by a mass of people, who could not be displaced without throwing numbers of them into the water. Though he had reason to be displeased with the want of proper arrangements, he bore the inconvenience with good humor. Indeed, His Majesty was very jolly, owing to copious draughts of Irish whiskey punch, with which he had drowned sorrow, during the voyage, for the loss of the Queen. On seeing Lord Kingston in the crowd, he exclaimed, "Kingston, Kingston, you black-whiskered, good-natured fellow, I am happy to see you in this friendly country." Having recognized Mr. Dennis Bowles Dolly, he cordially shook hands with that gentleman, who at the moment was deprived of a gold watch, worth 60 guineas, and a pocket-book, by one of the light-fingered gentry. The king also shook hands with numbers of the persons present who were wholly strangers to him. At length His Majesty managed to get into his carriage, and as he did so, the cheers of the multitude rent the air. He turned to the people, and extending both his hands said with great emotion, "God bless you all. I thank you from my heart." Seemingly exhausted, he threw himself back in the carriage, but on the cheering being renewed, he bent forward again, and taking off his cap bowed most graciously to the ladies and those around him. One of the horses became restive on the pier, but a gentleman, regardless of personal danger, led him till he became manageable. The cavalcade drove rapidly to town, and proceeded by the circular road to the park. On the way there was a constant accession of horsemen, who all rode uncovered. When they came to the entrance of the park, the gentleman halted outside the gate, not wishing to intrude, when the king put out his head and said, "Come on, my friends." On alighting from his carriage he turned round at the door, and addressed those present in nearly the following words: "My lords and gentlemen, and my good yeomanry, I cannot express to you the gratification I feel at the warm and kind reception I have met with on this day of my landing among my Irish subjects. I am obliged to you all. I am particularly obliged by your escorting me to my very door. I may not be able to express my feelings as I wish. I have traveled far, I have made a long sea voyage, besides which particular circumstances have occurred, known to you all, of which it is better at present not to speak. Upon those subjects I leave it to delicate and generous hearts to appreciate my feelings. This is one of the happiest days of my life. I have long wished to visit you. My heart has been always with the Irish. From the day it first beat I have loved Ireland. This day has shown me that I am beloved by my Irish subjects. Rank, station, honors are nothing, but to feel that I live in the hearts of my Irish subjects is to me exalted happiness. I must now once more thank you for your kindness, and bid you farewell. Go and do by me as I shall do by you. Drink my health in a bumper. I shall drink all yours in a bumper of good Irish whiskey." Mr. W.H. Fremantle, writing to the Duke of Buckingham, says, "I don't know whether you have heard any of the details from Ireland, but the conduct of the Irish is beyond all conception of loyalty and adulation, and I fear will serve to strengthen those feelings of self-will and personal authority which are at all times uppermost in the mind." The passage to Dublin was occupied in eating goose-pie and drinking whiskey, of which His Majesty partook most abundantly, singing many joyous songs, and being in a state on his arrival to double in sight even the number of his gracious subjects assembled on the pier to receive him. The fact was that he was in the last stage of intoxication, however they got him to the park. But whatever happened on board ship, and whether or not the king was half-seas over, he acquitted himself so as to excite the boundless admiration of his Irish subjects, and the visit, which lasted 22 days, was an unqualified success from the spectacular point of view. If the scandalous gossip of the court may be trusted, the king did not allow affairs of state, or public displays, or the death of the queen to wean him even for a week from his attachment to Lady Cunningham. Mr. Fremantle, a rather cynical commentator on public affairs, wrote as follows: Lady C has been almost constantly at the Phnix Park, but has not appeared much in public. Again, the same writer remarks, I never in my life heard of anything equal to the king's infatuation and conduct towards Lady Cunningham. She lived exclusively with him during the whole time he was in Ireland at the Phnix Park. When he went to Slane, she received him dressed out as for a drawing-room. He saluted her, and they then retired alone to her apartments. A yacht is left to bring her over, and she and the whole family go to Hanover. I hear the Irish are outrageously jealous of her, and though courting her to the greatest degree, are loud in their indignation at Lord C. This is just like them. I agree in all you say about 220 Ireland. As there is no chance of the boon being granted, no Lord Lieutenant could have a chance of ingratiating himself, or of fair justice done him, with the king's promises and flattery. Landing of George Roman IV, at Howth, CP 218. See larger version. The king had a stormy and rather perilous passage across the Channel. Mr. Fremantle sarcastically alludes to the feelings of the royal passenger in connection with this voyage. The king in his journey home overtook Lord and Lady Harcourt, now the bosom friends of Lady Cunningham, stopped them, got out of his carriage, and sat with them for a quarter of an hour on the public road, recounting all his perilous adventures at sea and flattering reception in Ireland. Lady Harcourt told me his pious acknowledgment for his great escape of being shipwrecked was quite edifying, and the very great change in his moral habits and religious feelings was quite astonishing, and all owing to Lady Cunningham. On his return to London, after a visit to Hanover, the king devoted himself to a life of seclusion for a considerable time, during which it appears that the Marchioness of Cunningham maintained an ascendancy over him, most damaging to his character and government. She had not only made the royal favor tributary to the advancement of her own family, but she meddled in political affairs with mischievous effect. Had it been confined to mere family connections, writes Robert Hewish, no voice perhaps would have been raised against it. But when the highest offices in the church were bestowed on persons scarcely previously heard of, when political parties rose and fell, and ministers were created and deposed to gratify the ambition of a female, then the palace of the king appeared as if surrounded by some pestilential air. The old hereditary councillors of the king avoided the court, as alike fatal to private probity and public honor. The entrance to Windsor Castle was, as it were, hermetically sealed by the enchantress within to all but the favored few. The privilege of the entree was curtailed to the very old friends of the king, and even the commonest domestics in the castle were constrained to submit to the control of the Marchioness. The court of George Roman IV certainly differed widely from that of Charles Roman II, although the number and 221 reputation of their several mistresses were nearly the same in favor and character, but George Roman IV had no confiscations to confer on the instruments of his pleasures. Lower Castleyard, Dublin, from a photograph by W. Lawrence. See larger version. Thus passed the winter of 1821-22. Parliament met on the 5th of February, 1822, for the transaction of business, and was opened by the king. In his speech from the throne, he expressed regret for the agricultural distress that prevailed in England, and he had the unpleasant task imposed upon him of referring to a state of things in Ireland, the reverse of what might have been expected from his conciliation policy. A spirit of outrage that had led to daring and systematic violations of the law, which he submitted to the consideration of Parliament. In the House of Lords, the address was adopted without opposition. In the Commons, amendments were proposed by Sir Francis Burdett and Mr. Hume, which were rejected by large majorities. The state of Ireland was the first subject that occupied the attention of the legislature. A salutary change had been effected in the executive of that country. Lord Talbot, the late viceroy, was a man of narrow and exclusive spirit, wedded to the regime of Protestant ascendancy. But according to a system of counterpoise which had been adopted in the Irish government, his influence was checked by his chief secretary, Mr. Charles Grant, a man of large mind, enlightened principles, and high character. This system tended to keep the rival parties in a state of conflict and naturally weaken the authority of the government. A modification in the English cabinet led to corresponding changes in Ireland. The spirit of discontent among the commercial classes in England induced Lord Liverpool to enter into a compromise with the Grenville party, and the Marquis of Buckingham, its chief, was created a duke. Lord Sidmouth retired from the Home Office and was succeeded by Mr. Peel. The Marquis Wellesley became Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, while Mr. Plunkett, a man of liberal politics and transcendent abilities, was appointed Irish Attorney General in the room of Mr. Sorin, the champion of unmitigated Protestant ascendancy. The liberal tendencies of 222, these statesmen were to some extent counteracted by the appointment of Mr. Galburn, the determined opponent of the Catholic claims, as Chief Secretary. Lord Liverpool, however, defended the appointment on the ground that a man's opinions on the Catholic question should not disqualify him for office in Ireland, it being understood that the existing laws, whatever they may be, are to be equally administered with respect to all classes of His Majesty's subjects, and that the Roman Catholics are in any case to enjoy their fair share of the privileges and advantages to which they are by law entitled. This coalition was considered a matter of great importance, not as giving strength to the administration of Lord Liverpool, to which it brought only a few votes in the House of Commons, but as indicating a radical change of policy towards Ireland. Lord Eldon was by no means satisfied with the changes. This coalition, he writes, I think, will have consequences very different from those expected by the members of administration who have brought it about. I hate coalitions. No doubt they ill-suited his uncompromising spirit, and any connection with liberal opinions must have been in the highest degree repugnant to the feelings of one who believed that the granting of Catholic emancipation would involve the ruin of the Constitution. Very strong hopes were entertained by the Liberal party from the administration of Lord Wellesley, but it was his misfortune to be obliged to commence it with coercive measures, always the ready resource of the Irish government. The new viceroy would have removed, if possible, the causes of public disturbance, but in the meantime, the peace must be preserved, and sanguinary outrages must be repressed, and he did not shrink from the discharge of his duty in this respect on account of the popular odium which it was sure to bring upon his government. Mr. Plunkett, as Attorney General, was as firm in the administration of justice as Mr. Sorin, his high Tory predecessor, could be. The measures of repression adopted by the legislature were certainly not wanting in severity. The disorders were agrarian, arising out of insecurity of land tenure, rack rents, and tithes levied by proctors upon tillage, and falling chiefly upon the Roman Catholic population, who disowned the ministrations of the established church. The remedies which the government provided for disturbances, thus originating, were the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act and the renewal of the Insurrection Act. By the provisions of the latter, the Lord Lieutenant was empowered, on the representation of justices, in session that a district was disturbed, to proclaim it in a state of insurrection, to interdict the inhabitants from leaving their homes between sunset and sunrise, and to subject them to visits by night, to ascertain their presence in their own dwellings. If absent, they were considered idle and disorderly, and liable to transportation for 7 years. These measures encountered considerable opposition, but they were rapidly passed through both houses, and received the royal assent a week after Parliament met. Under these acts, a number of whiteboys and other offenders were tried and convicted, several hanged, and many transported. Lord Wellesley must have felt his position very disagreeable between the two excited parties. To be impartial and just was to incur the hostility of both. Possibly he became disgusted with the factions that surrounded him. Whether from this cause, or from an indolent temper, or from the feeling that he was hampered and restrained, and could not do for the country what he felt that its well-being required, or from ill health, it is certain that he became very inactive. A member of the cabinet writes about him thus: I find the Orange party are loud in their abuse of Lord Wellesley for shutting himself up at the Phnix Park, lying in bed all day, seeing nobody, and only communicating with Secretary Gregory by letter. Indeed, I believe that the latter is more than he often favors Secretaries Peel and Galburn with. In another letter, the same minister, Mr. Wynne, complains of his total neglect of his correspondence with England. This, he said, was inexcusable, because those on whom the chief responsibility rested had a right to know his views upon the state of Ireland, in order to be able to meet the opposition during the sitting of Parliament. This was written towards the end of April, and at that time the government had not for a month heard a syllable from him on the agitated questions of tithes, magistracy, and police. The state of Ireland, indeed, became every day more perplexing and alarming. A revolutionary spirit was abroad, and all other social evils were aggravated by famine, which prevailed in extensive districts in the south and west. The potato crop, always precarious, was then almost a total failure in many counties, and left the dense population, whose existence depended upon it, totally destitute. The cry of distress reached England, and was responded to in the most generous spirit. 523,223 sterling was voted by Parliament, and placed at the disposal of Lord Wellesley, to be dispensed in charitable relief, and expended on public works for the employment of the poor. In addition to this, the English people contributed from their private resources the sum of £300,000 for the relief of Irish distress. On the 30th of May, there was a ball given for the same object, in the King's Theatre, London, which produced £3,500. The disabilities under which the Roman Catholics laboured were a constant source of irritation in Ireland. The agitation upon the subject was becoming every day more formidable. Mr. Plunkett was anxious to bring forward the question in the House of Commons, but he was urged by his colleagues to postpone it, from an apprehension that the time was not yet come to give it a fair consideration. The cabinet was divided, the Chancellor was obstinate, and the King vacillating, if not double-minded. As to the conduct of the King, writes Mr. Fremantle, a member of the government, it is inexplicable. He is praising Lord Liverpool on all occasions, and sending invitations to nobody but the opposition. With regard to Ireland, I am quite satisfied the great man is holding the most conciliatory language to both parties, holding out success to the Catholics, and a determination to resist them to the Protestants. Mr. Canning had been offered the Governor-Generalship of India. Before his departure, he was resolved, if possible, to make a breach in the system of parliamentary exclusiveness. On the 29th of March, he gave notice of a motion to bring in a bill for the admission of Roman Catholic peers to seats in Parliament, and on the following day supported it by a speech of great power of argument and brilliant eloquence, illustrating his position very happily from the case of the Duke of Norfolk, and his official connection with the ceremonial of the coronation. He asked, did it ever occur to the representatives of Europe, when contemplating this animating spectacle, did it occur to the ambassadors of Catholic Austria, of Catholic France, or of states more bigoted in matters of religion, that the moment this ceremony was over the Duke of Norfolk would become diseased of the exercise of his privileges amongst his fellow peers, that his robes of ceremony were to be laid aside and hung up until the distant, be it a very distant, day when the coronation of a successor to his present, most gracious sovereign, might again call him forth to assist at a similar solemnization, that, after being thus exhibited to the eyes of the peers and people of England, and to the representatives of the princes and nations of the world, the Duke of Norfolk, highest in rank amongst the peers, the Lord Clifford, and others like him, representing a long line of illustrious ancestry, as if called forth and furnished for the occasion, like the lustres and banners that flamed and glittered in the scene, were to be, like them, thrown by as useless and trumpery formalities. That they might bend the knee and kiss the hand, that they might bear the train or rear the canopy, might discharge the offices assigned by Roman pride to their barbarian ancestors. Purpurea tollant alla Britanny. But that with the pageantry of the hour their importance faded away, that as their distinction vanished their humiliation returned, and that he who headed the procession of peers today could not sit among them as their equal on the morrow. The debates were very animated and excited the liveliest interest. The bill was read the first time by a majority of 5. On the 10th of May the House divided on the second reading, which was carried by a majority of 12, the numbers being, for the bill, 235, noes, 223. The exertions made to defeat this bill were extraordinary. There were 27 pairs of members who appeared in the House. The Duke of York canvassed against it in all directions with the utmost zeal and activity. It was felt that if it passed into law, the admission of Roman Catholics into the lower house must follow as a matter of course. The bill, however, was thrown out by the Lords. This session is memorable for the introduction of the subject of parliamentary reform by Lord John Russell. His plan was to add 100 members to the House, 60 for counties and 40 for large towns. He argued that this enlargement of the representation was rendered just and politic by increasing intelligence among the people, especially the middle classes, of whom large numbers were unrepresented in Parliament. His motion was negatived, on the 29th of April, by 269 to 164, Mr. Canning having led the opposition of the Conservatives and defended the Constitution as it stood. The motion, in fact, was premature, though in the previous session he had procured the disfranchisement of the corrupt 224 borough of Grampound, a victory which the Lords sought to neutralize by transferring the seat to the county of York, instead of to one of the great unrepresented cities. The complaints of agricultural distress prevalent in England, with the sudden reaction from war prices at the establishment of peace, had become so loud and general this year that Parliament undertook to find a remedy. An agricultural committee had been appointed to inquire into the subject, and had produced a report which was far from satisfactory. On the 29th of April, the House of Commons resolved itself into a committee to consider the report. 3 different schemes were proposed for the relief of the farmers and landlords, the first by the Marquis of Londonderry, the second by Mr. Ricardo, and the third by Mr. Huskisson. There was no scarcity of produce in England. On the contrary, it was very abundant, and the evil that oppressed the farmers was excessive cheapness, by which they were disabled from paying the high rents and heavy taxation entailed by the war. Some of the remedies proposed were sufficiently radical in their character. The most natural was the reduction of taxation by means of retrenchment in the public expenditure. Some proposed that the tithes should be alienated from the Church and used for the purpose of reducing the national burdens. The largest party insisted upon the reduction of the interest of the national debt, which was defended as an equitable measure on the ground of the increased value of the currency since the passing of Peel's bill for the resumption of cash payments. The plan of relief proposed by Lord Londonderry consisted of the repeal of the annual malt tax and the loan of £1 million by exchequer bills to the landed interest upon the security of warehoused corn. Mr. Vansittart introduced some financial measures which effected a material saving. He proposed a plan for reducing the interest of the Navy 5% to 4%. Holders not signifying their dissent were to have £105 in a new 4%. Stock and persons dissenting were to be paid off in numerical order. By this scheme, an annual saving to the public of £1,140,000 would be effected, besides a further saving of upwards of £90,000 of annual charge, which would be gained by similar reduction of the Irish 5%. The high prices of the public funds obviated all difficulty in the execution of this financial operation, and the holders of the 5% stock found it expedient to acquiesce in the minister's terms. The dissentients were in number only 1,778, and the stock held by them amounted to £2,615,978, not a 15th part of the 5%. Capital. Another operation related to what was called the dead weight annuity. The amount of military and naval pensions and civil supernumeraries was about 5 millions annually. Accordingly, Mr. Vansittart brought forward an amended scheme for relieving the immediate pressure of this dead weight, by extending it over a longer term of years than the natural lives of the annuitants. For this purpose, an annuity of £2,800,000 was appropriated out of the existing revenue for 45 years, invested in trustees for the discharge of the then payments, which for that year were estimated at £4,900,000, subject to a yearly diminution by deaths. It was computed that, according to the ordinary duration of human life, the annuities for the lives of the then holders would be equal to the annuity of £2,800,000 for 45 years. The trustees were therefore empowered to sell from time to time such portions of this annuity as would provide the funds required for the payment of the dead weight, according to a computation made of the amount which would probably be due in each year. The Bank of England became the contractor for a portion of the annuity. There was no novelty of principle in the project. It was only the old one of anticipating distant resources by throwing the burden of the existing generation on the next. It had the further disadvantage of incurring a useless expense for management, whereas the sinking fund, amounting at the time to about 5 millions, might have been applied to existing exigencies, and a real saving effected. A question was opened in the House of Commons, on a motion of Mr. Western, which often subsequently occupied its attention. It referred to the effect on prices of Mr. Peel's Act of 1819 for the resumption of cash payments. According to the views of Mr. Western and Mr. Atwood, the value of money had been enormously increased by the resumption of payments in specie by the bank, and its necessary preliminary, a diminution of the circulation. Prices had in consequence fallen, rents, taxes, annuities, and all fixed 225 payments become more onerous. These views were opposed by Huskisson, Peel, and Ricardo, and on the motion of the first named, a resolution was carried by 194 to 30, that this House will not alter the standard of gold or silver in fineness, weight, or denomination. Sir Walter Scott, after the portrait by Sir Henry Reburn. See larger version. Marriage is one of the fundamental principles of the social system. The law of marriage, therefore, ought to be plain and simple, intelligible to all, and guarded in every possible way against fraud and abuse. Yet the marriage laws of the United Kingdom were long in the most confused, unintelligible, and unsettled state, leading often to ruinous and almost endless litigation. A new Marriage Act was passed in the session now under review, which, like many acts of the kind, originated in personal interests affecting the aristocracy. It was said to have mainly arisen out of the marriage of the Marquis of Donegal with Miss May, who was the daughter of a gentleman celebrated for assisting persons of fashion with loans of money. The brother of the Marquis sought to set this marriage aside, and to render the children illegitimate, in order that he might himself, should the Marquis die without lawful issue, be heir to his title and estates. In law the marriage was invalid, but it was now protected by a retrospective clause in the new Act. By the Marriage Act of 1754, all marriages of minors certified without the assent of certain specified persons were declared null. A bill was passed by the Commons giving validity to marriages which, according to the existing law, were null, and providing that the marriages of minors, celebrated without due notice, should not be void, but merely voidable, and liable to be annulled only during the minority 226 of the parties, and at the suit of the parents or guardians. On the 20th of June, when the bill was in Committee of the Peers, the Lord Chancellor urged his objection to the retrospective clause, as unsettling the rights of property. The report being brought up on the 25th, he repeated his objections and moved that the retrospective clause should be omitted. The motion was negatived. On the 2nd of July, the day fixed for the third reading, his brother, Lord Stowell, made a similar motion, which was also defeated. The Lord Chancellor moved the insertion of a clause for giving validity to deeds, assignments, and settlements made by persons having claims on any property affected by the bill. The Marquis of Lansdowne opposed this clause, which he said would give the bill the effect of declaring children legitimate and yet disinheriting them, of peopling the House of Lords with titled beggars. This clause having been negatived on a division, the Lord Chancellor proposed another to the same effect, with the addition of the words, "for good and valuable consideration." This also was rejected by a majority. This was too much for the temper of Lord Eldon, so long accustomed to have his way in that House. Irritated at being repeatedly thwarted in his efforts, on declaring the numbers he exclaimed with vehemence, "My lords, 10 days ago I believed this House possessed the good opinion of the public, as the mediator between them and the laws of the country. If this bill pass tonight, I hope in God that this House may still have that good opinion 10 days hence. But to say the best of this measure, I consider it neither more nor less than a legal robbery, so help me God. I have but a short time to remain with you, but I trust it will be hereafter known that I used every means in my power to prevent its passing into law." Thenceforth the Lord Chancellor became sulky with his colleagues, feeling himself dragged on by their too rapid progress. He was very reluctant to attend their cabinet meetings, and absented himself whenever he could make any excuse. In reply to a summons from Mr. Peel, the Home Secretary, to attend a meeting on the Alien Act, he answered that he could not possibly attend, adding, "My absence, however, can be of little and possibly of no consequence." The session ended on the 6th of August, the Parliament being prorogued by the King in person. Lord Londonderry, wearied with the labours of the session, had retired to his country seat at North Cray Farm, near Bexley in Kent, to recruit his strength, and prepare to take his part as the representative of England at the forthcoming Congress of Verona, which was to be held in October. There, on the 12th of August, he committed suicide by cutting the carotid artery with a penknife. Lord Eldon, in a letter on the subject, says, "I learn, upon the best authority, that for 2 or 3 days he was perfectly insane, And the medical men attribute that fact to the operation upon his head of the unceasing attention to business which the last harassing session, to him, called for. The disease would appear to have been coming on some time before. He had got the idea that he was beset by secret enemies, that he was the object of conspiracies. He was full of apprehension of being waylaid in the park, and he felt that his life was every hour in danger. His mind gave way under the pressure of these morbid fears, and he put an end to his existence in the 53rd year of his age. Impartial history, we think, will come to the conclusion that, with intellectual abilities not much above mediocrity, he owed his success as a statesman, in a great measure, to his fixity of purpose, and to his audacity, courage, and perseverance in adhering to his line of action in the midst of the most formidable difficulties, while the strength of his will was aided by a commanding person, an imperturbable temper, extreme affability, and winning frankness of manner. Of the policy of the government in which he bore so long a leading part, it must be said that it was narrow, exclusive, jealous of popular rights, favorable to despotism abroad and at home, devoted to the interests of the throne and the aristocracy, at the expense of social order and national progress. Such, at all events, was the impression of the majority of the nation, and the detestation in which the London populace held his character as a statesman was painfully evinced by the shouts of exultation which followed his coffin into Westminster Abbey, where it was deposited between the remains of Fox and Pitt. This conduct greatly shocked Lord Eldon. "This morning," he writes, "I have been much affected by attending Lord Londonderry to his grave. The concourse of people between St. James's Square and the Abbey was very great, the great bulk of them behaving decorously, some behaving otherwise. But I protest I am almost sorry to have lived till I have seen in England a collection of persons so brutalized as, upon the taking the coffin at the Abbey door out of the hearse, to have received it with cheering for joy that L was no more. Cobbett and the paper called the 227 Statesmen have, by the diabolical publications he and that paper have issued, thus demoralized these wretches. The honor conferred upon Ireland and Hanover by the royal visits had excited the jealousy of Scotland, and the most ardently loyal of the nobility and people of that country were extremely desirous that a similar honor should be conferred upon them. The king complied with their request, and started on the 10th of August. There were great preparations, says Lord Eldon, to make his embarkation and voyage down the river one of the finest exhibitions ever seen upon the surface of old Father Thames. The river and its banks, from London to Greenwich, appeared in the highest state of animation, swarming with human life and gay with brilliant decorations. A party of hussars, guarding a plain carriage, were His Majesty's only equipage. The shouts of the different groups of spectators attended his progress along the road to Greenwich, until the royal standard floating over the hospital announced his arrival. Thousands of voices hailed him as the yacht departed with a favorable breeze, and as he passed Woolwich, a royal salute was fired, and the regiment on duty at the arsenal presented arms. At Tilbury Fort, Southend, and Sheerness, he met with lively demonstrations of loyalty. At the last named place the Lord Mayor, and other authorities who had escorted him down the river, parted from the royal squadron and returned in their barge to town. The tide now checked the king's progress, and the ships lay to in the channel till morning. At Harwich, Scarborough, and other places, crowds of people put off in boats as the squadron neared the shore. It was twice becalmed, and it was not till the 14th that the Royal George cast anchor off Leith. Sir Walter Scott was the master of the ceremonies on this memorable occasion. He was now in the height of his popularity as the Great Unknown. His romances had revived or created the spirit of chivalry, and ministered to the intense nationality of the Scottish people in general, and the Highland clans in particular. In arranging the programme, Sir Walter had as many parts to play as ever tasked the protean genius of his friend Matthews. The bewildered local magistrates threw themselves on him for advice and direction. He had to arrange everything, from the ordering of a procession to the cut of a button and the embroidering of a cross. Provosts, bailies, and deacon conveners of trades were followed, in hurried succession, by swelling chieftains wrangling about the relative positions their clans had occupied on the field of Bannockburn, which they considered as constituting the authentic precedent for determining their respective places in the procession from the pier of Leith to the Canongate. The weather was so unpropitious when the royal squadron cast anchor on the 14th that it was found necessary to defer the landing until the 15th. The officers of the household and of the state, in splendid uniforms and appropriate insignia, awaited the king's landing. He wore the full-dress uniform of an admiral, with St. Andrew's cross and a large thistle in his gold-laced hat. The Lord Lieutenant of Midlothian and the Lord Chamberlain received His Majesty on shore, while the senior magistrate congratulated him on his arrival on Scottish ground. The cavalry, the Highland infantry, and the gentlemen archers of the royal guards saluted him. The usher of the White Rod sent his herald to give 3 knocks at the city gate, the Lord Provost of Edinburgh going through the same medieval forms as the Lord Mayor of Dublin. The knocking, after proper delay, was answered. The keys were delivered and returned, and the king was admitted into his ancient capital with enthusiastic acclamations. The royal cortege was peculiarly interesting from the variety of costumes adopted. The king declared that the beauty of the scenery, the splendor of the display, and the enthusiasm of his welcome affected him more than anything in the whole course of his life. The people, in their turn, were delighted beyond measure with the condescension and affability of their sovereign. He took up his residence during his stay at Dalkeith Palace, as the guest of the Duke of Buccleuch. The following day he held a levee in the Palace of Holyrood, restored for the occasion to its former splendor, so far as upholstery could accomplish the renovation. The king on this occasion wore the Highland costume, selecting for his dress the tartan of the Stuarts. On the next day 3,000 persons paid their respects to His Majesty at a court held in the same place. He received his visitors in a field marshal's uniform. He completely won the hearts of the Scottish ladies, dancing with the young and gaily chatting with the old. A magnificent fete was given by the Lord Provost in the Parliament House, Sir Walter Scott officiating as croupier. When the king's health had been drunk, His Majesty stood up and said, "I am quite unable to express my sense of the gratitude which I owe to 228 the people of this country. But I beg to assure them that I shall ever remember, as one of the proudest moments of my life, the day I came among them, and the gratifying reception they gave me. I return you, my Lord Provost, my lords and gentlemen, my warmest thanks for your attention this day, and I can assure you, with truth, with earnestness and sincerity, that I shall never forget your dutiful attention to me upon my visit to Scotland, and particularly the pleasure I have derived from dining in your hall this day." God save the king, and immense cheering followed. He continued, "I take this opportunity, my lords and gentlemen, of proposing the health of the Lord Provost, Sir William Arbuthnot, Baronet, and the Corporation of Edinburgh." When the king named the Lord Provost by the title he had conferred upon him, the magistrate knelt and kissed his hand, which was held out at the moment, and the incident was loudly applauded by the company. The king afterwards gave as a toast, "Health to the chieftains and clans, and God Almighty bless the land o' cakes." He added, "Drink this with 3 times 3. The delight of the company in drinking this toast may well be imagined. Dalkeith Palace. See larger version. George Roman IV, holding a levee in Holyrood Palace. CP 227. See larger version. The king attended the theatre one evening, and by his desire the drama of Rob Roy was performed. The theatre was of course crowded to excess, the boxes presenting a dazzling galaxy of rank and beauty. When the approach of the king was announced, there was a pause of death-like stillness, then an outburst of deep, honest enthusiasm never to be forgotten. A prolonged and heartfelt shout, which for more than a minute rent the house, a waving of handkerchiefs, tartan scarfs, and plumed bonnets, testified the joy of the assembly and delighted the ears and eyes of the Chief of Chiefs. Sir Walter Scott, in a letter to his son, gives a vivid description of this royal visit. For a fortnight, Edinburgh had been a scene of giddy tumult, and considering all that he had to do, he wondered that he had not caught fever in the midst of it. All, however, went off most happily. The Edinburgh populace behaved themselves like so many princes, all in their Sunday clothes, nothing like a mob, no jostling or crowding. They shouted with great emphasis, but without any running or roaring, each standing as still in his place as if the honor of Scotland had depended on the propriety of his behavior. This made the scene quite new to all who had witnessed the Irish reception. The king's stay in Scotland was protracted till the 29th of August. On the day before his departure, Mr. Peel, who accompanied him as Home Secretary, wrote the following letter to Sir Walter Scott. "My dear Sir, the King has commanded me to acquaint you that he cannot bid adieu to Scotland without conveying to you, individually, his warm personal acknowledgments for the deep interest you have taken in every ceremony and arrangement connected with His Majesty's visit, and for your ample contributions to their complete success. His Majesty well knows how many difficulties have been smoothed, and how much has been effected by your unremitting activity, by your knowledge of your countrymen, and by the just estimation in which they hold you. The king wishes to make you the channel of conveying to the Highland chiefs and their followers, who have given to the varied scenes which we have witnessed so peculiar and romantic a character, his particular thanks for their attendance, and his warm approbation of their uniform deportment. He does justice to the ardent spirit of loyalty by which they are animated, and is convinced that he could offer no recompense for their services so gratifying to them as the assurance which I now convey of the esteem and approbation of their sovereign. The king left Scotland on the 29th, taking a route different from that by which he entered. On his way to the place of embarkation, he visited the Earl of Hopetoun, at whose house he conferred the honour of knighthood on Mr. Reburn, the celebrated portrait painter. At Queensferry, the country people assembled to testify their loyalty with a last look and a parting cheer. The roar of cannon from all the surrounding hills, and the shouts of the multitude, greeted him on his embarkation at Port Edgar. The royal squadron arrived safely on the 1st of September at Greenwich, where he was cordially welcomed home. Lord Eldon, who was by no means weary of political life, became uneasy about his position, and certain arrangements at which the king had mysteriously hinted. The Lord Chancellor religiously obeyed his injunction to abstain from speaking on politics to anybody. But he was revolving in his mind, not less anxiously, who was to be the new leader of the House of Commons, and how the constitution in church and state might be best protected against the spirit of innovation. On the king's return from his northern metropolis, the Lord Chancellor was about to press upon him the promotion to the vacant leadership of the House of Commons of Mr. Peel, who had won high distinction in the late debate upon the Catholic peers, when he found, to his unspeakable chagrin, that Lord Liverpool himself had selected Mr. Canning and overcome the royal objections to him on the ground of his having been formerly the champion of the Queen. He had represented to the king that this was the only arrangement by which the Whigs could be effectually excluded, and he gave him an assurance that Catholic emancipation, though left an open question, should be resolutely opposed. Great as Mr. Canning's talents for Parliament were, and great as was the want of talent on the ministerial side of the House, it was not without the utmost reluctance that the cabinet consented to receive him as an associate. They invited him to fill the place vacated by Lord Londonderry, because he was forced upon them by circumstances, and they felt that the government could not go on without his aid. His only competitor was Mr. Peel, who had not yet had sufficient opportunity of evincing his great powers for the conduct and discussion of public affairs, to command the station, which many of his colleagues would have gladly seen assigned to him. Canning was unpopular with the anti-Catholic party in general, and particularly obnoxious to the Lord Chancellor. And besides, there was the great objection of his having been the friend and adherent of the Queen. But Lord Liverpool, the Premier, having been associated with him from early life, was so thoroughly convinced that he was the fittest man for the post, and so well acquainted with his transcendent powers of intellect, that he prevailed upon him to relinquish the Governor-Generalship of India, to which he had been appointed, and to accept the vacant Secretaryship for Foreign Affairs, together with the leadership of the Commons. This was not the only bitter pill that poor Lord Eldon was compelled to swallow. Without one word of intimation from the King or the Prime Minister, he learnt for the first time from the courier that Mr. Huskisson had been introduced into the cabinet. Mr. Huskisson was made President of the Board of Trade, and in his stead Mr. Arbuthnot became First Commissioner of the Land Revenues. Mr. Vansittart, who had proved a very inefficient Chancellor of the Exchequer 231, was raised to the peerage by the title of Lord Bexley, and got the quiet office of Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. He was succeeded in the more important office by a much abler financier, Mr. Robinson. It was very generally understood that it had been definitely arranged that Lord Londonderry should represent England at the Congress of Verona, and it was universally believed, as we have seen, that this fact weighed on his mind and led to his suicide. But Mr. Gleig states that in consequence of the reluctance expressed by Lord Londonderry to undertake the mission, it had for some time been settled that England should be represented there by the Duke of Wellington, and that he had begun to make his preparations, when a severe illness fell upon him, from which he did not sufficiently recover to set out upon his journey till after Lord Londonderry's death. The Duke of Wellington started for his mission when Mr. Canning had been only 48 hours in office. Stress has been laid upon the fact that he received his instructions from Mr. Canning, and this has been declared to be the turning point in our foreign policy, when England began to disengage herself from the Holy Alliance. She was not formally a party to that alliance, but the despots composing it had counted on her aid and influence in keeping down the nations which they oppressed. But Mr. Gleig states that Lord Londonderry himself had compiled a letter of instruction for the representative of England at the Congress, and that this was transferred without a single alteration to the Duke of Wellington. It is, he says, a very interesting document. It touches upon every point which could be expected to come under consideration at the Congress, and it handles them all so as to guard with scrupulous care not only the honor of Great Britain, but the rights of foreign peoples as well as of their governments. It assumes that the subjects of general discussion would be three. First, the Turkish question, external and internal. Secondly, the Spanish question, European and American. And thirdly, the affairs of Italy. With this last question, the representative of England was directed not to concern himself at all, as England had been no party to the military occupation of Naples and Sardinia, as she had merely acquiesced in it, with a view to prevent worse things. So she felt herself precluded from advising upon the arrangement now that it was complete, lest by so doing she should appear to admit the justice of a proceeding against which from the outset she had protested. The representative of Great Britain was therefore instructed to hold aloof from all meetings at which Italian affairs were to be discussed, and if possible, to avoid connecting himself with the Congress till these should have been settled. With regard to the Turkish question, all possible measures were in the first instance to be tried, with a view to reconcile the differences between Russia and Turkey. These referred to the Russian protection of the Christian subjects of the Sultan and the navigation of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. When these matters were disposed of, then, and not till then, was the condition of Greece to be considered, and in dealing with this question, the British plenipotentiary was to use great caution, to avoid committing England either to the recognition or subjugation of that country. The case of Spain was the most perplexing of all. The British cabinet expressed the opinion that no foreign power had any right whatever to interfere with any form of government which she had established for herself, and that her king and people were to be left to settle their own differences as best they could. The representative of Great Britain was directed to urge this point with all his influence upon the Allies, and especially upon France. But the case of her revolted colonies was different. It was evident, from the course of events, that their recognition as independent states was become a mere question of time. Over by far the greater portion of them Spain had lost all hold, and it had been found necessary, in order to admit their merchant vessels into British ports, to alter the navigation laws both of Britain and Spain. The letter of instructions accordingly directed the British plenipotentiary to advocate a removal of the difficulty on this principle, that every province which had actually established its independence should be recognized, that with provinces in which the war still went on no relation should be established. There was to be no concert with France, or Russia, or any extraneous power, in establishing relations with the new states. The policy projected was exclusively English and Spanish, and between England and Spain alone its course was to be settled. Other nations might or might not come into the views which England entertained, but upon their approval or disapproval of her views, England was not in any way to shape her conduct. There were other matters which the British representative was to bring forward, and foremost 232 among them all was the suppression of the slave trade, either by a general declaration from the Allies that it should be treated as piracy, or by obtaining from them an engagement that they would not admit into their markets any article of colonial produce which was the result of slave labor. It will be seen, says Mr. Gleig, that the recognition of the actual independence of many of the Spanish colonies had already been determined upon by Great Britain, and that the establishment of diplomatic relations with them all had come to be considered as a mere question of time. This is a point worthy of notice, because of the misunderstanding in regard to it, which originated in a speech subsequently delivered by Mr. Canning in the House of Commons, and which still, to a considerable extent, prevails. It will be further noticed that the principle observed by Lord Londonderry, as the true principle, was that of non-interference by Great Britain in the internal affairs of foreign nations. That the Duke of Wellington entirely coincided with Lord Londonderry in this respect, his conduct both now and in the future stages of his career clearly demonstrates. The leading object of his political life was to preserve the peace at home and abroad, which it had been the great aim of his military life to conquer. The sovereigns of the Holy Alliance, however, acted on principles, and with designs very different. Their general principle was not to tolerate any change in the European governments that did not emanate from themselves. The Greek Revolution they denounced as a rebellion against the legitimate authority of the Sultan. The actual government of Spain they regarded as incompatible with the safety of monarchical power, and France called upon the sovereigns to re-establish the despotism of Ferdinand. Russia, Austria, and Prussia took the same view of the Spanish Revolution, but were unwilling to interfere by force of arms. France was not so scrupulous upon that point. Chateaubriand and other votaries of absolutism in church and state were busy fomenting conspiracies in Spain, and secretly supplying arms and ammunition to the pre-stridden enemies of constitutional government in that country. An army which during the previous year had been assembled on the frontier, under the ridiculous pretense of preventing the fever at Barcelona from spreading into France, changed its name from that of a sanitary cordon to an army of observation. M. de Villèle, the new French prime minister, threw off the mask, and in a circular note stated that unless Spain altered her political constitution, France would use force to convert her from her revolutionary theories. Such was the state of things with which the Duke of Wellington had to deal as British plenipotentiary when he left London on his mission early in September, taking Paris on his way. There he had some interesting conferences with the king and his minister. The latter could hold out no hope that France would fulfill her engagements as to the slave trade. He spoke indeed of their African settlements as useless to the French people, and proposed to make them over to Britain in exchange for the Isle of France. But farther than this he declined to go, because there were too many interests, both public and private, engaged to thwart his efforts, should he be so unwise as to make any. His language with regard to South America was not less vague and unsatisfactory. He stated that France had not entered into relations with those provinces in any form, and did not intend to do so till they should have settled their differences with Spain one way or another. M. de Villèle did not add, as he might have done, that France was feeling her way towards the severance of Spain from her colonies, and towards the establishment in the New World of one or two monarchies, with younger branches of the House of Bourbon at their head. Verona. See larger version. The third topic discussed at these conferences was the nature of the relations then subsisting between France and Spain, and the projects of the former power in reference to the latter. These were explained by the minister without any reserve, and with no symptoms of apprehension that they would be disagreeable to Britain, or of anxiety as to the result, whether they were so or not. He frankly avowed that, under cover of the sanitary cordon, 100,000 French troops were assembled, that it was proposed to throw them in 2 columns into Spain, that one column, of 40,000 men, was to pass into Catalonia, while the other, of 60,000, was to march by the Great Road through Irun upon Madrid. He stated that the sole object of this invasion was to ensure the personal safety of the king, to afford him the opportunity to collect a native force strong enough to enable him to protect himself against the schemes of the revolutionists. That is, to put down the constitution. Of course, France said she entertained no views of conquest or aggrandizement, or even of prolonged occupation. She would withdraw her troops whenever the King of Spain said he could do without them, and yield up every inch of territory. In reference to this matter, the Duke of Wellington wrote home for instructions, and in reply Canning said, "If there be a determined project to interfere by force or by menace in the present struggle in Spain, so convinced are His Majesty's government of the uselessness and danger of any such interference, so objectionable does it appear to them in principle, as well as utterly impracticable in execution, that when the necessity arises, or I would rather say, when the opportunity offers, I am to instruct your grace at once frankly and peremptorily to declare that to any such interference, come what may, His Majesty will not be a party." To say that England peremptorily declined to be a party to the invasion of an independent state, in order to force upon the people a government contrary to their will, was not saying very much, nor putting the objection very strongly. We are assured, however, that the Duke steadily set his face against the project, pointing out that the step would be not only unjust, but impolitic, that it would precipitate the catastrophe which the French government feared, that the revolutionists would probably remove Ferdinand from Madrid as soon as they heard of the passing of the frontier by the French troops, and that, even if these troops should reach the capital, the Spaniards would not therefore submit, nor would the king be set at liberty. He argued that a war between France and Spain for such a purpose would be pronounced a war to put down free institutions, and that if France sought the support of her allies, the only one amongst them that had free institutions would feel it her duty to meet such a request with a refusal. Europe would be ranged into two hostile camps, that of absolutism on the one side and of revolution on the other, amid which not thrones only, but settled governments in every form might be overthrown. In reply to these arguments, both the king and his ministers stated that whatever France might do in the matter she would do single-handed, and that she would not only not apply for assistance from without, but that, if such assistance were offered, she would refuse it. The Duke could not, however, prevail upon the French government to refrain from bringing the question between France 234 and Spain before the Congress. The king and his minister both contended that vast moral good would accrue from a joint remonstrance on the part of the Allies against the treatment to which the King of Spain was subjected, and a joint threat that if any violence were offered to his person or family, all would unite to avenge the outrage. Having reported to Mr. Canning the result of his diplomatic efforts at Paris, the Duke set out on his journey to Vienna, where he arrived on the 29th of September, and where he expected the Congress to be held. But there again, England's plenipotentiary, the great conqueror of Napoleon, who had restored the legitimate despots to their thrones, was treated with as little consideration as at Paris. Not till his arrival did he learn that the Congress which he was invited to attend was not to be held at Vienna at all, but at Verona. Meanwhile, in the interval between the adjournment from one city to another, the Allied sovereigns were paying a visit of friendship to the King of Bavaria, whose system of government no doubt met with their unqualified approval. As the Duke's instructions forbade him to meddle with Italian affairs, he tarried at Vienna till he should receive further instructions from his own government. While awaiting an answer, he had opportunities of conferring personally with the Tsar, who had obtained an ascendancy in the councils of the Holy Alliance, which rendered him the virtual master of every situation. With regard to the affairs of Turkey, the Duke succeeded in obtaining from His Imperial Majesty an assurance that, unless driven to it by some unforeseen and irresistible necessity, he would not come to an open rupture with the Sultan. He was not so successful in his exertions with regard to the Spanish question, on which the Tsar was in an irritable mood. He said that Spain was the very center and focus of revolutionary principles, and he felt it to be the duty, not less than the policy of the Allied sovereigns, to trample them out at their source. And for this purpose, he had proposed to contribute 150,000 men, whom he intended to march into Spain through French territory. In reply to the Duke's earnest remonstrances against this course, the Tsar put a question which betrays the aggressive policy of military despots. He asked what he was to do with his army. It insisted upon being led against Turkey, and was only restrained because he had expressed his determination of employing it in putting down what he called Jacobinism in the West. The British cabinet, having come to the conclusion that the Duke of Wellington ought not to abstain from attending the Congress because of its meeting in an Italian city, and thinking so himself, he set out for Verona, after a fortnight's sojourn in Vienna. Wellington acquitted himself as well as could be expected in the circumstances. Austria was induced to acknowledge an old debt to Britain, and to pay an installment. The utmost which she could obtain from the Allies on the slave trade was a reissue of the joint condemnation of the traffic, which had been pronounced in 1815 at Vienna, and a special assurance from France that as soon as public feeling would admit, steps would be taken to carry out the treaty with Great Britain. In the discussion of the affairs of Italy, the Duke took no part, but the peace which he had urged upon Russia and Turkey was happily concluded, on terms honorable to both. With regard to the struggles for freedom in Spain and other countries, the Duke found the Allied sovereigns in the worst possible temper. They had no patience with Britain on account of her dissent, however mild from their policy. Hence, though England never expressed her approval of the military revolts in Spain and Italy, or even in South America, still, because she declined to be a party to the suppression of the free institutions in which they issued, Austria, Prussia, and Russia spoke of her as the champion of revolutionary principles all over the world. Accordingly, the Duke found himself alone in his opposition to the plan of an armed intervention in Spain. It was at first proposed that all the Allies should unite in this, but it was ultimately agreed that a prox verbal should be jointly adopted, in which the King of Spain and his family should be declared to be under the protection of Europe, and Spain threatened with a terrible vengeance if any injury were done to them. This prox verbal was addressed to the head of the Spanish government, with an explanation of the reasons for its adoption. The Duke was disappointed and mortified at the obstinate self-will of the crown despots. He had gone to Verona in the hope that they would at all events be open to arguments in favor of peace. He found them bent on such a course as would render its preservation impossible. When the ministers reduced their ideas to a definite shape, the incidents which they agreed to accept as leading necessarily to war appeared to him fallacious in the extreme. They were these: first, an armed attack by Spain upon France 235. Second, any personal outrage offered to Ferdinand Roman VII, or to any member of the Spanish royal family. Third, an act of the Spanish legislature dethroning the king or interfering in any way with the right of succession. Austria, Prussia, and Russia accepted the conditions readily, adhering at the same time to the substance of the notes which they had previously put in. The Duke produced a paper of his own, in which the three hypothetical causes of war were considered separately. He showed, first, that an attack by Spain upon France was an occurrence beyond the range of human probability. Next, that though, according to the usages of civilized nations, the persons of monarchs were held to be sacred, to extend a character of sanctity to those of other members of the royal family was a thing never before heard of in the history of the world. And lastly, that, till the Allies should be informed on sufficient authority, that a plan for dethroning Ferdinand or changing the succession in Spain was actually in progress. To assume that such crimes might be perpetrated was to insult the whole Spanish nation. For his own part, he must decline to have any share in the transaction, or to deliver an opinion upon purely hypothetical cases further than this, that if the independence of Spain were assailed without just cause, Great Britain would be no party to the proceeding. So prejudiced were the Allied sovereigns against England, that they were ready to believe any tale to her disadvantage. One story which was circulated amongst them at the time was that Great Britain had bound herself to support Spain against France in return for certain stipulated commercial advantages. Another was that she had entered into a secret treaty to defend Portugal against France, even though Portugal should join Spain in the war. After all the Duke's arguments, explanations, and remonstrances, the French plenipotentiary was about to set off for Paris, representing all the powers as being perfectly unanimous on the policy adopted towards Spain, and the Duke was obliged to threaten him with a public contradiction if he did not alter that statement and accept Great Britain. The Duke withdrew much dissatisfied with the turn affairs had taken and distrustful of the issue. In a parting interview with the Emperor of Russia, the latter spoke at length in strong disapprobation of the refusal of England to cooperate in putting down revolution, and said, in conclusion, that Russia was prepared for every eventuality. She was able, with the support of Austria and Prussia, to crush revolution both in France and Spain, and if the necessity should arise, she was determined to do so. The Duke heard His Imperial Majesty to an end, and then ventured to assure him that the only thing for which Great Britain pleaded was the right of nations to set up whatever form of government they thought best, and to manage their own affairs, so long as they allowed other nations to manage theirs. Neither he nor the government which he represented was blind to the many defects which disfigured the Spanish constitution, but they were satisfied that they would be remedied in time. The emperor could not gainsay the justice of these remarks, but neither was he willing to be persuaded by them. So, after expressing himself well pleased with the settlement of the Turkish question which had been effected, he embraced the Duke, and they parted. The Duke arrived at Paris on the 9th of December, having spent more than 2 months at diplomacy with very unsatisfactory results. He found the king and his minister, M. de Villèle, much cooled in their feelings towards the Spanish government, in consequence of the tone of moderation it had assumed after its defeat of the royalist insurgents. The king was now disposed to recall his army of observation, if he could do so with honor, and all he pressed for now was that Spain should so modify her system as to make the constitution emanate from the king, by resting it upon a royal charter and not upon the will of the people. If this were done, and done in time for him to explain the case to the Parliament, when they met on the 28th of January, everything else, every matter of arrangement and detail, would be left to the undisturbed management of the Spanish cabinet and Cortes. This was truly very accommodating. If Spain would only recant her constitutionalism and adopt the absolutist creed of divine right, the Allies would not send their armies into the country for the protection of the king against his people. The Duke, having reported the altered state of feeling in the French government, and all that had passed, to Mr. Canning, the Foreign Secretary, instructed him to deliver an official note to M. de Villèle, containing a direct offer from England to mediate. This offer was declined. On the 20th of December, the Duke quitted Paris and arrived in London early in January. Subsequently, the diplomatic war was carried on between M. Chateaubriand and Mr. Canning, both men of genius and masters of a brilliant style of rhetoric, to which the Duke of Wellington had no pretensions. Mr. Canning, alluding to the 236 proposed armed intervention in Spain, with a view to stamp out the revolution, said, "The spirit of revolution which, shut up within the Pyrenees, might exhaust itself with struggles, trying indeed to Spain, but harmless to her neighbors, when restricted, if called forth from within these precincts by the provocation of foreign attack, might find, perhaps, in other countries fresh aliment for its fury, and might renew throughout Europe the misery of the 25 years, which preceded the peace of 1815. On the 29th of January, 1823, the King of France opened the chambers with a speech of decidedly warlike tone. It spoke of 100,000 French soldiers, prepared to march under a prince of the blood for the deliverance of Ferdinand Roman VII, and his loyal people from the tyranny of oppression. A few weeks afterwards the march commenced, and from the Bidasoa to Madrid it was a continued triumph. The king was set at liberty, and the gates of Cadiz were opened. The Spaniards were not true to themselves, the mass of the people being unable to appreciate liberal institutions. There was also a counter-revolution in Portugal, aided by foreign bayonets, restoring the despotic system. These events produced great dissatisfaction in England, and the Duke was strongly censured for the timidity of his tone in the Congress. Replying to attacks made in the Upper House by Lords Ellenborough, Holland, and Grey, he asked whether it would be becoming in one who appeared in the character of a mediator to employ threats, especially if he had no power to carry them into effect. Were they for a policy of peace or a policy of war? If for the former, could he go farther than to declare that to any violent attack on the independence of Spain the king his master would be no party? If for the latter, all he had to say was that he entirely differed from them, and he believed that his views would be supported by all the intelligent portion of the community. The conduct of the government in reference to the Congress was the subject of an animated debate in the House of Commons, which began on April 28 and lasted 3 days. It was on a motion for a vote of censure for the feebleness of tone assumed by the government in the negotiations with the Allies, an amendment having been proposed expressive of gratitude and approbation. In Mr. Canning's speech on the third day there was one remarkable passage, which clearly defined his foreign policy, and showed that it had a distinct purpose, and aimed at an object of the highest importance. He said, "I contend, sir, that whatever might grow out of a separate conflict between Spain and France, though matter for grave consideration, was less to be dreaded than that all the great powers of the continent should have been arrayed together against Spain, and that although the first object, in point of importance, indeed, was to keep the peace altogether, to prevent any war against Spain, the first in point of time was to prevent a general war, to change the question from one affecting the Allies on the one side and Spain on the other, to a question between nation and nation. This, whatever the result might be, would reduce the quarrel to the size of ordinary events, and bring it within the scope of ordinary diplomacy. The immediate object of England, therefore, was to hinder the impress of a joint character from being affixed to the war, if war there must be, with Spain, to take care that the war should not grow out of an assumed jurisdiction of the Congress, to keep within reasonable bounds that predominating Areopagitical spirit which the memorandum of the British Cabinet of May, 1820, describes as beyond the sphere of the original conception and understood principles of the alliance, an alliance never intended as a union for the government of the world, or for the superintendence of the internal affairs of other states. And this, I say, was accomplished. The sense of the House was so completely with the government that Mr. Brougham, who led the opposition, declined to go to a division. A division having been called for, however, on the part of ministers, the whole assembly poured into the lobby, till it could hold no more. And then the remaining members who were shut in were compelled to pass for an opposition, though there were ministerialists among them. They amounted to 20 in a house of 372. The aggressive policy of the Holy Alliance, and the French invasion of Spain, despite England's remonstrances, provoked Mr. Canning to hasten the recognition of the revolted colonies in South America. It was in defending this policy that he uttered the memorable sentence, so often quoted as a specimen of the sublime. Contemplating Spain, such as our ancestors had known her, I resolved that if France had Spain, It should not be Spain with the Indies. I called the New World into existence to redress the balance of the old. Chapter 6. Reign of George Roman IV, continued. Prosperity of the manufacturers, depression of agriculture, resumption of cash payments, a restricted currency, the budget of 1823, Mr. Huskisson, change of the Navigation Acts, budget of 1824, removal of the duties on wool and silk, repeal of the Spitalfields Act and the Combination Laws, speculative mania, the crash remedial measures of the government, riots and machine breaking, temporary change in the Corn Laws, emigration, state of Ireland, efforts of Lord Wellesley, condition of the peasantry, unlawful societies, the Bottle Riot, failure to obtain the conviction of the rioters, the Tithe Commutation Act, revival of the Catholic question, Peel's views, the Catholic Association and its objects, bill for its suppression, Plunkett's speech, a new association formed, rejection of Burdett's resolution, fears of the moderates, general election, its features, inquiry into the bubble companies, death of the Duke of York, Canning's vigorous policy in Portugal, weakness of the ministry and illness of Liverpool, who was to be his successor, Canning's difficulties, Peel and the old Tories resigned, state of Canning's health, his arrangements completed, opposition to him, his illness and death, collapse of the Goderich ministry, Wellington forms an administration, Eldon is omitted, the Battle of Navarino, the untoward event, resignation of the Canningites, grievances of the dissenters, Lord John Russell's motion for the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts, Peel's reply, progress of the measure, Lord Eldon's opposition, public rejoicings. The year 1823 opened auspiciously and continued to exhibit unequivocal marks of progressive prosperity. Every branch of manufacturing industry was in a flourishing state. The cotton trade was unusually brisk. There was a considerable increase in the quantity of silks and woolens manufactured. And in consequence of augmenting exportation, the demand for hardware and cutlery was quickened from the state of stagnation in which it had remained since the conclusion of the war. The shipping interest, which had been greatly depressed, fully shared in the general improvement. The agriculturists, however, were still embarrassed and discontented. In January, no less than 16 English counties had sent requisitions to their sheriffs to call meetings to consider the causes of their distresses. The principal remedies proposed were reduction of taxation, reform of the House of Commons, depreciation of the currency, commutation of tithes, and appropriation of the redundant wealth of the Church to public exigencies. At the Norwich meeting, a series of resolutions was proposed and seconded by the gentry of the county, but they were rejected and put aside on the motion of Mr. Cobbett, who read a petition which was adopted with acclamation. It recommended an appropriation of part of the church property to the payment of the public debt, a reduction of the standing army, an abolition of sinecures and undeserved pensions, the sale of the crown lands, an equitable adjustment of contracts, the suspension of all legal processes for 1 year for the recovery of rents and tithes, and the repeal of the taxes on malt, soap, leather, hops, and candles. The distress which had pressed so severely on the people, and which had set them thinking about the most perilous political changes, was intimately connected with the state of the country. Throughout the troubled period of almost incessant war and lavish expenditure between 1797 and 1815, the business of the nation was carried on with an inconvertible paper currency, the precious metals having nearly all departed from the country. Bank notes were issued in such quantities, to meet the exigencies of the government, that the prices of all commodities were nearly doubled. The bill which was passed in 1819, providing for the resumption of cash payments, had reduced the currency from £48,278,070, which was its amount in 1819, to £26,588,000 in 1822. The consequence was the reduction of prices in the meantime, at the rate of 50%. In all the articles of production and commerce. With this tremendous fall of prices, the amount of liabilities remained unchanged. Rents, taxes, and encumbrances were to be paid according to the letter of the contract, while the produce and commodities, the sale of which was relied upon to pay them, did not produce more than half the amount that they would have brought at the time of the contracts. The evil of this sudden change was aggravated by the South American Revolution, in consequence of which the annual supply of the precious metals was reduced to 1/3 of its former amount. It was peculiarly unfortunate that this stoppage in the supply of gold and silver occurred at the very time that the legislature had adopted the principle that paper currency should be regarded as strictly representing gold, and should be at any moment convertible into sovereigns. A paper currency should never be allowed 238 to exceed the available property which it represents. But it is not necessary that its equivalent in gold should be lying idle in the coffers of the bank, ready to be paid out at any moment. The public should be seized with a foolish panic. It is enough that the credit of the state should be pledged for the value of the notes, and that credit should not be strained beyond the resources at its command. The close of 1822 formed the turning point in the industrial condition of the country. The extreme cheapness of provisions, after 3 years of comparative privation, enabled those engaged in manufacturing pursuits to purchase many commodities which they had hitherto not been able to afford. This caused a gradual revival of trade, which was greatly stimulated by the opening of new markets for our goods, especially in South America, to which our exports were nearly trebled in value between 1818 and 1823, when the independence of the South American republics had been established. The confidence of the commercial world was reassured by the conviction that South America would prove an unfailing Dorado for the supply of the precious metals. The bankers, therefore, became more accommodating. The spirit of enterprise again took possession of the national mind, and there was a general expansion of industry by means of a freer use of capital, which gave employment and contentment to the people. This effect was materially promoted by the Small Note Bill, which was passed in July 1822, extending for 10 years longer the period during which small notes were to be issued, its termination having been fixed by Peel's bill for 1823. The average of banknotes in circulation in 1822 was 17,862,890 pounds. In November of the following year, it had increased by nearly 2 millions. The effect of this extension of the small note circulation upon prices was remarkable. Wheat rose from 38s to 52s, and in 1824 it mounted up to 64s. In the meantime, the bullion in the Bank of England increased so much that whereas in 1819 it had been only 3,595,360 pounds, in January 1824 it amounted to 14,200,000 pounds. The effect of all these causes combined was the commencement of a reign of national prosperity, which burst upon the country like a brilliant morning sun, chasing away the chilling fogs of despondency and dissipating the gloom in the popular mind. On the 12th of February, 1823, the President of the Board of Trade said, in his place in Parliament, the general exports of the country in the 4 years from 1815 to 1819 had decreased 14 million pounds in official value, and he took the official value in preference to the declared, because it was from the quantity of goods produced that the best measure was derived of the employment afforded to the different classes of the community. In the year from the 5th of January, 1819, to the 5th of January, 1820, the exports of the country fell off no less than 11 million pounds, and in looking at that part of it which more completely embraced British or Irish manufacture, he found that the difference in 4 years was 8,414,711 pounds, and that in the year from the 5th of January, 1820, to the 5th of January, 1821, there was a decrease of 8,929,629 pounds. Nobody, therefore, could be surprised that, at that period, the industry of the country appeared to be in a state of the utmost depression, that our manufacturers were most of them unemployed, that our agriculturists were many of them embarrassed, and that the country, to use the phrase of a friend of his in presenting a petition from the merchants of London, exhibited all the appearances of a dying nation. Though the condition of the agricultural interest was not as favorable as he could wish, still it was most satisfactory for him to state that not only did the exports of last year 1822 exceed those of all the years to which he had been alluding, but also those of the most flourishing year which had occurred during the continuance of the war. In all material articles, there had been a considerable increase. The export of cotton had increased 10%, and hardware 17%, of linens 12%, and of woolens 13%, and the aggregate exports of 1822 exceeded those of 1820 by 20%, and of 1821 by 7%, notwithstanding a deduction was to be made from the exports of one great article, sugar, owing to a prohibitory decree of Russia, amounting to 35%. The result of this prosperous state of things was that, in 1823, the new Chancellor of the Exchequer was enabled to present the best and most popular budget that had been laid before Parliament for many years, remitting a large amount of taxes that had pressed most heavily on the springs of industry, and inflicted the greatest amount of inconvenience and privation upon the people. The revenue of the nation in that year was £57 million, and the expenditure was estimated at £49,672,999, leaving a surplus of upwards of £7 million. Of this surplus, £5 million was set aside for the reduction of the national debt, and the remainder for the remission of taxes. As the assessed taxes were most oppressive, they were reduced 50 per 239 cent, a reduction which was estimated on the window tax alone at £1,205,000. On the whole, the assessed taxes were reduced by £2,200,000. This included £100,000, the total amount of assessed taxes in Ireland. In England, the whole of the window tax was removed from the ground floors of shops and warehouses. In 1823, we behold the starting point of the liberal system of commercial policy, for which not only England, but all the world, is so much indebted. The rivulet which gradually expanded into a mighty river bearing incalculable blessings upon its bosom to every nation under heaven. The appointment of Mr. Huskisson as a member of the government was an immense advantage to the nation. He was a man of great abilities, which he had perseveringly devoted to the study of political economy. He was a complete master of all subjects in which statistics were involved, and was universally looked up to as the highest authority on all financial and commercial questions. As president of the Board of Trade, he had ample opportunities of turning his knowledge to account, and to him is mainly due the initiation and direction of the course of commercial policy, which a quarter of a century later issued in the complete triumph of free trade. Mr. Huskisson was not only intimately acquainted with the whole range of economic, financial, and mercantile subjects, in their details as well as in their principles. He was also a powerful debater, a sound reasoner, and was animated in all he did by a spirit of generous philanthropy. At the same time, it is only just to point out that he did but carry out the policy of Mr. Wallace, the vice president of the Board of Trade, a statesman whose name is almost forgotten. A law in force since the time of Cromwell had provided that no merchandise from Asia, Africa, or America should be imported into Great Britain in any foreign ships, and not only the commander, but 3/4 of the crew, were required to be English. In addition to this restriction of our foreign commerce to English-built and English-manned ships, discriminating duties were imposed upon foreign ships from Europe, which had to pay more heavily than if the goods were imported under the British flag. The object of this system, which prevailed for 150 years, was to maintain the ascendancy of Britain as a maritime power. Adam Smith remarks that the Navigation Act may have proceeded from national rivalry and animosity towards Holland, but he held that its provisions were as beneficial as if they had been dictated by the most consummate wisdom. He admits, however, that they were not favorable to foreign commerce, or to the growth of that opulence that can arise from it, remarking, "As defense is of more value than opulence, the Act of Navigation is perhaps the wisest of all the commercial regulations of England." But had Adam Smith lived later on, he would have seen that the utmost freedom of commerce with foreign nations, and the most boundless opulence arising from it, are quite compatible with a perfect system of national defense. And whatever were the advantages of the restrictive system, other nations could act upon it as well as England. America did so, and thus commenced a war of tariffs equally injurious to herself and the mother country, causing the people of each to pay much more for most of the commodities they needed than they would have done if the markets of the world were open to them. The consequence was that both parties saw the folly of sending their ships across the Atlantic in ballast, and a commercial treaty was concluded in 1815, which put the shipping of both America and England upon an equal footing, and relieved them from the necessity of paying double freight. The reciprocity system was also partially adopted in our commerce with other countries. In 1822, Mr. Wallace had brought in 4 bills which made other important alterations. The 3 George Roman IV, cap. 41, repealed certain statutes relating to foreign commerce which were passed before the Navigation Act. Another act, cap. 42, repealed that part of the Navigation Act itself which required that goods of the growth or manufacture of Asia, Africa, and America should only be imported in British ships, and that no goods of foreign growth or manufacture should be brought from Europe, except from the place of their production, and in the ships of the country producing them. The next enactment prescribed certain specified goods to be brought to Great Britain from any port in Europe, in ships belonging to the ports of shipment. Two other acts further extended freedom of commerce and removed the vexatious restrictions that had hampered our colonial and coasting trade. In 1823, Prussia retaliated, as the United States had done, which led Mr. Huskisson to propose what are called the Reciprocity Acts, 4 George Roman 4, cap. 77 and 5 George Roman 4, cap. 1, which empowered the king, by order in council, to authorize the importation and exportation of goods in foreign ships from the United Kingdom, or from any other of His Majesty's dominions, on the same terms as in 240 British ships, provided it should first be proved to His Majesty and the Privy Council that the foreign country in whose favor the order was made had placed British ships in its ports on the same footing as its own ships. These enactments proved an immense advantage to the people of the nations affected by them, and satisfied all parties but the shipowners, who cried out loudly that their interest was ruined. But their complaints were altogether unfounded, as will appear from the following figures. Under the restrictive system, from 1804 to 1823, the tonnage of British shipping had increased only 10%. Under the Reciprocity Acts and the Free Trade System, from 1823 to 1845, the increase rose to 45%. This result fully bore out the calculations and anticipations of Mr. Huskisson in his answer to the arguments of the protectionists. The Admiralty, London. See larger version. Some remarkable commercial reforms were introduced by Robinson and Huskisson in 1824. In the previous year, the Chancellor of the Exchequer was able to boast of a very large surplus, and this year he had a surplus of £1,050,000. Part of it was devoted to the repair and embellishment of Windsor Castle. £40,000 were devoted towards the erection of rooms for the reception of the Library of George Roman III, which was presented to the British Museum by his successor, whose gift, however, was somewhat discounted by the fact that he was with difficulty dissuaded from selling the collection. With £57,000 government purchased Angerstein's collection of pictures, which became the nucleus of the National Gallery. But the main object of the budget was not expenditure but economy. The 4% were redeemed or exchanged for 3.5%. Stock and a deathblow was given to the old system of bounties by a reduction of that on the herring fishery and the immediate cessation of that on inferior kinds of linen, while that on the higher class of linen was annually decreased 10%. There was further a reduction of the duties on rum and coals, with the result, as Robinson prophesied, that lower prices considerably increased the consumption. His greatest innovations, however, concerned the wool and silk trades. In the former, there prevailed a great conflict of interests. The agriculturists 241 wished for the prohibition of foreign wool. The manufacturers desired the retention of an export duty, together with free importation. The judicious chancellor effected a compromise by which the duty on foreign wool was reduced from 6d to 1d per pound, while the exportation of English wool was sanctioned on a similar duty. The fear of a large exportation of English wool proved so groundless that by 1826 only £100,000 in weight had been exported, while £40 million of foreign wool had been introduced. George Roman III, S. Library, British Museum. See larger version. In much the same way, the silk industry had been protected by prohibitory legislation, of which the only effect was to convert smuggling into an important trade. Again, the manufacturers petitioned for the removal of the duties upon spun silk, but were eager to exclude foreign manufactured silks. On the other hand, the silk spinners were opposed to the introduction of spun silk, but desired the removal of duties upon raw silk, while the journeymen believed that ruin stared them in the face if foreign manufactured silks were introduced. Robinson, with Huskisson's assistance, decided to admit foreign silk on an ad valorem duty of 30%. At the same time, he largely reduced the duties on the raw material. The duty on Indian silk was reduced from 4s to 3d, that on Chinese and Italian silks from 5s, 6d to 6d, that on organzine from 14s, 10d to 7s, 6d, a pound. The manufacturers vowed and protested that they were ruined. In 10 years' time they were exporting to France, their former rival, £60,000 worth of manufactured silk. High duties were not the only evils that had been strangling the silk trade. Its chief seat was at Spitalfields, where by the Act of 1811 and other legislation the magistrates had been empowered to fix the rate of wages, and to subject to severe penalties any masters who employed weavers in other districts. The result, said a manufacturer's petition in 1823, is that the removal of the entire manufacture from the metropolis is inevitable if the acts are to continue any longer in force. However, the journeymen declared that a repeal of the acts would be followed by the reduction of their wages and the increase of the poor rates. No less than 11,000 petitioned against Huskisson's motion for a repeal, and 242, though the bill passed the House of Commons by small majorities. It was so altered by amendments in the Lords that it was abandoned for the session. But in this remarkable session of 1824, it was reintroduced and passed through all its stages. As a result, the Combination Acts directed against meetings of workmen to affect wages, the acts which prevented the emigration of artisans, and the laws against the exportation of machinery were brought under discussion by Joseph Hume. The last question was waived for the present, but the laws interfering with the emigration of artisans were repealed without a voice being raised in their favor. As for the Combination Acts, it was ordained that no peaceable meeting of masters or workmen should be prosecuted as a conspiracy, while summary punishments were enacted on those who by threats, intimidation, or acts of violence interfered with that freedom, which ought to be allowed to each party, of employing his labor or capital in a manner he may deem most advantageous. In consequence, however, of the outrages which occurred during the Glasgow strikes of 1824, during which a workman who disregarded the wishes of his union was shot, and men of one trade were employed to assassinate the masters of another, further legislation was necessary. By the Act of 1825, all associations were made illegal, excepting those for settling such amount of wages as would be a fair remuneration to the workmen. Any other combination either of men against masters, or of masters against men, or of working men against working men, was made illegal. The law thus framed continued to regulate the relations of capital and labor for nearly half a century. Of course, the commercial changes introduced by Mr. Huskisson and Mr. Robinson excited loud murmurs of dissatisfaction from the interests affected, especially the shipping interest. But the best answer to objectors was the continuously flourishing state of the country. At the opening of the session in 1825, Lord Dudley and Ward, in moving the address in answer to the King's speech in the Upper House, observed, "Our present prosperity is a prosperity extending to all orders, all professions, and all districts, enhanced and invigorated by the flourishing state of all those arts which minister to human comfort, and those inventions by which man obtains a mastery over nature by the application of her own powers, and which, if one had ventured to foretell a few years ago, it would have appeared almost incredible." This happy state of things was the result of a legitimate expansion of trade. Manufacturers and merchants were at first guided by a spirit of sober calculation. The steady advance in the public securities and in the value of property of all sorts showed that the national wealth rested upon a solid basis. The extension of the currency kept pace with the development of trade and commerce, and the circulation of bankers' paper was enormously increased. But out of the national prosperity, there arose a spirit of rash speculation and adventure, resulting in a monetary crisis. The issue of notes by country banks was under no restriction. No measures were taken to secure that their paper represented property and could be redeemed if necessary. There were hundreds of bankers in the provinces who could issue any quantity of notes they pleased, and these passed as cash from hand to hand. The spirit of speculation and enterprise was stimulated to a feverish degree of excitement by the recognition of the states of Colombia, Mexico, and Buenos Aires, formally announced in the King's speech on the 3rd of February, which said that treaties of commerce had been made with those new states. The rich districts of South America being thus thrown open, there was a rush of capitalists and adventurers to work its inexhaustible mines. A number of companies was formed for the purpose, and the gains of some of them in a few months amounted to 1,500%. The result was a mania of speculation, which seized upon all classes, pervaded all ranks, and threw the most sober and quiet members of society into a state of tumultuous excitement. Joint stock companies almost innumerable were established to accomplish all sorts of undertakings. There were 33 companies for making canals and docks, 48 for making railroads, 42 for gas, 20 insurance companies, 23 banking companies, 12 navigation packet companies, 5 indigo and sugar companies, 34 metal companies, and many others. The amount of capital subscribed in these various companies, which numbered 276, was upwards of £174 million. In connection with South America, there was the Anglo-Mexican Company, the Brazilian, the Colombian, Real de Monte, and the United Mexican. On the South American shares, only £10 each had been paid, except the Real de Monte, on which £70 had been paid. We may judge of the extent to which gambling speculation was carried from the following statement of the market prices of the shares. In 5 of the principal mining companies 243, at 2 periods, December 10, 1824, and January 11, 1825. December 10, January 11. Pound SD. Anglo-Mexican 3300 15800. Brazilian 010 6600. Colombian 1900 8200. Real de Monte 550 1350. United Mexican 3500 1550. In the course of this commercial madness, the imports greatly exceeded the exports, and there was consequently a rapid drain of specie from the country. The drain of bullion from the Bank of England was immense. In August 1823, it had £12,658,240, which in August 1825 was reduced to £3,634,320, and before the end of the year it ran as low as £1,027,000. Between July 1824 and August 1825, 12 millions of cash were exported from Great Britain, chiefly to South America. During the Revolutionary War, which had lasted for 14 years, the capital of the country had been completely exhausted, while all productive labor had been abandoned. The unworked mines were filled with water. They were accessible, it is true, to English speculators, but they were worked exclusively with English capital. The South American mining companies were so many conduits through which a rapid stream of gold flowed from Great Britain. The catastrophe that followed took the commercial world by surprise. Even the Chancellor of the Exchequer failed to anticipate the disaster. On the contrary, his budget of 1825 was based upon the most sanguine expectations for the future, and on the assurance that the public prosperity was the very reverse of what was ephemeral and peculiar, and that it arose from something inherent in the nation. Even at the prorogation of Parliament in July, the royal speech referred to the great and growing prosperity on which His Majesty had the happiness of congratulating the country at the beginning of the session. The commercial crisis, however, with widespread ruin in its train, was fast coming upon Britain. Vast importations, intended to meet an undiminished demand at high prices, glutted all the markets, and caused prices to fall rapidly. Merchants sought accommodation from their bankers to meet pressing liabilities, that they might be enabled to hold over their goods till prices rallied. This accommodation the bankers were unable to afford, and sales were therefore affected at a ruinous loss. The South American mines, it was found, could not be worked at a profit, and they made no return for the £20 million of British money which they had swallowed up. The effect was a sudden contraction of the currency and a general stoppage of banking accommodation. The country banks, whose issues had risen to £14 million, were run upon till their specie was exhausted, and many of them were obliged to stop payment. The Plymouth Bank was the first to fail, and in the next 3 weeks 70 banks followed in rapid succession. The London houses were besieged from morning to night by clamorous crowds, all demanding gold for their notes. Consternation spread through all classes. There was a universal pressure of creditors upon debtors, the banks that survived being themselves upon the edge of the precipice, and the Bank of England itself, pushed to the last extremity, peremptorily refused accommodation even to their best customers. Persons worth £100,000 could not command £100. Money seemed to have taken to itself wings and fled away, reducing a state of society in the highest degree artificial, almost to the condition of primitive barbarism, which led Mr. Huskisson to exclaim, "We were within 24 hours of barter." It is impossible to conceive the extent of suffering and desolation inflicted upon society, almost every family being involved, more or less, in the general calamity. Flourishing firms were bankrupt, opulent merchants impoverished, the masses of working people suddenly thrown out of employment and reduced to destitution, and all from causes with which the majority had nothing to do, causes that could have been prevented by a proper monetary system. If Bank of England notes had been a legal tender, to all intents and purposes supplying the place of gold as currency, if these notes had been supplied to the country banks in any quantities, They required ample security being taken to have assets equal to their respective issues. Then the currency would have had an elastic, self-adjusting power, expanding or contracting according to the requirements of commerce. Inordinate speculation would not have been stimulated by a reckless system of credit, and business would have been conducted in a moderate and judicious manner, instead of rushing on at a high pressure that rendered a crash inevitable. The government, after anxious and repeated deliberations, supplied a remedy on this principle. They determined to issue £1 and £2 notes of the Bank of England, for country circulation, to any amount required. In the meantime, the mint was set to work with all its resources in the coining of sovereigns 244, which, for the course of a week, were thrown off at the rate of 150,000 a day. The notes could not be manufactured fast enough to meet the enormous demand for carrying on the business of the country. In this dilemma, the bank was relieved by a most fortunate discovery: a box containing £700,000 in £1 and £2 notes that had been retired, but which were at once put into circulation. The people having thus got notes with government security, the panic subsided, and the demand for gold gradually ceased. The restoration of confidence was aided by resolutions passed at a meeting of bankers and merchants in the City of London, declaring that the unprecedented embarrassments and difficulties under which the circulation of the country labored were mainly to be ascribed to a general panic, for which there were no reasonable grounds, that they had the fullest confidence in the means and substance of the banking establishments of the capital and the country, that returning confidence would remove all the symptoms of distress caused by the alarms of the timid, so fatal to those who were forced to sacrifice their property to meet unexpected demands. The new measures so promptly adopted, and so vigorously carried into effect, raised the circulation of the Bank of England notes in 3 weeks from £17,477,290 to £25,611,800. Thus the regular and healthful action of the monetary system was restored by an adequate circulation of paper money, on government security, without specie to sustain it. There were at the time of the crash 770 country bankers. 63 stopped payment, 23 of them having subsequently resumed business and paid 20 shillings in the pound, and even those that were not able to resume paid an average of 17 shillings and sixpence in the pound. It was estimated that the total loss to the country by this panic was £100 million. Such a tremendous crash in the commercial world could not have occurred without involving the working classes in the deepest distress. In order fully to understand all that society has gained by the instruction of the people, by extending to them the blessings of education, and especially by the diffusion of useful knowledge through the medium of cheap literature, we have only to read the records of popular disturbance and destructive violence which occurred in 1825 and 1826. In the August of the former year, there was a combination of seamen against the shipowners at Sunderland, and on one occasion there was a riot, when a mob of some hundreds flung the crew of a collier into the sea. They were rescued from drowning, but the military having fired on the rioters, 5 persons were killed. Their funeral was made the occasion of a great popular demonstration. There was a procession with flags, and a band of singers, 1,200 seamen walking hand in hand, each with crape round the left arm. In the Isle of Man, the people rose against the tithing of their potatoes, and were quieted only by the assurance that the tithe would not be demanded of them, either that year or at any future time. In the spring of 1826, the operatives of Lancashire rose up in open war against the power looms, the main cause of the marvelous prosperity that has since so largely contributed to the wealth of England. They believed that the power looms were the cause of their distress, and in one day every power loom in Blackburn, and within 6 miles of it, was smashed, the spinning machinery having been carefully preserved, though at one time the spinning jennies were as obnoxious as the power looms. The work of destruction was not confined to one town or neighborhood. The mob proceeded from town to town, wrecking mill after mill, seizing upon bread in the bakers' shops, and regaling themselves freely in public houses. They paraded the streets in formidable numbers, armed with whatever weapons they could lay hands on: scythes, sledgehammers, and long knives. They resisted the troops fiercely, showering upon them stones and other missiles. The troops, in their turn, fired upon the crowds, and when they were dispersed the streets were stained with blood, the mob carrying away their wounded into the fields. In 1 week no less than 1,000 power looms were destroyed, valued at £30,000. In Manchester the mob broke the windows of the shops. At Carlisle, Norwich, Trowbridge, and other places in England, similar lawless proceedings occurred. Even in Glasgow, the blame of the general distress was thrown upon the machinery, not only by the ignorant operatives, but by the gentry and the magistrates. In Dublin, the silkweavers marched through the streets to exhibit their wretchedness. The distress was greatly aggravated and spread over the whole country by the extraordinary drought which prevailed in the summer of 1826. The richest meadows were burnt up. The stunted grain crops were only a few inches in height. The cattle, and even the deer in noblemen's parks, died from thirst. The people sat up all night to watch the springs, waiting for their turn to be 245 supplied. Water was retailed in small quantities and sold like beer. Those who occupied the more favored districts sent jars of fresh water to their friends in other places, as most acceptable presents. In the midst of all this scarcity and suffering, the Corn Laws stopped the supplies of provisions from abroad, which were ready to be poured in any quantities. Bills had been passed with great difficulty through Parliament to enable government to relax the restrictions of the Corn Laws in order to meet the emergency, but so clogged were those enactments with conditions that in autumn ministers were obliged to anticipate their operation by opening the ports, trusting to the legislature for an indemnity. It is melancholy to reflect upon the perplexities and miseries in which the country was involved through the mistaken views of the landed interest, then predominant in Parliament. Seen in Dublin, painting King William Black, CP 247. See larger version. One important result of this terrible distress was to force on emigration to a large extent, and thus to people the American states. Emigration at that time was without any guidance, and the result was a vast amount of disappointment and suffering among the emigrants. Consequently, Mr. Wilmot Horton moved for a select committee to inquire into the expediency of encouraging emigration from the United Kingdom. The committee was appointed and presented its report and evidence before the dissolution of Parliament, with a recommendation that the subject should be pursued without loss of time. Lord Redesdale, in a letter to Lord Eldon, written in 1821, soon after the King's visit, gave expression to some important truths about the government of Ireland. Ministers, he said, have fancied that Ireland would do better without a Lord Lieutenant, and some of them have called his office a useless pageant. But under the present circumstances, they would govern the colonies as well without governors as they can govern Ireland without that pageant. If the pageant is useless, it is because they make it useless, because they give him a secretary to thwart him or to be a viceroy over him. The office of Lord Lieutenant requires, in my opinion, a considerable portion of ability, sound judgment, discretion, firmness, good temper, and conciliating 246 manners. Such a Lord Lieutenant ought to be supreme. If ministers think fit to appoint to such an office a man wholly unqualified for it, they must put him in leading strings, and give him a secretary with all the qualities the Lord Lieutenant ought to have, and moreover, with a disposition to conceal rather than display his power over his superior, to lead, and not to command, the Lord Lieutenant. In England the machine goes on almost of itself, and therefore a bad driver may manage it tolerably well. It is not so in Ireland. The country requires great exertion to bring it into a state of order and submission to law. The whole population, high and low, rich and poor, Catholic and Protestant, must all be brought to obedience to law. All must be taught to look up to the law for protection. The gentry are ready enough to attend grand juries, to obtain presentments for their own benefit, but they desert the quarter sessions of the peace. The first act of a constable in arrest must not be to knock down the prisoner, and many reforms must be made, which only can be effected by a judicious and able government on the spot. Ireland, in its present state, cannot be governed in England. If insubordination compels you to give, how are you to retain by law what you propose to maintain while insubordination remains? It can only be by establishing completely the empire of the law. The Marquis Wellesley was sent over to Ireland by Lord Liverpool in order to govern Ireland upon this principle, and he might have succeeded better if he had not been checked by Mr. Galburn, the Chief Secretary, distinguished by his hostility to Catholic emancipation, who was appointed viceroy over him. In a letter which the Marquis wrote to the Duke of Buckingham, June 14, 1824, he refers to some of the difficulties with which he had to contend in carrying out an impartial policy between the extreme parties, which were then very violent. His labors, however, in enforcing respect for the law and effecting improvements were not altogether in vain. The situation of Ireland, he writes, although very unsatisfactory, is certainly much improved, and foundations of greater improvement have been firmly laid. The committees of Parliament have done much good, and if vigorously and fairly pursued, may effect a permanent settlement of this distracted country. The present violent collision of the two ultra parties, or rather factions, Orange and Papist, is a crisis of the disorder which was necessary to their mutual dissolution, an event which I think is fast approaching, and which must be the preliminary of any settlement of peace. The evils of the social state of Ireland were bad enough without being aggravated by the virulence of faction. The result of numerous parliamentary inquiries and the observations of travelers from foreign countries was to present a state of society the most deplorable that can well be imagined in any civilized country under a Christian government. Many of the lower orders, especially in Munster and Connaught, as well as in mountainous districts of the other provinces, maintained a state of existence the most wretched that can be conceived. They lived in cabins built of mud, imperfectly covered with sods and straw, consisting generally of one room, without any window, with a chimney which admitted the rain, but did not carry off the smoke. They had little or nothing that deserved the name of furniture. Their food consisted of potatoes and salt, with milk or a herring sometimes as a luxury. Their wages, when they got work, were only 6 pence or 4 pence a day. They subsisted on small patches of land, which were continually subdivided as the children got married, the population at the same time multiplying with astonishing rapidity. When the potatoes and the turf failed, towards summer, the men went off to seek harvest work in the low lands and richer districts of the country, and in England and Scotland. The women, locking up the doors, set forth with the children to beg, the youngest of the lot being wrapped up in blankets and carried on their backs. They passed on from parish to parish, getting a night's lodging, as they proceeded, in a chimney corner or in a barn, from the better part of the peasantry and farmers, who shared with them their potatoes, and gave them a lock of straw to sleep on. Thus they migrated from county to county, eastward and northward, towards the sea, lazily reposing in the sunshine by the wayside, their children enjoying a wild kind of gypsy freedom, but growing up in utter ignorance, uncared for by anybody, unrecognized by the clergy of any church. The great proprietors were for the most part absentees, who had let their lands, generally in large tracts, to middlemen, a sort of small gentry or squirings, as they were called, who sublet at a rack rent to the peasantry. Upon these rack-rented, ignorant cultivators of the soil fell a great portion of the burden of supporting the established clergy, as well as their own priesthood. The tithes were levied exclusively off tillage, the 247 rector or vicar claiming by law 1/10 of the crop, which was valued by his tithe proctors, and unless compounded for in money, which was generally done by the strong farmers. Before the crop left the field, the 10th sheaf must have been set aside to be borne away on the carts of the Protestant clergyman, who was regarded by the people that thus supported him as the teacher of heresy. Perhaps there is no cause from which Ireland has suffered more than from misrepresentations. Nowhere have the want of discrimination, and due allowance for the extravagant exaggerations of vehement partisans, been more pernicious. There were in the reign of George Roman IV no evils in Ireland which would not have yielded to the action of just and impartial government, removing real grievances, and extending to the people, in a confiding spirit, the blessings of the British Constitution, in the spirit of Lord Wellesley's administration. He had to contend, indeed, with peculiar difficulties. Ireland shared largely in the general distress of the United Kingdom, occasioned by the contraction of the currency and the consequent low prices of agricultural produce. He found a great portion of the South in a state of licentiousness, surpassing the worst excesses of former unhappy times. He had to deal with dangerous and secret conspiracies in other parts of the country. He applied the energies of his powerful mind to master these complicated difficulties in the spirit of conciliation, which had been enjoined in the king's instructions. He explored every dangerous and untried path, and he labored diligently by the equal administration of the laws to promote peace and happiness among all classes of the people. He succeeded to a great extent in accomplishing the object of his administration. Mr. Plunkett, the Irish Attorney General, in his speech on unlawful societies in the House of Commons in February 1825, described the country as in a state of peace and prosperity. She had been enabled, by the noble lord at the head of the government, and by the measures which he had matured, to enjoy the blessings which were the offspring of internal tranquility. Those measures had been properly administered, and public confidence had been in consequence restored. It was a great blessing, he said. It was a most gratifying object to behold that country now floating on the tide of public confidence and public prosperity. She was lying on the breakers, almost a wreck, when the noble Marquis arrived, and if he had not taken the measures which have been so successfully adopted, she never could have floated on that tide of public prosperity. The Attorney General defied the enemies of the administration to point out a single instance in which the Viceroy had deviated from the line of strict impartiality, yet he was the object of most virulent attacks by the fanatical members of the Orange Societies in Dublin and by the Orange press. Their animosity was excited to the utmost by a proceeding which he adopted with reference to the statue of King William Roman III. In College Green, for some years, a set of low persons, connected with the Orange Lodges, had been in the habit of bedaubing the statue with ridiculous painting and tawdry orange colors, with a fantastic drapery of orange scarves. The Catholics believed that this was done with the avowed purpose of insulting them, and they thought that they had as much right to undress as others had to dress a public statue. On one occasion, therefore, they painted King William with lampblack. Consequently, on the 12th of July, 1822, a serious riot occurred, in the course of which lives were endangered, the tranquility of the metropolis was disturbed, and evil passions of the most furious kind were engendered in the minds of the parties. As the peace must be preserved, the only course was to put an end to those senseless brawls, by ordering that no unauthorized parties should presume to put their hands on a public monument, either for the purpose of decorating or defiling it. But this judicious order the Orangemen felt to be a wrong, which should be resented and avenged by driving Lord Wellesley out of the country. Accordingly, certain members of the Orange Society, amounting to nearly 100, entered into a conspiracy to mob him in the theatre. They were supplied with pit tickets, and assembling early at the door, they rushed in and took possession of the seat immediately under the viceregal box. Other parties of them went to the galleries. They agreed upon the watchword, "Look out." They had previously printed handbills, which were freely distributed in and about the theatre, containing insulting expressions, such as "Down with the Popish government." Before the Viceroy arrived, they had been crying for groans for the Popish Lord Lieutenant, for the House of Wellesley, for the Duke of Wellington. When the Marquis arrived, he was received with general cheering that overbore the orange hisses. But during the playing of the national anthem, the offensive noise became so alarming that some of the audience 248 left the theatre. At this moment, a bottle was flung from one of the galleries, which was supposed to be aimed at the head of the Lord Lieutenant, and which fell near his box. Some of the offenders in this bottle riot, as it was called, were prosecuted. Bills against them were sent up to the grand jury of the city of Dublin, but as this body had a strong Orange animus, the bills were thrown out. Mr. Plunkett then proceeded by ex officio informations, which raised a great outcry against the government, as having violated the Constitution, and a resolution to that effect was moved by Mr. Brownlow in the House of Commons. It turned out, however, that his predecessor, Mr. Sorin, one of his most vehement accusers, who alleged that the course was altogether unprecedented, had himself established the precedent 10 or 12 years before. Forgetting this fact, he denounced the conduct of Mr. Plunkett as the most flagrant violation of constitutional principle that had ever been attempted. The trial in the Court of Queen's Bench, which commenced on February 3, 1823, produced the greatest possible excitement. The ordinary occupations of life appeared to be laid aside in the agitating expectation of the event. As soon as the doors were opened, one tremendous rush of the waiting multitude filled in an instant the galleries and every avenue of the court. The result of the trial was that the jury disagreed, the traversers were let out on bail, the Attorney General threatening to prosecute again, but the proceedings were never revived. But in the midst of all this strife and turmoil, the work of real amelioration steadily proceeded. The tithe-proctor system was a great and galling grievance to Protestants as well as Roman Catholics, but especially to the latter, who constituted the mass of the tillers of the soil. Such an odious impost tended to discourage cultivation and throw the land into pasture. The Tithe Commutation Act was therefore passed in order to enable the tenant to pay a yearly sum, instead of having the tenth of his crop carried away in kind, or its equivalent levied, according to the valuation of the minister's proctor. It was proposed to make the act compulsory upon all rectors, but this was so vehemently resisted by the church party that it was left optional. If the measure had been compulsory, the anti-tithe war, which afterwards occurred, accompanied by violence and bloodshed, would have been avoided. It was, however, carried into operation to a large extent, and with the most satisfactory results. Within a few months after the enactment, more than 1,000 applications had been made from parishes to carry its requirements into effect. In 1824, on the motion of Mr. Hume for an inquiry into the condition of the Irish church establishment, with a view to its reduction, Mr. Leslie Foster furnished statistics from which it appeared that the proportion of Roman Catholics to Protestants was 4-1. In Ulster, at that time, the Roman Catholic population was little more than half the number of Protestants. The year 1824 is memorable in Ireland for the establishment of the Catholic Association. The Catholic question had lain dormant since the Union. Ireland remained in a state of political stupor. There was a Catholic committee, indeed, under the direction of a gentleman of property, Mr. John Keogh, of Mount Jerome near Dublin. But his voice was feeble and seldom heard. The councils of the Roman Catholics were much distracted. Many of the bishops, and most of the gentry, recommended prudence and patience as the best policy. Liberal statesmen in England were willing to make concessions, but the conscientious scruples of George Roman III had presented an insuperable barrier in the way of civil equality. There was an annual motion on the subject, first by Grattan, then by Plunkett, and lastly by Burdett. But it attracted very little attention, till the formidable power of the Catholic Association excited general alarm for the stability of British institutions. Adverting to the past history of Ireland, her geographical position, her social state in respect of the tenure of property, and the numbers of the respective religious denominations of her people, the ablest conservative statesmen considered that it would be extremely difficult to reconcile the perfect equality of civil privilege, or rather the bona fide practical application of that principle, with those objects on the inviolable maintenance of which the friends and opponents of Catholic emancipation were completely agreed, namely, the legislative union and the established church. There was the danger of abolishing tests, which had been established for the express purpose of giving to the legislature a Protestant character, tests which had been established not upon vague constitutional theories, but after practical experience of the evils which had been inflicted, and the dangers which had been incurred by the struggles for ascendancy at periods not remote from the present. There was the danger that the removal of civil disabilities might materially alter the relations in which the Roman Catholics 249 stood to the state. Sir Robert Peel, in his Memoirs, recites those difficulties at length, and in all their force. He fully admits that the Protestant interest had an especial claim upon his devotion and his faithful service, from the part which he had uniformly taken on the Catholic question, from the confidence reposed in him on that account, and from his position in Parliament as the representative of the University of Oxford. Mr. Huskisson. See larger version. Peel then shows how, and under what constraining sense of duty, he responded to that claim. And if the duty which that acknowledged claim imposed upon me were this, that in a crisis of extreme difficulty I should calmly contemplate and compare the dangers with which the Protestant interest was threatened from different quarters, that I should advise a course which I believe to be the least unsafe, that having advised and adopted, I should resolutely adhere to it, that I should disregard every selfish consideration, that I should prefer obloquy and reproach to the aggravation of existing evils, by concealing my real opinion, and by maintaining the false show of personal consistency. If this were the duty imposed upon me, I fearlessly assert that it was most faithfully and scrupulously discharged. The crisis of extreme difficulty to which Peel referred was occasioned by the power acquired by the Catholic Association, which had originated in the following manner. Early in 1823, Mr. O'Connell proposed to his brother barrister, Mr. Shale, and a party of friends who were dining with Mr. O'Mara, at Glencullen, the plan of an association for the management of the Catholic cause. At a general meeting of the Roman Catholics, which took place in April, a resolution with the same design was carried, and on Monday, the 12th of May, the first meeting of the Catholic 250 Association was held in Dempsey's Rooms, in Sackville Street, Dublin. Subsequently, it met at the house of a Catholic bookseller named Coyne, and before a month had passed, it was in active working order. From these small beginnings it became, in the course of the year, one of the most extensive, compact, and powerful popular organizations the world had ever seen. Its influence ramified into every parish in Ireland. It found a place and work for almost every member of the Roman Catholic body. The peer, the lawyer, the merchant, the country gentleman, the peasant, and above all the priest had each his task assigned him, getting up petitions, forming deputations to the government and to Parliament, conducting electioneering, business, watching over the administration of justice, collecting the Catholic rent, preparing resolutions, and making speeches at the meetings of the association, which were held every Monday at the Corn Exchange, when everything in the remotest degree connected with the interests of Roman Catholics or of Ireland was the subject of animating and exciting discussion, conducted in the form of popular harangues by barristers, priests, merchants, and others. Voluminous correspondence was read by the secretary, large sums of rent were handed in, fresh members were enrolled, and speeches were made to a crowd of excited and applauding people, generally composed of Dublin operatives and idlers. But as the proceedings were fully reported in the public journals, the audience may be said to have been the Irish nation. And overall, the voice of O'Connell, like some mighty minster bell, was heard through Ireland, and the Empire, and the world. The objects of the association were, first, to forward petitions to Parliament; second, to afford relief to Catholics assailed by Orange lodges; third, to encourage and support a liberal and independent press, as well in Dublin as in London, such a press as might report faithfully the arguments of their friends and refute the calumnies of their enemies; fourth, to procure cheap publications for the various schools in the country; fifth, to afford aid to Irish Catholics in America; and sixth, to afford aid to the English Catholics. Such were the ostensible objects, but more was aimed at than is here expressed. The association was formed on a plan different from other bodies in Ireland. It proposed to redress all grievances, local or general, affecting the people. It undertook as many questions as ever engaged the attention of a legislature. They undertook, said the Attorney General Plunkett, the great question of parliamentary reform; they undertook the repeal of the Union; they undertook the regulation of church property; they undertook the administration of justice. They intended not merely to consider the administration of justice, in the common acceptance of the term, but they determined on the visitation of every court, from that of the highest authority down to the court of conscience. They did not stop here. They were not content with an interference with courts. They were resolutely bent on interfering with the adjudication of every cause which affected the Catholics, whom they styled the people of Ireland. The association had become so formidable, and was yet so carefully kept within the bounds of law by Councillor O'Connell, in whose legal skill the Roman Catholics of all classes had unbounded confidence, that the government resolved to procure an Act of Parliament for its suppression. Accordingly, on the 11th of February, 1825, a bill was brought into the House of Commons by the Irish Chief Secretary, Mr. Galburn, under the title of Unlawful Societies in Ireland Bill. The plural form caused a great deal of debating. The government declared they wished to include the Orange Society as well as the Catholic Association. But the opposition had no faith in this declaration, and Mr. Brougham stated that they would put down the Catholic Association with one hand and pat the Orange Society on the back with the other. The debates on the subject were very animated and touched upon constitutional questions of the widest interest to the public. The Irish Attorney General said he did not deny that if a set of gentlemen thought fit to unite for those purposes, it was in their power to do so. But then came the question as to the means which they employed, and those means he denied to be constitutional. They have, he said, associated with them the Catholic clergy, the Catholic nobility, many of the Catholic gentry, and all the surviving delegates of 1791. They have established committees in every district, who keep up an extensive correspondence through the country. This association, consisting originally of a few members, has now increased to 3,000. They proceeded to establish a Roman Catholic rent, and in every single parish, of the 2,500 parishes into which Ireland is divided, they appointed 12 Roman Catholic collectors, which make an army of 30,000. Having this their army of collectors, they brought to their assistance 2,500 priests and the whole ecclesiastical body, and thus provided, they go about levying contributions on the peasantry. This Mr. Plunkett pronounced to be unconstitutional, though not in the strict sense illegal. The association was a representative and a tax-levying body. He denied that any portion of the subjects of this realm had a right to give their suffrages to others, had a right to select persons to speak their sentiments, to debate upon their grievances, and to devise measures for their removal. This was the privilege alone of the Commons of the United Kingdom, He would not allow that species of power to anybody not subjected to proper control. But to whom were those individuals accountable? Where was their responsibility? Who was to check them? Who was to stop their progress? By whom were they to be tried or rebuked if found acting mischievously? People not acquainted with Ireland were not aware of the nature of this formidable instrument of power, greater than the power of the sword. Individuals connected with it went into every house and every family. They mixed in all the relations of private life, and afterwards detailed what they heard with the utmost freedom. The Attorney General could not conceive a more deadly instrument of tyranny than it was when it interfered with the administration of justice. Claiming to represent 6 millions of the people of Ireland, it denounced as a public enemy, and arraigned at the bar of justice, any individual it chose to accuse of acting contrary to the popular interest. Thus the grand inquest of the people were the accusers, and there was an unlimited supply of money to carry on the prosecution. The consequence was that magistrates were intimidated, feeling that there was no alternative but to yield or be overwhelmed by the tide of fierce popular passions. Soliciting a vote, from the painting by R. W. Buss, 1834. See larger version. After a debate of 4 nights, the second 251 reading was carried by the large majority of 155, the numbers being 278 to 123. In the House of Lords, the numbers were nearly 4 to 1 in favor of the measure, which was quickly passed into law. As soon as this fact was made known in Ireland, Mr. O'Connell moved that the society be dissolved. This was no sooner done than a new society was formed, and when the Attorney General returned to Ireland, he found it in active operation. It was in reference to this proceeding O'Connell boasted that he could drive a coach and four through an Act of Parliament. It was declared that the new Catholic Association should not assume, or in any manner exercise, the power of acting for the purpose of obtaining redress of grievances in church or state, or any alteration in the law, or for the purpose of carrying on or assisting in the prosecution or defense of causes civil or criminal. Nothing could be more inoffensive or agreeable than its objects, which were to promote peace, harmony, and tranquility, to encourage a liberal and enlightened system of education, to ascertain the population of Ireland and the comparative numbers of different persuasions, to devise means of erecting suitable Catholic places of worship, to encourage Irish agriculture and manufactures, and to publish refutations of the charges against the Catholics. Such was the new platform, but the speeches were of the same defiant and belligerent strain as before. The speakers still prayed that God Almighty would increase the dissensions and differences of the government, and rejoiced in the inspiring prospect of a cloud bursting on England from the north, where Russia had 1,300,000 men in arms. On the 1st of March, Sir Francis Burdett presented a Catholic petition, and in a speech of great eloquence and force moved for the appointment of a committee to inquire into the grievances of which it complained. The question thus brought before the House of Commons was one on which the cabinet was divided. Canning had come down to the House from a sick bed, and on a crutch, to give his support to the motion. Plunkett delivered one of his most powerful speeches on the same side. Peel took upon himself the heavy task of replying to both. He was supported by Mr. Leslie Foster. Brougham closed the debate, and the motion was carried by a majority of 13 amid loud cheers. Resolutions were adopted, and a bill founded upon them passed the Commons, but it was lost in the upper house, where it was thrown out, on the 19th of May, by a majority of 65. It was on that occasion that the Duke of York, then heir presumptive to the throne, made the celebrated declaration against all concession to the Catholics, which excited against him intense animosity in Ireland. At the conclusion of a vehement speech he said, "If I have expressed myself warmly, especially in the latter part of what I have said, I must appeal to your lordship's generosity. I feel the subject most forcibly, but it affects me the more deeply when I recollect that to its agitation must be ascribed that severe illness, and 10 years of misery, which had clouded the existence of my beloved father. I shall therefore conclude with assuring your lordships that I have uttered my honest and conscientious sentiments, founded upon principles I have imbibed from my earliest youth, to the justice of which I have subscribed after careful consideration in maturer years. And these are the principles to which I will adhere, and which I will maintain, and that up to the latest moment of my existence, whatever may be my situation of life, so help me God." It was not Protestants only that were alarmed at the democratic movement which was guided by O'Connell. The Roman Catholic peers, both in England and Ireland, shared their apprehensions. Lord Redesdale, writing to Lord Eldon, said, "I learn that Lord Fingal and others, Catholics of English blood, are alarmed at the present state of things, and they may well be alarmed. If a revolution were to happen in Ireland, it would be in the end an Irish revolution, and no Catholic of English blood would fare better than a Protestant of English blood." So said Lord Castlehaven, an Irish Catholic of English blood, 170 years ago, and so said a Roman Catholic, confidentially to me, above 20 years ago. The question is not simply Protestant and Catholic, but English and Irish, and the great motive of action will be hatred of the Sassenach, inflamed by the priests. Apprehensions of this kind were not lessened by the memorable speech of Mr. Canning, delivered on the 15th of February, in which he gave a narrative of his labors and sacrifices in the Catholic cause, and complained of the exactions and ingratitude of its leaders. Having shown how he stood by the cause in the worst of times, he proceeded, "Sir, I have always refused to act in obedience to the dictates of the Catholic leaders. I would never put myself into their hands, and I never will. Much as I have wished to serve the Catholic cause, I have seen that the service of the Catholic leaders is no easy service. They are hard taskmasters, and the advocate who would satisfy them must deliver himself up to them bound hand and foot. But to be taunted with a want of feeling for the Catholics, to be accused of compromising their interests, conscious as I am, as I cannot but be, of being entitled to their gratitude for a long course of active services, and for the sacrifice to their cause of interests of my own, this is a sort of treatment which would rouse even tameness itself to assert its honor and vindicate its claims." Parliament was prorogued on the 31st of May, 1826, and 2 days afterwards dissolved. It had nearly run its course. It was the 6th session, which had been abridged with a view of getting through the general election at a convenient season. But though short, the session had much work to show of one kind or another, including some useful legislation. The parliamentary papers printed occupied 29 folio volumes, exclusive of the journals and votes. The Parliament whose existence was now terminated had indeed effected the most important changes in the policy of Great Britain, foreign and domestic. Mr. Canning had severed the connection, unnatural as it was damaging, between England and the Holy Alliance, the government of the freest country in the world, presenting almost the only example of a constitution in which the power of the people was represented, was no longer to be associated in the councils of a conclave of despots, and this change of direction in its foreign policy was cordially adopted by the House of Commons and by the nation. Another great and vital change in national policy was the partial admission of the principles of free trade, which the Tories regarded, not without reason, as effecting a complete revolution, which extended its influence to the whole legislation and government. Election meeting in Ireland, CP 254. See larger version. In one respect, the general election happened at an unseasonable time. It was the driest and warmest summer on record. On the 28th of June, the hottest day in the year, the thermometer stood at 89.5 degrees in the shade. Several deaths were occasioned by sunstroke. Among the victims were a son of Earl Grey, and Mr. Butterworth, the eminent law bookseller, a candidate for Dover. The elections were carried on in many places with great spirit, but though there were exciting contests, the struggles were not for parties but for measures. There were 3 great questions at issue before the nation, and with respect to these pledges were exacted. The principal were the Corn Laws, Catholic emancipation, and the slave trade. In England and Wales, 133 members were returned who had never before sat in Parliament. This large infusion of new blood showed that the constituencies were in earnest. In Ireland, the contests turned chiefly on the Catholic question. The organization of the Catholic Association told now with tremendous effect. In every parish the populace were so excited by inflammatory harangues, delivered in the chapel on Sundays, after public worship, both 254 by priests and laymen, the altar being converted into a platform, that irresistible pressure was brought to bear upon the Roman Catholic electors. The 40-shilling freeholders had been multiplied to an enormous extent by the landlords for electioneering purposes. Roman Catholic candidates being out of the question, and the Tory interest predominant in Ireland, electioneering contests had been hitherto in reality less political than personal. They had been contests for preeminence between great rival families. Consequently, farms were cut up into small holdings, because a cabin and a potato garden gave a man, who was little better than a pauper, an interest which he could swear was to him worth 40 shillings a year. The Protestant landlords who pursued this selfish course little dreamt that the political power they thus created would be turned with terrible effect against themselves, and they could scarcely realize their position when, in county after county, they were driven from the representation, which some of them regarded as an inheritance almost as secure as their estates. The most powerful family in Ireland and the most influential in the government was that of the Beresfords, whose principal estates lay in the county Waterford, and where no one would imagine that their candidate could be opposed with the least prospect of success. But on this occasion they suffered a signal defeat. The 40-shilling freeholders, as well as the better class of Roman Catholic farmers, were so excited by the contest that they went almost to a man against their landlords. In many cases, they had got their holdings at low rents on the express condition that their vote should be at the disposal of the landlord. But all such obligations were given to the winds. They followed their priests from every parish to the hustings, surrounded and driven forward by a mass of non-electors armed with sticks and shouting for their church and their country. O'Connell was now in his glory, everywhere directing the storm which he had raised. When the contest was over, many of the landlords retaliated by evicting the tenants who had betrayed their trust and forfeited their pledges. They were tauntingly told that they might go for the means of living to O'Connell and the priests. This was a new ingredient in the cauldron of popular discontent, disaffection, and agrarian crime. The gain of the Catholic party in Ireland, however, was more than counterbalanced by the gain of the opposite party in England and Scotland. The new Parliament met on the 14th of November. Mr. Manners Sutton was re-elected Speaker. A week was spent in the swearing-in of members, and on the 21st the session was opened by the King in person. In the royal speech allusion was made to the throwing open of the ports for the admission of foreign grain, and the distress that had visited the manufacturing districts. The address was carried in the upper house without a division, and in the lower house an amendment, moved by Mr. Hume, found only 24 supporters. On the 5th of December, Alderman Waithman moved for a committee of inquiry with reference to the part taken by members of Parliament in the joint stock mania of 1824-56. He stated that within the last 3 years 600 joint stock companies had been formed, most of them for dishonest purposes. The directors of these fraudulent schemes worked with the market as they pleased, forcing up the prices of shares to sell and depressing them to buy, pocketing the difference. He dwelt particularly on the Arignon Mining Company, of which the late chairman of the Committee of Ways and Means, Mr. Brogden, had been a director. The directors of this company, besides an allowance of 3 guineas per day for the use of their names, had divided between them a large surplus, arising from traffic in shares. Other members of the House, he alleged, had enriched themselves by bubble companies, particularly Sir William Congreve. At the suggestion of Mr. Canning, the inquiry was restricted to the Arignon Company. A vast amount of loss and suffering had been inflicted by these bubble companies. A check was given to the steady and wholesome progress of the country by the fever of excitement, followed by a sudden and terrible collapse. Healthful commerce was blighted, and one of the worst results of the revulsion was that it not only swept away the delusive projects of adventurers, but paralyzed for a season the operations of legitimate enterprise. The commercial atmosphere, however, had been cleared by the monetary crisis of 1825-6. An extensive decomposition of commercial elements was effected. Masses of fictitious property were dispersed, and much of the real capital of the country was distributed in new and safe channels, which caused the year 1827 to open with more cheering prospects. The Duke of York did not long survive his vehement declaration against the concession of the Catholic claims. His vow that he would never permit the emancipation to take place, whatever might be his future position, alluding to his 255 probable accession to the throne, embittered the feelings of the Irish Roman Catholics against him. His disease was dropsy, and Mr. Shale, at a public dinner, jeeringly referred to the rotundity of his configuration. Mr. O'Connell, with equally bad taste, exulted in the prospect of his dissolution and said, "I wish no physical ill to the royal duke, but if he has thrown his oath in the way of our liberties, and that, as long as he lives, justice shall not be done to the people of Ireland, it is a mockery to tell me that the people of Ireland have not an interest in his ceasing to live. Death is the corrector of human errors. It is said to be man's hour for repentance, and God's opportunity. If the royal duke should not become converted from his political errors, I am perfectly resigned to the will of God, and shall abide the result with the most Christian resignation. The Duke's bodily sufferings increased very much towards the end of 1826, and in December the disease manifested the most alarming symptoms. He continued to the last to discharge his duties as commander-in-chief. His professional zeal flashed out even on his deathbed. At a time when his breathing was so oppressed that it was necessary to support him with pillows in an upright position, he personally gave all the orders and directed all the arrangements for the expedition which left England in the middle of December, when the peace of Europe was in imminent danger from the threatened invasion of Portugal. Notwithstanding his dislike to Canning, in consequence of their difference on the Catholic question, he cooperated with him in this matter with an earnestness and vigor which the Duke of Wellington himself could not have surpassed. On the 5th of January, 1827, he died. The occasion for the Portuguese expedition arose in this way. Bands of Portuguese rebels, armed, equipped, and trained in Spain, at the instigation of France, passed the Spanish frontier, carrying terror and devastation into their own country, crossing the boundary at different points, and proclaiming different pretenders to the throne of Portugal. Had Spain employed mercenaries to effect the invasion, there could not be a doubt of its hostile character. Portugal then enjoyed a constitutional government, under the regency of the infant daughter of the King of Brazil. The absolutist party had proclaimed Don Miguel, the King of Brazil's younger brother. During the Civil War, the rebels had been driven into Spain, where they were welcomed with ardor, equipped afresh, and sent back to maintain the cause of absolutism in the Portuguese dominions. England was bound by treaty to assist Portugal in any such emergency. Her aid was demanded accordingly, and averse as Mr. Canning was from war, and from intervention in the affairs of foreign states, he rendered the assistance required with the utmost promptitude. On Friday, December 3rd, the Portuguese ambassador made a formal demand of assistance against a hostile aggression from Spain. Canning answered that, though he had heard rumors to that effect, he had not yet received such precise information as justified him in applying to Parliament. It was only on Friday that that information arrived. On Saturday the cabinet came to a decision. On Sunday the decision received the sanction of the king. On Monday it was communicated to both houses of Parliament, and on Tuesday the troops were on their march for embarkation. The expedition arrived at Lisbon in good time, and had the desired effect of restoring tranquility and preventing war, that war of opinions, which Canning so much dreaded. It was on this occasion that Canning delivered the magnificent oration which electrified the House and the country. No speech in Parliament had ever before produced such an effect. Only a man of splendid genius and intense sympathy, placed in a position to wield the force of a great nation, could have delivered such a speech or produced such an effect. The situation of England, he said, amidst the struggle of political opinions, which agitates more or less sensibly different countries of the world, may be compared to that of the ruler of the winds. Celsa sedit alles ars. Sceptra tenens, molit animos et temperat eras. Ni facit, Maria ac terras clunc profundum. Quip ferent rapidi secum verent per horas. The consequence of letting loose the passions at present chained and confined would be to produce a scene of desolation which no man can contemplate without horror. And I would not sleep easy on my couch if I were conscious that I had contributed to accelerate it by a single moment. This is the reason why I dread the recurrence of hostilities in any part of Europe, why I would forbear long on any point which did not taint the national honor, ere I let slip the dogs of war, the leash of which we hold in our hands, not knowing whom they may reach or how far their ravages may be carried. Such is the love of peace which the British government acknowledges, and such the necessity for peace which the 256 circumstances of the world inculcate. Let us fly to the aid of Portugal, because it is our duty to do so, and let us cease our interference when that duty ends. We go to Portugal not to rule, not to dictate, not to prescribe constitutions, but to defend and preserve the independence of an ally. We go to plant the standard of England on the well-known heights of Lisbon. Where that standard is planted, foreign dominion shall not come. The House received this speech with tumultuous applause, and refused to listen to the objections that Mr. Hume and others wished to urge against the expedition on the score of economy. In the upper house also the government was sustained by an overwhelming majority. The expedition, consisting of 6,000 men, received orders to march, as we have seen, on the 11th of December, and began to land in Lisbon on Christmas Day. The incursions from Spain immediately ceased, and France, which had instigated and secretly encouraged the movement, now found it prudent to disclaim all connection with it. Before 18 months had elapsed the troops had returned. Toryism had now lost two of its main pillars, the Marquis of Londonderry and the Duke of York. They had worked together for many years, one directing the foreign policy of the country while sustaining the chief burden of a great war against France, the other at the head of the British Army, whose valor ultimately triumphed at Waterloo. A third of those pillars, Lord Liverpool, was now struck down, and the fourth, Lord Eldon, was not destined to survive very long. On the 17th of February, a stroke of paralysis terminated the public life of the Prime Minister, though he survived till December 4th in the following year, 1828. He was born in 1770, and as Mr. Jenkinson and Lord Hawkesbury had been a firm supporter of Mr. Pitt, his premiership commenced on June 9, 1812. He had acquired from his father an extensive knowledge of monetary and commercial affairs, and this, combined with the experience of a protracted official career, gave him a great advantage in Parliament, making him master of the leading principles and facts. Amiable, exemplary, frank, and disinterested in his private character, he secured the attachment of his friends and conciliated the goodwill of his political opponents. He was not distinguished for superior statesmanship, power in debate, or originality of mind. But as a political leader, he was what is called a safe man, cautious, moderate, plausible, and conciliatory. His cabinet was weakened by division, the most agitating topic of the day being an open question with its members, Eldon, Wellington, and Peel voting with him on one side, Canning and his friends on the other. His practical wisdom was shown in so far yielding to the spirit of the times as to admit Mr. Canning into the cabinet on the death of Lord Londonderry, though he found great difficulty in overcoming the repugnance of the king to this arrangement. In the same spirit, he had admitted the Grenvilles to a responsible share in the administration. Had he been a man of more decision of character and more energetic will, he would have been more one-sided and straightforward, and that would not have suited a time of great transition and changes of political currents. During his long tenure of office, new ideas were fermenting in the public mind. The people had become impatient of class legislation, and were loudly demanding greater influence in the legislation of the country, greater security for their rights, and freer scope for their industry. They had the most powerful advocates in the press and in Parliament, where Henry Brougham stood foremost among their champions, incessantly battling for their cause. The Conservatives were entrenched behind the bulwarks of monopoly, which were assailed with a frequency and determination that, it was foreseen by the wisest of their defenders, nothing could ultimately resist. Lord Liverpool, with great tact and prudence, managed to postpone the hour of surrender so long as he was in command of the fortress. He had yielded one outwork after another, when resistance was no longer possible, but the value of his services in retaining the rest was not fully appreciated till he was disabled and placed hors de combat. Without any far-reaching sagacity, he could estimate the relative value of existing social and political forces, and weighing all the circumstances, determine what was the best thing to be done, the best of several courses to adopt here and now. He felt that Catholic emancipation and parliamentary reform might be still safely resisted, and here he was loyal to his party. But on questions of currency, free trade, and navigation, he went readily with his liberal supporters. Lisbon. See larger version. When he was removed, it was evident that the temporizing system would do no longer. The head of the cabinet must take one side or the other. The prime minister must be a friend or an enemy of progress, a reformer or an anti-reformer. In these circumstances, the king had great difficulty in forming an administration. The prostration of Lord Liverpool had come upon the political world with the force of an earthquake, convulsing parties in the most violent and singular manner, and completely changing the aspect of affairs at court and in the state. The sovereign had before him, on one hand, Mr. Canning, the leader of the House of Commons, the most popular minister, the most brilliant statesman in England since the days of Pitt. How could he put aside his claims to be prime minister? On the Tory side, there was no statesman to whom the post could be safely entrusted. If Eldon could be kept in his place as Lord Chancellor, it was as much as could be expected at his time of life. The Duke of Wellington's military character, as well as his anti-Catholic feeling, prevented his being placed at the head of an administration. Mr. Peel was considered too young to occupy so great a position. The latter was consulted, and gave it as his opinion that an anti-Catholic ministry could not be formed. The issue was that, after a fortnight's anxious suspense and difficulty, the king entrusted Mr. Canning with the formation of a ministry. The task which he undertook was extremely delicate and difficult. He was greatly disliked by the chiefs of both parties. He belonged to no old aristocratic house. He had risen to the first position in the state by his genius and industry, by the wise and beneficent application of the most brilliant and commanding talents. These excited intense jealousy among those whose principal merit consisted in hereditary rank. When he had received the king's orders, though aware of their feelings towards him, he dealt with them in a frank and generous spirit. He wrote to his colleagues individually, courteously expressing his desire that the public service might still enjoy the advantages to be derived from the exercise of their administrative talents. Most of them answered evasively, pretending that they did not know who was to be prime minister, and postponing their decision till they had received that information. As soon as they learnt that they were to serve under Mr. Canning, the entire administration, with very few exceptions, resigned. Mr. Peel did not share the antipathies of his aristocratic colleagues. Mr. Canning declared that 258 he was the only seceding member of the government that behaved well to him at this time, and so high was his opinion of that gentleman that he considered him to be his only rightful political heir and successor. He was not deceived on either of those points. Mr. Peel, writing confidentially to Lord Eldon, on the 9th of April, expressed his feelings frankly, and they did him honour. His earnest wish was to see the government retained on the footing on which it stood at the time of Lord Liverpool's misfortune. He was content with his own position as Home Secretary. Though differing from every one of his colleagues in the House of Commons on the Catholic question, he esteemed and respected them, and would consider it a great misfortune were His Majesty to lose the services of any of them, but particularly of Canning. He was willing to retire alone if the rest of his colleagues, who did not feel the same difficulty, would consent to hold office with Canning. He advised the king that an exclusive Protestant government could not be formed. He also said that he was out of the question as the head of a government under the arrangement that he considered the best that could be made, namely, the reconstruction of the late administration, because it was quite impossible for Canning to acquiesce in his appointment. He was, however, ready to give Canning's government his general support. On the 10th of April, when Mr. Canning kissed hands as First Lord of the Treasury and Chancellor of the Exchequer, he found himself deserted by the Duke of Wellington, Lord Eldon, Mr. Peel, Lords Bathurst, Melville, and Westmoreland. The members of the cabinet who finally adhered to him were Lord Harrowby, Mr. Huskisson, Mr. Wynne, and Mr. Robinson, afterwards Lord Goderich, who had become Secretary of the Colonial Department, with the lead of the government in the House of Lords. Having received the resignations and presented them to the king, Mr. Canning said, "Here, sire, is that which disables me from executing the orders I have received from you respecting the formation of a new administration. It is now open to your Majesty to adopt a new course, for no step has yet been taken in the execution of those orders that is irrecoverable." He added that if he was to go on, his writ must be moved for that day, which was the last before the Easter recess. The king at once gave him his hand to kiss, and confirmed the appointment. 2 hours afterwards, the House was ringing with acclamations, while Mr. Wynne was moving that a new writ be issued for the borough of Newport, in consequence of the Right Honourable George Canning having accepted the office of First Lord of the Treasury. This was a result which Lord Eldon did not anticipate. He evidently expected that Canning would be foiled in his attempt to form a ministry. He wrote, "Who could have thought it? I guess that I, Wellington, Peel, Bathurst, Westmoreland, and C will be out." Again he says, "The whole conversation in town is made up of abusive, bitterly abusive, talk of people about each other, all fire and flame. I have known nothing like it." Elsewhere he remarks, "I think political enmity runs higher and waxes warmer than I ever knew it." The irritation arose from the fact that the force of public opinion was wresting political power from the families that had so long held it in well-assured possession as their hereditary right. Mr. Canning appeared before them as the man in whom that opinion had triumphed, who, by his own talents and merit alone, had risen to the first position in the state, to be, in fact, the chief ruler, the acting sovereign of the empire. Hence the mortification, hence the factious wrath that was poured upon his devoted head. They succeeded in victimizing a statesman of whom, as Englishmen, they ought to have been proud, vainly hoping that they could thereby maintain the domination of their order in the government of the country. They were aware that the state of Mr. Canning's health was not good. He had all the exquisite sensibility as well as the pride of genius. His finely strung nervous system had been overwrought by incessant labor and anxiety, and irritated by the unworthy and unmerited attacks to which he had been subjected. He suppressed his feelings with a manly self-control and a noble disdain of the mean and virulent assaults upon him. But he felt keenly, nevertheless, and the more carefully he hid the wounds of his mind, the more fatally the poisoned shafts rankled within. The new premier, however, was resolute and persevered with his arrangements. He found an excellent successor to Lord Eldon as Chancellor in Sir John Copley, the Master of the Rolls, who was created Lord Lyndhurst. Mr. Peel, as Home Secretary, was succeeded by Mr. Sturges Bourne, who retired after a few weeks to make way for the Marquis of Lansdowne. He represented a section of the Whigs, prominent among whom were Brougham, Tierney and Burdett, who gave 259 their support to the ministry. The Duke of Clarence succeeded Lord Melville as First Lord of the Admiralty, and the Marquis of Anglesey, the Duke of Wellington, as Master General of the Ordnance. Viscount Palmerston was appointed the Secretary at War, with which office he commenced his long, brilliant, and popular career as a cabinet minister. The new Master of the Rolls was Sir John Leach, the Attorney General Sir James Scarlett, and the Solicitor General Sir N. Tyndall. Mr. Lamb, afterwards Lord Melbourne, succeeded Mr. Galburn as Chief Secretary of Ireland. These three events, the death of the Duke of York, the appointment of Mr. Canning as Prime Minister, and the entire remodeling of the cabinet on liberal principles, succeeding one another so rapidly in the early months of 1827, were regarded as the turning points in the modern history of England and fraught with most momentous consequences. The first changed the heir apparent to the throne, and for an obstinate bigot, substituted a prince of popular sympathies. The second represented the triumph of intellect and public opinion over rank and monopoly. Changes so vast, writes Sir Archibald Alison, could not fail to exercise a powerful influence on the course of events in future times. The magnitude of the change appeared in the most decided manner when the ministerial explanations usual in such cases took place in Parliament. Both houses were crowded to excess, both in the highest degree excited, but the excitement in the two was as different as the poles are asunder. In the Commons it was the triumph of victory, in the Peers the consternation of defeat. So clearly was this evinced that it obliterated for a time the deep lines of party distinction, and brought the two houses, almost as hostile bodies united under different standards, into the presence of each other. The Commons rang with acclamations when the new Premier made his triumphant explanation from the head of the ministerial bench. But they were still louder when Mr. Peel, from the crossbenches, out of office, said, "They may call me a Liberal and Tory, but it will be found that some of the most necessary measures of useful legislation of late years are inscribed with my name." The tide of reform had become so strong that even the avowed Tory leaders in the lower house were fain to take credit by sailing along with it. In the House of Lords, on the other hand, the feeling of the majority was decidedly hostile to the new administration, and that not merely on the Tory benches, where it might naturally have been looked for, but among the old Whig nobility, who had long considered government as an appendage of their estates. It was hard to say whether the old peers on both sides responded more strongly to the Duke of Wellington's and Lord Eldon's explanation of their reasons for declining to hold office, or to Earl Grey's powerful and impassioned attack on the new Premier. The division of the two houses was clearly pronounced. The one presaged its approaching triumph, the other its coming downfall. The secret sense of coming change had raised their numbers in unwanted combinations, and the vital distinction of interest and order had for the time superseded the old divisions of party. Mr. Canning had now attained the highest summit to which the ambition of a British subject can aspire. With the acclamation of the country and of the House of Commons, he had taken the first place in the government of the Empire, to which he had raised himself by his talents and his merit alone, surmounting as he rose the most formidable impediments, aristocratic antipathies, class interests, and royal dislike. He was the idol of the nation, and not only in Great Britain, but throughout the world, his fame shone brightest of all the public men of his age. His name was associated with the triumph of liberal principles throughout Europe and America. He was at the head of a strong government, and he had conciliated the goodwill of his sovereign. Such a combination of what are usually regarded as the elements of human happiness has rarely, if ever, been known in the history of England, where alone such a phenomenon could occur. As a man of genius, as an orator, as a political leader, he enjoyed a reputation and a degree of success which in any one of these capacities would be regarded by the majority of men as the acme of human felicity. But in addition to these, he enjoyed a position and wielded a power with which many great men have been content, without the brilliant halo of glory with which, in Canning's case, they were surrounded. But it is a singular and humbling illustration of the vanity of human wishes and human glory, that this great man was, after all, unhappy, and that the political enemies he had vanquished had the power of bringing him to an early grave. The Whig and Tory lords studied in every way to wound the proud spirit, which they knew to be extremely sensitive. They scowled upon him with looks of resentment and vengeance. Old friends averted their eyes from the affectionate companion 260 of earlier days. The cordial pressure of his hand was not returned. His associates and supporters in office and in Parliament were, for the most part, his former opponents in many a political battlefield. The odium of being a convert to liberal principles settled upon his noble spirit like a fatal blight. The animosity with which intolerance pursues the honest and generous lover of truth, and right pierced his susceptible nervous system like a keen, pitiless, persistent east wind. This was more than his delicate organism could long bear. The state of his mind affected his bodily health. The charm of his conversation made him the delight of his friends in private society, in which he found a solace and a welcome relaxation from the toils of office. It was natural, though to be regretted, that with such a susceptible, enjoying, and genial temperament, delighting in wit and humor, and diffusing pleasure around him by the coruscations of his own genius, he should have lingered longer in convivial parties than was prudent for his health. The consequence was an inflamed and irritable state of the system. Thus predisposed to disease, he caught cold by sitting under a tree, after being heated with walking, while on a visit with Lord Lyndhurst at Wimbledon. Attacked with inflammation of the kidneys, he went to Chiswick on the advice of his doctors. And there, on the 8th of August, after a brief period of intense suffering, he died in the villa of the Duke of Devonshire, and in the same room in which a man of kindred genius, the illustrious Charles James Fox, breathed his last. Lord Liverpool, after the portrait by Sir T. Lawrence, P.R.A. See larger version. The ministerial changes consequent on the death of Mr. Canning were announced on the 17th of August. Viscount Godrich, afterwards Earl of 261 Ripon, became the first Lord of the Treasury, the Duke of Portland President of the Council, Mr. Harries Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Huskisson Colonial Secretary, and Mr. C. Grant President of the Board of Trade. On the 22nd, the Duke of Wellington was gazetted as Commander-in-Chief. He accepted this office at the earnest request of the King, and it was universally felt that he was the fittest man for the post. But those who, with Lord Eldon, earnestly wished for the speedy downfall of the new ministry, which they regarded as almost exclusively Canningite, lamented that he should have assumed that position which would necessarily paralyze his opposition in the House of Lords, and so far tend to keep in the administration. There was, however, little chance of that, for perhaps no cabinet was ever more divided. They intrigued man against man, section against section, and at last, without any external pressure, the cabinet fell to pieces from its own weakness. Lord Godrich lost heart, and gave in his resignation before Parliament met. The King was at Windsor while the work of dissolution was going on. When it was complete, he said, "If they had not dissolved themselves by their own acts, I should have remained faithful to them to the last." They appeared before him on the 8th of January, 1828, to resign the offices which they had received from his hands. The Duke of Wellington was then sent for. It was not his wish to become Prime Minister of England. The reasons which had impelled him, on a former occasion, to resist the solicitations of his colleagues, induced him now to remonstrate respectfully with the sovereign, but the King would take no denial. Devonshire Villa, Chiswick. See larger version. Lord Godrich acted with great humility. In a letter to the Duke of Buckingham, shortly after his resignation, he expressed his willingness to serve under the Duke of Wellington, though it might certainly be a matter of doubt with him how far, in existing circumstances, he could with credit accept office. But as the government was to rest upon a broad basis, and was not to oppose the principles he had always advocated, he was ready to consider favorably any offer that might be made to him. The task which Wellington had undertaken was a most 262 difficult one, considering the nature of the questions that agitated the public mind, and the course which he had adopted in reference to them. The new government was announced on the 25th of January. It retained several members of the Godrich ministry, namely, Lord Dudley, Mr. Huskisson, and Mr. Harries. The Duke of Wellington was Premier, Mr. Galburn Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lord Aberdeen Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and Lord Ellenborough Privy Seal. Mr. Canning's widow was created a Viscountess, with a grant of £6,000 a year, to be enjoyed after her death by her eldest son, and in case of his death by her second son. The former was in the navy, and perished accidentally soon after his father's death. The second son, to whom the family honours descended, was the Governor-General of India during the most memorable crisis in the history of that empire. The grant was opposed by Lord Althorp, Mr. Hume, and Mr. Banks, but was carried by a majority of 161 to 54. Of all the expectants of office in the Wellington administration, the most bitterly disappointed was the ex-chancellor, Lord Eldon, to whom official life had from long habit become almost a necessity. He had enjoyed power long enough in reason to admit of his retirement with a contented mind, but the passion for it was never stronger than at the present moment. He hastened to London a few days after Christmas on account of rumours of a dissolution of the cabinet. Having so often done this when there was a talk of a ministerial crisis, he was called the Stormy Petrel. Believing that he had mainly contributed to bring about the ministerial catastrophe, he was dreadfully mortified when he saw in the newspapers the list of the new ministers beginning thus: Chancellor, Lord Lyndhurst. He had not set his heart this time on the office of Lord Chancellor. He would have been content with the presidentship of the Council or Privy Seal. But his name was not found in the list at all, nor had he been consulted in any way, or informed about what was going forward during the fortnight that passed before the ministerial arrangements were completed. This utter neglect of his claims excited his anger and indignation to the utmost, and caused him to indulge in bitter revilings and threats against the new cabinet. The great Tory lords shared in his resentment, and felt that they were all insulted in his person. Referring to the ministerial arrangements, he wrote, "You will observe, Dudley, Huskisson, Grant, Palmerston, and Lyndhurst 5 were all Canningites, with whom the rest were 3 weeks ago in most violent contest and opposition. These things are to me quite marvellous. How they are all to deal with each other's conduct, as to the late treaty with Turkey and the Navarino battle, is impossible to conjecture. As the first fruits of this arrangement, the Corporation of London have agreed to petition Parliament to repeal the laws which affect dissenters." The Greeks had been struggling to emancipate themselves from the tyrannical dominion of the Turks, aided in their war of independence only by the voluntary contributions and personal services of enthusiastic friends of freedom, like Lord Byron. At length, however, the sanguinary nature of the contest, and the injury to commerce by piracy, induced the great powers of Europe to interfere in order to put an end to the war. Accordingly, on the 6th of July, 1827, a treaty was signed in London by the ministers of Great Britain, France, and Russia for the pacification of Greece. In pursuance of this treaty, a joint expedition, consisting of British, French, and Russian ships, entered the Bay of Navarino on the 20th of October, with the object of compelling the Sultan to concede an armistice, in order that there might be time for effecting an arrangement. The Sultan, Mahmud, having declined the mediation of the combined powers, and Ibrahim Pasha having received a large reinforcement of troops from Egypt, he was ordered to put down the insurrection at every cost by land and sea. He had accordingly recommenced the war with fanatical fury. All Greeks found in arms were to be put to the sword, and the Mora was to be laid waste. The combined fleet of the Allies had received orders to demand an armistice, and if this were refused by the Turkish admiral, they were to intercept the Turkish supplies, but not to commit hostilities. When the Turkish fleet met the Allies, the futility of these instructions became evident. They found it ranged at the bottom of the bay in the form of a crescent. Instead of parleying, the Turks began to fire, and the battle commenced apparently without plan on either side. It soon became general. Admiral Codrington in the Asia opened a broadside upon the Egyptian admiral and soon reduced his ship to a wreck. Others in rapid succession shared the same fate. The conflict lasted with great fury for 4 hours. When the smoke cleared off, the enemy had disappeared, and the bay was strewn with the fragments of their ships. Among the Allies, the loss of the British was greatest, though not large. Only 75 men killed, 263, and 197 wounded. The catastrophe produced immense excitement at Constantinople, and had the Janissaries, those fierce and bigoted defenders of Mohammedanism, whom the Sultan had so recently extirpated, been still in existence, it would have fared ill with Christians in that part of the world. The Sultan demanded satisfaction, which would not be granted, and the European ambassadors left Constantinople. The Battle of Navarino occurred at the time when the Duke of Wellington assumed the reins of office, our ambassador having then returned from Constantinople. Parliament was opened by commission on the 29th of January, 4 days after the formation of the Wellington Ministry. The royal speech referred chiefly to the affairs of the East, to the rights of neutral nations violated by the revolting excesses of the Greeks and Turks, to the Battle of Navarino with the fleet of an ancient ally, which was lamented as an untoward event. But hopes were expressed that it might not lead to further hostilities. The speech alluded to the increase of exports and the more general employment of the people as indications of returning prosperity. The phrase untoward was objected to by Lords Lansdowne and Goderich. Lord Holland denied that our relations with Turkey were those of an alliance. But the Duke of Wellington contended that the Ottoman Empire was an ancient ally of Great Britain, that it formed an essential part of the balance of power, and that the maintenance of its independent existence was more than ever necessary as an object of European policy. The Duke of Wellington had some difficulty in producing due subordination among the members of his government at the outset. At Liverpool, Mr. Huskisson, in addressing his constituents, by way of apology for serving under a Tory chief, said that in taking office he had obtained guarantees for the future liberal course of the government. The Duke resented this assertion, and in the House of Lords on the 11th of February with some warmth, contradicted the statement and declared that pledges had neither been asked nor given, and that if they had been asked, they would have been indignantly refused. Mr. Huskisson explained, in the Commons, that by guarantees he had meant only that the past conduct and character of his colleagues furnished pledges for the future course of the ministry. Another cause of misunderstanding arose, on the 19th of the same month, with reference to the disfranchisement of East Reet Ford. A bill had been brought in for that purpose. A portion of the cabinet were for the enlargement of the constituency by taking in the neighbouring hundred of Bassetlaw. But the constituency had obtained permission to be heard by council before the Lords, and they produced such an impression that the Duke of Wellington hesitated about the propriety of the measure. Another party were for transferring the members to Birmingham. The course Mr. Huskisson is represented to have taken on this question seems so tortuous that it is not easy to account for it. The Duke of Wellington and Mr. Peel were understood to have advocated in the cabinet the disfranchisement of East Reet Ford and the transference of its members to Birmingham. Mr. Huskisson, conceiving that he was in honour bound to adhere to an arrangement that Mr. Canning had made, voted for throwing open the franchise and carried his point. They produced their bill accordingly and were met, as in the kindred case of Penryn, with a counter-proposal for transferring the members to Birmingham. Against this Mr. Huskisson argued, as tending to weaken too much and too suddenly the agricultural interest. The second reading was proposed on the 19th of May, and an animated debate ensued, in which the chief speakers on the ministerial side were Mr. Peel and Mr. Huskisson. Nobody appeared to suspect that Mr. Huskisson did not intend to support with his vote the measure which as a speaker he had recommended. Such, however, proved to be the fact. A division took place, and Mr. Huskisson and Lord Palmerston, very much to the astonishment of all parties, went into the lobby against the ministerial proposal. At 2 o'clock that night Mr. Huskisson wrote a letter to the Duke, which His Grace received at 10 in the morning, in which he said, "I owe it to you, as the head of the administration, and to Mr. Peel, as leader of the House of Commons, to lose no time in affording you an opportunity of placing my office in other hands." The Duke very naturally took this as a resignation, but Mr. Huskisson denied that it was so meant. An irritating correspondence ensued, and Mr. Huskisson left the cabinet, as he affirmed, against his will. All the followers of Mr. Canning went with him, namely, Lord Dudley from the Foreign Office, Lord Palmerston from the War Office, and Mr. C. Grant from the Board of Control. They were succeeded by Lord Aberdeen as Foreign Secretary, Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald at the Board of Control, and Sir Henry Hardinge as Secretary at War. Such was the constitution of the government, with all its liberalism thus expurgated 264, which repealed the Test and Corporation Acts, and carried Catholic emancipation. The king was particularly anxious to have a strong government. He was still firm in his resistance to Catholic emancipation. The very mention of the subject by his ministers produced a degree of excitement and irritation which made their intercourse with him occasionally unpleasant. The Duke of Wellington seemed, of all men, the least likely to give way on the subject. In the debate on the Test and Corporation Acts, he said, "There is no person in this House whose feelings and sentiments, after long consideration, are more decided than mine are with respect to the Roman Catholic claims, and I must say that, Until I see a great change in that question, I must oppose it. On the 28th of February, Lord John Russell proposed and carried a resolution that the House of Commons should go into committee to inquire into the operation of the Test and Corporation Acts, with a view to their repeal. From the very foundation of the established Church at the Reformation, the most stringent measures were adopted to put down nonconformity, to render the Church and state identical in their constituent elements, and to preserve the uniformity and secure the perpetuity of the faith which had been established. The dissenters, however, maintained that the Act of Uniformity had utterly failed to accomplish its object. They observed that at first the Reformed Church was Calvinistic in its articles, its clergy, and its preaching, that it then became Arminian and overcharged with ceremony under Laud, that it was latitudinarian in the days of William and Anne, that in more modern times it had been divided into High Church and Low Church and Broad Church. That subscription did not prevent the greatest variety and even the most positive contrariety of doctrine and religious opinion, referring, for illustration, to the rise and progress of the evangelical and the Anglican parties. They further contended that the Act had failed in one of its main objects, namely, in keeping all Protestants within the pale of the Church, as so far as actual membership or communicants were concerned, the adherents to the establishment were now in a minority. In vain, then, were 2,000 clergymen ejected from their parishes, followed by 60,000 earnest Protestants, who, by fines, imprisonment, or voluntary exile, suffered on account of their nonconformity. This persecution had an effect the opposite of what had been anticipated. If, as Hume remarked, every martyrdom in the Marian persecution was worth to Protestantism and liberty 100 sermons against popery, so every act of persecution against the nonconformists was of value to the religious life of the nation. In consequence of the development of that life, the Toleration Act became a necessity, and from the accession of George Roman II, an annual indemnity act was passed. Sanguine though the dissenters had been respecting the growth of the principles of civil and religious liberty, of which the seeds had been sown in tears by the early Puritan confessors, they did not anticipate that the harvest was at hand. As their claims were not embarrassed by any question of divided allegiance or party politics, many members of Parliament, who had not supported the relief of the Roman Catholics, found themselves at liberty to advocate the cause of the Protestant nonconformists, while almost all who had supported the greater measure of emancipation felt themselves bound by consistency to vote for the abolition of the sacramental test. Yet the victory was not achieved without a struggle. Lord John Russell said, "The government took a clear, open, and decided part against us. They summoned their followers from every part of the empire. Nay, they issued a sort of hattie sheriff for the purpose. They called upon every one within their influence who possessed the faith of a true Mussulman to follow them in opposing the measure. But notwithstanding their opposition in the debate, their arguments were found so weak, and in the division their numbers were found so deficient, that nothing could be more decided than our triumph." Battle of Navarino, the Asia engaging the ships of the Capitan Bay and Moharam Bay, CP 262. See larger version. Lord John Russell, who introduced the measure, Lord Althorp, Mr. Smith of Norwich, and Mr. Ferguson pleaded the cause of the dissenters with unanswerable arguments. They showed that the Church was not now in danger, that there was no existing party bent on subverting the Constitution, that in the cases where the tests were not exacted during the last half-century, there was no instance of a dissenter holding office who had abused his trust, that though the Test Act had been practically in abeyance during all that time, the Church had suffered no harm. Why then preserve an offensive and discreditable act upon the statute book? Why keep up invidious distinctions when there was no pretense of necessity for retaining them? Why, without the shadow of proof, presume disaffection against any class of the community? Even the members of the established Church of Scotland might be, by those tests, and 266 penalties, debarred from serving their sovereign unless they renounced their religion. A whole nation was thus proscribed upon the idle pretext that it was necessary to defend the Church of another nation. It was asked, did the Church of England aspire, like the Mussulmans of Turkey, to be exclusively charged with the defense of the empire? If so, let the Presbyterians and dissenters withdraw, and it would be seen what sort of defense it would have. Take from the field of Waterloo the Scottish regiments. Take away, too, the sons of Ireland. What then would have been the chance of victory? If they sought the aid of Scottish and Irish soldiers in the hour of peril, why deny them equal rights and privileges in times of peace? Besides, the Church could derive no real strength from exclusion and coercion, which only generated ill will and a rankling feeling of injustice. The established Church of Scotland had been safe without any Test and Corporation Acts. They had been abolished in Ireland half a century ago, without any evil accruing to the Church in that country. It was contrary to the spirit of the age to keep up irritating yet inefficient and impracticable restrictions, which were a disgrace to the statute book. Mr. Peel urged that it is dangerous to touch time-honored institutions in an ancient monarchy like this, if the dissenters did not feel the tests as a grievance. If they did, it would be a very strong argument for a change. But, he asked, are the grievances now brought forward in Parliament really felt as such by the dissenters out of doors? So far from it, there were only 6 petitions presented on the subject from 1816 to 1827. The petitions of last year were evidently got up for a political purpose. He quoted from a speech of Mr. Canning's, delivered in 1825 on the Catholic Relief Bill, in which he said, "This bill does not tend to equalize all the religions in the state, but to equalize all the dissenting sects of England. I am, and this bill is, for a predominant church, and I would not, even in appearance, meddle with the laws which secure that predominance to the Church of England." What is the state of the Protestant dissenters? It is that they labor under no practical grievances on account of this difference with the established Church, that they sit with us in this house, and share our counsels, that they are admissible into the highest offices of state, and often hold them. Such is the operation of the Test and Corporation Acts, as mitigated by the Annual Indemnity Act. This much, and no more, I contend, the Catholics should enjoy. With regard to Scotland, Mr. Peel appealed to the facts that from that country there was not one solitary petition, that there was not any military or naval office or command from which Scotsmen were shut out, that, so far from being excluded from the higher offices of government, out of the 14 members who composed the cabinet, 3, Lord Aberdeen, Lord Melville, and Mr. Grant were Scotsmen and good Presbyterians. Even in England the shutting out, he said, was merely nominal. A Protestant dissenter had been Lord Mayor of London the year before. The Acts had practically gone into desuetude, and the existing law gave merely a nominal preponderance to the established Church, which it was admitted on all hands it should possess. The restrictions, however, if not to any great extent a practical grievance, were felt to be a stigma utterly undeserved, and the necessity for an annual indemnity act continually reminded a large, influential, intelligent, energetic portion of the nation of their inferiority to the rest of the king's subjects. The government felt that public opinion was against them. They therefore allowed the bill to go into committee without opposition, and there they adopted it as their own by carrying certain amendments. It passed the Commons by a majority of 44, the numbers being 237 to 193. From the tone of the debate in the Commons, it was evident that the government was not sorry to be left in a minority. In the House of Lords, the measure encountered more opposition. Lord Eldon, exasperated with the treatment he had received from the ministers, denounced it with the utmost vehemence. When he heard of its success in the lower house, he was in a state of consternation. This act, which repealed the Test Act, provided another security in lieu of the tests repealed. And whereas the Protestant Episcopal Church of England and Ireland, and the Protestant Presbyterian Church of Scotland, and the doctrine, discipline, and government thereof respectively are by the laws of this realm severally established permanently and inviolably, I.A.B. do solemnly and sincerely, in the presence of God, profess, testify, and declare, upon the true faith of a Christian, that I will never exercise any power, authority, or influence which I may possess by virtue of the office of, to injure or weaken the Protestant Church, as it is by law established in England, or to disturb the said Church, or the bishops and clergy of the said Church, in the possession of any rights and privileges to which such Church, or the said bishops and clergy, are or may be by law entitled. On the 18th of June, a public dinner to commemorate the abolition of the sacramental test was given at Freemasons' Hall, when the Duke of Sussex occupied the chair. The friends of the cause felt that to secure a meeting of the most opulent, talented, and influential dissenters from all parts of the empire was a measure of no common policy, and it was evident that the illustrious and noble guests felt at once surprised and gratified to witness the high respectability and generous enthusiasm of that great company. Mr. William Smith, as deputy chairman, proposed, in an interesting and appropriate speech, the health of the Duke of Sussex, and the universal prevalence of those principles which placed his family upon the throne. The health of the archbishops, bishops, and other members of the established church who had advocated the rights of the dissenters was proposed by a Baptist minister, the Rev. Dr. Cox. The health of the Protestant dissenting ministers, the worthy successors of the ever-memorable 2000 who sacrificed interest to conscience, having been proposed by the royal chairman, the Rev. Robert Espland returned thanks. Another commemoration of the full admission of nonconformists to the privileges of the Constitution was a medal struck by order of the United Committee. The obverse side exhibits Britannia, seated on the right, presenting to a graceful figure of liberty the act of repeal, while religion in the center raises her eyes to heaven with the expression of thankfulness for the boon. The inscription on this side is Sacramental Test abolished, May 9, 1828. The reverse side presents an open wreath, enclosing the words, Truth, Freedom, Peace, and Charity. Chapter 7. The Reign of George Roman IV, concluded. Opinions of the Irish government on the Catholic question. Renewal of the Catholic claims by Burdett. Vesey Fitzgerald accepts the Board of Trade. O'Connell opposes him for Clare, his reputation, his backers, Father Murphy's speech, O'Connell to the front, the nomination, O'Connell's speech, the election, return of O'Connell, Anglesey's precautions, Peel's reflections on the Clare election, Anglesey describes the state of Ireland, Peel wishes to resign, the Duke wavers, Anglesey urges concession, insurrection probable, Wellington determines on retreat. Why he and Peel did not resign, the Viceroy's opinion, military organization of the peasantry, the Brunswick Club's perplexity of the government, O'Connell's moral force, the Liberator Club's Dawson's speech, no popery in England, the Morpeth banquet, the Leinster Declaration, Wellington's letter to Dr. Curtis, Anglesey's correspondence with O'Connell, the Premier censures the Viceroy, Anglesey dismissed, he is succeeded by Northumberland, difficulties with the King and the English bishops, Peel determines to remain, his views communicated to the King yields, opening of the session, Peel defeated at Oxford University, suppression of the Catholic Association, the announcement in the King's speech, Peel introduces the Relief Bill, arguments of the opposition, the bill passes the Commons, the Duke's speech, it passes the Lords by large majorities, the King withdraws his consent, he again yields, his communication to Eldon numbers of the Catholics in Britain, the Duke's duel with Winchelsea, bill for the disfranchisement of the Forties. O'Connell presents himself to be sworn, he refuses to take the oaths. He is heard at the bar, fresh election for Clare, O'Connell's new agitation, the Roman Catholic hierarchy, riots in the manufacturing districts attempt to mitigate the game laws, affairs of Portugal, negotiations with the Canningites, pitched battles in Ireland, meeting of Parliament, debate on the address, Burdett's attack on Wellington, the opposition proposes retrenchments, the Duke's economies, prosecution of Mr. Alexander, illness and death of George Roman IV. The state of opinion among the members of the government from the early part of 1828 may be traced in the memoirs of Sir Robert Peel, which comprise the confidential correspondence on the subject. The Marquis Wellesley had retired from the government of Ireland and was succeeded by the Marquis of Anglesey. The former nobleman would have given more satisfaction to the Irish Roman Catholics, but he was overruled, as they believed, by Mr. Galburn, his chief secretary. His popularity and the confidence reposed in him were much increased by the fact that the Marchioness was a Roman Catholic, which, however, proportionably rendered him an object of suspicion to the Orange party. The noble Marquis was regarded by Mr. Peel with the most sincere respect and esteem, which were cordially reciprocated. In a letter dated January 30, 1828, Lord Wellesley wrote to him thus, Your most acceptable letter of the 29th instant enables me to offer to you now those assurances of gratitude, respect, and esteem which, to my sincere concern, have been so long delayed. Although these sentiments have not before reached you in the manner which would have been most suitable to the subject, I trust that you have not been unacquainted with the real impressions which your kindness and high character have fixed in my mind, and which it is always a matter of the most genuine satisfaction to me to declare. I am very anxious to communicate with you, in the same unreserved confidence, so long subsisting between us on the state of Ireland. The main subject for consideration at that moment was the policy of continuing the Act for the suppression of the Catholic Association, which was to expire at the end of the session of 1828. In connection with this subject, a letter from Lord Anglesey came under the Ministry's consideration. Do keep matters quiet in Parliament, he said, if possible. The less that is said of Catholic and Protestant the better. It would be presumptuous to form an opinion, or even a sanguine hope, in so short a time, yet I cannot but think there is much reciprocal inclination to get rid of the bugbear and soften down asperities. I am by no means sure that even the most violent would not be glad of an excuse for being less violent. Even at the association, they are at a loss to keep up the extreme irritation they had accomplished. And if they find they are not violently opposed, and that there is no disposition on the part of government to coercion, I do believe they will dwindle into moderation. If, however, we have a mind to have a good blaze again, we may at once command it by reenacting the expiring bill, and when we have improved it and rendered it perfect, we shall find that it will not be acted upon. In short, I shall back Messrs. O'Connell's and Shales and others' evasions against the Crown Lawyer's laws. Lord Byron. See larger version. Mr. Lamb, the Chief Secretary, wrote to Mr. Peel to the same effect. The Act, he said, had failed in fulfilling its main object, as well as every other advantageous purpose. To reenact it would irritate all parties and expose the ministry to odium. He alluded to sources of dissension that were springing up in the Roman Catholic body, particularly the jealousy excited in the Roman Catholic prelates by the power which the association had assumed over the parochial clergy. On the whole, his advice was against renewing the statute. On the 12th of April, Lord Anglesey wrote a memorandum on the subject, in which he pointed out the impolicy of any coercive measure, which, to be effective, must interfere with the right of public meeting, and make a dangerous inroad on the Constitution, at the same time displaying the weakness of the government, which is shown in nothing more than passing strong measures, which there was not vigor to enforce. His information led him to believe that the higher orders of the Roman Catholic clergy had long felt great jealousy of the ascendancy that the leaders of the association had assumed over the lower priesthood. Besides, many of the most respectable of the Catholic landlords were irritated at their tenantry for continuing to pay the Catholic rent, contrary to their injunctions, and sooner or later he believed the poorer contributors must consider the impost as onerous, arbitrary, and oppressive. These matters he regarded as seeds of dissolution, which would be more than neutralized by any coercive attempt to put down the association. He felt confident that no material mischief could result from allowing the act quietly to expire, supported as the government was by the powerful aid of that excellent establishment, the constabulary force, already working the greatest 270 benefit, and capable of still further improvement, and protected as this force was by an efficient army, ably commanded. In answer to some queries submitted to the Attorney General, Mr. Joy, he stated that when the old association was suppressed, the balance of Catholic rent in the Treasury was £14,000. He showed how the existing act had been evaded, and how useless it was to attempt to prevent the agitation by any coercive measure. They held 14 days meetings, and it was amusing to read the notices convening those meetings, which always ran thus: A 14 days meeting will be held, pursuant to Act of Parliament, as if the Act had enjoined and required such meetings. Then there were aggregate meetings, and other separate meetings, which were manifestly a continuation of the association. The same members attended, and the same routine was observed. They also held simultaneous parochial meetings, by which the people were gathered into a solid and perilous confederacy. On the 8th of May, the Catholic claims were again brought forward by Sir Francis Burdett, who moved for a committee of the whole House, with a view to such a final and conciliatory adjustment as may be conducive to the peace and strength of the United Kingdom, to the stability of the Protestant establishment, and to the general satisfaction and concord of all classes of His Majesty's subjects. The debate, which was animated and interesting, continued for 3 days. On a division, the motion for a committee was carried by 272 against 266, giving a majority of 6 only. But in the preceding session, a similar motion had been lost by a majority of 4. On the 16th of the same month, Sir Francis moved that the resolution be communicated to the Lords in a free conference, and that their concurrence should be requested. This being agreed to, the conference was held, and the resolution was reported to the Lords, who took it into consideration on the 9th of June. The debate, which lasted 2 days, was opened by the Marquis of Lansdowne. The Duke of Wellington opposed the resolution, which was lost by a majority of 181 to 137. Mr. Lamb had retired with Mr. Huskisson, sending in his resignation to the Duke of Wellington, and was succeeded as Chief Secretary by Lord Francis Gower, afterwards Lord Ellesmere. Among the offices vacated in consequence of the recent schism in the government was that of President of the Board of Trade, which was accepted by Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald, one of the members for the County Clare. He was consequently obliged to offer himself for re-election to his constituents, and this led to the memorable contest which decided the question of Catholic emancipation. This contest excited universal interest. Mr. O'Connell, the Roman Catholic candidate, was not unknown in England. He had come to London as the leading member of a deputation to urge the concession of Catholic emancipation upon the government and the legislature, when he met a number of the leading statesmen of the day at the house of the Duke of Norfolk. He had been examined by a committee of the Lords, together with Dr. Doyle, in 1825, on which occasion the ability he displayed, his extensive and accurate knowledge, his quickness in answering, and the clearness with which he conveyed information, excited the admiration of all parties. In the appeal case of Scully versus Scully, he pleaded before Lord Eldon. It was the first time he had appeared in his forensic character in England. No sooner had he risen to address their lordships than it was buzzed about the precincts of Westminster, and persons of all descriptions crowded in with anxious curiosity to witness the display, including several peers and members of Parliament. He addressed their lordships for nearly 2 hours, during which the Lord Chancellor paid him great attention, though he had only 33 hours before carried the House of Lords with him in rejecting the bill by which the great advocate would have been admitted to the full privileges of citizenship. Referring to this subject, Lord Eldon wrote in his diary, "Mr. O'Connell pleaded as a barrister before me in the House of Lords on Thursday. His demeanour was very proper, but he did not strike me as shining so much in argument as might be expected from a man who has made so much noise in his harangues in a seditious association." Lord Eldon's opinion was evidently tinged by the recollection of the seditious harangues. It is a curious fact that the leading counsel on that occasion on the same side was Sir Charles Wetherell, then Solicitor General. The English admired the rich tones of O'Connell's voice, his clear and distinct articulation, his legal ingenuity, and the readiness with which he adapted himself to the tribunal before which he pleaded. One of the best speeches he ever made was delivered at the great meeting of the British Catholic Association, the Duke of Norfolk presiding. He astonished his auditory on 271 that occasion. In fact, he was regarded as a lion in London. He won golden opinions wherever he went by his blandness, vivacity, and wit in private, and his lofty bearing in public. His commanding figure, his massive chest, and his broad, good-humored face, with thought and determination distinctly marked in his physiognomy, showed that he had the physique of a great leader of the masses, while he proved himself amongst his colleagues not more powerful in body than in mind and will. The confidence reposed in him in Ireland was unbounded. He was indeed the most remarkable of all the men who had ever advocated the Catholic claims, the only one of their great champions fit to be a popular leader. Curran and Grattan were feeble and attenuated in body, and labored under physical deficiencies, if the impulsive genius of the one or the fastidious pride of the other would have permitted them to be demagogues. O'Connell had all the qualities necessary for that character in perfection: unflinching boldness, audacious assertion, restless motion, soaring ambition, untiring energy, exquisite tact, instinctive sagacity, a calculating, methodizing mind, and a despotic will. He was by no means scrupulous in matters of veracity, and he was famous for his powers of vituperation. But as he was accustomed to say himself, he was the best abused man in Ireland. It was seldom that his name was missed from the leaders of conservative journals, and he was the great object of attack at the meetings of the Brunswick clubs, which were called into existence to resist the Catholic Association. But of all his assailants, none dealt him more terrible blows than the venerable Henry Grattan, the hero of 1782. "Examine their leader," he exclaimed, "Mr. O'Connell. He assumes a right to direct the Catholics of Ireland. He advises, he harangues, and he excites. He does not attempt to allay the passions of a warm and jealous people. Full of inflammatory matter, his declamations breathe everything but harmony, venting against Great Britain the most disgusting calumny, falsehood, and treachery, equaled only by his impudence, describing her as the most stupid, the most dishonest nation that ever existed. A man that could make the speeches he has made, utter the sentiments he has uttered, abuse the characters he has abused, praise the characters he has praised, violate the promises he has violated, propose such votes and such censures as he has proposed, can have little regard for private honor or for public character. He cannot comprehend the spirit of liberty, and he is unfitted to receive it. There is in all this much of the splenetic jealousy of an aged invalid towards a vigorous competitor, who has outstripped him in the race. O'Connell excited much hostility amongst the friends of emancipation by his opposition to the veto which they were willing to give to the British Crown on the appointment of Roman Catholic bishops by the Court of Rome. But the more antagonists he had, and the more battles he fought, the greater was his hold on the Roman Catholic priests and people. His power had arrived at its greatest height when the Canningites left the ministry, and Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald came to Ireland to seek the suffrages of the Clare electors as an influential member of the government. At first, no one had the least doubt of his triumphant return. He had been popular as Chancellor of the Exchequer in Ireland. He was a steady friend of Catholic emancipation, for which he had always voted. He was personally popular. The gentry of the county were almost to a man devoted to him. It appears that O'Connell had at first no idea of starting against him. The proposal is said to have originated with Sir David Roose, who, having accidentally met Mr. P. V. Fitzpatrick on the 22nd of June, remarked that O'Connell ought to offer himself for Clare. Mr. Fitzpatrick then recollected having often heard Mr. John Keogh of Mount Jerome, who had been the Catholic leader for many years, express his conviction that emancipation would never be granted till a Catholic was elected a member of Parliament. If when returned by a constituency, he was not permitted to take his seat because he would not violate his conscience by swearing what he did not believe, John Bull, who is jealous of constitutional rights, would resent this wrong, and would require the oath to be altered for the sake of the constituency. The moment this thought occurred to Mr. Fitzpatrick, he ran to O'Connell and begged of him to stand for Clare. They went to the office of the Dublin Evening Post, and there, in presence of Mr. F. W. Conway, the address to the electors was written. Still O'Connell shrank from the contest on account of the enormous cost. "You know," he said, "that, so far from being in circumstances to meet that outlay from my own resources, I am encumbered with heavy liabilities beyond my power of discharging. You are the only person with whom I am acquainted who knows intimately the Catholic aristocracy and men of wealth. Would 272 you undertake to sound them as to funds for the contest?" Fitzpatrick answered, "I will undertake it, and I am confident of success." Within an hour, he got 3 men of wealth to put down their names for £100 each. The 4 then went round to the principal Catholics of Dublin, and during the day, they got £1,600 from 16 persons. The country followed the example of the metropolis so liberally that £14,000 was raised within a week, and money continued to flow in during the contest. The supplies, however, were not sufficient for the enormous demand, and in the heat of the contest, a messenger was sent post-haste to Cork, and in an incredibly short space of time, returned with £1,000 from Mr. Jerry Murphy, who himself subscribed £300, and got the remainder from its patriotic inhabitants. The sum of £5,000 had been voted by the association for the expenses of the election. They had been very anxious to get a candidate to oppose Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald, and a popular Protestant, Major McNamara, had been requested to come forward, but he declined on the ground of his personal obligations to the ministerial candidate. Indeed, there were few of the smaller gentry in the county on whom he had not conferred favours by the liberal distribution of places among their sons. The Roman Catholic gentry were quite as much indebted to him as the Protestants, and they were not ungrateful, for they stood by him on the hustings almost to a man. Mr. O'Connell was preceded by 2 friends, Tom Steele and O'Gorman Man, the former a Protestant, the other a Roman Catholic, both men remarkable for their chivalrous bearing and a dashing, reckless spirit, which takes with the Irish peasantry. A third agitator entered the field in the person of honest Jack Lawless, another leading member of the association, and one of its most effective speakers. This band was soon joined by Father Tom Maguire, a famous controversialist from the county of Leitrim, who had just been engaged in a discussion with the Rev. Mr. Pope, and was hailed by the peasantry as the triumphant champion of their faith. There was also a barrister, Mr. Dominic Ronayne, who spoke the Irish language, and who, throwing an educated mind into the powerful idiom of the country, produced great effects upon the passions of the people. Mr. Shale, second only to O'Connell in energy and influence, and superior to him in the higher attributes of the orator, in the fiery temperament and imaginative faculty which constitute genius, flung himself into the arena with the greatest ardor. On the Sunday previous to the election, each of these agitators was dispatched to a chapel situated in a district which was the stronghold of one or other of the most popular landlords, for the purpose of haranguing the people after Mass and rousing their enthusiasm to the highest pitch. Mr. Shale went to a place called Carafin, situated in a mountainous district, the property of Sir Edward O'Brien, father of Mr. Smith O'Brien, who drove to the place in his carriage, drawn by 4 horses. There he saw the whole population congregated, having advanced from the rocky hills in large bands, waving green boughs, and preceded by fifes and pipers. The hitherto popular landlord was received in solemn silence, while his antagonist, Mr. Shale, was hailed with rapturous applause. Sir Edward O'Brien consequently lost heart, and leaving his phaeton opposite the chapel door, went to church. Mr. Shale gives a graphic description of Father Murphy, the priest of this rudely constructed mountain chapel. His form was tall, slender, and emaciated. His ample hand was worn to a skinny meagritude. His face was long, sunken, and cadaverous, but was illuminated by eyes blazing with all the fire of genius and the enthusiasm of religion. His lank black hair fell down in straight lines along a lofty forehead. The sun was shining with brilliancy and rendered his figure, attired as it was in white garments, more conspicuous. The scenery about was in harmony, it was wild and desolate. This priest met the envoy of the association on the threshold of his mountain temple and hailed him with a solemn greeting. After Mass, the priest delivered an impassioned harangue. The spirit of sarcasm gleamed over his features, and shouts of laughter attended his description of a miserable Catholic who should prove recreant to the great cause by making a sacrifice of his country to his landlord. The close of his speech, says Mr. Shale, was peculiarly effective. He became inflamed by the power of his emotions, and while he raised himself into the loftiest attitude to which he could ascend, he laid one hand on the altar and shook the other in the spirit of almost prophetic admonition, and while his eyes blazed and seemed to start from his forehead, thick drops fell down his face, and his voice rolled through lips livid with passion and covered with foam. It is almost unnecessary to say that such an appeal was irresistible. The multitude burst into shouts of acclamation, and would have been ready to mount a battery roaring with cannon at his command. 2 days 273 afterwards, the results were felt at the hustings, and while Sir Edward O'Brien stood aghast, Father Murphy marched into Ennis at the head of his tenantry and polled them to a man in favour of Daniel O'Connell. The way having been thus prepared, Mr. O'Connell proceeded to the scene of the contest. On the day of his departure his carriage, with 4 horses, drove into the yard of the 4 courts, where he had been engaged on an important trial. Having concluded his address to the judges, he put off his wig and gown and proceeded through the hall, where he was followed by the lawyers and the persons from the different courts, so that the judges were deserted. Stepping into his open barouche, accompanied by Mr. P. O'Gorman, secretary of the association, Mr. R. Scott, solicitor, and Father Murphy, the celebrated parish priest of Carafin, he drove off amidst the cheers of all present. The greatest possible excitement prevailed along the whole route, and he enjoyed an ovation at every town he passed through. At Ennis, though he entered the town by daybreak, the traders and the inhabitants turned out in procession to meet him. Priests swarmed in all the streets, and in every face there was an unconcealed expression of joyous and exulting triumph. The Clare contest, Father Murphy leading his tenants to the poll, CP 273. See larger version. The courthouse on the day of nomination presented a striking scene. On the left hand of the sheriff stood a cabinet minister, attended by the whole body of the aristocracy and gentry, Protestant and Catholic, of the County Clare. On the right stood Mr. O'Connell, with scarcely a single gentleman by his side, but he was the man of the people and of the priests, and so he was master of the situation. Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald was proposed by Sir Edward O'Brien and seconded by Sir A. Fitzgerald. The ministerial candidate first addressed the freeholders. He was an accomplished gentleman and an excellent speaker. Mr. Shale, who was present, remarked that he delivered one of the most effective and dexterous speeches it had ever been his fortune to hear. His venerable father, who had voted against the Union in the Irish Parliament, was now on his deathbed, and the knowledge of the 274 contest had been kept from him, lest the excitement should hasten his departure. In alluding to him, and to his own services to the county, Mr. Fitzgerald's eyes filled with tears, and there were few amongst his opponents, excited as they were against him, who did not give the same evidence of emotion. And when he sat down, although the great majority of the audience were strongly opposed to him, and were enthusiasts in favor of the rival candidate, a loud and unanimous burst of acclamation shook the courthouse. Mr. O'Connell rose to address the people in reply. It was manifest that he considered great exertion to be requisite in order to do away with the impression which his antagonist had produced. It was clear to those who were acquainted with the workings of his physiognomy that he was collecting all his might. Mr. O'Connell bore Mr. Fitzgerald no sort of personal aversion, but he determined, in this exigency, to have little mercy on his feelings, and to employ all the power of vituperation of which he was possessed against him. This, remarks Mr. Shale, was absolutely necessary, for if more dexterous fencing had been resorted to by Mr. O'Connell, many might have gone away with the opinion that, after all, Mr. Fitzgerald had been thanklessly treated by the Catholic body. It was, therefore, disagreeably requisite to render him for the moment odious. Mr. O'Connell began by awakening the passions of the multitude in an attack on Mr. Fitzgerald's allies. Mr. Gore had lauded him highly. This Mr. Gore is of Cromwellian descent, and the people detest the memory of the Protector to this day. There is a tradition, I know not whether it has the least foundation, that the ancestor of this gentleman's family was a nailer by trade in the Puritan army. Mr. O'Connell, without any direct reference to the fact, used a set of metaphors such as striking the nail on the head, putting a nail into a coffin, which at once recalled the associations which were attached to the name of Mr. Gore, and roars of laughter assailed that gentleman on every side. Mr. Gore has the character of being not only very opulent, but of bearing regard to his possessions proportionate to their extent. Nothing is so unpopular as prudence in Ireland, and Mr. O'Connell rallied Mr. Gore to such a point upon this head, and that of his supposed origin, that the latter completely sank under the attack. He next proceeded to Mr. Fitzgerald, and having thrown in a picture of the late Mr. Percival, he turned round, and asked of the rival candidate with what face he could call himself their friend, when the first act of his political life was to enlist himself under the banners of the bloody Percival. This violent epithet was sent into the hearts of the people with a force of expression and a furious vehemence of will that created a great sensation amongst the crowd, and turned the tide against Mr. Fitzgerald. It was necessary that Roman Catholic electors should take an oath and obtain a certificate of their having done so from a magistrate. The friends of Mr. Fitzgerald insisted that this oath should be taken, which caused considerable delay, but a magistrate having been obtained, the freeholders were sworn en masse. Brought into a yard, enclosed within 4 walls, 25 voters were placed against each wall, and thus the oath was simultaneously taken. The effects of this machinery upon the poll soon became manifest. Mr. O'Connell ran ahead of his opponent, and on the second day the result was no longer doubtful. Mr. Fitzgerald would have abandoned the contest, but the landlords resolved that the last man whom they could command should be polled out. They exerted themselves to the utmost to prevent the defection of their tenantry. The most influential of them had their freeholders mustered in a body, and came forward to the hustings at their head, exhorting, promising, threatening, reminding them of past favors, and hinting at the consequences of forsaking their best friends and natural protectors. But the moment O'Connell or a priest appeared shouting, "Vote for your country, boys! Vote for the old religion! Down with Vesey! Hurrah for O'Connell!" they changed sides to a man with a wild, responsive cheer. One priest, Father Coffey, adhered to Mr. Fitzgerald. But, says Mr. Shale, the scorn and detestation with which he was treated by the mob clearly proved that a priest has no influence over them when he attempts to run counter to their political passions. He can hurry them on in the career in which their own feelings impel them, but he cannot turn them into another course. The generality of the orators were heard with loud and clamorous approbation, but at a late hour one evening, when it was growing rapidly dark, a priest came forward on the platform, who addressed the multitude in Irish. 10,000 peasants were assembled before the speaker, and a profound stillness hung over the almost breathless mass. For some minutes they continued thus deeply attentive, and seemed to be struck with awe as he proceeded. Suddenly the priest and the whole multitude knelt down with 275, the precision of a regimental evolution. Priest and people were both silent, but they were offering up a mental prayer for mercy on the soul of one of Vesey Fitzgerald's voters, who had died that day, and had been accused of taking a bribe. The polling, which lasted 5 days, at length closed. The courthouse was again crowded, as on the first day. Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald appeared again at the head of the aristocracy, and Mr. O'Connell at the head of the priests and the Forties. The moment the latter was declared by the sheriff duly elected, the first Roman Catholic MP since the Revolution, A friend presented him with a letter to be franked. Addressed to a member of the House of Commons, it was posted that night, and when it arrived at its destination it was handed about amongst the members, exciting curiosity and astonishment. It was said also to have found its way to the king, who probably felt thankful that his brother, the Duke of York, did not live to see Daniel O'Connell. MP Mr. O'Connell made a speech, distinguished by just feeling and good taste, and begged that Mr. Fitzgerald would forgive him if he had on the first day given him any sort of offense. Mr. Fitzgerald came forward, and unaffectedly assured him that whatever was said should be forgotten. He was again hailed with universal acclamation, and delivered an admirable speech. During the progress of the election, he could not refrain from repeatedly expressing his astonishment at what he saw, and from indulging in melancholy forebodings of events of which these incidents were perhaps but the heralds. "Where is all this to end?" was a question frequently put in his presence, and from which he seemed to shrink. There was, however, no violation of the peace, which Lord Anglesey had taken effective measures to preserve. He had placed at the disposal of Major Warburton 47 artillery, with 2 6-pounders, 120 cavalry, and 415 infantry. These were at Clare Castle, close at hand. Within a few miles there were 183 cavalry and 1,313 infantry. Within 36 miles, 28 cavalry, 1,367 infantry, and 2 6-pounders. And at a farther distance there was a regiment of cavalry and above 800 infantry. There were besides, on duty at Ennis, 300 of the constabulary. Mr. Peel's reflections on the Clare election are deeply interesting. It afforded, he writes in his memoirs, a decisive proof, not only that the instrument on which the Protestant proprietor had hitherto mainly relied for the maintenance of his political influence had completely failed him, but that, through the combined exertions of the agitator and the priest, or, I should rather say, through the contagious sympathies of a common cause among all classes of the Roman Catholic population, the instrument of defense and supremacy had been converted into a weapon fatal to the authority of the landlord. However men might differ as to the consequences which ought to follow the event, no one denied its vast importance. It was seen by the most intelligent that the Clare election would be the turning point in the Catholic question. The point. Parts U by C via find it in Ambas. The Home Secretary thus refers to a letter of Lord Eldon, written to his daughter soon after the event, as follows. After observing, "Nothing is talked of now which interests anybody the least in the world, except the election of Mr. O'Connell." He makes these memorable remarks. As Mr. O'Connell will not, though elected, be allowed to take his seat in the House of Commons unless he will take the oaths, etc., and that he won't do unless he can get absolution, his rejection from the Commons may excite rebellion in Ireland. At all events, this business must bring the Roman Catholic question, which has been so often discussed, to a crisis and a conclusion. The nature of that conclusion I do not think likely to be favorable to Protestantism. It is clear, therefore, continues Mr. Peel, that Lord Eldon was fully alive to the real character and magnitude of the event. Mr. Peel publishes the letters that passed between him and Mr. Fitzgerald while the election was pending, and from these, it would appear that the latter thought the contest would be violent and exasperated. After the fight was over, he said he had polled the gentry to a man, and all the 50-pound freeholders. The organization which had been shown was so complete and formidable that no man could contemplate without alarm what was to follow in that wretched country. Mr. Peel observes, "The last letter of Mr. Fitzgerald is especially worthy of remark. Can there be a doubt that the example of the county would have been all-powerful in the case of every future election in Ireland for those counties in which a Roman Catholic constituency preponderated? It is true that Mr. O'Connell was the most formidable competitor whom Mr. Fitzgerald could have encountered. It is possible that that which took place in Clare would not have taken place had 276 any other man than Mr. O'Connell been the candidate. But he must be blind, indeed, to the natural progress of events, and to the influence of example, in times of public excitement, on the feelings and passions of men, who could cherish the delusive hope that the instrument of political power, shivered to atoms in the county of Clare, would still be wielded with effect in Cork or Galway. The Clare election supplied the manifest proof of an abnormal and unhealthy condition of the public mind in Ireland. The manifest proof that the sense of a common grievance and the sympathies of a common interest were beginning to loosen the ties which connect different classes of men in friendly relations to each other, to weaken the force of local and personal attachments, and to unite the scattered elements of society into a homogeneous and disciplined mass, yielding willing obedience to the assumed authority of superior intelligence hostile to the law and to the government which administered it. There is a wide distinction, though it is not willingly recognized by a heated party, between the hasty concession to unprincipled agitation and provident precaution against the explosion of public feeling gradually acquiring the strength which makes it irresistible. Concede nothing to agitation is the ready cry of those who are not responsible, the vigor of whose decisions is often proportionate to their own personal immunity from danger and imperfect knowledge of the true state of affairs. A prudent minister, before he determines against all concession, against any yielding or compromise of former opinions, must well consider what it is that he has to resist, and what are his powers of resistance. His task would be an easy one if it were sufficient to resolve that he would yield nothing to violence or to the menace of physical force. In this case of the Clare election, and of its natural consequences, what was the evil to be apprehended? Not force, not violence, not any act of which law could take cognizance. The real danger was in the peaceable and legitimate exercise of a franchise, according to the will and conscience of the holder. In such an exercise of that franchise, not merely permitted, but encouraged and approved by constitutional law, was involved a revolution of the electoral system in Ireland. The transfer of political power, so far as it was connected with representation, from one party to another. The actual transfer was the least of the evil, the process by which it was to be effected, the repetition in each county of the scenes of the Clare election, the £50 freeholders, the gentry to a man polling one way, their alienated tenantry another, all the great interests of the county broken down, the universal desertion. I am quoting the expressions of Mr. Fitzgerald, the agitator, and the priest laughing to scorn the baffled landlord, the local heaving and throes of society on every casual vacancy in a county, the universal convulsion at a general election. This was the danger to be apprehended. Those were the evils to be resisted. What was the power of resistance? Alter the law and remodel the franchise was the ready, the improvident response. If it had been desired to increase the strength of a formidable confederacy, and by rallying round it the sympathies of good men and of powerful parties in Great Britain, to ensure for it a signal triumph, to extinguish the hope of effecting an amicable adjustment of the Catholic question, and of applying a corrective to the real evils and abuses of elective franchise, the best way to attain these pernicious ends would have been to propose to Parliament, on the part of the government, the abrupt extinction of the 40-shilling franchise in Ireland, together with the continued maintenance of civil disability. I well know that there are those upon whom such considerations as these, to which I have been adverting, will make but a faint impression. Their answer to all such appeals is the short, in their opinion the conclusive, declaration: the Protestant constitution in church and state must be maintained at all hazards, and by any means. The maintenance of it is a question of principle, and every concession or compromise is the sacrifice of principle to a low and vulgar expediency. This is easily said, but how was Ireland to be governed? How was the Protestant constitution in church and state to be maintained in that part of the empire? Again, I can anticipate the reply, by the overwhelming sense of the people of Great Britain, by the application, if necessary, of physical force for the maintenance of authority, by the employment of the organized strength of government, the police and the military, to enforce obedience to the law. Daniel O'Connell, after the portrait by Sir David Wilkie. See larger version. Then, by a process of argument so close, so logical, as to amount to a demonstration, Sir Robert Peel meets this objection, and shows that the proposals of the Conservative Party afforded no solution of the real difficulty. Granted that the overwhelming sense of the people of Great Britain was against concession, what aid could they afford in the daily, practical administration of the law in Ireland? If seditious libels were to be punished, or illegal confederacies, dangerous to the public peace, to be suppressed, the offenders could only be corrected and checked through the intervention of an Irish jury, little disposed, if fairly selected, to defer in times of political excitement to the authority of English opinion. But the real difficulty to be surmounted was not the violation of the law. It lay, rather, in the novel exercise of constitutional franchises, in the application of powers recognized and protected by the law, the power of speech, the power of meeting in public assemblies, the systematic and not unlawful application of all these powers to one definite purpose, namely, the organization of a force which professed to be a moral force, but had for its object to encroach, step by step, on the functions of regular government, to paralyze its authority, and to acquire a strength which might ultimately render irresistible the demand for civil equality. If then, Irish agitation could not be repressed through the action of Irish juries, if the agitators kept strictly within the letter of the law, so that even a conviction by an Irish jury might be pronounced, by the highest legal authorities in England, an act making trial by jury, a mockery, a delusion, and a snare, how was the public opinion of England and Scotland to be brought to bear in putting down the popular? Well, in Ireland, it could be done only through the imperial parliament, by having a law passed to suspend or abolish the constitution in Ireland. But the existing parliament could not be got to pass any such measure, for the House of Commons had just voted that the proper way to put down agitation in Ireland was to grant Catholic emancipation, and that the remedy of establishing civil equality ought to be tried without delay. Was 278 there any hope that a dissolution of Parliament would produce different results? No, for at the general election of 1826, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Middlesex, Surrey, Kent, and Devonshire sent representatives to Parliament, a majority of whom voted against the maintenance of Protestant ascendancy in Ireland. The members for London, for Liverpool, for Norwich, for Coventry, for Leicester were equally divided on the question, while the members for Westminster, Southwark, Newcastle upon Tyne, Preston, Chester, and Derby voted unanimously for concession. Now, the Parliament which assumed this liberal complexion had been elected in circumstances calculated to call forth the strongest manifestation of Protestant feeling, for it was only the previous year that, after long discussion and a severe contest, the Commons had sent up to the Lords, by a majority of 21, a bill for the repeal of Roman Catholic disabilities. Then, with regard to Ireland, what would have been the effect of a general election there? Would not the example of Clare have been imitated in every county and borough where the Roman Catholic electors were the majority? And what would have been the effect of such an attempt on the public peace? Probably, to involve the whole island in the horrors of a civil and religious war, to be followed by another penal code. Referring to the means at the disposal of government for putting down the agitations by military force, Peel has this remarkable passage. This is a very delicate matter to discuss. But why have I deferred for 20 years this vindication of my conduct? Why have I consented to submit for that long period to every reproach which malice, or mistake, or blindness to the real state of affairs could direct against me, except in the hope that the time would come? I cared little whether I were in the grave or not when it should come, when delicate matters might safely be discussed, and when, without prejudice to the public interests, or offense to private feelings, the whole truth might be spoken. I deliberately affirm that a minister of the Crown, responsible at the time of which I am speaking for the public peace and the public welfare, would have grossly and scandalously neglected his duty if he had failed to consider whether it might not be possible that the fever of political and religious excitement which was quickening the pulse and fluttering the bosom of the whole Catholic population, which had inspired the serf of Clare with the resolution and energy of a free man, which had, in the twinkling of an eye, made all considerations of personal gratitude, ancient family connection, local preferences, the fear of worldly injury, the hope of worldly advantage, subordinate to the all-absorbing sense of religious obligation and public duty, whether, I say, it might not be possible that the contagion of that feverish excitement might spread beyond the barriers which, under ordinary circumstances, the habits of military obedience and the strictness of military discipline opposed to all such external influences. The chief governor of Ireland, at that time, was no timid civilian. He was a brave and distinguished soldier, a man of chivalrous honor himself, and therefore not prone to entertain doubts injurious to the honor of the profession of which he was an ornament. But Lord Anglesey was also capable of estimating the force of popular contagious influences on military discipline and fidelity in an extraordinary national crisis. And he was so alarmed at the state of things developed by the Clare election that he wrote confidentially to Mr. Peel, cautioning him against supposing that Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald, from vexation and disappointment, should exaggerate the danger of the crisis, and telling him that he would send Major Warburton on a secret mission, known only to his private secretary, to explain to the government in London the state of affairs. Major Warburton, a very intelligent and trustworthy officer, was at the head of the constabulary and commanded the force at Clare during the election. He testified, as the result of his observation there, that, even in the constabulary and the army, the sympathies of a common cause, political and religious, could not be altogether repressed, and that implicit reliance could not long be placed on the effect of discipline and the duty of obedience. On the 20th of July, Lord Anglesey wrote as follows: "We hear occasionally of the Catholic soldiers being ill-disposed and entirely under the influence of the priests. One regiment of infantry is said to be divided into Orange and Catholic factions. It is certain that, on the 12th of July, the guard at the castle had orange lilies about them." On the 26th of July, the Viceroy wrote another letter, from which the following is an extract: "The priests are using very inflammatory language and are certainly working upon the Catholics of the army. I think it important that the depots of Irish recruits should be gradually removed, under the appearance of being required to join their regiments, and that whatever regiments are sent here should be those of Scotland 279, or, at all events, of men not recruited from the south of Ireland." I desired Sir John Byng to convey this opinion to Lord Hill. In the meantime, Mr. Peel had, in the previous month, communicated with the Duke of Wellington, and intimated his wish to retire from the Cabinet, and from the leadership of the House of Commons, in consequence of his being in the minority upon a question which, of all others, most deeply affected the condition and prospects of Ireland, with the government of which he was charged as Home Secretary. The Duke of Wellington's sentiments did not differ from his as to the embarrassment that must arise from divided councils in the Cabinet. The Duke also acted upon the earnest advice of Mr. Peel not to take a course which would preclude an early settlement of the question. In the debate on Lord Lansdowne's motion, on the 9th of June, that the Lords should concur in the resolution passed by the House of Commons, the Duke and Lord Chancellor Lyndhurst took part in the debate, and though they did not concur in the resolution, which was rejected by a majority of 44, the general tenor of their speeches and of those of the bishops led Lord Lansdowne to observe, in reply, that he thought the noble lord on the woolsack and the noble Duke must have had the intention of conceding the Catholic claims, for no one knew better than they did the danger of holding out expectations which could not be realized. The session of 1828 was closed by a speech from the throne on the 28th of July. As only 3 weeks of the session had to elapse after the Clare election, Mr. O'Connell did not offer to take his seat, preferring to make the most of the MP in the work of agitation till the meeting of Parliament in the spring. And besides, he was probably aware that he would have no opportunity of making a speech. If he appeared, the Speaker would desire him to take the oaths required by law, and if he declined, he would treat him as a stranger and intruder, and listen to nothing he had to say. He could not be summoned to the House, and compelled to attend, because he was not returned at a general election, and it was thought better to let him enjoy his senatorial honors unmolested for 6 months, than to enter, at the close of the session, into an irritating and protracted contest. On the 2nd of July, in a letter to Lord Francis Leveson Gower, the Viceroy gave his opinion of the state of Ireland in these terms: "I begin by premising that I hold in abhorrence the association, the agitators, the priests, and their religion, and I believe that not many, but that some, of the bishops are mild, moderate, and anxious to come to a fair and liberal compromise for the adjustment of the points at issue. I think that these latter have very little, if any, influence with the lower clergy and the population. Such is the extraordinary power of the association, or rather, of the agitators, of whom there are many of high ability, of ardent mind, of great daring, and if there was no association, these men are now too well known not to maintain their power under the existing order of exclusion, that I am quite certain they could lead on the people to open rebellion at a moment's notice, and their organization is such that in the hands of desperate and intelligent leaders they would be extremely formidable. The hope, and indeed the probability, of present tranquility rests upon the forbearance and the not very determined courage of O'Connell, and on his belief, as well as that of the principal men amongst them, that they will carry their cause by unceasing agitation, and by intimidation, without coming to blows. I believe their success inevitable, that no power under heaven can arrest its progress. There may be rebellion, you may put to death thousands, you may suppress it, but it will only be to put off the day of compromise. And in the meantime, the country is still more impoverished, and the minds of the people are, if possible, still more alienated, and ruinous expense is entailed upon the empire. But supposing that the whole evil was consented in the association, and that, if that was suppressed, all would go smoothly, where is the man who can tell me how to suppress it? Many cry out that the nuisance must be abated, that the government is supine, that the insolence of the demagogues is intolerable, but I have not yet found one person capable of pointing out a remedy. All are mute when you ask them to define their proposition. All that even the most determined opposers to emancipation say is that it is better to leave things as they are than to risk any change. But will things remain as they are? Certainly not. They are bad, they must get worse, and I see no possible means of improving them but by depriving the demagogues of the power of directing the people, and by taking Messrs. O'Connell, Shale, and the rest of them from the association, and placing them in the House of Commons. This desirable object would be at once accomplished. The present order of things cannot 280 last. There are three modes of proceeding. First, that of trying to go on as we have done. Secondly, to adjust the question by concession, and such guards as may be deemed indispensable. Thirdly, to put down the association, and to crush the power of the priests. The first I hold to be impossible. The second is practicable and advisable. The third is only possible by supposing that you can reconstruct the House of Commons, and to suppose, that is to suppose, that you can totally alter the feelings of those who send them there. I believe nothing short of the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act and martial law will affect the third proposition. This would affect it during their operation, and perhaps for a short time after they had ceased, and then every evil would return with accumulated weight. But no House of Commons would consent to these measures until there is open rebellion, and therefore till that occurs it is useless to think of them. The second mode of proceeding is, then, I conceive, the only practicable one, but the present is not propitious to effect even this. I abhor the idea of truckling to the overbearing Catholic demagogues. To make any movement towards conciliation under the present excitement and system of terror would revolt me. But I do most conscientiously, and after the most earnest consideration of the subject, give it as my conviction that the first moment of tranquillity should be seized to signify the intention of adjusting the question, lest another period of calm should not present itself. Lord Anglesey had expressed himself so strongly in his communications with the government that he was afraid of being regarded by them as a partisan. He deprecated giving the executive any additional powers, though not without apprehensions of a rebellion, which he believed he had sufficient force to quell, even in the improbable event of foreign aid, upon which some of the Irish people might, however rashly, rely for success. On the 20th of July he wrote, "It appears not improbable there may be an attempt to introduce arms, and finally insurrection. I am quite sure the disaffected are amply organized for the undertaking. They are partially, but ill, armed. Pikes, however, to any amount, and at very short notice, would be easily manufactured, if they are not already made and secreted. Still, I cannot bring myself to believe that the ruling characters are at all inclined to put their cause to the test of arms, and if they do, I cannot imagine how, without foreign aid, of which there appears no fear, they can calculate upon success." The priests had become all silent and reserved, even towards those with whom they had hitherto maintained confidential intercourse. No money would tempt them to make a single disclosure, and there was a general impression among them that some great event was at hand. The law officers of the Crown had been consulted as to the expediency of prosecuting some of the agitators for the most violent of their speeches, but their advice was that it could not be done with any prospect of success, because their most exciting stimulants were accompanied by declarations that they wished only to guard the government against insurrection, which only concession could prevent. Such being the condition of Ireland, the position of the government was in the highest degree perplexing. The House of Commons was for emancipation, the Lords were opposed to it, the King was opposed to it. The strength of political parties was nicely balanced in Parliament, and strong political excitement prevailed on both sides of the Irish Sea. Peel, in view of this state of affairs, says, "I maturely and anxiously considered every point which required consideration, and I formed a decision as to the obligation of public duty, of which I may say with truth that it was wholly at variance with that which the regard for my own personal interests or private feelings would have dictated." His intention was to relinquish office, but he resolved not to do so without placing on record his opinion that a complete change of policy was necessary, that the Catholic question should no longer be an open question, and that the whole condition of Ireland, political and social, should be taken into consideration by the Cabinet, precisely in the same manner in which every other question of grave importance was considered, and with the same power to offer advice upon it to the sovereign. He also gave it as his decided opinion that there was less evil and less danger in conceding the Catholic claims than in persevering in the policy of resistance. He left London for Brighton soon after the close of the session, having made a previous arrangement with the Duke of Wellington that he should send him a memorandum explanatory of his views on the state of Ireland and on the Catholic question, and that he should write to the Duke fully in reply. On the 9th of August, the Duke wrote to him as follows: "I now send you the memorandum which I sent to the King on the state of Ireland, a letter which I sent to him at the same time, his answer, a memorandum upon the Roman Catholic 281 question which I have since drawn up, and a letter which I wrote yesterday to the Lord Chancellor. The Four Courts, Dublin." See larger version. The result of the Duke's deliberations upon the crisis and the duty of government respecting it was stated at length in an unpublished manuscript, left in his own handwriting, and is probably a copy of the memorandum sent to the King. The following is the substance of the Duke's reflections, as given in Mr. Gleig's Life of Wellington. The government, if it should determine under existing circumstances to maintain the statutes excluding Roman Catholics from power, must ask for new laws, the old having quite broken down. They must bring in a bill requiring candidates for seats in Parliament to take at the hustings the oaths of supremacy and allegiance. Otherwise, they could not prevent Roman Catholics from contesting every vacant county and borough in the United Kingdom, and from becoming ipso facto members of Parliament, should constituencies see fit to elect them. Practically speaking, there might be small risk that either in England or Scotland this result would follow, at least, to any extent. But what was to be expected in Ireland? That every constituency, with the exception, perhaps, of the University and City of Dublin, and of the counties and boroughs of the north, would, whenever the opportunity offered, return Roman Catholics, and that the members so returned being prevented from taking their seats, 3/4, at least, of the Irish people must remain permanently unrepresented in Parliament. Was it possible, looking to the state of parties in the House of Commons, that such a measure, if proposed, could be carried? For many years back, the majorities in favor of repeal had gone on increasing, session after session. Even the present Parliament, elected as it had been under a strong Protestant pressure, had swerved from its faithfulness. The small majority which threw out Lord John Russell's bill in 1827 had been converted, in 1828, into a minority, and among those who voted on that occasion with Mr. Peel, many gave him warning that hereafter they should consider themselves free to follow a different course. But perhaps it might be possible to get a bill passed to disfranchise the Irish 40-shilling freeholders, a class of voters who, as they had been created for acknowledged purposes of corruption in the Irish Parliament, would have nobody to stand up for them in high places, now that they refused to play their patron's game. This was quite as improbable an issue as the other. The disfranchisement of 40-shilling freeholders had indeed been talked of in former years, but if effected at all, it was to be in connection with a measure of Catholic emancipation. To propose it now for the avowed purpose of rendering Catholic emancipation impossible would be to ensure the rejection of the bill. That plan, therefore, fell at once to the ground, and there remained but two others. The minister might ask Parliament for power to suspend the Habeas Corpus Act and to place all Ireland under military law. To ask for less would be ridiculous, because the Act against unlawful assemblies had failed, and on account of its helplessness, was suffered to expire. Now, would Parliament grant such extensive powers to any government merely that the government might be enabled to debar His Majesty's Roman Catholic subjects a little longer from enjoying equal political privileges with Protestants? The issue was very doubtful. Perhaps it was not doubtful at all. Parliament would never grant such powers. But assuming that the powers were given, what must follow? A general insurrection, to be put down after much bloodshed and suffering, and then a return to that state of sullen discontent which would render Ireland, 10 times more than she had ever been, a millstone round the neck of Great Britain, and by, when military law ceased, and the same measure of personal liberty was granted to Irishmen which the natives of England and Scotland enjoyed, a renewal of agitation, only in a more hostile spirit, and the necessity of either reverting again and again to measures of coercion, or of yielding at last what, upon every principle of humanity and common sense, ought not to have been thus far withheld. But the minister, if the existing Parliament refused to give him the powers which he asked, might dissolve, and go to the country with a strong Protestant cry, and this cry might serve his purpose in England and Scotland. Doubtless. But what would occur in Ireland? The return of Roman Catholic members in the proportion of 4 to 1 over Protestants, and the virtual disfranchisement thereby of 4/5 of the Irish people. Would Ireland submit quietly to any law carried against herself in a House of Commons so constituted? Was it not much more probable that a dissolution would only lead to the same results, which had been shown to be inevitable in the event of the existing Parliament acquiescing in the minister's views? And was there not, at all events, a chance that the electors, even of England and Scotland, might refuse to abet a policy so pregnant with danger to themselves and to the Commonwealth? But why move at all? Mr. O'Connell had been elected by the priests and rabble of Clare to represent them in Parliament. Let him retain this empty honour, or, better still, let him be summoned by a call of the House to the bar, and on his refusal to take the oaths, issue a new writ and go to a new election. In the first place, Mr. O'Connell could not be forced to attend to a call of the House, such call being obligatory only on members chosen at a general election. And in the next, if he did attend, what then? As soon as the new writ was issued, he would take the field again as a candidate, and again be elected. And so the game would continue to be played, till a dissolution occurred, when all those consequences of which we have elsewhere spoken would inevitably come to pass. Two courses were now open to the Duke of Wellington, and to Peel, to resign, in order that emancipation might be carried by the statesmen who had always been its advocates, and who might therefore carry it without any violation of consistency or of their own political principles. It was for not adopting this course that they were exposed to all the odium which they so long endured. But the question was, whether Lord Grey or Lord Lansdowne could have carried Catholic emancipation, even with the aid of the Duke of Wellington and Mr. Peel in opposition, could have overcome the repugnance of the sovereign and the resistance of the House of Lords. It was their decided conviction that they could not, especially with due regard to the safety of the established church. But being convinced that the time had come when the question ought to be settled, the Duke examined the second course that was open to him and embraced it. It was this, that postponing all other considerations to what he believed to be a great public duty, he should himself, as Prime Minister, endeavour to settle the question. Peel has been even more severely censured than the Duke of Wellington for the part he took on this memorable occasion. He wrote a long letter to the Duke, in which he earnestly 283 protested against taking charge of the Emancipation Bill in the House of Commons, offering, at the same time, to give it his earnest support. He also offered to resign, as a means of removing one obstacle to the adjustment which the interests of the country demanded. The letter concluded as follows: I do not merely volunteer my retirement at whatever may be the most convenient time. I do not merely give you the promise that, out of office, be the sacrifices that I foresee, private and public, what they may, I will cordially cooperate with you in the settlement of this question, and cordially support your government, but I add to this my decided and deliberate opinion that it will tend to the satisfactory adjustment of the question if the originating of it in the House of Commons and the general superintendence of its progress be committed to other hands than mine. And in his Memoirs, he remarks, 20 years have elapsed since the above letter was written. I read it now with the full testimony of my own heart and conscience to the perfect sincerity of the advice which I then gave, and the declarations which I then made. With the same testimony, also, to the fact that that letter was written with a clear foresight of the penalties to which the course I resolved to take would expose me: the rage of party, the rejection by the University of Oxford, the alienation of private friends, the interruption of family affections. Other penalties, such as the loss of office and of royal favour, I would not condescend to notice if they were not the heaviest in the estimation of vulgar and low-minded men, incapable of appreciating higher motives of public conduct. My judgment may be erroneous. From the deep interest I have in the result, though now only so far as future fame is concerned, it cannot be impartial. Yet surely, I do not err in believing that when the various circumstances on which my decision was taken are calmly and dispassionately considered, the state of political parties, recent discussions in Parliament, the result of the Clare election, and the prospects which it opened, the earnest representations and emphatic warnings of the Chief Governor of Ireland, the evils, rapidly increasing, of divided councils in the Cabinet, and of conflicting decisions in the two Houses of Parliament, necessity for some systematic and vigorous course of policy in respect to Ireland, the impossibility, even if it were wise, that that policy should be one of coercion. Surely, I do not err in believing that I shall not hereafter be condemned for having heedlessly and precipitously, still less for having dishonestly and treacherously, counseled the attempt to adjust the long-litigated question that had for so many years precluded the cordial cooperation of public men, and had left Ireland the arena for fierce political conflicts, annually renewed, without the means of authoritative interposition on the part of the Crown. The state of Ireland continued to excite the greatest alarm from the prorogation of Parliament to the end of the year. The language of the speakers in the association became more violent, and the harangues of the priests more inflammatory. In the counties of Tipperary and Limerick, large bodies of men were accustomed to assemble on Sundays and to parade in military order carrying banners. These bands were regularly organized and admirably commanded. The Irish government, from time to time, reported the progress of this formidable organization. In one place as many as 700 cavalry would assemble, with thousands of infantry, and go through military evolutions. These were surrounded by thousands of the peasantry. Amongst the persons thus paraded were some of the most abandoned characters in the country, men who had notoriously been concerned in the perpetration of murder, and for the apprehension of whom large rewards had been offered in vain by the government. These demonstrations, as might be expected, excited the greatest alarm among the Protestants of the South, as well as the peaceably disposed Roman Catholics. One ominous circumstance connected with them was the fact that the dissuasions of the priests against the meetings in military array were disregarded. Mr. Lawless, an active member of the association, marched northward at the head of 10,000 Roman Catholics. In the county of Monaghan, the Orangemen, apprised of their approach, took possession of the town of Ballyhay in large numbers, prepared to encounter the southern invaders of Ulster. As the Orangemen were well armed and excited to the utmost, a bloody battle would have ensued had not Lawless beat a timely retreat. Getting out of his carriage and mounting a swift horse, he galloped off, amidst the indignant shouts of his followers. The formidable organization of the Roman Catholics led to a counter-organization of the Protestants in the form of Brunswick clubs. This organization embraced the whole of the Protestant peasantry, north and south, the Protestant farmers, and many of the gentry. They too held their regular meetings, had their exciting 284 oratory, and passed strong resolutions, condemnatory of the inaction of the government, which was charged with neglecting its first and most imperative duty, the protection of society from lawless violence. The Brunswickers, as well as the emancipators, had their rent to bear the expenses of the agitation. They alleged that they were obliged to organize in self-defense and in defense of the Constitution. In Ulster, the country was divided into two camps, Catholic and Protestant. Notwithstanding the difference in numbers, the Protestants of Ulster were eager to encounter their antagonists in the field and had not the slightest doubt of being able to beat them. They had all the proud confidence of a dominant race, and regarded the military pretensions of their antagonists as scornfully as the Turks would have regarded similar pretensions on the part of the Greeks. The feeling on both sides was such that an aggression upon the Protestants in the south would have called forth 100,000 armed men in the north, and an aggression upon the Catholics in Ulster would have produced a similar effect among the Catholics in Munster. The number of Protestants in favor of emancipation constituted but a small minority. The great mass were against concession. They believed that an insurrection would be the most satisfactory solution of the difficulty. With the aid of the army, they felt that they were able to crush the Papists, as they had been crushed in 1798, and then they hoped they would be quiet for at least another generation, resuming what they considered their proper position as sole leather. They forgot, however, the increase in their numbers, their property, and their intelligence. They forgot the growth of a middle class amongst them, the increased power and influence of the hierarchy, and the formidable band of agitators supplied by the Roman Catholic bar, whose members, many of them men of commanding abilities and large practice, were excluded by their creed from the bench, which exclusion filled the minds of the ambitious with a burning sense of wrong, and made it their interest to devise all possible modes of evading the law, while keeping the country on the verge of insurrection. So successful were they in this endeavor that the government was in a state of the greatest possible perplexity. Lord Anglesey, the Viceroy, and Lord Levison Gower, the Chief Secretary, were in continual correspondence with the Home Secretary as to the propriety of adopting measures of repression. Lord Anglesey was decided in his conviction that emancipation ought to be immediately granted. He was naturally reluctant to employ force, unless it was imperatively necessary, and then he felt with Mr. Peel that it ought to be used effectively, whatever might be the consequences. neither the Irish nor the English government concealed from itself what those consequences would probably be, namely, an open rebellion, a sanguinary civil war, which, however, they had no doubt of being able to put down. The law officers of the Crown, both in England and Ireland, were called upon for their opinions as to the illegality of the proceedings of the agitators, as to the likelihood of success in case of prosecution, and whether the government would be warranted, by statute or common law, in dispersing the popular assemblages by force. They agreed on both sides of the Channel that the case was not sufficiently clear to justify the government either in legal proceedings or military repression. The English law officers came to this conclusion, although at the time Sir Charles Wetherell was Attorney General. It is evident, however, from the tone of the correspondence published by Sir Robert Peel's executors, that the Home Secretary was far from being satisfied with the conduct of Lord Anglesey. It was believed that he did not always act with sufficient discretion, and that he sometimes did and said things which made the agitators believe that they had his countenance and support. For example, he went on a visit to Lord Cloncurry, who, though a Protestant, was a member of the Catholic Association, and who a few days after entertaining the representative of the king, attended a meeting of that body. The excuse of Lord Anglesey was that Lord Cloncurry went for the purpose of preventing the passing of a resolution in favor of exclusive dealing. The opinion of the English government was shared by Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald and many other liberal statesmen who sympathized with the irritation of the Irish Protestants at the supineness of the Irish executive. Looking at the state of things at this distance of time, every impartial person must agree that Peel was right. He had urged the propriety of issuing a proclamation by the Lord Lieutenant in Council, warning the people against assembling in large bodies in military array, as exciting alarm in the public mind and threatening to disturb the peace. When at last Lord Anglesey was induced to adopt this course, it proved successful. The agitators became cowed and cautious, and it was quite evident that nothing was further 285 from their wishes than to come to blows, either with the troops or the Brunswickers. Thus, in November, Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald wrote to Mr. Peel, "The sentiment is universal of disgust, indignation, and alarm at the proceedings of Lord Anglesey's government, and at the tone of his partisans and his press. Whether the collision will happen so soon as is contemplated I know not. I rather think not. The association is frightened, and if the demonstrations of the South are interrupted, and Mr. Lawless's progress in the West be not persevered in, it is possible, and it is to be hoped, that the hostile parties may not come to an effusion of blood. But can we read the reports of the meetings that are taking place and expect that before the winter is over the gentry of the country, emancipators as well as Brunswickers, will not call on the government to take a part, and to save us from these horrors?" Mr. Leslie Foster, a leading Irish statesman, wrote in the same month, "Depend upon it, let Parliament do what they may, the Catholics will not rebel. Their leaders are more deeply convinced than you are of the utter and immediate ruin that would be the result of any insurrectionary movement. And in every rank among them, down to the lowest, there is a due fear of the power of England, the facilities of a steam invasion, the character of the Duke, and not least, perhaps above all, the readiness of the Ulster Protestants for battle. It is further to be borne in mind that in no period within our memory was the condition of the people so rapidly improving, or their employment so great, as at the present moment. And there is a real, substantial disinclination in consequence, amongst all ranks above the mere rabble, to hazard any course that would involve the country in confusion." The Flight of Lawless, CP 283. See larger version. Mr. O'Connell's avowed principle of action was moral force. He was in the constant habit of asserting that the man who commits a crime gives strength to the enemy, and that no political advantages, however great, should be obtained at the expense of one drop of Christian blood. Nevertheless, the letters which he was in the habit of addressing to the people of Ireland, 286, and which were remarkable for their clearness, force, and emphatic tautology, had always prefixed to them, as a standing motto, Byron's couplet, "Hereditary bondsmen, know ye not? Who would be free, themselves must strike the blow." There is no doubt that his great object was through life to inspire his Roman Catholic countrymen with a consciousness of their physical power, supplanting the slavish spirit that had been inspired by the penal code. He was accustomed to say that for every shilling of rent, there was a man, and the man could grasp a weapon, and put forth a power that slumbered in his right arm. In fact, this mighty political conjurer produced all his spells by invoking this phantom of physical force. Nor did he invoke it in vain, for it was that phantom that ultimately terrified the most determined supporters of the Protestant ascendancy into surrender to the principle of civil equality. The Catholic Association, in its origin, was treated with contempt, and even Catholics themselves spoke of it with derision. But as it proceeded in its operations, the speeches that were weekly delivered produced an effect which daily increased. The Catholic aristocrat was made to feel that his ancient blood, which slavery had made stagnant in his veins, was of no avail. The Catholic merchant was taught that his coffers filled with gold could not impart to him any substantial importance, when every needy corporator looked down upon him from the pedestal of his aristocratic religion. The Catholic priest was informed that he had much occasion to put the lessons of humility inculcated by the gospel into practice, when every coxcomb minister of the establishment could, with impunity, put some sacerdotal affront upon him. In short, from the proudest nobleman down to the meanest serf, the whole body of Roman Catholics were rendered sensible of their inferior place in the state. The stigma was pointed at. Men became exasperated at their grievances when they were roused to their perception. A mirror was held up to Ireland, and when she beheld the brand upon her forehead, she began to burn. Reviled as the Catholic demagogues have been, still did they not accomplish great things when they succeeded in marshalling and bringing the whole population of the country into array. The English people had been previously taught to hold the Irish Catholics in contempt, but when they saw that such an immense population was actuated by one indignant sentiment, and was combined in an impassioned, but not the less effectual, organization, and above all, when they perceived £1,000 a week pouring into the exchequer, their alarm was excited, and although their pride was wounded, they ceased to despise where they had begun to fear. The wonders which were achieved in Waterford, in Armagh, in Monaghan, and in Louth may be referred to the system of energy which had been adopted. Shortly before the Clare election, Mr. O'Connell established the Order of Liberators as a mode of expressing the gratitude and confidence of the people for past services. Its objects were to prevent the formation or continuance of secret societies, to conciliate all classes in one bond of brotherhood and affection, so that all religious animosities may cease among Irishmen, to bury in total and eternal oblivion all ancient animosities and reproaches, to prevent feuds and riots, and faction fights at fairs and markets, to promote the collection of a national fund for national purposes, to protect voters from the vengeance of their landlords, and to watch over their registration, to promote the system of dealing exclusively with the friends of civil and religious liberty, Protestant and Catholic, with the selection, where choice can be made, of Protestant friends being the most disinterested of the two. Also to prevent as much as possible all dealing with the enemies of Ireland, whether Protestant, Orangemen, or Orange Catholics, the worst of all Orangists, to promote the exclusive use of articles, the growth and manufacture of Ireland. The system of exclusive dealing thus recommended was a system of social corruption and social persecution, while the attempt to serve Ireland by the exclusive use of articles of Irish produce only showed Mr. O'Connell's ignorance of political economy. The system, however, was soon abandoned. The impression among the Roman Catholics after the Clare election was that emancipation was virtually won. So strong was the feeling of exultation that immediately after, the Catholic rent reached the sum of £2,704 in 1 week. The next week it was £1,427, and though it soon after sank to £500 a week, it showed the strength of the popular enthusiasm. Liberator clubs were established in every part of the country. They were branches of the association, but each had its own peculiar organization, its internal management, and its working committees. By means of this machinery, the whole population of the country could be moved at any moment, and in 287 any direction. This is a very remarkable fact, taken in connection with the theory of the impulsive and fickle character of the Celtic race, their averseness from order and method, and the difficulty of getting them to pursue any course systematically. O'Connell, a man of Celtic blood, was one of the greatest methodizers of his day, and there is scarcely an example in history of any popular leader having wrought an oppressed race, consisting of 6 millions of people, always prone to division, into an organization so compact that he could wield the fierce democracy at his will, and bid defiance to the most powerful state in the world to suppress the voluntary system of government he had established. This is, perhaps, the most singular and instructive fact in the whole career of the great agitator. An impression got abroad, soon after the Clare election, that the Duke of Wellington and Mr. Peel were wavering on the Catholic question, and in the month of August, a profound sensation was produced by a speech made by Mr. Dawson, one of the members for Londonderry. Mr. Dawson was the brother-in-law of the Home Secretary. The latter represented Oxford University, having beaten Canning out of the field as the champion of Protestant ascendancy. The former represented the greatest stronghold of Protestantism in Ireland, the very last of all its constituencies to tolerate a departure from its own inspiring watchword, "No surrender." Mr. Dawson had been a most uncompromising antagonist of the Catholic claims. We cannot wonder, then, at the startling effect, which ran like an electric shock through the country, when such a man, a member of the government at a public banquet, in the midst of the local chiefs of conservatism within the walls of Derry, surrounded by all the memorials of the glorious Revolution of 1688, pronounced the word surrender. He was described as the pilot balloon, to show the direction in which the wind blew in high quarters. Thus, there was a complete accordance between Mr. Shale, the eloquent agitator, and Mr. Dawson, one of the ablest and most loyal supporters of the government, as to the victorious power of the Catholic Association. But to have its triumphs thus proclaimed on the very spot where Protestant ascendancy had been established 140 years before, and which had ever since remained its greatest stronghold, was more than could be borne by men who had just been drinking with enthusiasm the glorious, pious, and immortal memory of William Roman III. Mr. Dawson was, therefore, reviled and execrated. He was burned in effigy, and for years his name was almost as odious to the Orangemen as Lundy the traitor. Hitherto, the agitation on both sides had been little better than child's play. The Protestant party rested satisfied in the persuasion that the Constitution in Church and State was safe in the keeping of a thoroughly conservative government, a House of Lords which would not change the laws of England, and a sovereign who would not violate his coronation oath. But when they found their standard-bearers fainting, and their most trusted commanders parleying with the enemy, their exasperation knew no bounds. The Brunswickers were now terribly in earnest. Their blood was up, and they longed for the arbitrament of the sword. The agitation extended to England, where also the "No Popery" cry was effectually raised. The Duke of Newcastle, Lord Winchelsea, and Lord Kenyon led the way in the formation of Brunswick clubs. A great demonstration was got up on Pennenden Heath, a monster meeting of English Brunswickers. To counteract its effects, it was determined that some of the leading advocates of the Catholic cause, being freeholders of Kent, should go to the meeting. Among those who attended were Lord Darnley, Mr. Cobbett, Serjeant Shee, and Mr. Shale, but none of them could obtain a hearing. Mr. Shale had come prepared with a grand speech, carefully written out, as was his custom, and committed to memory, but not so strictly as to exclude such extemporaneous additions as might be necessary to adapt the oration to the actual circumstances. When he arrived at the meeting, the reporter from the Sun asked him for his manuscript, which he gave, with the understanding that he must make it correspond with his speech as delivered. The reporter, taking it for granted that it would be delivered all right, made all possible haste to get it into type. The speech appeared in extenso, but it unfortunately happened that, owing to the uproar and continued interruptions, it was not delivered. The circumstance became the subject of remark, eliciting comments by no means flattering to the Irish orator. The intended speech, however, was as able as any he had ever delivered. It consisted chiefly of an elaborate defense of the Roman Catholic Church from the charge of persecution. It admitted that it did persecute like every other church when in power, but that it was an incident of its establishment, not the natural result of its spirit and principles. In the meantime, the Catholic Association was pursuing its work with increasing vigor and determination. It resolved thenceforth to support no candidate who should not pledge himself to oppose every government that did not make emancipation a cabinet measure. Provincial meetings were held in Clonmel, Kilkenny, and Mullingar, the chair at the last place being occupied by the Marquis of Westmeath. Between the two extreme parties, there were many moderate men, of high social position, anxious for something like a compromise. Some of these were in confidential communication with Lord Anglesea's government, and it was thought desirable to establish a liberal platform with a view to moderating the violence of Catholics and Brunswickers. Seen at the Surrender Banquet in Derry, CP 287. See larger version. It was with this object that Mr. Pierce Mahony got up the celebrated Leinster Declaration, so called from the signature of Ireland's only duke. But the experiment served only to reveal the weakness of the moderate party, for after lying for signature in Latouche's bank for 2 months, only 42 names were attached to it within that period. When, however, the struggle between the two parties was on the point of having a bloody issue, the alarm spread through the ranks of moderate men on both sides, and the document rapidly received signatures. The declaration set forth that the disqualifying laws which affected Roman Catholics were productive of consequences prejudicial in the highest degree to the interests of Ireland, the primary cause of her poverty, the source of political discontents and religious animosities, destructive alike of social happiness and national prosperity. Unless the legislature should speedily apply a remedy to those evils, they must in their rapid progression assume such a character as would, perhaps, render their removal impossible. It was stated, therefore, to be a matter of paramount importance that the whole subject should be taken into immediate consideration by Parliament, with a view to such a final conciliatory adjustment as may be conducive to the peace and strength of the United Kingdom, to the stability of our national institutions, and to the general satisfaction and concord of all classes of His Majesty's subjects. As winter approached, the state of things assumed a more portentous aspect. The leading agitators were themselves dismayed when they looked down the precipice to the edge of which they had brought the nation. O'Connell at the end of September issued an address, urging the people to discontinue their assemblies, and they obeyed. His lieutenants were exceedingly anxious that the liberal Protestants should take an active part as mediators in order, if possible, to avert a disastrous collision. A good occasion was offered by the visit of Lord Morpeth to Ireland. This enlightened and accomplished nobleman, always the friend of civil and religious liberty, destined to preside over the government of Ireland, as viceroy, when the regime of civil equality was fully established, and to be the congenial interpreter of its spirit, was then invited to a great banquet, which was attended by all the leading friends of civil and religious liberty in and about Dublin, Protestant and Catholic. The Duke of Leinster was in the chair, and Mr. Shale appealed to him, in the most eloquent terms, by all that was patriotic and glorious in the history of his ancestors the Geraldines, which for 700 years formed a great part of the history of Ireland, and who were in past times considered more Irish than the Irish themselves, to put himself at the head of the Liberal party. The Marquis of Anglesey, after the portrait by Sir Thomas Lawrence. See larger version. Dr. Curtis, the Roman Catholic primate, was an old friend of the Duke of Wellington, whom he had known during the war in the Peninsula, and with whom he had kept up a confidential correspondence on the subject of the Catholic claims, on the state of the country, on the disposition of the Roman Catholics in the army 290 and other matters of the kind. On the 11th of December the Duke, in answer to a letter urging the prompt settlement of the Catholic question, wrote to Dr. Curtis as follows: I have received your letter of the 4th instant, and I assure you that you do me justice in believing that I am sincerely anxious to witness the settlement of the Roman Catholic question, which, by benefiting the state, would confer a benefit on every individual belonging to it. But I confess that I see no prospect of such a settlement. Party has been mixed up with the consideration of the question to such a degree, and such violence pervades every discussion of it, that it is impossible to expect to prevail upon men to consider it dispassionately. If we could bury it in oblivion for a short time, and employ that time diligently in the consideration of its difficulties on all sides, for they are very great, I should not despair of seeing a satisfactory remedy. After the reports that had gone abroad, to the effect that the government were about to settle the question, and that they had even prepared a bill on the subject, this letter from the Prime Minister to the Roman Catholic primate was most disappointing. Besides, it was absurd to expect that the subject could be buried in oblivion. The Duke, no doubt, had in his mind the difficulty with the king, and the excitement of Protestant feeling in England, which was exasperated by the violence of the debates in the Catholic Association, and the tone of menace and defiance which that body had assumed. This obstacle was not lessened by the letter in question, the purport of which was communicated to Mr. O'Connell, and also to the Lord Lieutenant. The latter wrote an admirable letter in reply, which led to serious consequences. On the 22nd of December, Dr. Curtis sent him the Duke's letter and a copy of his own answer to it. He acknowledged that it conveyed information which he had not himself received, though entitled, from his position, to receive it first. He then frankly offered his opinion as to the course which it behoved the Catholics to pursue. He was perfectly convinced that the final and cordial settlement of the question could alone give peace, harmony, and prosperity to all classes of His Majesty's subjects. He advised that the Duke of Wellington should by every means be propitiated, for if any man could carry the measure, it was he. All personal and offensive insinuations should therefore be suppressed, and ample allowance should be made for the difficulties of his situation. "Difficult," said Lord Anglesey. "It certainly is, for he has to overcome the very strong prejudices and the interested motives of many persons of the highest influence, as well as allay the real alarm of many of the more ignorant Protestants." As to burying in oblivion the question for a short time, the Viceroy considered the thing utterly impossible, and if possible, not at all desirable. He recommended, on the contrary, that all constitutional means should be used to forward the cause, coupled with the utmost forbearance and the most submissive obedience to the law. Personality offered no advantage. It offended those who could assist and confirmed predisposed aversion. "Let the Catholic," said his lordship, "trust to the justice of his cause and to the growing liberality of mankind. Unfortunately, he has lost some friends and fortified enemies during the last 6 months, by unwearied and unnecessary violence. Brute force, he should be assured, can effect nothing. It is the legislature that must decide this great question, and my anxiety is that it should be met by the Parliament under the most favorable circumstances, and that the opposers of Catholic emancipation shall be disarmed by the patient forbearance, as well as by the unwearied perseverance of its advocates." This letter, though marked private and confidential, was, like the Duke's letter to the same prelate, made public, and became the subject of comment in the association and in the press, which tended still more to embarrass the question by irritating the King and the Duke, and furnishing exciting topics to the enemies of the Catholic cause. The Marquis of Anglesey, indeed, from the time he went to Ireland, held the strongest language to the government as to the necessity of carrying the measure. At a subsequent period, he expressed a wish that his opinions should be made fully known to the King and his ministers, because they could then better judge of his fitness for carrying into effect the measures they might decide upon adopting. On the 31st of July he wrote, "I will exert myself to keep the country quiet and put down rebellion under any circumstances, but I will not consent to govern this country much longer under the existing law." There was a radical difference in spirit between the Viceroy and the Premier. The former sympathized warmly with the Roman Catholics in their struggles for civil equality, feeling deeply the justice of their cause. The Duke, on the other hand, yielded only to necessity, and thought of concession not as a matter of principle but of expediency. He yielded, not because it was right 291 to do so, but because it was preferable to having a civil war. The feeling of Mr. Peel was somewhat similar. It was with him, also, a choice of evils, and he chose the least. In Ireland, the administration of the law was becoming daily more difficult. Mr. Steele and Mr. O'Gorman Mann were magistrates, and yet they were actively engaged in exciting the people to the very highest pitch, and urging them to defy the constituted authorities. On a day when a riot was expected at Ennis, County Clare, and the High Sheriff made preparations to prevent it, both these gentlemen appeared there, decorated with the Order of Liberators, and followed by a mob. Mr. O'Gorman Mann held very improper language to the High Sheriff in presence of the troops. All this was certified to by 16 magistrates, and by the commanding officer. Yet Lord Anglesey, with the advice of the Lord Chancellor, decided on not depriving them of the commission of the peace. This conduct greatly disappointed the Duke of Wellington, and on the 11th of November he wrote a strong letter to him, in which he said, "I cannot express to you adequately the extent of the difficulties which these and other occurrences in Ireland create in all discussions with His Majesty. He feels that in Ireland the public peace is violated every day with impunity by those whose duty it is to preserve it, that a formidable conspiracy exists, and that the supposed conspirators, those whose language and conduct point them out as the principal agitators of the country, are admitted to the presence of His Majesty's representative, and equally well received with the King's most loyal subjects." The Duke also, as we have already observed, strongly censured the conduct of the Viceroy and the Lord Chancellor for visiting Lord Cloncurry, a member of the association, remarking, "The doubts which are entertained respecting the loyalty of the Roman Catholic Association, the language which has been held there respecting the King himself, his royal family, the members of his government, your colleagues in office, and respecting nearly every respectable member of society, and the unanimously expressed detestation of the violence of the association, might be deemed reasons for omitting to encourage any of its members by the countenance or favor of the king's representative. Lord Anglesey replied to these sharp rebukes with great spirit. Up to this moment, he said, I have been left entirely in ignorance, not only as to your intentions with regard to this country, but also as to your sentiments regarding my policy. They are now developed, and I shall know how to act. He then entered into details of all the occurrences alluded to, in order to show how entirely His Majesty had been misinformed. Having done so, he added, if those who arraign my conduct will obtain information from an uninterested source, I feel the most perfect confidence that I shall obtain the applause of my sovereign, and the good will and good opinion of His Majesty's ministers with whom I serve. He denied that the government had lost its power, that the association had usurped its functions, or that the laws were set at defiance. He asserted, on the contrary, that the law was in full vigor, and if it authorized or expediency demanded, the suppression of the Catholic Association and of the Brunswick clubs, and the disarming of the yeomanry at the same time, he would undertake to effect it almost without the loss of a life. But he did not think such a course expedient, and he deprecated the teasing system of attacking every minor offense, of which the issue upon trial would be doubtful, and which would produce irritation, without effecting a salutary lesson and permanent good. He had no object, he said, in holding his post but that of pleasing his king and serving his country, and if, in his zealous and unwearied efforts to effect the latter object, he had incurred the displeasure of the king and lost His Majesty's confidence, he ought not to remain in Ireland. He was therefore ready to depart whenever they found it convenient to recall him. The Duke became testy under this resistance and antagonism. In replying to the last letter, he becomes more personal in his accusations. I might, said the Premier, at an earlier period have expressed the pain I felt at the attendance of gentlemen of your household, and even of your family, at the Roman Catholic Association. I could not but feel that such attendance must expose your government to misconstruction. I was silent, because it was painful to mention such things, but I have always felt that if these impressions upon the king's mind should remain, and I must say that recent transactions have given fresh cause for them, I could not avoid mentioning them to you in a private communication, and to let you know the embarrassment which they occasion. The Viceroy rejoined with unabated spirit, replying to all the fresh matter introduced by the Duke in a lofty tone of self-justification. There is caustic irony in the following allusion to the king, as an apology for his conciliatory policy. 292 have, in fact, been most anxious to imitate, as far as my humble faculties would permit, the example of His Majesty himself during his visit to Ireland, and have scrupulously attended to the king's benign and paternal admonition, when His Majesty quitted the kingdom, to inculcate good fellowship and cordiality among all classes, and to promote conciliation. It is dangerous to use the argumentum ad hominem with a king, still more so to make his conduct the object of sarcastic allusions, and it was evident that Lord Anglesey could not long remain in the position of a representative of His Majesty. There was certainly an animosity against him in the highest quarters, which appeared in the construction put upon the accidental dropping in of his son, and some of his household, from curiosity, to witness, as they thought unnoticed, the debates of the association, a circumstance which he had long ago explained, and with which he thought it particularly unfair that he should be now upbraided. This memorable controversy between the Prime Minister and the Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, exhibiting a painful conflict of opinion, and feeling between the two personages, more particularly charged with the government of the country in the midst of a dangerous crisis, was brought to a close by a letter from the Duke of Wellington on the 28th of December. The following is a copy. London, December 28, 1828. My dear Lord Anglesey, I have been very sensible, since I received your last letter, that the correspondence which that letter terminated had left us in a relation towards each other which ought not to exist between the Lord Lieutenant and the King's Minister, and could not continue to exist without great inconvenience and injury to the King's service. I refrained from acting upon this feeling till I should be able to consult with my colleagues, and I took the earliest opportunity which the return to town of those who were absent afforded to obtain their opinion, which concurred with my own. Under these circumstances, having taken the King's pleasure upon the subject, His Majesty has desired me to inform you that he intends to relieve you from the government of Ireland. I will shortly notify the arrangements which will become necessary in consequence. Believe me, ever yours most sincerely. Signed, Wellington. His Excellency the Marquis of Anglesey, KG. The Marquis answered that he had received his letter, informing him of the King's intention to release him from the government of Ireland, and that he held himself in readiness to obey His Majesty's commands the moment he received them. He did receive them, on the 10th of January, in a formal letter of recall from the Home Secretary. The removal of this popular and chivalrous viceroy caused universal expressions of grief among the Roman Catholic party. In the association, O'Connell and Shales spoke in the most glowing terms of his character and his administration. He quitted Ireland on the 19th of January, 1829, followed from the castle gates to the pier at Kingstown by an immense concourse of people. In a letter to Dr. Curtis, Lord Anglesey gave an extraordinary parting advice for a chief ruler of Ireland: agitate, agitate, agitate. He was succeeded by the Duke of Northumberland, a man not at all likely to trouble his chief with controversy about anything. His appointment, however, brought back the conservative aristocracy to the castle, and had a soothing effect on the Protestant mind, while his administration was mild towards the other party. While these matters were going on in Ireland, Mr. Peel was applying his mind, in the most earnest manner, to the removal of the difficulties that stood in the way of emancipation. The chief difficulty was the King. At the commencement of the month of January, 1829, His Majesty had not yet signified his consent that the whole subject of Ireland, including the Catholic question, should be taken into consideration by his confidential servants. In his interview with the Duke of Wellington, in the course of the autumn, the King had manifested much uneasiness and irritation, and had hitherto shown no disposition to relax the opposition which, of late years, at least, he had manifested to the consideration by his government of the claims of the Roman Catholics. In all the communications which Mr. Peel had with the King on this subject, his determination to maintain the existing laws was most strongly expressed. In November 1824, the King wrote, "The sentiments of the King upon Catholic emancipation are those of his revered and excellent father, and from these sentiments the King never can and never will deviate." All subsequent declarations of opinion on his part were to the same effect, and the events which were passing in Ireland, the systematic agitation, the intemperate conduct of some 293 of the Roman Catholic leaders, the violent and abusive speeches of others, the acts of the association, assuming the functions of government, and, as it appeared to the King, the passiveness and want of energy in the Irish executive, irritated His Majesty, and indisposed him the more to recede from his declared resolution to maintain inviolate the existing law. Lord Anglesey leaving Ireland, seen at Kingstown, CP 292. See larger version. In the early part of January, 1829, the Duke of Wellington had an interview with the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Bishop of London, and the Bishop of Durham, for the purpose of laying before them the state of affairs in Ireland, in the hope of convincing them that the interests of the Church required the settlement of the Catholic question. It was thought that a favorable opinion expressed by them would have had great influence on the mind of the King, but the Duke's arguments utterly failed to convince them. They informed him that they could not lend their sanction to the proposed course of proceeding, but must offer a decided opposition to the removal of Roman Catholic disabilities. On New Year's Day, the Bishop of Oxford wrote to Mr. Peel that he had just returned from Addington, and that he found the three bishops decidedly hostile to all concessions, refusing to consent to them in any form. He considered that matter, therefore, as settled. Mr. Peel now began to feel that the difficulties in the way of emancipation were almost insuperable. There was the declared opinion of the King, of the House of Lords, and of the Church, all decidedly hostile to the proposed measure. What the Home Secretary chiefly apprehended at that moment was that the King, hearing the result of the Duke's conference with the bishops, would make some public and formal declaration of his resolution to maintain, as a matter of conscience and religious obligation, the existing laws, and would then take a position in reference to the Catholic question similar to that in which his father had stood, and which it might be almost impossible for him, however urgent the necessity, afterwards to abandon. The meeting of Parliament was approaching, and it was necessary to come to some final decision. Sir Robert Peel had a thorough conviction that if the Duke of Wellington should fail in overcoming the King's objections, no other man could succeed. It might have been that the high 294 and established character of Earl Grey, his great abilities, and great political experience, would have enabled him to surmount these various difficulties. In addition to these high qualifications, he had the advantage of having been the strenuous and consistent advocate of the Roman Catholic cause, the advantage also of having stood aloof from the administrations of Mr. Canning and Lord Ripon, and of having strong claims on the esteem and respect of all parties, without being fettered by the trammels of any. Sir Robert Peel had, however, the strongest reasons for the conviction that Lord Grey could not have succeeded in an undertaking which, in the supposed case of his accession to power, would have been abandoned as hopeless by the Duke of Wellington, and abandoned on the ground that the sovereign would not adopt the advice of his servants. The result of the whole is thus summed up by Sir Robert Peel: being convinced that the Catholic question must be settled, and without delay, being resolved that no act of mine should obstruct or retard its settlement, impressed with the strongest feelings of attachment to the Duke of Wellington, of admiration of his upright conduct and intentions as Prime Minister, of deep interest in the success of an undertaking on which he had entered from the purest motives and the highest sense of public duty, I determined not to insist upon retirement from office, but to make to the Duke the voluntary offer of that official cooperation, should he consider it indispensable, which he scrupled, from the influence of kind and considerate feelings, to require from me. The Home Secretary once more submitted his views to the Duke, in a memorandum dated January 12th, that was written with a view to being submitted to the King, in which he put the inevitable alternative of a cabinet united in the determination to carry Catholic emancipation, or a cabinet constructed on exclusively Protestant principles, and he came to the conclusion that no cabinet so constructed could possibly carry on the general administration of the country. The state of the House of Commons appeared to him to be an insuperable obstacle to the successful issue of that experiment. Since the year 1807, there had been 5 parliaments, and in the course of each of these, with one exception, the House of Commons had come to a decision in favor of the consideration of the Catholic question. The present Parliament had decided in the same manner. A dissolution, were it practicable, would not result in an election more favorable to the Protestant interest, if an exclusively Protestant government were formed. Even should there be an increase of anti-Catholic members in England, it would not compensate for the increased excitement in Ireland and the violent and vexatious opposition that would be given by 50 or 60 Irish members, returned by the Catholic Association and the priests. Then there would be the difficulty about preserving the peace in Ireland. During the last autumn, out of the regular infantry force in the United Kingdom, amounting to about 30,000 men, 25,000 men were stationed either in Ireland or on the west coast of England, with a view to the maintenance of tranquility in Ireland, Great Britain being then at peace with all the world. What would be the consequence should England be involved in a war with some foreign power? Various other considerations were urged, upon which Mr. Peel founded his advice to the King, which was, that he should not grant the Catholic claims, or any part of them, precipitately and unadvisedly, but that he should, in the first instance, remove the barrier which prevented the consideration of the Catholic question by the Cabinet, and permit his confidential servants to consider it in all its relations, on the same principles on which they considered any other question of public policy, in the hope that some plan of adjustment could be proposed, on the authority and responsibility of a government likely to command the assent of Parliament, and to unite in its support a powerful weight of Protestant opinion, from a conviction that it was a settlement equitable towards Roman Catholics, and safe as it concerned the Protestant establishment. The paper was communicated to the King by the Duke of Wellington, who wrote, on the 17th of January, that he entirely concurred in the sentiments and opinions contained in it, and referring to Mr. Peel's request to be allowed to retire from the government, the Duke said, "I tell you fairly, I do not see the smallest chance of getting the better of these difficulties, if you should not continue in office. Even if I should be able to obtain the King's consent to enter upon the course which it will probably be found the wisest to adopt, which it is almost certain that I shall not if I should not have your assistance in office, the difficulties in Parliament will be augmented tenfold in consequence of your secession, while the means of getting the better of them will be diminished in the same proportion. I entreat you, then, to reconsider the subject, and to give 295 us and the country the benefit of your advice and assistance in this most difficult and important crisis." The Duke brought this letter to Mr. Peel, who read it in his presence, and then at once told him that he would not press his retirement, but would remain in office, and would propose, with the King's consent, the measures contemplated by the government for the settlement of the Catholic question. Immediately after this decision was taken, he attended a meeting of the cabinet and announced his determination to his colleagues. One of these, Lord Ellenborough, could not refrain from writing to express his admiration of his conduct, dictated by true statesmanlike wisdom, adding that he had acted nobly by the government, and in a manner which no member of it would forget. On the day that the king got the paper, those of the ministers who had uniformly voted against the Catholic question had each a separate interview with the king, and individually expressed their concurrence in the course Mr. Peel recommended. The ministers were the Duke of Wellington, Lord Lyndhurst, Lord Bathurst, Mr. Galburn, and Mr. Herries. The king, after this interview, intimated his consent that the cabinet should consider the whole state of Ireland and submit their views to him, not pledging himself, however, to adopt them, even if they should concur unanimously in the course to be pursued. The king was not convinced by Mr. Peel's arguments. He admitted it to be a good statement, but denied that it was an argumentative one. Parliament was opened by commission on the 5th of February, 1829. The state of Ireland was the chief topic of the royal speech. The existence of the Catholic Association was referred to as inimical to the public peace, and its suppression was recommended as a necessary preliminary to the consideration of the disabilities affecting the Roman Catholics. This part of the speech excited much interest, as preluding the great contest of the session. On the 4th, Mr. Peel had written to the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford, resigning his seat for the university, which he had won from Canning on the strength of his anti-Catholic principles. He need not have resigned, but he acted the more honourable part. Having offered himself for re-election, he was opposed by Sir Robert Inglis, who, after a contest which lasted 3 days, during which 1,364 votes were polled, was elected by a majority of 146. As one of the most numerous convocations ever held in Oxford, had, in the previous year, by a majority of 3-1, voted against concession to the Roman Catholics, it was a matter of surprise that the Home Secretary was not defeated by a larger majority. He secured a seat with some difficulty at Westbury. On the 10th, Mr. Peel, while still member for Oxford, introduced the first of the 3 measures intended for the pacification of Ireland, a bill for the suppression of the Catholic Association. As it was known to be an essential condition of granting emancipation, there was little opposition to it either in Parliament or in Ireland. By it, the Lord Lieutenant was empowered to disperse the meetings of any association he thought dangerous to the public peace. The bill quickly passed both houses, and in a few days received the royal assent. Anticipating the action of the executive, the association, on the 12th of February, dissolved itself, with the unanimous concurrence of the bishops, Mr. Shale stating at the meeting that he was authorized to throw 22 mitres into the scale. In the royal speech, His Majesty recommended that, when this special object was accomplished, Parliament should take into their deliberate consideration the whole condition of Ireland, and that they should review the laws which imposed disabilities upon Roman Catholics, to see whether their removal could be effected consistently with the full and permanent security of our establishments in church and state, with the maintenance of the reformed religion established by law, and of the rights and privileges of the bishops and of the clergy of this realm, and of the churches committed to their charge. Great was the excitement when, in pursuance of this recommendation, Mr. Peel introduced the Emancipation Bill on the 5th of March. Everywhere the Protestant press teemed, and the Protestant pulpit rang, with denunciations of Wellington and Peel as arch-traitors. From the highest pinnacle of popularity, the Duke fell to the lowest depth of infamy. The laurels won in so many glorious fields were withered by the furious breath of popular execration. Petitions were poured into the House of Commons from all parts of the United Kingdom, and the pressure from without was brought to bear against the 2 ministers, who were considered the chief delinquents, with a force and vehemence that would have deterred a man of weaker nerves than the Duke of Wellington, but he felt that he had a duty to discharge, and he did not shrink from the consequences. Nor did Mr. Peel. His speech, in introducing the measure, went over the ground 296 he had often traversed in privately debating the question with his friends. Matters could not go on as they were. There must be a united cabinet to carry on the king's government effectually. It must be united either on the principle of Catholic emancipation or Catholic exclusion. It must either concede the Catholic claims or recall existing rights and privileges. This was impossible. No government could stand that attempted it, and if it were done, civil war would be inevitable. the House of Commons, trembling in the nice balance of opinion, had at length inclined to concession. Ireland had been governed since the Union, almost invariably by coercive acts. There was always some political organization antagonistic to the British government. The Catholic Association had just been suppressed, but another would soon spring out of its ashes if the Catholic question were not settled. Mr. O'Connell had boasted that he could drive a coach and six through the former act for its suppression, and Lord Eldon had engaged to drive, the meanest conveyance, even a donkey cart, through the Act of 1829. The new member for Oxford, Sir Robert Inglis, also stated that 23 counties in Ireland were prepared to follow the example of Clare. "What will you do?" asked Mr. Peel, "with that power, that tremendous power, which the elective franchise, exercised under the control of religion, at this moment confers upon the Roman Catholics? What will you do with the 30 or 40 seats that will be claimed in Ireland by the persevering efforts of the agitators, directed by the Catholic Association, and carried out by the agency of every priest and bishop in Ireland?" Parliament began to recede. There could be no limit to the retrogression. Such a course would produce a reaction, violent in proportion to the hopes that had been excited. Fresh rigors would become necessary. The reenactment of the penal code would not be sufficient. They must abolish trial by jury, or, at least, incapacitate Catholics from sitting on juries. 2 millions of Protestants must have a complete monopoly of power and privilege in a country which contained 5 millions of Catholics, who were in most of the country 4-1, in some districts 20-1 of the Protestants. The chief speakers on the other side were Sir Robert Inglis, Mr. Banks, and Mr. Sadler. They contended that the evils on which the Home Secretary had dwelt, the disturbed state of Ireland, the difficulty of governing the empire with a divided cabinet, the impossibility of getting on with a House of Commons, which left the administration in a minority, would not be removed or prevented by emancipation. Ever since the first relaxation of the penal code, concession but added fuel to the fire of agitation. What, then, was to be expected from throwing open the portals of the legislature to the Catholic body? What but this, that the advanced work thus gained would become the salient angle from which the fire would be directed on the body of the fortress, and the work of agitation, having its leaders in both houses of Parliament, would be carried on with increased vigor, for the purpose of overthrowing the Protestant establishment, the severance of the Union, and the dismemberment of the Empire. The manner of the concession would encourage the policy of aggression. It was not, they asserted, produced by the gradual and quiet growth of public opinion. It was the victory of force, driving former enemies into desertion by intimidation. It openly told the Catholic agitators that they were too strong for the government of Great Britain, that whatever they asked would be conceded, even to the giving up of the Constitution, provided only it was asked with sufficient clamor and violence. The solid ground of right had been abandoned for the selfish and tortuous path of expediency, the pretext for so many crimes. In France, expediency destroyed the Church, expediency murdered the king. Leave was given to bring in the bill by a majority of 188, the numbers being 348 for the motion and 160 against it. This astounding result was the signal for pouring into the House a flood of Protestant petitions, which, in the interval between the first and second reading, amounted to nearly 1,000. But an organization like the Brunswick Clubs could easily get up any number of petitions. Considering the number of parishes in England, it is surprising, not that the number was so great, but that it was not greater. On the 18th, the second reading was carried by a majority of 353 to 180, and on the 30th, the third reading by a majority of 320 to 142, giving a majority of 178. The same day it was carried by the Home Secretary to the House of Lords, accompanied by an unusual number of members. In introducing the measure in the Upper House, the Duke of Wellington spoke with great force, and with all the directness and simplicity for which he was remarkable. One memorable passage deserves to be recorded in this history. "It has been my fortune," said the Duke, "to have seen much of 297 war, more than most men. I have been constantly engaged in the active duties of the military profession from boyhood until I have grown gray. My life has been passed in familiarity with scenes of death and human suffering. Circumstances have placed me in countries where the war was internal, between opposite parties in the same nation, and rather than a country I loved should be visited with the calamities which I have seen, with the unutterable horrors of civil war, I would run any risk, I would make any sacrifice, I would freely lay down my life. There is nothing which destroys property and prosperity as civil war does. By it the hand of man is raised against his neighbor, against his brother, and against his father. The servant betrays his master, and the master ruins his servant. Yet this is the resource to which we must have looked. These are the means which we must have applied, in order to have put an end to this state of things, if we had not embraced the option of bringing forward the measure for which I hold myself responsible. Apsley House, Hyde Park Corner, London. See larger version. The Archbishop of Canterbury moved the rejection of the bill, and was supported by the Archbishops of York and Armagh, the Bishops of London, Durham, and Salisbury, Lords Winchelsea, Berkeley, Tenterden, and Eldon. The chief defenders of the measure were Lords Grey, Lansdowne, Plunkett, Goderich, and Lyndhurst. On a division, the second reading was carried by 217 against 112. On the 10th of April the bill was read a third time, by a majority of 104, the numbers being 213 for it, and 109 against it. The sweeping majorities in the Lords were still more astounding than those in the Commons, and they spread the utmost consternation through the ranks of the Conservatives, who felt as if the very foundations of society were giving way, and the pillars of the Constitution were falling. The Lords had hitherto thrown out the emancipation bills as fast as they came to them, by majorities varying from 40 to 50. Lord Eldon was their prophet, and the old Conservative peers had followed his guidance implicitly for a quarter of a century. But during that time, a generation of hereditary legislators had grown up, who had as thorough a contempt for the ex-chancellor's antiquated prejudices as he had for their youth and 298 inexperience. Lord Eldon had, however, some compensation for being thus deserted in the House of Peers by many of his followers, and having his authority as a statesman disregarded, as well as for the marked neglect of him by the ministry, in the sympathy and confidence of the distressed king, who was shocked beyond measure at the conduct of the House of Lords. When a reluctant consent was wrung from His Majesty to have the measure brought forward by the Cabinet, he felt, after all, that he was doing nothing very rash. He had the strongest assurance that the bill would never pass the Lords. He told Lord Eldon that, after the ministers had fatigued him by many hours' conversation on the painful subject, he simply said, "Go on." But he also produced copies of letters which he had written, in which he assented to their proceeding with the bill, adding, certainly, very strong expressions of the pain and misery the consent cost him. In his perplexity, he evidently wished to avail himself of Eldon's casuistry to get out of the difficulty by retracting, but the latter was constrained to tell him it was impossible to maintain that his assent had not been expressed, or to cure the evils which were consequential. The large majorities in the House of Lords were to be ascribed chiefly to the unparalleled influence of the Duke of Wellington. But the public at the time were little aware of the difficulties that great man had to deal with in overcoming the opposition of the king, who was much under the influence of the Duke of Cumberland. When the storm of conservative violence reached its height, after the rejection of Peel in Oxford, and his return, not without a struggle, for Westbury, and when, on the 3rd of March, he gave notice that he would draw the attention of the House to the clause of the royal speech referring to Ireland, the king, greatly excited and alarmed, sent the same evening to desire that the Prime Minister, the Home Secretary, and the Chancellor should wait upon him next day. He had already seen the Chancellor once, and the Duke twice separately. The king received his 3 ministers, when they presented themselves at the palace, kindly but gravely. He looked anxious and embarrassed while he requested them to make him acquainted with the details of their bill. It was explained to him that it would relieve Roman Catholics from the necessity of making a declaration against the doctrine of transubstantiation, whilst it so far modified in their case the oath of supremacy, as to omit all notice of the king's authority in things spiritual. "What?" he exclaimed. "Do you mean to alter the ancient law of supremacy?" It was to no purpose he was shown that the alteration applied only to Roman Catholics, who would be dispensed from swearing what they could not believe. But he appealed to his own coronation oath, in reference to which he could not recognize the dispensing power of his ministers. The king was condescending in the extreme. He seemed deeply grieved at the dilemma to which they had been brought. He acknowledged that possibly he had gone too far on former occasions, though he had acted entirely through misapprehension. But now he trusted that they would see, with him, that it had become a point of conscience, and that there was no alternative left him except to withdraw his assent. In the most respectful manner they acquiesced in His Majesty's determination, allowing, without a murmur, that he had a perfect right to act as he proposed. But when he went on further to ask what they intended to do, The Duke's answer was explicit. They must retire from His Majesty's service, and explain to Parliament that unexpected obstacles had arisen to the accomplishment of the policy which they were engaged to pursue. To this Mr. Peel added that as the bill for the suppression of the Catholic Association had been carried on the understanding that other and more comprehensive measures would follow, it would be necessary to make Parliament generally aware of the causes which operated to prevent the bringing forward of those measures. The King heard all this to an end, without attempting to interrupt or argue with his ministers. He admitted, on the contrary, that it was impossible for them to take any other course, and then bade them farewell, kissing each of them on both cheeks. They set off from Windsor immediately, and arrived at Lord Bathurst's, where their colleagues were waiting dinner for them. They made a full report of all that had occurred, and announced that the government was at an end. The party broke up, believing themselves to be out of office. But early next morning, before any decisive steps had been taken, a special messenger arrived at Apsley House with a letter from the King. It was guardedly expressed, for it went no further than to state that His Majesty had found greater difficulties than he expected in forming a new cabinet, and was therefore desirous that the present ministry should go on. The moment was critical, and the position of the government delicate, and in some sense insecure. No doubt, His Majesty's letter might be read as 299, implying an abandonment of the objections which he had taken to the policy of his ministers overnight. But it was certainly capable of a different interpretation. It appeared, therefore, to the Duke that before proceeding further, it would be necessary to come to a clear understanding with the King as to His Majesty's real intentions, and Mr. Peel concurring in this opinion, the Duke was requested to write to the King on the subject. He did so, with all the candor and loyalty which were natural to him, and the result was an unequivocal declaration from the Sovereign that he would accept the measures of his ministers as his own. With Lord Eldon, however, he held different language, complaining bitterly of the difficulties in which the ministers had involved him. He is represented as struggling desperately in meshes from which he found it impossible to extricate himself, and as usual with weak minds, he threw all the blame of his misery on others. In reference to an interview, Lord Eldon remarks, "I was not sent for afterwards, but went on Thursday, the 9th of April, with more addresses." In the second interview, which began a little before 2 o'clock, the King repeatedly, and with some minutes intervening between his repeated declarations, musing in silence in the interim, expressed his anguish, pain, and misery that the measure had ever been thought of, and as often declared that he had been most harshly and cruelly treated, that he had been treated as a man whose consent had been asked with a pistol pointed to his breast, or as obliged, if he did not give it, to leap down from a 5 pair of stairs window. What could he do? What had he to fall back upon? After relating much more in the same strain, Lord Eldon adds, "Little more passed, except occasional bursts of expression. What can I do? What can I now fall back upon? What can I fall back upon? I am miserable, wretched. My situation is dreadful, nobody about me to advise with. If I do give my consent, I will go to the baths after all, and from thence to Hanover. I'll return no more to England. I'll make no Roman Catholic peers. I will not do what this bill will enable me to do. I'll return no more. Let them get a Catholic king in Clarence. I think he also mentioned Sussex. The people will see that I did not wish this." There were the strongest appearances, certainly, of misery. He more than once stopped my leaving him. When the time came that I was to go, he threw his arms around my neck, and expressed great misery. I left him at about 20 minutes or a quarter before 5. I certainly thought when I left him that he would express great difficulty, when the bill was prepared for the royal assent, about giving it. The writer adds sarcastically, "I fear that it seemed to be given as a matter of course." Next day, Lord Eldon wrote to his daughter, "The fatal bill received the royal assent yesterday afternoon. After all I had heard in my visits, not a day's delay. God bless us and His Church." At Windsor, on the 13th of April, the King pronounced over the bill that he so hated the words, "Le Roi le veult." The number of Catholics in Britain at the time of passing the Relief Bill was estimated by themselves at nearly 1 million, scattered, in various proportions, through England, Scotland, and Wales. Of these, 200,000 were resident in London. The most Catholic counties in England were Lancashire, Staffordshire, Warwickshire, Worcestershire, Cheshire, Northumberland, Durham, Norfolk, Suffolk, and Kent. In Ireland, the Roman Catholics were estimated at 5.5 millions, and the Protestants, of all denominations, at 1.75 million. By the removal of the disabilities, 8 English Catholic peers were enabled to take their seats by right in the House of Lords. The Catholic baronets in England were then 16 in number. In Ireland, there were 8 Roman Catholic peers. In Scotland, 2. The system of religious exclusion had lasted 271 years, from the passing of the Acts of Supremacy and Uniformity in 1559. During the excitement that followed the passing of the Emancipation Act, incessant attacks were made upon the character of the Duke of Wellington. Perhaps the most violent of these was published in the Standard by the Earl of Winchelsea, one of the most ardent of the anti-Catholic peers, who charged the Premier with disgraceful conduct. The offence was contained in a letter addressed by Lord Winchelsea to Mr. Coleridge, Secretary to the Committee for Establishing the King's College, London. He said he felt rather doubtful as to the sincerity of the motives which had actuated some of the prime movers in that undertaking, when he considered that the noble Duke at the head of His Majesty's government had been induced on this occasion to assume a new character, and to step forward himself as the public advocate of religion and morality. He then proceeded, "Late political events have convinced me that the whole transaction was intended as a blind to the Protestant and High Church party, that the 300 noble Duke, who had, for some time previous to that period, determined upon breaking in upon the Constitution of 1688, might the more effectually, under the cloak of some outward show of zeal for the Protestant religion, carry on his insidious designs for the infringement of our liberties and the introduction of popery into every department of the state." The Duke, having obtained from Lord Winchelsea an avowal of the authorship, demanded a retractation or apology, which was refused. The matter was then referred to friends, and a hostile meeting was agreed upon. "It is," says Mr. Glegg, "a curious feature in this somewhat unfortunate occurrence, that when the moment for action arrived it was found that the Duke did not possess a pair of dueling pistols. Considering the length of time he had spent in the army, and the habits of military society towards the close of the last century, that fact bore incontestable evidence to the conciliatory temper and great discretion of the Duke. Sir Henry Hardinge, therefore, who acted as his friend, was forced to look for pistols elsewhere and borrowed them at last, he himself being as unprovided as his principal, from Dr. Hume, the medical man who accompanied them to the ground. The combatants met in Battersea Fields, now Battersea Park. Lord Winchelsea, attended by the Earl of Falmouth, having received the Duke's fire, discharged his pistol in the air. A written explanation was then produced, which the Duke declined to receive unless the word apology was inserted, and this point being yielded, they separated as they had met, with cold civility. The Duke of Wellington's duel with Lord Winchelsea, CP 300. See larger version. Lord Eldon, after the portrait by Sir Thomas Lawrence. See larger version. A third bill yet remained to be carried, in order to complete the ministerial scheme of emancipation, and supply the security necessary for its satisfactory working. This was the bill for disfranchising the 40-shilling freeholders, by whose instrumentality, it may be said, emancipation was effected. It was they that returned Mr. O'Connell for Clare. It was they that would have returned the members for 23 other counties, pledged to support his policy. It is true that this class of voters was generally dependent upon the landlords, unless under the influence of violent excitement, when they were wrested like weapons from their hands by the priests, and used with a vengeance for the punishment of those by whom they had been created. In neither case did they exercise the franchise in fulfillment of the purpose for which it was given. In both cases those voters were the instruments of a power which availed itself of the forms of the Constitution, but was directly opposed to its spirit. Disfranchisement, however, in any circumstances, was distasteful to both conservative and liberal statesmen. Mr. Brougham said he consented to it in this case as the price, almost the extravagant price, of emancipation, and Sir James Mackintosh remarked that it was one of those tough morsels which he had been scarcely able to swallow. The measure was opposed by Mr. Huskisson, Lord Palmerston, and Lord Duncannon as not requisite and not calculated to accomplish its object. But although Mr. O'Connell had repeatedly declared that he would not accept emancipation if the faithful 40s were to be sacrificed, that he would rather die on the scaffold than submit to any such measure, though Mr. Shale had denounced it in language the most vehement, yet the measure was allowed to pass through both Houses of Parliament without any opposition worth naming, only 17 members voting against the second reading in the Commons, and there being no division against it in the Lords. Ireland beheld the sacrifice in silence. Mr. O'Connell forgot his solemn vows, so recently registered, and what was more strange, the priests did not remind him of his obligation. Perhaps they were not sorry to witness the annihilation of a power which landlords might use against them 302, and which agitators might wield in a way that they could not at all times control. There had been always an uneasy feeling among the prelates and the higher clergy at the influence which Mr. O'Connell and the other lay agitators had acquired, because it tended to raise in the people a spirit of independence which rendered them sometimes refractory as members of the church, and suggested the idea of combination against their own pastors if they declined to become their leaders in any popular movement. The popular leaders in Ireland, however, consoling themselves with the assurance that many of the class of bold peasantry, which they had glorified, would still enjoy the franchise as £10 freeholders, consented, reluctantly of course, to the extinction of 300,000 forties. They considered the danger of delay, and the probability that if this opportunity were missed, another might not occur for years of striking off the shackles which the upper classes of Roman Catholics especially felt to be so galling. When emancipation was carried, the Catholics did not forget the claims of Mr. O'Connell, who had labored so hard during a quarter of a century for its accomplishment. A testimonial was soon afterwards got up to reward him for his services. Mr. C. O'Laughlin of Dublin subscribed £500, the Earl of Shrewsbury 1,000 guineas, and the less grateful Duke of Norfolk the sum of £100. The collection of the testimonial was organised in every district throughout Ireland, and a sum of £50,000 sterling was collected. Mr. O'Connell did not love money for its own sake. The immense sums that were poured into the coffers of the Catholic Association were spent freely in carrying on the agitation, and the large annuity which he himself received was mainly devoted to the same object. One means, which had no small effect in accomplishing the object, was the extremely liberal hospitality which was kept up, not only at Derrynane Abbey, but at his town residence in Merrion Square, and he had, besides, a host of retainers more or less dependent upon his bounty. There was one irritating circumstance connected with the Emancipation Act. The words, "thereafter to be elected," were introduced for the purpose of preventing O'Connell from taking his seat in virtue of the election of 1828. The Irish Roman Catholics considered this legislating against an individual an act unworthy of the British Senate, and as against the great Catholic advocate, a mean, vindictive, and discreditable deed. But it was admitted that Wellington and Peel were not to blame for it, that on their part, it was a pacificatory concession to dogged bigotry in high places. Mr. Fagan states that Mr. O'Connell was willing to give up the county of Clare to Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald, and to go into Parliament himself for a borough, adding that he had absolutely offered 3,000 guineas to Sir Edward Denny for the borough of Tralee, which had always been regularly sold, and was, in point of fact, assigned as a fortune under a marriage settlement. Mr. Vesey Fitzgerald, however, rather scornfully rejected the offer, and Mr. O'Connell himself appeared in the House of Commons on the 15th of May to try whether he would be permitted to take his seat. In the course of an hour, we are told, the heads of his speech were arranged and written on a small card. The event was expected, and the House was crowded to excess. At 5 o'clock the Speaker called on any new member desiring to be sworn to come to the table. O'Connell accordingly presented himself, introduced by Lords Ebrington and Duncannon. He remained for some time standing at the table, pointing out the oaths he was willing to take, namely, those required by the new Act, and handing in the certificate of his return and qualifications. His refusal to take the oaths of supremacy and abjuration having been reported to the Speaker, he was directed to withdraw, when Mr. Brougham moved that he should be heard at the bar, to account for his refusal. But on the motion of Mr. Peel, after a long discussion, the consideration of the question was deferred till the 18th. The Times of the next day stated that the narrative of the proceeding could convey but an imperfect idea of the silent, the almost breathless attention with which he was received in the House, advancing to and retiring from the table. The benches were filled in an unusual degree with members, and there was no recollection of so large a number of peers brought by curiosity into the House of Commons. The Speaker's expression of countenance and manner towards the honourable gentleman were extremely courteous, and his declaration that he must withdraw, firm and authoritative. Mr. O'Connell, for a moment, looked round as one who had reason to expect support, and this failing, he bowed most respectfully and withdrew. On Monday, the 18th of May, O'Connell took his seat under the gallery. Seldom, if ever before, were there in the House so many strangers, peers, or members. The adjourned debate was resumed, and it was resolved that he should be heard at 3:03 the bar. To the bar he then advanced, accompanied by his solicitor, Mr. Pierce Mahoney, who supplied him with the books and documents, which had been arranged and marked to facilitate reference. His speech on that occasion is said to have been one of the most remarkable for ability and argument he ever delivered. It should be observed that his claim to enter the House without taking the oaths was supported from the first by the opinion of Mr. Charles Butler, an eminent English barrister, and a Roman Catholic, but law and precedent were against him, and he could not be admitted. The House ordered the Speaker to make out a new writ for Clare. Thus baffled, he returned to Dublin, where he met with an enthusiastic reception. A meeting was held the next day to make arrangements for ensuring his return for Clare. On the 1st of June, O'Connell started for Ennis. All the towns he passed through turned out to cheer him on, with green boughs and banners suspended from the windows. He arrived at Nenagh in the night, and the town was quickly illuminated. Having travelled all night, he retired to rest at Limerick, and while he slept the streets were thronged with people anxious to get a glance at their liberator. A large tree of liberty was planted before the hotel, with musicians perched on the branches playing national airs. The Limerick trades accompanied him in his progress towards Ennis, where his arrival was hailed with boundless enthusiasm, and where a triumphal car was prepared for him. Thus terminated a progress, during which he made 20 speeches, to nearly 1 million of persons. On the 30th of July, O'Connell was a second time returned for Clare, on this occasion without opposition, and the event was celebrated with the usual demonstrations of joy and triumph. Thus was O'Connell driven into a new course of agitation. He did not conceal, even in the hour of his triumph, that he regarded Catholic emancipation as little more than a vantage ground on which he was to plant his artillery for the abolition of the legislative union. After the passing of the Emancipation Act, he appealed as strongly as ever to the feelings of the people. At Ennis, he said, "I promised you religious freedom, and I kept my word. The Catholics are now free, and the Brunswickers are no longer their masters, and a paltry set they were to be our masters. They would turn up the white of their eyes to heaven, and at the same time slyly put their hands into your pockets. What good did any member ever before in Parliament do for the county of Clare, except to get places for their nephews, cousins, etc.? What did I do? I procured for you emancipation. The election for Clare," he said, "is admitted to have been the immediate and irresistible cause of producing the Catholic Relief Bill. You have achieved the religious liberty of Ireland. Another such victory in Clare, and we shall attain the political freedom of our beloved country. That victory is still necessary to prevent Catholic rights and liberties from being sapped and undermined by the insidious policy of those men who, false to their own party, can never be true to us, and who have yielded not to reason, but to necessity, in granting us freedom of conscience. A sober, moral, and religious people cannot continue slaves. They become too powerful for their oppressors. Their moral strength exceeds their physical powers, and their progress towards prosperity is in vain opposed by the Peels and Wellingtons of society. These poor strugglers for ancient abuses yield to a necessity which violates no law and commits no crime, and having once already succeeded by these means, our next success is equally certain, if we adopt the same virtuous and irresistible means." His new program embraced not only the repeal of the Union, but the restoration of the franchise to the 40s. The Roman Catholic prelates, however, seem to have been satisfied with the achievement of emancipation, and to have received the boon in a very good spirit. There was one of their number who, more than all the rest, had contributed to the success of the work. This was Dr. Doyle, so well known as J.K.L., unquestionably the most accomplished polemical writer of his time. In January 1830, the Catholic bishops assembled in Dublin to deliberate, according to annual custom, on their own duties and the interests of their church. Dr. Doyle, at the close of these deliberations, drew up a pastoral, to which all the prelates affixed their signatures. It gave thanks to God that the Irish people not only continued to be of one mind, laboring together in the faith of the gospel, but also that their faith was daily becoming stronger, and signally fructifying among them. Having drawn a picture of the discord that had prevailed in Ireland before emancipation, the pastoral went on to say that the great boon became the more acceptable to this country, because among the councillors of His Majesty there appeared conspicuous the most distinguished of Ireland's own sons, a hero, and a legislator, a man selected by the Almighty to break the rod 3 of 4 which had scourged Europe, a man raised by Providence to confirm thrones, to re-establish altars, to direct the councils of England at a crisis the most difficult, to staunch the blood, and heal the wounds of the country that gave him birth. The pastoral besought the people to promote the end, which the legislature contemplated in passing the Relief Bill, the pacification and improvement of Ireland. It recommended that rash and unjust oaths should not be even named among them, and deprecated any attempt to trouble their repose by sowers of discord or sedition. The bishops rejoiced at the recent result of the protracted struggle, not more on public grounds than because they found themselves discharged from a duty which necessity alone allied to their ministry. A duty imposed on us by a state of times which has passed, but a duty which we have gladly relinquished, in the fervent hope that by us or our successors it may not be resumed. The success of the Duke of Wellington in carrying emancipation was fatal to his government. Almost to a man the Tories fell from him, and he found no compensation in the adhesion of the Whigs. The latter were glad that their opponents had been induced to settle the question, a result which they had long desired, but had not the power to accomplish. Their gratitude, however, for this great service to the public was not sufficiently warm to induce them to enlist under the banner of the Duke of Wellington, though they were ready to come to his assistance, to protect his government for a time against the violent assaults of the party, whose feelings and prejudices he had so grievously outraged. All parties seem, indeed, to have been exhausted by the violence of the struggle, and there was no desire to attempt anything important in the way of legislation during the remainder of the session. There was nothing extraordinary in the budget, and it was accepted without much objection. The subject of distress among the operatives gave rise to a debate which occupied 2 days, and a motion for inquiry into its causes was rejected. The trade which suffered most at the time was the silk trade. It was stated that, in 1824, there were 17,000 looms employed in Spitalfields. Now there were only 9,000. At the former period wages averaged 17 shillings a week. Now the average was reduced to 9 shillings. By the manufacturers, this depression was ascribed to the relaxation of the prohibitory system and the admission of foreign silks into the home market. On the other hand, ministers and the advocates of free trade ascribed the depression to the increase of production and the rivalry of the provincial towns of Congleton, Macclesfield, and Manchester. That the general trade had increased was shown by the vast increase in the quantity of raw silk imported and in the number of spindles employed in the silk manufacture. The government was firm in its hostility to the prohibitory system and would not listen to any suggestion for relief, except a reduction in the duties on the importation of raw silk, by which the demand for the manufactured article might be augmented. While these discussions were going on in Parliament, the silkweavers were in a state of violent agitation, and their discontent broke forth in acts of lawlessness and destructive outrage. They were undoubtedly in a very miserable condition. It was ascertained that there were at Huddersfield 13,000 persons, occupied in a fancy trade, whose average earnings did not exceed twopence halfpenny a day, out of which they had to meet the wear and tear of looms, etc. The artisans ascribed this reduction to the avarice of their employers, and they avenged themselves, as was usual in those times, by combination, strikes, and destruction of property. In Spitalfields, bands of weavers entered the workshops and cut up the materials belonging to refractory masters. The webs in 30 or 40 looms were sometimes thus destroyed in a single night. The same course was pursued at Macclesfield, Coventry, Nuneaton, and Bedworth, in which towns power looms had been introduced which enabled one man to do the work of 4. The reign of terror extended to Yorkshire, and in several places the masters were compelled to succumb and to accept a list of prices imposed by the operatives. In this way the distress was greatly aggravated by their ignorance. What they demanded was a restrictive system, which it was impossible to restore. The result obtained was simply a reduction of the duties on raw silk. Captain Walpole intercepting the Duke of Saldanha's ships. CP 306. See larger version. An attempt was made during the session to mitigate the evils of the game laws, and a bill for legalizing the sale of game passed the Commons with extraordinary unanimity. In the House of Lords, the bill met with determined opposition. In vain Lord Wharncliffe demonstrated the demoralizing and disorganizing effects of the game laws. Lord Westmoreland was shocked at a measure which he declared would depopulate the country of gentlemen. He could not endure such a gross violation of the liberty of the aristocratic portion of the king's subjects, and he thought the guardians of the Constitution in the House, 3/6 of Commons, must have been asleep when they allowed such a measure to pass. Lord Eldon, too, who was passionately fond of shooting, had his conservative instincts aroused almost as much by the proposal to abolish the monopoly of killing hares and pheasants as by the measure for admitting Roman Catholics into Parliament. The bill was read a second time, by a majority of 10, but more strenuous exertions were called forth by the division, and the third reading of this bill to mitigate an iniquitous system was rejected by a majority of 2. Lord Eldon's familiarity with the principles of equity did not enable him to see the wrong of inflicting damage to the amount of £500,000 a year on the tenant farmers of the country by the depredations of wild animals, which they were not permitted to kill, and for the destruction caused by which they received no compensation. On the 24th of June, Parliament was prorogued by commission. The royal speech expressed thanks for the attention that had been given to the affairs of Ireland and the settlement of the Catholic question, which the king hoped would tend to the permanent tranquility of that country and to draw closer the bonds of union between it and the rest of the empire. It was announced that diplomatic relations had been renewed with the Porte, for which ambassadors from England and France had taken their departure. But it was with increased regret that His Majesty again adverted to the condition of the Portuguese monarchy. He repeated his determination to use every effort to reconcile conflicting interests and to remove the evils which pressed so heavily on a country, the prosperity of which must ever be an object of his solicitude. The condition of that country was, indeed, most deplorable under the lawless despotism of Dom Miguel, who, on the abdication of his brother Dom Pedro in favor of Dona Maria de Gloria, had been appointed regent, but had subsequently assumed the royal title and driven his niece from the country. He overruled the decisions of the courts of justice regarding political prisoners and inflicted the punishment of death by his own mere arbitrary order, when only transportation had been decreed by the judges. He crowded the prisons with the most distinguished supporters of constitutional government, confiscated their property, and appropriated it to his own use. Yet this monster would have been acknowledged by the Duke of Wellington. Had the Duke been free to follow the dictates of his own judgment, he would have at once resumed the diplomatic relations which had been broken off between the two states. But Britain was committed to the young queen by the policy of the preceding administration, and the Duke, though he believed that policy to be unwise, could not break through it in a moment. It was not without difficulty, however, that Britain maintained her neutrality between the contending parties. The Portuguese refugees endeavored, under various false pretenses, to avail themselves of British hospitality for the purpose of conveying arms and ammunition and bodies of troops into Portugal to restore the Queen. They asserted that they were sending them to Brazil, but really conveyed them to Terceira, one of the Azores, where Dona Maria had been proclaimed. The consequence was that 4,000 Portuguese troops, which were lying at Plymouth, were ordered to disband, and Captain Walpole, with a squadron, was sent to watch the Portuguese ships in the Atlantic, in order to avoid the imputation of violating the neutrality. His orders were to proceed to the Azores, to intercept any vessels arriving at those islands, and should they persist, notwithstanding, in hovering about or making any attempt to effect a landing, you are then to use force to drive them away from the neighborhood. Walpole intercepted 4 vessels, containing a force of 650 men under the command of the Duke of Saldanha. They declined to bring to, whereupon he fired a shot which killed 1 man and wounded another. Saldanha thereupon declared that he considered himself Walpole's prisoner and turned his vessels towards Europe. Walpole, in great perplexity, followed him until he was within 500 miles of Scilly, when they parted company and Saldanha went to Havre. These proceedings were regarded with indignation in Great Britain, the enemies of the government asserting that, in spite of their declarations of neutrality, they had proved themselves partisans of Dom Miguel. Debates were raised in both houses, Lord Palmerston in the Commons making his first great speech in condemnation of the Duke's foreign policy. It is significant that Wellington should have written to Lord Aberdeen in a private letter, "In respect to Portugal, you may tell Prince Polignac that we are determined that there shall be no revolutionary movement from England or any part of the world." Parliament having been prorogued, the members retired to their respective counties and boroughs, many of them out of humour with themselves, and with the government which they had heretofore 7 supported, and meditating revenge. An endeavour was made in the course of the summer to renew the political connection between the Duke of Wellington and Mr. Huskisson. The friends of the existing administration felt the weakness of their position, deprived of their natural support, and liable to be outvoted at any time. The Tories had become perfectly rabid in their indignation, vehemently charging the Duke with violation of public faith, with want of statesmanship, with indifference to the wishes and necessities of the people, and with a determination to govern the country as if he were commanding an army. Their feelings were so excited that they joined in the Whig cry of parliamentary reform and spoke of turning the bishops out of the House of Lords. It was to enable the Premier to brave this storm that he was induced by his friends to receive Mr. Huskisson at his country house. The Duke was personally civil and even kind to his visitor, but his recollections of the past were too strong to permit of his going farther. In the following session, negotiations were made with the other Canningites, but without success, as they had thrown in their lot with the Whigs. The year 1829 was distinguished by disturbances in Ireland, as well as distress in England. The 12th of July, the anniversary of the Battle of the Boyne, was celebrated with unusual manifestations of defiance by the Orangemen. The country seemed armed for civil war. In the County Clare there was a conflict between the Protestants and Catholics, in which 1 man was killed and 7 or 8 wounded on each side. In Armagh there was a fight, in which 10 men lost their lives. In the County Fermanagh 800 Roman Catholics, armed with scythes and pitchforks, turned out and attacked the Protestants, killing 4 persons and wounding 7. The same party rose in Cavan, Monaghan, and Leitrim, threatening something like civil war. In Tipperary society was so convulsed that the magistrates met and called upon the government for a renewal of the Insurrection Act and for the passing of a law rendering the possession of firearms a transportable offense. Such was the state of affairs at home and abroad during the recess of 1829. The government hoped that by the mollifying influence of time, the rancor of the Tory party would be mitigated, and that by the proposal of useful measures, the Whig leaders would be induced to give them their support, without being admitted to a partnership in power and the emoluments of office. But in both respects they miscalculated. The Duke met Parliament again on the 4th of February, 1830. It was obvious from the first that neither was Tory rancor appeased nor Whig support effectually secured. The speech from the throne, which was delivered by commission, was unusually curt and vague. It admitted the prevalence of general distress. It was true that the exports in the last year of British produce and manufacture exceeded those of any former year. But notwithstanding this indication of an active commerce, both the agricultural and the manufacturing classes were suffering severely in some parts of the United Kingdom. There was no question about the existence of distress. The only difference was as to whether it was general or only partial. In the House of Lords, the government was attacked by Earl Stanhope, who moved an amendment to the address. He asked in what part of the country was it that the ministers did not find distress prevailing. He contended that the kingdom was in a state of universal distress, likely to be unequaled in its duration. All the great interests, agriculture, manufactures, trade, and commerce, had never at one time, he said, been at so low an ebb. The speech ascribed the distress to a bad harvest. But could a bad harvest make corn cheap? It was the excessive reduction of prices which was felt to be the great evil. If they cast their eyes around, they would see the counties pouring on them spontaneously every kind of solicitation for relief, while in towns, stocks of every kind had sunk in value 40%. The depression, he contended, had been continuous and universal ever since the Bank Restriction Act passed, and especially since the suppression of small notes took effect in the beginning of the previous year. Such a universal and continued depression could be ascribed only to some cause pressing alike upon all branches of industry, and that cause was to be found in the enormous contraction of the currency, the Bank of England notes in circulation having been reduced from 30 to 20 millions, and the country bankers' notes in still greater proportion. The Duke of Wellington, in reply, denied that the bank circulation was less than it had been during the war. In the former period, it was 64 millions, including gold and silver as well as paper. In 1830, it was 65 millions. It was an unlimited circulation, he said, that the opposition required. In other words, it was wished to give certain individuals, not the crown, the power of coining in the shape of paper, and of producing a fictitious capital. Capital was always forthcoming 308 when it was wanted. He referred to the high rents paid for shops in towns, which were everywhere enlarged or improved, to the elegant streets and villas which were springing up around the metropolis, and all our great towns, to show that the country was not falling but improving. After the Duke had replied, the supporters of the amendment could not muster, on a division, a larger minority than 9. In the House of Commons the discussion was more spirited, and the division more ominous of the fate of the ministry. The majority for ministers was only 53, the numbers being 158 to 105. In the minority were found ultra-Tories, such as Sir Edward Knatchbull, who had proposed an amendment lamenting the general distress, Mr. Banks, Mr. Sadler and General Gascoigne, who went into the same lobby with Sir Francis Burdett, Lord John Russell, Mr. Brougham, Mr. Hume and Lord Althorp, representing the Whigs and Radicals, while Lord Palmerston, Mr. Huskisson, Mr. Charles Grant, and Sir Stratford Canning represented the Canning party. No such jumble of factions had been known in any division for many years. The Liberals seem to have been strongly inclined to the opinion that the Duke of Wellington, having won the great victory of emancipation, should retire from the field, that he was not fit to lead the van of progress in Parliament. "The Prime Minister of England," exclaimed Sir Francis Burdett, "is shamefully insensible to the suffering and distress which are painfully apparent throughout the land. When, instead of meeting such an overwhelming pressure of necessity with some measure of relief, or some attempt at relief, he seeks to stifle every important inquiry, when he calls that a partial and temporary evil which is both long-lived and universal, I cannot look on such a mournful crisis, in which the public misfortune is insulted by ministerial apathy, without hailing any prospect of change in the system which has produced it. What shall we say to the ignorance which can attribute our distress to the introduction of machinery and the application of steam, that noble improvement in the inventions of man, to which men of science and intelligence mainly ascribe our prosperity? I feel a high and unfeigned respect for that illustrious person's abilities in the field, but I cannot help thinking that he did himself no less than justice when he said, a few months before he accepted office, that he should be a fit inmate for an asylum of a peculiar nature if he ever were induced to take such a burden upon his shoulders. On the other hand, the opposition was nearly as disorganized as the government, until Lord Althorp was selected to lead it in the Commons. On the 12th of February, Sir James Graham moved for the reduction of the salaries of all persons holding offices under government, in proportion to the enhanced value of money produced by the Bank Restriction Act, which added to the weight of all fixed payments, while it lowered wages and the price of provisions. Hence, he said, the miserable state to which the people of this country were now reduced, and the necessity for rigid, unsparing economy, and in that system of economy, one great source of retrenchment must be the reduction of the salaries of those who had their hands in the public purse. Justice requires, necessity demands it. Ministers did not dare to resist this motion openly. They evaded it by an amendment, which was unanimously adopted, for an address to the king, requesting him to order an inquiry to be made into all the departments of the civil government, with a view of reducing the number of persons employed in the various services and the amount of their salaries. On the 15th, Mr. Hume attempted to carry retrenchment into the Army and Navy, moving a resolution to the effect that the former should be reduced by 20,000 men, and the latter by the sum of 1.5 million. All the reductions he proposed would have effected a saving of 8 millions annually, but neither the Whigs nor the Canning party were disposed to go such lengths. The motion was, therefore, defeated, the minority consisting solely of radical reformers, who mustered 57 on the division. Another assault on the government was led on by Mr. Poulett Thomson, who moved for the appointment of a committee for a revision of the system of taxation with a view to saving expense in the mode of collecting the revenue. The motion was resisted by Mr. Peel, on the ground that such important duties should not be delegated to a fraction of the members of the House. The motion was rejected by a large majority. A few days later, however, ministers sustained a damaging defeat in the Committee of Supply on the Navy Estimates. Two young men, who had been public servants for a few months only, Mr. R. Dundas and Mr. W. S. Bathurst, junior commissioners of the Navy, had been pensioned off on the reduction of their offices, the one with £400 and the other with £500 a year. The arrangement was attacked as a gross job and defended upon principle, and ministers after 309, mustering all their strength, were beaten by a majority of 139 to 121 on the motion that those pensions should be struck off. Several other motions, brought forward with a view of effecting retrenchments, were rejected by the House. This movement in the direction of financial reform, no doubt, received an impulse from the resentment of the leading Whigs, whose claims to take part in the government were ignored by the Duke. But this remark does not apply to the efforts of Mr. Atwood and Mr. Baring, who moved that instead of a gold standard, there should be a gold and silver standard, and that the act for prohibiting the issue of small notes should be repealed. They strengthened their case by an appeal to the facts of the existing distress and commercial depression arising from a restricted currency. On the part of the government, however, it was argued that a double standard of gold and silver would cause a loss of 5% to creditors if debtors were to pay in the silver standard, that the whole country would be a scene of confusion and ruin, that silver never was in practice the standard of the country, and that it never had been actually in state to be used as a legal tender. Latterly, the law had enacted that it should not be a legal tender beyond £25. By weight, indeed, it was a legal tender to any amount, but practically it had become so depreciated that there was no such thing as a standard by weight. Mr. Atwood's resolutions on the currency were negatived without a division. Mr. Alexander's leaves in King's Bench Prison, CP 310. See larger version. Though the Duke of Wellington defended himself against the persevering attacks of the financial reformers, he was busy making retrenchments in every department of the public service. So effectually did he employ the pruning hook, that although the income of the previous year had fallen short of the estimate of the Chancellor of the Exchequer by £560,000, he was able to present to the House this year a surplus of £3,400,000 available for the reduction of taxation, still leaving in excess of income over expenditure of £2,667,000 applicable to the reduction of debt. There was, consequently, a large remission of taxation, the principal item of which was the beer duty, estimated 310 at £3 million. At the same time, in order to enable the Chancellor of the Exchequer to meet these reductions, an addition of 1 shilling a gallon was made to the duty on English spirits and of 2d on Irish and Scottish spirits. This budget helped to clear the political atmosphere and brought a brief gleam of popularity to the government. The Duke got full credit for an earnest desire to economize, and it was acknowledged by the Liberal Party that he had given the most important financial relief that the nation had experienced since the establishment of peace. Notwithstanding, however, the general satisfaction and the loud popular applause, the pressure of distress was not sensibly alleviated. The burden, indeed, was somewhat lightened, but what the nation wanted was greater strength to bear financial burdens, a revival of its industrial energies, and facilities for putting them forth with profit to themselves and to the country. Remissions of taxation were but the weight of a feather, compared to the losses sustained by the action of the currency. For while the reductions only relieved the nation to the extent of 3 or 4 millions, it was estimated that the monetary laws, by cutting off at least 50% from the remuneration of all branches of industry, commercial and agricultural, had reduced the incomes of the industrial classes to the extent of 150 millions yearly. Among the other causes, which contributed to the unpopularity of the Duke of Wellington and the weakness of his administration, was the prosecution by the Attorney General of Mr. Alexander, the editor of the Morning Journal. A series of articles had appeared in that paper, which were considered so virulent and libelous, so far surpassing the bounds of fair discussion, that the Duke felt under the same necessity of ordering a prosecution that he had felt to fight the duel with Lord Winchelsea. It was regarded as an inevitable incident of his position, one of the things required to enable him to carry on the king's government. He obtained a victory, but it cost him dear. A sentence of fine and imprisonment was inflicted upon his opponent, and the Morning Journal was extinguished. But in the temper of the times, the public were by no means disposed to sympathize with the victor in such a contest. On the contrary, the victory covered him with odium and placed upon the head of the convicted the crown of martyrdom. Mr. Alexander was visited daily in the King's Bench prison by leading politicians, and a motion was made in the House of Commons with a view to incriminate the government who ordered the prosecution. In another instance also, but of a nature less damaging, the government received a warning of its approaching downfall. Mr. Peel, anxious to mitigate the severity of the criminal code and to render it less bloody, proposed to inflict the penalty of death only on persons committing such forgeries as could not by proper precautions be guarded against. It was a step in the right direction, but one too hesitating, and stopping short of the firm ground of sound policy. Sir James Mackintosh, therefore, on the third reading of the bill, moved a clause for the abolition of the penalty of death in all cases of forgery, which was carried by a majority of 151 against 138. Thus the session wore on, in a sort of tantalizing parliamentary warfare, with no decisive advantages on either side, till the attention and interest of Parliament and the nation were absorbed by the approaching dissolution of George Roman IV and the dawning light of a new reign. For many years the king had been scarcely ever free from gout, but its attacks had been resisted by the uncommon strength of his constitution, partly in consequence of the state of his health, and partly from his habits of self-indulgence. He had for some time led a life of great seclusion. He became growingly averse from all public displays and ceremonials, and was impatient of any intrusions upon his privacy. During the spring of 1829, he resided at St. James's Palace, where he gave a ball to the juvenile branches of the nobility, to which the Princess Victoria and the young Queen of Portugal were invited. His time was mostly spent within the royal domain at Windsor, where his outdoor amusements were sailing and fishing on Virginia water, or driving rapidly in a pony phaeton through the forest. He was occasionally afflicted with pains in the eyes and defective vision. The gout attacked him in the hands as well as in the feet, and towards the end, dropsy, a disease which had been fatal to the Duke of York, and to his sister, the Queen of Württemberg, was added to his other maladies. In April the disease assumed a decisive character, and bulletins began to be issued. The Duke of Clarence was at Windsor, and warmly expressed his sympathy with the royal sufferer. The Duke of Cumberland, and nearly all the royal family, expressed to Sir William Knighton their anxiety and fears as to the issue. This devoted servant was constantly by the side of his master. On the 27th of May, Sir William wrote to Lady Knighton, "The King is particularly affectionate 311 to me. His Majesty is gradually breaking down, but the time required, if it does not happen suddenly, to destroy his originally fine constitution, no one can calculate upon." We are assured that Sir William took every opportunity of calling His Majesty's attention to religious subjects, and had even placed unordered a quarto Bible, of large type, on the dressing table, with which act of attention the king was much pleased, and frequently referred to the sacred volume. A prayer was appointed for public use during His Majesty's indisposition, which the Bishop of Chichester read to him. "With the king's permission," wrote this learned prelate, "I repeated it on my knees at his bedside." At the close, His Majesty having listened to it with the utmost attention, 3 times repeated Amen, with the greatest fervor and devotion. He expressed himself highly gratified with it, and desired me to convey his approbation of it to the Archbishop of Canterbury. About a week before the king died, the physician delicately announced to him the inevitable catastrophe, when he said, "God's will be done." His sufferings were very great, and during the paroxysms of pain, his moans were heard even by the sentinels in the quadrangle. On the night of the 25th of June, his difficulty of breathing was unusually painful, and he motioned to his page to alter his position on the couch. Towards 3 o'clock he felt a sudden attack of faintness, accompanied by a violent discharge of blood. At this moment he attempted to raise his hand to his breast, and ejaculated, "O God, I am dying." 2 or 3 seconds afterwards he said, "This is death." The physicians were instantly called, but before they arrived the breath of life was gone. A post-mortem examination showed ossification of the heart, which was greatly enlarged and adhering to the neighboring parts. The liver was not diseased, but the lungs were ulcerated, and there were dropsical symptoms on the skin, on various parts of the body. The king was an unusually large and at one time well-proportioned man, but he afterwards became very corpulent. He died on the 26th of June, in the 68th year of his age and the 11th of his reign, having been Prince Regent for 10 years. During his last illness, the bulletins had been unusually deceptive. The king was anxious to put away the idea of dissolution from his own mind, and unwilling that the public should know that his infirmities were so great. And it was said that he required to see the bulletins, and to have them altered, so that he was continually announced as being better till the day of his death. His message to both houses on the 24th of May, however, put an end to all delusion on the subject. He wished to be relieved from the pain and trouble of signing bills and documents with his own hand. A bill was therefore passed to enable him to give his assent verbally, but it was jealously guarded against being made a dangerous precedent. The stamp was to be affixed in the king's presence, by his immediate order given by word of mouth. A memorandum of the circumstances must accompany the stamp, and the document stamped must be previously endorsed by 3 members of the Privy Council. The operation of the act was limited to the existing session. The 3 commissioners appointed for affixing His Majesty's signature were Lord Farnborough, General Sir W. Cassell, and Major General A. F. Barnard. Mr. Walpole has summed up the character of George Roman IV. In words alike of terrible conciseness and of unmitigating truth, he was a bad son, a bad husband, a bad father, a bad subject, a bad monarch, and a bad friend. Chapter 8. Reign of William Roman IV. Character of the new king, position of the ministry, discussion in the Lords on a regency, Brougham's speech in the Commons, the King in London, Brougham's slavery speech, the dissolution sketch of the July Revolution, its effects in England, the elections, their results in England and Ireland, death of Huskisson, disturbances in England, the King's speech, declarations of Grey and Wellington on reform, Brougham's notice, effect of the Duke's speech, agitation in Ireland, and against the police, postponement of the King's visit to the Mansion House, resignation of Wellington's ministry, Grey forms a ministry, Brougham's position, the ministry, Grey's statement, agricultural England, Cobbett and Carlisle affairs in Ireland, Lord Anglesey, his struggle with O'Connell, Connell's prosecution dropped, the Birmingham Political Union preparation of the Reform Bill, it is entrusted to Lord John Russell, the budget, the bill introduced, the first reading carried, feeling in the country, the second reading carried, Gascogne's amendment, a dissolution agreed upon, seen in the Lords, the press, illuminations and riots, the new Parliament, discussions on the dissolution and O'Connell, the second Reform Bill, the second reading, the bill in committee, it is carried to the Lords, debate on the second reading, the bill rejected, popular excitement, Lord Ebrington's resolution, prorogation of Parliament, Lord John Russell's declaration, the Bristol riots, Colonel Brereton. William Roman IV was welcomed to the throne with great acclamation. Called the Sailor King, he was endowed with many of the personal qualities which make the sailor's character popular with Englishmen. He had been Lord High Admiral, and in that capacity he had lately been moving about the coasts, making displays and enjoying fêtes, although this was thought by some to be unseemly in the heir presumptive to the throne, at a time when its occupant was known to be in a very infirm state of health. Heavy bills connected with these vainglorious displays were sent to the Treasury, which the Duke of Wellington endorsed with a statement that such expenses were not allowed. Although opinions differed about William very much, not only between the friends of reform and the Conservatives, but between the leaders of the Liberal party themselves, he was esteemed the most popular king since the days of Alfred. William was certainly a more exemplary character than his brother. He had indeed formed an attachment to a celebrated actress, Mrs. Jordan, by whom he had a numerous family, one of whom was subsequently admitted to the ranks of the nobility with the title of Earl of Munster, and the others were raised to the dignity of younger sons of a marquis. He had, however, been married for several years to the Princess Adelaide, of Saxe-Meiningen, who became Queen of England, and adorned her exalted station by her virtues and her beneficence. They had 2 children, both of whom died in infancy, and as the king was in the 65th year of his age and the queen was not young, there was no longer any hope of a direct succession to the throne. Altogether, Charles Greville's verdict on the king, something of a buffoon and more of a blackguard, is excessively severe. If eccentric and hot-tempered, William Roman IV was straightforward and upright. He had some knowledge of foreign affairs and thoroughly understood his position as a constitutional king. The ministers and their supporters were complimentary, as a matter of course, to the new sovereign, who had graciously continued them in their offices. And the Whigs, who had ascribed their exclusion from power to the personal dislike of the king, were resolved that there should not be again any obstacle of the kind, and that they would keep upon the best possible terms with the court. During the previous part of the session, they had kept up a rapid fire of motions and questions upon the government, especially with regard to the public expenditure, the distress of the operatives, and the necessity of rigid economy and large retrenchment. The attacks were led by Sir James Graham, who, though he was always left in a minority in the divisions on his motions, did much to weaken the government by exciting public feeling against them on the ground of their alleged heartless extravagance, while many of the people were starving, and the country was said to be going fast to destruction. The Duke of Wellington, however, moved in answer to the royal message, declaring that they would forward the measure necessary to provide for the temporary supply required. He suggested that as everybody would be occupied about the coming elections, the best mode of proceeding would be to dissolve at once. Lord Grey, in the name of the opposition, complained of this precipitancy, and delivered a long speech full of solemn warnings of evil. He supposed that the king might die before the new parliament was chosen. The heir apparent was 313, a child in fact, though not in law. No regency existing, she would be legally in the possession of her full regal power, and this was a situation which he contended would be fraught with danger. A long, unprofitable wrangle ensued, dull repetitions dragged out the debate, when at length the Duke wisely refused to accede to the proposition for a useless interval of delay, and proved the numerical strength of the administration. Lord Grey, having moved for an adjournment to allow time for providing a regency, the motion was lost by a majority of 44, the numbers being 56 against 100. Virginia Water. See larger version. In the House of Commons, on the same evening, the 30th of June, Sir Robert Peel moved an answer to the address to the same effect. Lord Althorp, acting in concert with Lord Grey, moved the adjournment of the House for 24 hours to allow time for consideration. The discussion in the Commons, however, was not without interest, as it touched upon constitutional questions of vital importance. Mr. Brougham did his part with admirable tact. He dwelt upon the danger of allowing the people to learn that government could go on, and every exigency of the commonweal be provided for, without a king. The act which had appointed the late Prince Regent had been passed without the royal sanction, the king being insane, and no provision having been made to meet the calamity that occurred. The Act of Parliament was called a law, but it was no law. It had not even the semblance of a law, and the power which it conveyed was in those days called the phantom of royal authority. The fact, indeed, was that the tendency of that Act of Parliament, more than any other act that had ever been passed by the legislature, was to inflict a blow on the royal authority, to diminish its influence and weight, to bring it into disrepute with, and to lessen it in the estimation of, the people at large, and that fact was in itself a sufficient comment upon the propriety of doing an act of legislation without having the Crown to sanction it. That, he said, was his first great and principal reason for proceeding with this question at once. He showed that one of the greatest advantages connected with the monarchical form of government was the certainty of the succession, and the facile 314 and quiet transmission of power from one hand to another, thus avoiding the inconveniences and dangers of an interregnum. The question was rendered more difficult and delicate by the fact that the Duke of Cumberland, the most unpopular man in the country, was the eldest of the remaining brothers of the king, in the event of whose death he would be heir apparent to the throne of Great Britain and King of Hanover. In the case supposed, the question would arise whether the next heir to the throne was of right regent, should the sovereign be incompetent, from infancy, insanity, or any other cause. If that right were established, then the regent, during the minority of the Princess Victoria, would be a foreign monarch, and one who was utterly detested by the mass of the people of Britain. Such a question, arising at a moment when the spirit of revolution was abroad, might agitate the public mind to a degree that would be perilous to the Constitution. The contingencies were sufficiently serious, therefore, to justify the efforts of Lord Grey and Mr. Brougham to have the regency question settled before the dissolution. They may not have been sorry to have a good popular case against the government, but their conduct was not fairly liable to the imputation of faction or mere personal ambition. "Can we," asked Mr. Brougham, "promise ourselves a calm discussion of the subject when there should be an actual accession of the Duke of Cumberland to the throne of Hanover, and Parliament is suddenly called upon to decide upon his election to the regency, to the supreme rule in this country, to which, according to the principle of Mr. Pitt, he has a paramount claim, although he has not a strict legal right?" The motion for adjournment was lost by a majority of 46, the numbers being for it 139, against it 185. After this debate, on the motion for adjournment, Lord Althorp moved the amendment to the address, almost in the words of Lord Grey in the other House. Sir Robert Peel stated that he meant no disrespect by abstaining from further discussion, which would be wasting the time of the House, by repeating the arguments he had already employed. Mr. Brougham, however, took the opportunity of launching out against the ministry in a strain of bitter invective, of sarcasm vehement even to fierceness. The question of the regency was again brought forward, on the 6th of July, by Mr. Robert Grant, in pursuance of a notice he had previously given. The unbounded personal popularity of the king, who, unlike his predecessor shut up in seclusion and resembling Tiberius, went about sailor-like through the streets, frank, talkative, familiar, good-humored, delighting the Londoners with all the force of pleasant contrast, rendered it increasingly difficult and delicate on the part of the opposition to propose any measure disagreeable to a sovereign who was the idol of the multitude, from whom no evil could be apprehended, and whose death, even in the ordinary course of providence, it seemed something like treason to anticipate as likely to occur within a few months. They were, therefore, profuse in their declarations of respect, of admiration, nay, almost of veneration, for a monarch whom a beneficent providence had so happily placed upon the throne of Great Britain. The division on Mr. Grant's motion was still more decidedly favorable to the government, the numbers being ayes 93, noes 247, majority 154. On the 13th of July, Brougham delivered his speech on slavery, which produced such an impression upon the public mind that it mainly contributed, as he himself admitted, to his election a few weeks afterwards as one of the members for Yorkshire, the proudest position which a parliamentary representative could occupy. He proposed that this House do resolve, at the earliest practicable period next session, to take into its serious consideration the state of the slaves in the colonies of Great Britain, in order to the mitigation and final abolition of slavery, and more especially to the amendment of the administration of justice within the same. Mr. Wilmot Horton brought forward a series of resolutions, by way of evading the difficulty. Sir George Murray, the colonial secretary, entreated Mr. Brougham to withdraw his motion, as the public would come to a wrong conclusion from seeing the small numbers that would vote upon it at that late period of the session, and on the eve of a dissolution. Sir Robert Peel pressed the same consideration, but Mr. Brougham persisted, and in a very thin House the numbers on the division were ayes 27, noes 56, majority against the motion 29. This division ended the party struggles of the session. On the 23rd of July, Parliament was prorogued by the King in person, and next day it was dissolved by proclamation. The writs, returnable on the 14th of September, were immediately issued for a general election, which was expected, and proved to be, the most exciting and most important political contest at the hustings recorded in the history of England. The French Revolution of 1830 exerted an influence so mighty upon public opinion and political events in England that it becomes necessary to trace briefly its rise, progress, and rapid consummation. When Louis Roman XVIII was restored to the throne by the arms of the Allies, it was found that he had learnt little wisdom in his exile. He was, however, a man of moderation, and affected to pursue a middle course. His successor, Charles X, who ascended the throne in 1824, was violent and bigoted, a zealous Catholic, hating the revolution and all its results, and making no secret of his feelings. From the moment he commenced his reign, he pursued a course of unscrupulous reaction. At the general election, the prefects so managed as to procure an overwhelming ministerial majority, who immediately resolved to extend the duration of the Chamber of Deputies to 7 years. They next passed a law to indemnify emigrants, for which they voted an annual sum representing a capital of 30 millions sterling. In 1827, the Prime Minister, Villèle, adopted the daring measure of disbanding the National Guard, because it had expressed its satisfaction at the defeat of a measure for the restriction of the liberty of the press. He next took the still more dangerous step of dissolving the Chamber of Deputies. This produced a combination of parties, which resulted in the defeat of the ministerial candidates in every direction. The consequence was the resignation of Villèle on the 5th of January, 1828. He was succeeded by Martignac, whose government abolished the discretionary power of re-establishing the censorship of the press, and adopted measures for securing the purity of the electoral lists against the frauds of the local authorities. They also issued an ordinance on education, guarding society against the encroachments of the Jesuits, and the apprehension of clerical domination. The king, taking alarm at these liberal tendencies, dismissed Martignac and his colleagues, and in August 1829 he appointed a ministry exclusively and devotedly royalist, at the head of which he placed Prince de Polignac, a bigoted Catholic, who, during the Empire, had engaged in many wild schemes for the restoration of the Bourbons. This conduct on the part of the king was regarded by the people almost universally as indicating a design to suppress their constitutional liberties, which they resolved to counteract by having recourse to the constitutional remedy against arbitrary power, namely, refusal to pay the taxes. With this object an association was formed in Brittany, which established a fund to indemnify those who might suffer in resisting the levy of imposts. The press was most unanimous in condemning the new ministry, and by spirited and impassioned appeals to the patriotism of the people and their love of freedom, roused them to a sense of their coming danger. Prince de Polignac was charged with the design of destroying the charter, of creating a majority in the Chamber of Deputies by an unconstitutional addition of aristocratic members, of calling in foreign armies to overawe the French people, and of raising military forces by royal ordinances. The Moniteur contained an authorized contradiction of all these imputations and rumors. Charles was assured, however, by the royalists that surrounded him that there always would be a majority against him in the chamber, no matter who the ministers might be, and that it was impossible to carry on the government under the existing system. He was too ready to listen to such counsels, fondly attached as he was to the priesthood, the privileged orders, tithes, feudal services, and provincial administrations. The chambers were opened by the king on the 2nd of March, 1830, with a speech which conveyed a threat to the French nation. "If culpable manoeuvres," he said, "should raise up against my government obstacles which I do not wish to foresee, I shall find the power of surmounting them in my resolution to maintain the public peace, in my just confidence in Frenchmen, and in the love which they have always borne to their kings." The chambers did not hesitate to express their want of confidence in the government. The king, having declared that his intentions were immutable, no alternative remained but a dissolution, as he was resolved to try once more whether a majority could be obtained by fair means or foul. In this last appeal to public opinion, he was bitterly disappointed. It scarcely required a prophet to foresee the near approach of some great change, nor could the result of the impending struggle appear doubtful. 9/10 of the community were favorable to a constitutional system. Not only the working classes, but the mercantile and trading classes, as well as the professional classes, and all the most intelligent part of the nation, were decidedly hostile to the government. In Paris, the majority against the ministerial candidates was 7 or 8 to 1. The press, with scarcely an exception, was vehement in its condemnation of the policy of the government, which came to the conclusion that it was not enough to abolish the Constitution, but 316 that, in order to ensure the success of a purely despotic regime, it was absolutely necessary to destroy the liberty of the press and to put down journalism by force. Accordingly, a report on this subject was addressed to the king, recommending its suppression. It was drawn up by M. Chanteloz and signed by de Polignac and 5 other ministers. This report was published in the Moniteur on the morning of Monday, July 26. On the same day, and in the same paper, appeared the famous ordinances, signed by the king and countersigned by his ministers. By the first, the liberty of the press was abolished, and thenceforth no journal could be published without the authority of the government. By the second, the Chamber of Deputies, which was to meet in the ensuing month, was dissolved. By the third, a new scheme of election was introduced, which destroyed the franchise of 3/4 of the electors and reduced the number of deputies to little more than 1/2. Thus the whole constitution was swept away by a stroke of the royal pen. As soon as these ordinances became generally known throughout the city, the people were thrown into a state of violent agitation. The editors and proprietors of 12 journals assembled, and having resolved that the ordinances were illegal, they determined to publish their papers on the following day. A statement of their case, signed by 38 persons, was published in the National. They said, "In the situation in which we are placed, obedience ceases to be a duty. We are dispensed from obeying. We resist the government in what concerns ourselves. It is for France to determine how far her resistance ought to extend." In pursuance of this announcement, the journalists were preparing to issue their papers when the police entered the offices and began to scatter the type and break the presses. In some of the offices, the workmen resisted, and the locks of the doors had to be picked, but no smith could be got to do the work except one whose business it was to rivet the manacles on galley slaves. There was a meeting of the electors of Paris, who quickly decided upon a plan of operations. Deputations were appointed to wait on the manufacturers, printers, builders, and other extensive employers, requesting them to discharge their workpeople, which was done. And on the 27th, 50,000 men were assembled in different parts of the town, in groups, crying, "Vive la Charte!" About 30 deputies, who had arrived in town, met at the house of M. Casimir Périer, and resolved to encourage the rising of the people. The troops were under arms, and it is stated that without any provocation from the people except their cries, the military began to saber the unarmed multitude. The first shot seems to have been fired out of a house, by an Englishman, named Fawkes, who was fired on by the military and killed. Alarming reports spread through the city that the blood of the people was being wantonly shed, and that women were not spared. The black flag was raised in various quarters, ominous of the desperate nature of the struggle. The night of the 27th was spent in preparation. The shops of the armorers were visited, and the citizens armed themselves with all sorts of weapons, pistols, sabers, bayonets, etc. In every street men were employed digging up the pavements and carrying stones to the tops of the houses, or piling them behind the barricades, which were being constructed of omnibuses and fiacres at successive distances of about 50 paces. The fine trees of the boulevards were cut down and used for the same purpose. The garrison of Paris was commanded by General Marmont. It consisted altogether of 11,500 men. At daybreak on the 28th, the citizens were nearly ready for battle. Early in the morning, National Guards were seen hastening to the Hôtel de Ville, amidst the cheers of the people. Parties of cavalry galloped up and down, and occasionally a horseman, shot from a window, fell back out of his saddle. At 10 o'clock Marmont formed 6 columns of attack, preceded by cannon, which were to concentrate round the Hôtel de Ville. The insurgents retired before the artillery, and the troops, abandoning the open places, took shelter in the houses and behind barriers. In the meantime, a desperate fight raged at the Hôtel de Ville, which was taken possession of and bravely defended by the National Guard. Their fire from the top of the building was unceasing, while the artillery thundered below. It was taken and retaken several times. It appears that hitherto the government had no idea of the nature of the contest. The journals had proclaimed open war. They declared that the social contract being torn, they were bound and authorized to use every possible mode of resistance, and that between right and violence the struggle could not be protracted. This was on the 26th, but at 4 o'clock p.m. On the 27th, the troops had received no orders, and when they were called out of barracks shortly after, many officers were absent, not having been apprised that any duty whatever was expected. The night offered 3:17 leisure to arrange an opportunity to execute all necessary precautions. The circumstances were urgent, the danger obvious and imminent, yet nothing at all was done. The contest lasted for 3 days with varying fortunes. Twice the palace of the Tuileries was taken and abandoned. But on the third day, the citizens were finally victorious, and the tricolored flag was placed on the central pavilion. Marmont, seeing that all was lost, withdrew his troops, and on the afternoon of the 29th Paris was left entirely at the command of the triumphant population. The National Guard was organized, and General Lafayette, the veteran of patriotic revolutions, took the command. Notwithstanding the severity of the fighting, the casualties were not very great. About 700 citizens lost their lives, and about 2,000 were wounded. It was stated that the troops were encouraged to fight by a lavish distribution of money, about 1,000,000 francs having been distributed amongst them, for the purpose of stimulating their loyalty. The deputies met on the 31st, and resolved to invite Louis Philippe, Duke of Orleans, to be Lieutenant General of the kingdom. He accepted the office, and issued a proclamation which stated that the charter would thenceforth be a truth. The chambers were opened on the 3rd of August. 200 deputies were present. The galleries were crowded with peers, general officers of the old army, the diplomatic body, and other distinguished persons. The Duke, in his opening speech, dwelt upon the violations of the charter, and stated that he was attached by conviction to the principles of free government. At a subsequent meeting, the Chamber conferred upon him the title of the King of the French. He took the oath to observe the charter, which had been revised in several particulars. On the 17th of August, Charles X arrived in England, and by a curious coincidence, there was a meeting that day in the London Tavern, at which an address to the citizens of Paris, written by Dr. Boring, congratulating them on the Revolution of July, was unanimously adopted. Meetings of a similar kind were held in many of the cities and towns of the United Kingdom. Feelings of delight and admiration pervaded the public mind in Britain, delight that the cause of constitutional freedom had so signally triumphed, and admiration of the heroism of the citizens, and the order and self-control with which they conducted themselves in the hour of victory. Thus ended the Revolution of July, 1830. It was short and decisive, but it had been the finale of a long struggle. The battle had been fought in courts and chambers by constitutional lawyers and patriotic orators. It had been fought with the pen in newspapers, pamphlets, songs, plays, poems, novels, histories. It had been fought with the pencil in caricatures of all sorts. It was the triumph of public opinion over military despotism. To commemorate the 3 days of July, it was determined to erect a column on the Place de la Bastille, which was completed in 1840. Revolution in Paris, capture of the Hôtel de Ville, CP 316. See larger version. The effect of the issue upon the state of parties in England was tremendous. The Morning Chronicle, then the organ of the Whig party, said, The battle of English liberty has really been fought and won at Paris. The Times thundered the great fact, with startling reverberation throughout the United Kingdom. Mr. Brougham in the House of Commons spoke of it as that revolution which in his conscience he believed to be the most glorious in the annals of mankind, and he expressed his heartfelt admiration, his cordial gratitude, to the patriots of that great nation for the illustrious struggle they were making. This language expresses the feelings which prevailed through all classes of the people of Britain, and it may be easily supposed that the effect was most favorable to the Liberal party and most damaging to the Tories, especially as the exciting events occurred at the time of the general election. And Prince de Polignac being considered the particular friend of the Duke of Wellington, his ministry was called in France the Wellington administration. All these things were against the Premier: the hostility of the anti-Catholic party, the alienation of the Whigs, the accession of a liberal monarch, and the odium of the supposed intimate relationship with the vanquished despotism of France. The progress that the electors had made in liberality of sentiment was evinced especially by two of the elections. Mr. Hume, the radical reformer, the cold, calculating economist, the honest, plain-speaking man of the people, was returned for the county of Middlesex without opposition, and Mr. Brougham, a barrister who owed nothing to family connections, who, by the steadiness of his industry, the force of his character, the extent of his learning, and the splendor of his eloquence, devoted perseveringly for years to the popular cause, had won for himself, at the same time, the highest place in his profession, and the foremost position in the Senate, was returned for Yorkshire. These counties had hitherto been the preserves of the great 319 landed proprietors. Lord Fitzwilliam, though the personal friend of Mr. Brougham, did not like this intrusion of a foreigner into that great county. Indeed, it had been sufficiently guarded against all but very wealthy men by the enormous expense of a contest. In 1826, when a contest was only threatened, and the election ended with a nomination, Mr. John Marshall's expenses amounted to £17,000, and on a previous occasion, it was rumored that Lord Milton had spent £70,000 in a contest. No wonder Brougham was a friend of parliamentary reform. The general result of the elections was considered to have diminished by 50 the number of votes on which ministers could depend, and the relation in which they now stood to the more popular part of the representation was stated to be as follows. Of the 82 members returned by the 40 counties of England, only 28 were steady adherents of the ministry, 47 were avowed adherents of the opposition, and 7 of the neutral caste did not lean much to government. Of the 13 popular cities and boroughs, London, Westminster, Aylesbury, etc., returning 28 members, only 3 seats were held by decidedly ministerial men, and 24 by men in avowed opposition. There were 60 other places, more or less open, returning 126 members. Of these only 47 were ministerial. All the rest were avowed opposition men, save 8, whose leaning was rather against the government than for it. Of the 236 men then returned by elections more or less popular in England, only 79 were ministerial votes, 141 were in avowed opposition, and 16 of a neutral caste. The Duke had little to console him in connection with the general election. In passing the Emancipation Act, he had made great sacrifices, and had converted many of his most devoted friends into bitter enemies. The least that he could expect was that the great boon which it cost him so much to procure for the Roman Catholics of Ireland would have brought him some return of gratitude, and some amount of political support in that country. But hitherto the Emancipation Act had failed in tranquilizing the country. On the contrary, its distracted state pointed the arguments of the Tories on the hustings during the Irish elections. O'Connell, instead of returning to the quiet pursuit of his profession, was agitating for repeal of the Union, and reviling the British government as bitterly as ever. He got up new associations with different names as fast as the Lord Lieutenant could proclaim them, and he appealed to the example of the French and Belgian revolutions as encouraging Ireland to agitate for national independence. In consequence of his agitation, many ministerial seats in Ireland were transferred to the most violent of his followers. During these conflicts with the government, Mr. O'Connell was challenged by Sir Henry Hardinge, in consequence of offensive language used by him about that gentleman, who was then Chief Secretary for Ireland. Mr. O'Connell declined the combat, on the ground that he had a vow registered in heaven, never again to fight a duel, in consequence of his having shot Mr. Destera. This affair of honor drew upon him from some quarters very severe censure. On the 15th of September this year, the Manchester and Liverpool Railway was opened. It was the first line opened for passenger traffic in the British Empire. There was much difference of opinion as to the success of the experiment, and vast crowds attended to see the first trains running. The Duke of Wellington, Mr. Huskisson, and many persons of the highest distinction started in the trains, which travelled on two lines in the same direction, sometimes nearly abreast. At Parkside the trains stopped to take in water, and Mr. Huskisson and several of his friends got out. He was brought round to the carriage where the Duke of Wellington was seated, who, as soon as he saw him, shook hands cordially with his old colleague. At this moment the other train started, when there was a general cry of "Get in, get in." There was not time to do this, but Mr. Holmes, who was with Mr. Huskisson, had sufficient presence of mind to draw himself up close to the Duke's carriage, by which means he escaped uninjured. Mr. Huskisson, unfortunately, caught one of the doors, which, struck by the train in motion, was swung round, and caused him to fall on the other railway, so that his right leg was passed over and crushed by the engine. The Duke of Wellington and others ran to his assistance. The only words he uttered were, "I have met my death. God forgive me." He was carried to Eccles, where the best medical advice was obtained, but he survived only a few hours, bearing his intense pain with great fortitude. Napoleon's saying about French revolutions was verified in 1830. The shock of the political earthquake was felt throughout the continent, and severed Belgium from Holland. The inhabitants of Brussels began their revolt by resistance to local taxes, and ended by driving the 320 Dutch garrison out of the city and proclaiming the independence of Belgium. The Duke of Wellington had no difficulty about the prompt recognition of the de facto government of France. The change of dynasty had not been officially communicated to him many hours when he sent instructions to the British ambassador to enter into friendly relations with the new government. He had not, however, the same facility in recognizing the independence of Belgium. He had been instrumental in establishing the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and he regarded the Union as being a portion of the great European settlement of 1815, which ought not to be disturbed without the concurrence of the great powers by which it was effected. This hesitation on his part to hail the results of successful revolution added to his unpopularity. In the meantime, a dangerous spirit of disaffection and disorder began to manifest itself in the south of England. Incendiary fires had preceded the revolution in France, especially in Normandy, and they were supposed to have had a political object. Similar preludes of menaced revolution occurred during the autumn in some of the English counties nearest the French coast, in Kent, Sussex, Surrey, and Hampshire. Night after night, in the most fertile districts, the sky was reddened with the blaze of burning stackyards. Crowds of the working classes, complaining of want of employment, went about throughout the country, breaking the thrashing machines, which had then come into extensive use. The government were compelled to employ force to put down these disturbances, a fact which supplied inflammatory arguments to agitators, who denounced the Duke of Wellington as the chief cause of the distress of the working classes. Such was the state of things when the new Parliament met on the 26th of October. Mr. Manners Sutton was again chosen Speaker of the House of Commons, having already presided over 4 successive parliaments, occupying a period of 14 years, during which he performed the onerous duties of his high position to the satisfaction of all parties. A week was occupied in the swearing-in of members. All the preliminary formalities having been gone through, the Parliament was opened by the King in person on the 2nd of November. The royal speech, which was of unusual length, excited the deepest interest, and was listened to with breathless attention and intense anxiety. The concluding paragraph of the speech, while expressing the strongest confidence in the loyalty of the people, intimated the determination of the government to resist parliamentary reform. This attitude was regarded as a defiance to the opposition, and it roused into excitement the spirit of hostility, which might have been disarmed by a tone of conciliation and by a disposition to make moderate concessions. Nothing, therefore, could have been more favorable to the aims of the Whig leaders than the course taken by the administration, and if they wanted an excuse for breaking forth into open war, it was supplied by the imprudent speech of the Duke of Wellington. The royal speech, indeed, suggested revolutionary topics to the reformers by its allusion to continental politics. The king observed that the elder branch of the House of Bourbon no longer reigned in France, and that the Duke of Orleans had been called to the throne. The state of affairs in the Low Countries, namely, the separation of Belgium from Holland, was viewed with deep regret, and His Majesty lamented that the enlightened administration of the King of the Netherlands, should not have preserved his dominions from revolt, stating that he was endeavoring, in concert with his allies, to devise such means of restoring tranquility as might be compatible with the welfare and good government of the Netherlands, and with the future security of other states. Earl Grey was not slow to avail himself of these exciting topics in order to point the lightning of popular discontent against the head of the government. "We ought," he said, "to learn wisdom from what is passing before our eyes, and when the spirit of liberty is breaking out all round, it is our first duty to secure our own institutions by introducing into them a temperate reform. I have been a reformer all my life, and on no occasion have I been inclined to go farther than I am prepared to go now, if an opportunity were to offer. But I do not found the title to demand it on abstract right. We are told that every man who pays taxes, nay, that every man arrived at the years of discretion, has a right to vote for representatives. That right I utterly deny. The right of the people is to have a good government, one that is calculated to secure their privileges and happiness, and if that is incompatible with universal or very general suffrage, then the limitation, and not the extension, is the true right of the people." This speech, which was regarded as the manifesto of the Reform Party, called forth a reply from the Duke of Wellington, which was pregnant with revolution, and which precipitated the 321 downfall of his administration. He said, "The noble Earl has recommended us not only to put down these disturbances, but to put the country in a state to meet and overthrow the dangers which are likely to arise from the late transactions in France, by the adoption of something like parliamentary reform. The noble Earl has stated that he has not prepared himself to come forward with any measure of the kind, and I will tell him farther, neither is the government. Nay, I will go yet farther, and say that if at this moment I had to form a legislature for any country, particularly for one like this, in the possession of great property of various descriptions, although perhaps I should not form one precisely such as we have, I would endeavor to produce something which would give the same result. Namely, a representation of the people containing a large body of the property of the country, and in which the great landed proprietors have a preponderating influence. Further still, I beg to state that not only is the government not prepared to bring forward any measure of this description, but, in so far as I am concerned, while I have the honor to hold the situation which I now do among His Majesty's councillors, I shall always feel it my duty to oppose any such measures when brought forward by others." When he sat down, the hum of criticism was so loud that he asked a colleague, probably Lord Lyndhurst, the cause. The answer was, "You have announced the fall of your government, that is all." Lord Grey. See larger version. So soon as the House of Commons assembled, and before the Speaker read the speech which had been delivered from the throne, Mr. Brougham made the first significant move in the game that was about to be played, by announcing 322 that he would that day fortnight submit to the House a proposition on the great question of parliamentary reform. Having determined to give notice of his intention when there was a question before the House, he was enabled to accompany his notice with an explanation. This was his explanation. He had, he said, by one party been described as intending to bring forward a very limited, and therefore useless and insignificant, plan. By another, he was said to be the friend of a radical, sweeping, and innovating, and I may add, for I conscientiously believe it would prove so, a revolutionary reform. Both these imputed schemes he disavowed. I stand on the ancient way of the Constitution. To explain at that moment what the details of this plan were to be would have then been inconvenient, was, indeed, impossible. But, said Mr. Brougham, my object in bringing forward this question is not revolution, but restoration, to repair the Constitution, not to pull it down. This notice was a masterstroke of policy. The Duke of Wellington's declaration against reform had all the effect of an arbitrary prohibition thrown in the way of a violent passion. The effect was tremendous. A revolutionary flame was kindled everywhere at the same instant, as if the whole atmosphere, north, south, east, and west, was wrapped in a sheet of electric fire. No words from any statesman in English history ever produced such an impression. The transports became universal. All ranks were involved. All heads, save the strongest and most far-seeing, were swept away by the torrent of excitement. John Bull's patience was gone. Parliamentary reform was right. The time was come when it should be granted, and no man, not even the Duke of Wellington, should be allowed to withstand the nation's will. The unpopularity of the Duke with his own party swelled for the moment the current of the movement. High churchmen declared that reform would raise a barrier against papal aggression, which they felt to be necessary, as experience had shown that the existing constitution afforded no security. The old Tories, in their resentment on account of the concession to the Catholic claims, appeared to be ready to support the popular demands, if by so doing they could mortify or overthrow the government. The inhabitants of the towns, intelligent, active, progressive, longed for parliamentary reform because they believed it would remove the impediments which retarded the advancement of society. There were only two classes of the community who were believed at the time to be opposed to the reform movement. First, the aristocratic Whigs, because parliamentary reform would destroy the influence by which they had for a century after the Revolution governed the country, but their accidental position as popular leaders obliged them for the time to go with the current. Second, the class to whom Mr. Cobbett applied the term borough-mongers, including all those who had property in parliamentary seats, and could sell them or bestow them as they thought proper. The former, it was argued, were obliged to conceal their attachment to the old system, which had secured to a few great families a monopoly of government and its emoluments. The latter had become so odious to the nation that their opposition availed little against the rapid tide of public feeling and the tremendous breakers of popular indignation. O'Connell also wielded against the government the fierce democracy of Roman Catholic Ireland. Sir Robert Peel had irritated him by some contemptuous remarks on his repeal agitation, and he rose in his own defense, like a lion in his fury. He proceeded to give a description of the condition of Ireland, which, said Mr. Brougham, if not magnified in its proportions, if not painted in exaggerated colors, presents to my mind one of the most dismal, melancholy, and alarming conditions of society ever heard of or recorded in any state of the civilized world. Mr. O'Connell thus addressed the Treasury bench. Tell the people of Ireland that you have no sympathy with their sufferings, that their advocate is greeted with sneers and laughter, that he is an outlaw in the land, and that he is taunted with want of courage, because he is afraid of offending his God. Tell them this, and let them hear also in what language the Secretary of State, who issued the proclamation to prevent meetings in Ireland, has spoken of Polignac. A powerful defense of his system of peaceful agitation, and a fierce defiance and denunciation of the existing administration, closed this remarkable speech, whose effect upon the House, Mr. Roebuck said, was great and unexpected. Its effect upon the Roman Catholics of Ireland, it need not be added, was immense. Indeed, the perusal of the debates, in connection with the royal speech, threw the whole United Kingdom into a ferment of agitation. Public meetings were held to express indignation at the anti-reform declaration of the Duke of Wellington. Petitions were presented, pamphlets were published, harangues were delivered, defiances were hurled from every part of the country. It was 323 in these circumstances that the king was invited to honor the city with his presence at the Lord Mayor's banquet, which was to be held on the 9th of November, the day on which the new Lord Mayor enters upon his office. It had been the custom for a new sovereign to pay this compliment to the city, and William Roman IV was advised by his ministers to accept the invitation. The Metropolitan Police Force had been recently established. It was a vast improvement upon the old body of watchmen, in whose time thieves and vagabonds pursued their avocations with comparative impunity. The new force, as may be supposed, was the object of intense hatred to all the dangerous classes of society, who had organized a formidable demonstration against the police, and the government by which the force was established, on Lord Mayor's Day. Inflammatory placards had been posted, and handbills circulated of the most exciting and seditious character, of which the following is a specimen. To arms, liberty or death, London meets on Tuesday next, an opportunity not to be lost for revenging the wrongs we have suffered so long. Come armed, be firm, and victory must be ours. We assure you, from ocular demonstration, 6,000 cutlasses have been removed from the Tower for the immediate use of Peel's bloody gang. Remember the cursed speech from the throne. These police are to be armed. Englishmen, will you put up with this? Appeals of this kind, and sinister rumors of all sorts, industriously circulated, created the greatest alarm throughout London. It was reported that a conspiracy of vast extent had been discovered, that society was on the eve of a terrible convulsion, that the barricades would immediately be up in the Strand, and that there would be a bloody revolution in the streets. The inhabitants prepared as well as they could for self-defense. They put up iron blinds and shutters to their windows, got strong bolts to their doors, supplied themselves with arms, and resolutely waited for the attack. So great was the public consternation that the funds fell 3.5%. In 2 hours, This panic is not a matter of so much astonishment when we consider that the 3 days fighting in the streets of Paris was fresh in the recollection of the people of London. The Lord Mayor-elect, Alderman Key, had received so many anonymous letters, warning him of confusion and riot if His Majesty's ministers should appear in the procession, that he became alarmed, and wrote to the Duke of Wellington, pointing out the terrible consequences of a nocturnal attack by armed and organized desperadoes in such a crowded city as London. The Duke, thinking the danger not to be despised, advised the King to postpone his visit. Accordingly, a letter from Sir Robert Peel, as Home Secretary, appeared posted on the Exchange on the morning of the 9th. The multitude of sightseers, disappointed of their pageant, were excited beyond all precedent, and execrations against the government were heard on every side. In fact, this incident, concerning which no blame would ever attach to the ministers, exposed the Duke of Wellington and his colleagues to a hailstorm of popular fury. The two Houses of Parliament hastily met, in a state of anxiety, if not alarm. Unable to restrain their feelings until the arrival of ministers to give explanations, they broke forth into vehement expressions of censure and regret. Lord Wellesley more justly described it as the boldest act of cowardice of which he had ever heard. It was quite evident that a ministry assailed in this manner, and left almost without defenders in Parliament, while the public out of doors were so excited against them that no act of theirs could give satisfaction or inspire confidence, could not long remain in office. Accordingly, they made up their minds to retire on the first opportunity. 3 important questions stood for discussion, on any one of which they were sure to be defeated. The Duke selected the question of the civil list. In the royal speech, His Majesty surrendered the hereditary revenues of the Crown to the disposal of Parliament. The opposition could see no merit in that, and Lord Grey contended that those revenues were not private but public property, assigned by the state for the purpose of maintaining the dignity of the sovereign, and that from this purpose they could not be alienated. The debate came on upon the 12th of November, when the Chancellor of the Exchequer moved that the House do resolve itself into committee on the civil list, the scheme which he had brought forward fixing the amount to be settled at £970,000. Several of the details in this scheme were objected to, and on the following day Sir H. Parnell moved, as an amendment to the resolutions of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, that a select committee be appointed to take into consideration the estimates and accounts printed by command of His Majesty regarding the civil list. After a short debate the House divided, when the numbers were for the amendment, 233, and against it, 204, giving a majority of 29 against the government. Mr. Hobhouse immediately asked 324 Sir Robert Peel whether ministers intended to retain office after this expression of the sentiments of the House, to which he gave no answer at the time, but the next day the Duke in the upper house, and Sir Robert in the lower, announced that they held their offices only till their successors were appointed. The defeat was brought about, in a great measure, by the former supporters of the ministry. The blow was struck, and none recoiled from it more immediately than the section of angry Tories who were mainly instrumental in delivering it. They had achieved their purpose, and stood aghast, for no time was lost with the Duke in placing his resignation in the hands of the King. William Roman IV then sent for the veteran Grey, who formed a ministry with unusual ease, chiefly of the Whig and Canningite elements. His chief difficulty was how to dispose of the volatile Brougham. The King had no objection to accept him as one of the ministers, and Brougham himself wished to be master of the rolls, assuming that Sir John Leach was to become Lord Chancellor of Ireland, with a peerage, and that Mr. Plunkett was to be Lord Chancellor of England. To this arrangement, however, the King and Lord Grey peremptorily objected. Brougham was then offered the Attorney Generalship, which he calmly refused, upon which Lord Grey declared that his hopes of being able to form an administration were at an end, and he waited on His Majesty for the purpose of communicating to him the failure of his negotiations. "Why so?" inquired the King. "Why not make him Chancellor? Have you thought of that?" The answer was, "No, Your Majesty's objection to the one appointment seemed to preclude the other." Not at all," replied the King, and the reasons for one appointment and against the other were very clearly stated by His Majesty, namely, that Brougham as Master of the Rolls and member for Yorkshire would be far too powerful. Mr. Brougham was left in the dark for some time about the intentions of Lord Grey, for on the 17th of November he said he had nothing to do with the administration, except in the respect he bore them, and as a member of the House. On the 19th he presented petitions, and spoke on them in the Commons, without intimating any change of position. Hence, it may easily be supposed that he surprised the world, as well as his friends, by suddenly appearing on November the 22nd in the House of Lords as Lord Chancellor of England. This was certainly a high office to which he was elevated, and for which the exigencies of party made him necessary. But in accepting it, he sacrificed a great position which seemed to gratify all the desires of intellectual ambition, and in order to induce his compliance, Lord Grey was obliged to appeal to his generous sympathies, his public spirit, and his devotion to his party. Lord Brougham and Vaux became, said a wag, Vox et praeterea nihil. The celebrated Reform Ministry consisted of the following members. In the Cabinet: First Lord of the Treasury, Earl Grey, Lord Chancellor, Lord Brougham, Chancellor of the Exchequer and Leader of the Commons, Lord Althorp, President of the Council, Marquis of Lansdowne, Lord Privy Seal, Earl of Durham, Home Secretary, Lord Melbourne, Foreign Secretary, Lord Palmerston, Secretary of the Colonies, Lord Ripon, First Lord of the Admiralty, Sir James Graham, President of the Board of Control, Mr. Charles Grant, Postmaster General, Duke of Richmond, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, Lord Holland, without office, Lord Carlisle. Not in the Cabinet there were: President of the Board of Trade, Lord Auckland, Secretary at War, Mr. C.W. Wynne, Master General of Ordnance, Sir James Kemp, Paymaster General of the Forces, Lord John Russell, Lord Chamberlain, Duke of Devonshire, Lord Steward, Marquis Wellesley, Master of the Horse, Lord Albemarle, Groom of the Stole, Marquis of Winchester, First Commissioner of Land Revenue, Mr. Agar Ellis, Treasurer of the Navy, Mr. Poulett Thompson, Attorney General, Sir T. Denman, Solicitor General, Sir W. Horne. In Ireland the office-bearers were: Lord Lieutenant, Marquis of Anglesey, Lord Chancellor, Lord Plunkett, Commander of the Forces, Sir John Byng, Chief Secretary, Mr. Stanley, Attorney General, Mr. Blackburn, Solicitor General, Mr. Crampton. In Scotland they were: Lord Advocate, Mr. Jeffrey, Solicitor General, Mr. Cockburn. The saying of Lord Grey, that he would stand by his order, has been often quoted as characteristic of his aristocratic spirit. He certainly did stand by it on this occasion, for his cabinet could scarcely have been more aristocratic than it was. It consisted of 13 members, of whom 11 were peers or sons of peers, one was a baronet, and one an untitled commoner. The ministerial statement was anticipated with great interest. It was delivered by the new Premier, on the evening of the 22nd, Brougham presiding as Lord Chancellor. Foremost and most conspicuous in his program was the question of parliamentary reform, next, economy and peace. Having gone in detail through the principles of 325 his policy, and the reforms he proposed to introduce, the noble lord summed up all in the following words: The principles on which I now stand, and upon which the administration is prepared to act, are the amelioration of existing abuses, the promotion of the most rigid economy in every branch of the public expenditure, and lastly, every endeavor that can be made by government to preserve peace, consistent with the honor and character of the country. Upon these principles, I have undertaken an office to which I have neither the affectation nor presumption to state that I am equal. I have arrived at a period of life when retirement is more to be desired than active employment, and I can assure your lordships that I should not have emerged from it had I not found. May I be permitted to say thus much without incurring the charge of vanity or arrogance? Had I not found myself, owing to accidental circumstances, certainly not to any merit of my own, placed in a situation in which, if I had declined the task, I had every reason to believe that any attempt to form a new government on principles which I could support would have been unsuccessful. Urged by these considerations, being at the same time aware of my own inability, but acting in accordance with my sense of public duty, I have undertaken the government of the country at the present momentous crisis. Mob burning a farm in Kent. CP 325. See larger version. Lord Grey declared that, when he entered office in November 1830, he found the counties round London in open insurrection, and that no measures had been taken by the late government to put down these disturbances. This was true so far as incendiary fires were concerned. A system of outrage commenced in Kent before the harvest was fully gathered in. The disturbers of the peace did not generally assume the form of mobs, nor did they seek any political object. Threatening letters were circulated very freely, demanding higher wages and denouncing machinery, and the attacks of the rioters were directed entirely against private property. In the day, armed bands went forth, wrecking mills and destroying machinery, especially thrashing machines. At night, corn stacks, hayricks, barns, and farm buildings were seen blazing in different parts of the county, Even livestock were cruelly burned 326 to death. In addition to this wholesale destruction, the rioters plundered the houses of the farmers as they went along. These disorders extended into Hants, Wilts, Bucks, Sussex, and Surrey, and they continued during the months of October, November, and December. In fact, life and property in those counties were, to a great extent, at the mercy of lawless men. Lord Melbourne lost no time in announcing his determination to punish sternly those disturbers of the peace, and to restore at every cost the dominion of law and order. He would give his most anxious attention to measures for the relief of distress, but it was his determined resolution, wherever outrages were perpetrated or excesses committed, to suppress them with vigor. In pursuance of this determination, 2 special commissions were issued to try the offenders. They finished their painful duties early in January. On the 9th of that month, judgment of death was recorded against 23 persons for the destruction of machinery in Buckinghamshire. In Dorset, at Norwich, at Ipswich, at Petworth, at Gloucester, at Oxford, at Winchester, and at Salisbury, large numbers were convicted of various outrages. Altogether, upwards of 800 offenders were tried, and a large proportion of them capitally convicted. Only 4, however, were executed. The rest were all sentenced to various terms of transportation or imprisonment. The prosecutions were conducted with firmness, but with moderation, and they were decidedly successful in restoring public tranquility. The middle classes at that time, bent on the acquisition of parliamentary reform, were anxious that the movement should be conducted strictly within the bounds of legality and without producing any social disorders. There was, however, a class of agitators who inflamed popular discontent by throwing the blame of the existing distress on machinery, on capitalists, and on the government. This course of conduct served to encourage mobs of thieves and ruffians both in town and country, who brought disgrace upon the cause of reform, and gave a pretext for charging the masses of the people with a lawless spirit and revolutionary tendencies. Carlyle and Cobbett were the chief incendiaries. Both were brought to trial. Carlyle was fined £2,000 and sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment, but Cobbett was acquitted, as the jury were unable to agree. In Ireland, there was severe distress prevailing over an extensive district along the western coast. No unusual visitation, for the peasantry depended altogether on the potato, a precarious crop, which sometimes failed wholly, and was hardly ever sufficient to last till the new crop came in. The old potatoes generally disappeared or became unfit for human food in June, and from that time till September the destitution was very great, sometimes amounting to actual famine. There was a partial failure of the crop in 1830, which, coupled with the rack rents extorted by middlemen, gave to agitators topics which they used with effect in disquieting the minds of the peasantry. The Irish viceroy appointed by Lord Grey was the Marquis of Anglesey. The interval between his 2 viceroyalties extended over a period of nearly 2 years, during which the Duke of Northumberland was at the head of the Irish government. The manner in which relief was granted to Roman Catholics, expressly as a concession to violence wrung from the fears of the legislature, confirmed the wildest notions of the people with respect to their own power. The offensive exclusion of O'Connell, by the terms of the Emancipation Act, deprived the concession of much of its grace and power of conciliation, and now negotiations for making him master of the rolls broke down. In consequence of the securities with which the Emancipation Act was associated, the latter part of the year 1829 and the whole of 1830 were miserably distinguished in Ireland by party conflicts and outrages. To the government of the country thus torn and convulsed, Lord Anglesey was again called in December of the latter year, and, considering his antecedents, no appointment was likely to prove so popular. Nevertheless, says Lord Cloncurry, neither support nor forbearance were accorded to Lord Anglesey. From the moment when it was known that he was reappointed, he was treated by the demagogues as an enemy, and the extraordinary progress of liberalism made during his lieutenancy must in candor be set down to the account of his courage and perseverance in fighting the cause of the people against both themselves and their enemies. On the eve of his departure for Ireland, he wrote to Lord Cloncurry, saying, "O'Connell is my avant courier. He starts today with more mischief in hand than I have yet seen him charged with. I saw him yesterday for an hour and a half. I made no impression upon him whatever, and I am now thoroughly convinced that he is bent upon desperate agitation. All this will produce no change in my course and conduct. For the love of Ireland, I deprecate agitation. I know it is the only thing that can prevent her from prospering, for their 327 is in this country a growing spirit to take Ireland by the hand, and a determination not to neglect her and her interests. Therefore, I pray for peace and repose. But if the sword is really to be drawn, and with it the scabbard is to be thrown away, if I, who have suffered so much for her, am to become a suspected character, and to be treated as an enemy, if, for the protection of the state, I am driven to the dire necessity of again turning soldier, why then, I must endeavor to get back into old habits, and to live amongst a people I love in a state of misery and distress. Notwithstanding these apprehensions, the reception actually given to Lord Anglesey was not at all so disgraceful to the country as he was led to anticipate. Mr. O'Connell kept out of the way, but a numerous assemblage of the most respectable citizens greeted his arrival at Kingstown, and escorted him to Dublin Castle, Lord Cloncurry and Lord Howth riding at the head of the procession. The populace confined the expression of their feeling to a few groans for Dirty Doherty, whose promotion to the chief seat of the Court of Common Pleas was the alleged offence of Lord Anglesey. He was scarcely a week in Ireland, however, when O'Connell opened the repeal campaign. A meeting of the trades of Dublin had been arranged for the 27th of December, to march in procession from Phibsborough to his residence in Merrion Square, to present him with an address of thanks for his advocacy of a domestic legislature. Sworn informations having been laid before the Lord Lieutenant to the effect that serious disturbances were apprehended from this procession, he issued a proclamation on Christmas Day, forbidding it under the Act for the Suppression of Dangerous Associations or Assemblies. Mr. O'Connell therefore issued a notice, countermanding the meeting. On the 4th of January, Mr. O'Connell sent a deputation to Lord Cloncurry to ask him to preside over a repeal meeting, which he declined. Those who knew Mr. O'Connell, writes his lordship, who recollect what a creature of impulse he was, how impatiently he bore with any difference from his opinions, and what a storm was the first burst of his wrath, will not wonder at what followed. 3 very long letters were immediately issued, especially devoted to the business of vituperating me, but with ample digressions maledictory of Lord Anglesey. In a few days, he adds, the fever was brought to a crisis by the arrest of Mr. O'Connell and his agitation staff, after a brisk pursuit through a labyrinth of ingenious devices, whereby he sought to evade the law, in the course of which it was found necessary to discharge 5 or 6 proclamations against him. Today, Mr. O'Connell's audience and claqueurs were termed the Society of the Friends of Ireland of all religious persuasions. Tomorrow, they were the General Association of Ireland for the prevention of unlawful meetings, and for the protection and exercise of the sacred right of petitioning for the redress of grievances. Then, again, they were a nameless body of persons, in the habit of meeting weekly at a place called Holmes Hotel. And as the hunt continued, they successively escaped from each daily proclamation under the changing appellations of the Irish Society for Legal and Legislative Relief, or the Anti-Union Association, the Association of Irish Volunteers for the Repeal of the Union, the subscribers to the Parliamentary Intelligence Office, Stephen Street, until they were fairly run down at a breakfast party at Hayes Hotel. At length then, after all his marvelous doublings, O'Connell was hunted into the meshes of the law. He was convicted of sedition, having pleaded guilty, but was not called up for judgment. This was made a charge against the government, with how little reason may be seen from the account of the matter given by Lord Cloncurry. The time at which he should have been called up for judgment did not arrive, till within a month or 2 of the expiration of the statute, under which he was convicted, and which he called the Algerine Act. In these circumstances, Lord Cloncurry strongly urged upon the Viceroy the prudence of letting him escape altogether, as his incarceration for a few weeks, when he must be liberated with the expiring act, would only have the appearance of impotent malice, and while it might have created dangerous popular excitement, would but have added to his exasperation, and have given him a triumph upon the event of his liberation that must so speedily follow. On the 1st of February, 1831, the Birmingham Political Union held its anniversary. It had been established some years, first to denounce the circulation of a metallic currency, and then for the purpose of agitating for reform, organized somewhat on the principle of the Irish Catholic Association, and exerting a mighty influence on public opinion in the northern counties. Mr. Atwood stated that at this time it had on its books 9,000 members, paying from 4s to 2 pounds a year each. Other unions of a similar kind were established in many cities and towns throughout the kingdom. O'Connell's house in Merrion Square, Dublin. See larger version. On the third Parliament assembled, and the nation was full of expectation as to the measures of the government. The great question of the day was understood to have been under their anxious consideration during the winter. It subsequently transpired that the measure of reform contemplated by Lord Grey at the close of the year was far more moderate than the one which was brought forward by Lord John Russell. The material increase in the amount of concession was said to be chiefly owing to the growing demands of the people, enlightened by the discussions in the political unions. Lord Durham was the most advanced Liberal in the cabinet, and most strenuously insisted on the necessity of a very liberal measure. In order that the bill might be well matured, and might fully meet the wants of the country, Lord Grey appointed a committee to consider the whole subject and report upon it to the cabinet. This committee consisted of his son-in-law, Lord Durham, who was intimately acquainted with his own views, Lord John Russell, who had represented the Whig party in the House of Commons in the various proposals that he had made on the subject of reform, Sir James Graham, who enjoyed the confidence of the advanced Liberals, and was considered something more than a Whig, and Lord Duncannon, who was supposed to be well acquainted with the Irish corporations. According to the general instructions given to the 329 Committee, they were to prepare the outlines of a measure which should be sufficiently comprehensive to meet the demands of public opinion, so as to extinguish the desire for further change. But it must rest upon property as its basis, and be connected with existing territorial divisions. He wished that the prerogative of the Crown should be in no degree diminished, that the peers should lose none of their rights or privileges, but that, saving these, the democracy should play its due part in the legislation and government of the country. The committee began to work as soon as the administration was organized. They first discussed the principles involved in the measure, then the details were separately examined, and when a point was decided and agreed upon, it was recorded in writing by Lord Durham. Lord John Russell furnished the materials for Schedules A and B, which were supplied to him by coadjutors, who were laboring diligently out of doors facilitating the work. The first draft of the measure, as adopted by the committee, was explained by Lord Durham in the form of a report to the cabinet, showing how the plans thus propounded would fulfill the conditions required, and by satisfying all reasonable desires, stop the tendency to innovation. The scheme, when thus placed before the cabinet, became the subject of their anxious deliberation, and was unanimously adopted by them, with the exception of the ballot, which was rejected owing to Lord Grey's objections. It was then submitted to the King at Brighton, a few days from the meeting of Parliament, was discussed with him from point to point, and sanctioned. Arrest of O'Connell, CP 327. See larger version. As soon as Parliament assembled, Earl Grey in the Upper House, and Lord Althorp in the Commons, stated what the intentions of the government were with regard to the reform question. Earl Grey announced that they had prepared a measure which had met with the unanimous concurrence of the whole of His Majesty's government. The measure was to originate in the House of Commons, and Lord Althorp intimated that the duty of introducing it had been entrusted to the Paymaster of the Forces, 330 Lord John Russell, though not then a member of the cabinet. This was done because they thought it no more than due to his long perseverance in the cause of reform in times when it was unpopular. When it was difficult to obtain a hearing upon the subject, he had brought forward plans of partial reform, and now that the cause was prosperous, they deemed it due to his perseverance and ability that he should be the person selected by the government to bring forward their plan of full and efficient reform. The measure was to be introduced on the 1st of March. On the 11th of February, Lord Althorp brought forward the budget. Basing his calculations on the revenue of the previous year, he estimated the national income at £50 million and the expenditure at £46,850,000, leaving an anticipated surplus of more than £3 million, and it was proposed to take off taxes to the whole of that amount, and to replace it to some extent by other taxes, less burdensome to the people. The principal taxes to be taken off were those on tobacco, seaborne coal, tallow candles, glass, printed calicos, and newspapers. The new taxes consisted in an increase of the duties on wine, colonial timber, and raw cotton, a tax on steamboat passengers, and on the transfers of funded property. The proposed new taxes excited violent opposition, which obliged the Chancellor of the Exchequer to modify some of them and abandon the last two. In fact, the financial scheme was a failure. Equally unsuccessful were his attempts to introduce retrenchments into the civil and pension lists, but the government was borne up by its great measure, the Reform Bill. During the interval that elapsed between the opening of Parliament and the introduction of this measure, society was in a state of nervous anxiety and suspense, which became at length almost unbearable. Petitions poured into the House of Commons from every part of the United Kingdom, conveying the earnest desire of the people for a real representation, which would put an end to the influence of the aristocracy in returning its members. They recommended, as the best means of effecting these objects, that the duration of Parliament should be shortened, that the suffrage should be extended, and that elections should be by ballot. They expressed their conviction that a fair representation of the people would prevent manufacturing distress, commercial embarrassment, and violent fluctuations in the currency, that it would prevent unjust and unnecessary wars, and would restrain the profligate expenditure of the public money on placemen and pensioners. Itinerant orators were employed by the political unions to hold meetings for the discussion of all questions of this kind, while the press put forth its gigantic power with tremendous effect, in the provinces as well as in the metropolis. At length the fated 1st of March arrived, when the paymaster of the forces arose amidst profound silence, to state the bill. Lord John Russell's speech was remarkable for research, accuracy, and knowledge of constitutional law, but not for oratory. He showed that the grievances of which the people complained, in connection with the parliamentary representation, were three: first, the nomination of members by individuals; secondly, elections by close corporations; and thirdly, the enormous expenses of elections. 60 nomination boroughs, not having a population of 2,000 each, were to be totally disfranchised. 46 boroughs, having a population of not more than 4,000, and returning 2 members each, would be deprived of one. The seats thus obtained were to be given to large towns and populous counties. In boroughs, the elective franchise was to be extended to householders paying £10 rent. In counties, to copyholders of £10 a year, and leaseholders of £50. Persons already in possession of the right of voting were not to be deprived of it, if actually resident. Non-resident electors were to be disfranchised, and the duration of elections was to be shortened by increasing the facilities for taking the poll. No compensation was to be given to the proprietors of the disfranchised boroughs, which was justified under the precedent of the 40-shilling freeholders of Ireland, who had received no compensation for the loss of their votes. The question of the duration of parliaments was reserved for future consideration. Scotland, before the Reform Bill, was ruled by an oligarchy. The population was 2.5 millions. The constituency was only 2,500. The power was to be taken from this small junto and extended to the great middle class of that intelligent and loyal people. In Ireland, a host of rotten boroughs, some without any constituency at all, was to be swept away. The general result would be an increase for the United Kingdom of 500,000 electors, making the whole number enjoying the franchise 900,000. Of these, 50,000 would be found in the new towns, created into parliamentary boroughs in England, 110,000 additional electors in boroughs already returning members. For instance, London would have 331,95,000, the English counties 100,000, Scotland 60,000, Ireland 40,000. The House would consist in all of 596 members, being a reduction of 62 on the existing number of 658. The number of seats abolished was 168, which reduced the House to 490. 5 additional members were given to Scotland, 3 to Ireland, 1 to Wales, 8 to London, 34 to large English towns, and 55 to English counties. No words, says Sir Archibald Alison, can convey an adequate idea of the astonishment which the announcement of this project of reform created in the House of Commons and the country. Nothing approaching to it had ever been witnessed before, or has been since. Men's minds were prepared for a change, perhaps a very considerable one, especially in the enfranchising of new cities and towns which were unrepresented, but it never entered into the imagination of any human being out of the cabinet that so sweeping and entire a change would be proposed, especially by the King's ministers. The Tories had never dreaded such a revolution. The Radicals had never hoped for it. Astonishment was the universal feeling. Many laughed outright. None thought the bill could pass. It was supposed by many that ministers neither intended nor desired it, but wished only to establish a thorn in the side of their adversaries, which should prevent them from holding power if they succeeded in displacing them. So universal was this feeling, that it is now generally admitted that had Sir Robert Peel, instead of permitting the debate to go on, instantly divided the House, on the plea that the proposed measure was too revolutionary to be for a moment entertained. Leave to bring in the bill would have been refused by a large majority. The cabinet ministers themselves are known to have thought at the time that their official existence then hung upon a thread. Such a result, however, was most unlikely, as Sir Robert Inglis and other Tory orators were eager to speak, having collected precedents, arguments, and quotations against the bill. These they proceeded to impart to the House. After a debate of 7 nights, the bill was read a first time, without a division, and the second reading was set down for the 21st of March. In the meantime, the nation began to form itself rapidly into 2 parties, reformers and anti-reformers. The Tories were all reunited, driven together by the sense of a common danger. Divisions occasioned by the currency and agricultural distress were all forgotten, all merged in one mighty current of conservative feeling. The whole strength of that party rallied under the leadership of Sir Robert Peel. His bitterest opponents, such as Lord Winchelsea and Sir Edward Knatchbull, were among the most ardent and cordial of his allies. On the other hand, the reformers were in transports of joy and exultation. "I honestly confess," said Mr. John Smith, "that when I first heard the ministerial proposal, it had the effect of taking away my breath. So surprised and delighted was I to find the ministers so much in earnest." This was the almost universal feeling among reformers, who comprised the mass of the middle and working classes. No bill in the parliamentary annals of Britain was ever honored like this. It was accepted by universal suffrage as the charter of reform. Every clause, every sentence, every word in it was held sacred, and the watchword at every meeting was, "The bill, the whole bill, and nothing but the bill." Petitions were got up in every town, and almost every parish, some of them bearing 20,000 or 30,000 signatures, demanding the passing of the bill untouched and unimpaired. On the 21st of March, Lord John Russell moved the second reading of this great reform bill. Sir Richard Vivian moved, as an amendment, that it be read a second time that day 6 months. There was nothing new in the debate that followed, though it lasted 2 nights. On the 22nd the division occurred. The second reading was carried by a majority of 1. This was hailed with exultation by the Conservatives, as equivalent to a defeat. But there were prophets who saw something ominous in this majority of 1. They remembered that the first triumph of the Tiers Etat in the National Assembly, in 1789, when they constituted themselves a separate chamber, was carried by 1. The House was the fullest on record up to that time, the numbers being 302 to 301, the Speaker and the 4 tellers not included. A remarkable circumstance connected with the division was that about 2 to 1 of the county members in England and Ireland were in favor of the bill. No less than 60 votes on the same side were for places to be disfranchised or reduced. Although in the House it was felt that the division was equivalent to a defeat, the reformers out of doors were not in the least disheartened. On the contrary, they became, if possible, more determined. The political unions redoubled their exertions, and the country assumed an attitude of defiance to the oligarchical classes, which excited serious alarm, from which the king himself was 332 not exempt. The pressure from without accumulated in force till it became something terrific, and it was evident to all reflecting men that the only alternative was reform or revolution. On the 18th of April, Lord John Russell moved that the House should go into committee on the bill, stating that he proposed to make certain alterations in the details of the measure, but none affecting its principles. General Gascoigne then moved that it should be an instruction to the committee that the number of members composing the House of Commons ought not to be reduced. The motion was seconded by Mr. Sadler, and resisted by Lord Althorp, who declared that the object of the motion was to destroy the bill. It was nevertheless carried, after an animated debate, by a majority of 8 against the government. Ministers had been placed in a position of peculiar difficulty. They had to humor the king's vanity and love of popular applause, in order to prevent his becoming sulky, and refusing to consent to a dissolution, which they felt to be inevitable. They had also to proceed with great caution in dealing with the opposition, lest, irritated by the threat of dissolution, they should resolve to stop the supplies, it being impossible to dissolve Parliament in the present state of the estimates. They had been fortunate enough, however, to guard against this danger. On the 23rd of March supply had been moved, and a large portion of the army estimates voted. On the 25th, Sir James Graham moved portions of the navy estimates, and on the same night the civil list was provided for. Further supplies of various kinds having luckily been granted, on the 30th the House was adjourned for the Easter holidays, till the 12th of April. The affairs of Ireland had been entrusted in the House of Commons to the vigorous hands of Mr. Stanley, afterwards Earl of Derby, who had been sent over as Chief Secretary with Lord Anglesey, and whom, from his firmness in administering the law, Mr. O'Connell denounced as Scorpion Stanley. On the 24th of March, Mr. Stanley moved the first reading of the bill to amend the representation of Ireland. A long and a violent debate ensued, in which Ireland was not so much thought of as the vast general interests involved in the impending revolution. In the meantime, ministers had done what they could to make the king comfortable with regard to his revenue. They proposed £510,000 a year for the civil list, instead of £498,480, as recommended by the committee, while the liberal jointure of £100,000 a year was settled upon Queen Adelaide. This gratified His Majesty in the highest degree and reconciled him to the dissolution, his decision being hastened by the attempt of the Tories to stop supplies. When the royal carriages were not ready to take him to the House of Lords, the king said, "Then call a hackney coach." An extraordinary scene of confusion was being enacted in the House of Commons at the moment when the king's reluctance was overcome. Sir R. Vivian took occasion to arraign ministers violently for their intention of dissolving Parliament. Sir Francis Burdett contended that he was out of order. The Speaker ruled that he was in order. The reformers differed from the chair. Loud cries of Sir Robert Peel, Sir Robert Peel, were answered by counter-cries of Sir Francis Burdett, Sir Francis Burdett, and some wiser cries of chair, chair. The Speaker rose and stilled this unprecedented storm, rebuked those who had disputed his authority, and again called on Sir Robert Peel, who proceeded thereupon in undisguised anger to address the House. But as the noise of the cannon, which announced the king's approach, boomed into the House, the Reform members loudly cheered, each discharge being greeted with overbearing and triumphant shouts. Suddenly Sir Robert's angry speech, and the loud cheers of the Reformers, were stilled by the 3 admonitory taps of the usher of the black rod, who came to summon the members to attend His Majesty in the House of Peers. The Speaker at once obeyed, the Commons following. A similar scene of confusion in the upper house was interrupted by the approach of the king. Lord Londonderry said, "I protest, my lords, I will not submit to." Further than this his speech did not proceed, as the Lord Chancellor, who heard the king approaching, clutched the seals, left the woolsack, and darted out of the house. Lord Londonderry, not yet despairing, moved Lord Shaftesbury again to act as Speaker, and Lord Mansfield began a furious harangue in a loud and angry voice. In the meantime the Lord Chancellor met the king entering the house, and proceeding in procession to the robing room. As the king advanced, the noise in the house became distinctly audible. "What's that, my Lord Chancellor?" said the king. "Only, may it please you, sire, the House of Lords amusing themselves while awaiting your Majesty's coming." The king, knowing what was meant, hastily robed, and as hastily entered the house, cutting short Lord Mansfield's speech, and putting an end to all chance of passing the 333 resolution under debate. The king ascended the throne, and commanded the attendance of the Commons. The bar of the House of Lords was thronged by the mass of members who now entered. The Speaker addressed the king, stating that the House of Commons approached the king with profound respect, and that the Commons had at no time more faithfully responded to the real feelings and interest of His Majesty's affectionate people. While it has been, he added, their earnest desire to support the dignity and honor of the crown, upon which depend the greatness, the happiness, and the prosperity of this country. The royal assent being given to the bills that had passed, and among others to the Civil List Bill, the Chancellor presented to His Majesty the speech he was to deliver, and the king, with the high shrill tone he always employed, but with more than wonted energy, read the first, which indeed was the really important paragraph of the speech, and that which alone men cared to listen to or hear. William Roman IV. See larger version. "My lords and gentlemen," said His Majesty, "I have come to meet you for the purpose of proroguing this Parliament, with a view to its instant dissolution." The voice of the king rose, and became still more shrill and piercing as he reached the last clause of the sentence, and a loud buzz and hum, the loudest such a presence permitted, immediately followed, and nearly drowned all the succeeding sentences. The dissolution speedily followed the prorogation, and a new Parliament was summoned to meet on the 14th of June. The press played a most important part in the agitation for reform. A host of the most witty, brilliant, and powerful writers of the day wielded their pens against monopoly with tremendous effect, assailing it with argument and ridicule, like a continual storm of shot and shell. Of these, The 334 most distinguished was the Rev. Sidney Smith, who mingled argument, sarcasm, humor, and pathos in his ardent advocacy of the popular cause, with a power and effect that made him a host in himself. In answer to the objection that the Reform Bill was a mere theory, he furnished the most telling illustrations, from life, of the way in which the existing system kept down merit and damaged the public service. So far from reform being a mere theoretical improvement, he said, I put it to every man who is himself embarked in a profession, or has sons in the same situation, if the unfair influence of borough-mongers has not perpetually thwarted him in his lawful career of ambition and professional emolument. I have been in 3 general engagements at sea, said an old sailor. I have twice been wounded. I commanded the boats when the French frigate Astrolabe was cut out so gallantly. Then you were made a post captain. No, I was very near it, but Lieutenant Thompson cut me out as I cut out the French frigate. His father is town clerk of the borough of which Lord F. is member, and there my chance was finished. In the same manner all over England, you will find great scholars rotting on curacies, brave captains starving in garrets, profound lawyers decayed and mouldering in the Inns of Court, because the parsons, warriors, and advocates of borough-mongers must be crammed to saturation before there is a morsel of bread for the man who does not sell his votes and put his country up for auction. And, though this is of everyday occurrence, the borough system, we are told, is no practical evil. Another witty and brilliant writer, Mr. Fonblanque, rendered important services to the cause of reform by his writings in the Examiner, which have been collected under the name of 7 Administrations. Though radical in its tendencies, he wrote, Ministers have far exceeded our expectations. The plan of reform, though short of radical reform, tends to the utter destruction of borough-mongering, and will prepare the way for a complete improvement. The ground, limited as it is, which it is proposed to clear and open with popular influence, will suffice as the spot desired by Archimedes for the plant of the power which must ultimately govern the whole system. Without reform, convulsion is inevitable. Upon any reform further improvement is inevitably consequent, and the settlement of the Constitution on the democratic basis certain. At this period the Times was by far the greatest power of the newspaper press, and its advocacy of the cause of reform was distinguished by a vigor and boldness which rendered it obnoxious to the House of Lords, and provoked an attack on the liberty of the press that caused a great deal of excitement during the discussions on the first Reform Bill. Mr. Lawson, the printer, was arrested, but released after a reprimand. Such was the state of public feeling that preceded the dissolution of Parliament. This event was the signal for the wildest exultation and triumph among the people. There was a general illumination in London, sanctioned by the Lord Mayor. In Edinburgh and other cities where the civic authorities did not order it, the reform clubs took upon themselves to guide the people in their public rejoicings. In many places, the populace broke the windows of those who refused to illuminate, and in some cases, those who did comply had their windows smashed, if suspected of Tory principles. In Scotland, the mobs are said to have been peculiarly violent. Sir Archibald Alison states that the windows of his brother, Professor Alison, whose life had been devoted to the relief of the poor, though illuminated, were utterly smashed in 5 minutes, as were those of above 1,000 others of the most respectable citizens. The Lord Provost of Edinburgh was seized by the mob on the day of the election, who tried to throw him over the North Bridge, a height of 90 feet, a crime for which the ringleaders were afterwards convicted and punished by the Judiciary Court. The military were called out, but withdrawn at the request of Lord Advocate Jeffrey. At Ayr, he says, the Conservative voters had to take refuge in the town hall, from which they were escorted by a body of brave Whigs, who, much to their honour, had them conveyed to a steamboat. No person anywhere in Scotland could give his vote for the Conservative candidate. At Lanark, a dreadful riot occurred, and the Conservative candidate was seriously wounded in the church where the election was going forward. At Dumbarton, the Tory candidate, Lord William Graham, only escaped death by being concealed in a garret, where he lay hidden the whole day. At Jedburgh, a band of ruffians hooted the dying Sir Walter Scott. I care for you no more, said he, than for the hissing of geese. Sir Walter in his diary says, the mob were exceedingly vociferous and brutal, as they usually are nowadays. The population gathered in formidable numbers, 1,000 from Howick, sad blackguards. I left the burgh in the midst of abuse and gentle hints. 335 of Burke. Sir Walter. In London, the windows in the houses of the leading anti-reformers were all broken. The Duke of Wellington was not spared in this raid against the opponents of popular rights. The windows of Apsley House were smashed with volleys of stones. It happened, unfortunately, that the Duchess lay dead within at the time. She had expired just as the booming of the guns in St. James's Park announced the approach of the king to dissolve Parliament. The crowd knew nothing of this. The Duke, however, was determined that he would not suffer an outrage like this another time. He had iron shutters put up, so as to guard every window which was liable to be assailed, either from Piccadilly or Hyde Park, and to the day of his death they remained. The general election brought a large accession of strength to the Reform Party. The new Parliament met on the 21st of June, and Mr. Manners Sutton was again elected Speaker. In the speech from the throne, the King said, "Having had recourse to the dissolution of Parliament, for the purpose of ascertaining the sense of my people on the expediency of a reform in the representation, I have now to recommend that important question to your earliest and most attentive consideration, confident that, in any measures which you may prepare for its adjustment, you will adhere to the acknowledged principles of the Constitution, by which the rights of the Crown, the authority of both Houses of Parliament, and the rights and liberties of the people are equally secured." The usual assurances were then given of the friendly disposition of all foreign powers. Reference was made to the contest, then going on in Poland, to the Belgian Revolution, and the right of its people to regulate their own affairs, so long as the exercise of it did not endanger the security of neighboring states. A paragraph was devoted to Portugal, lamenting that diplomatic relations with its government could not be re-established, though a fleet had been sent to enforce our demands of satisfaction. Strict economy was recommended, in the stereotype phraseology of royal speeches, having referred to reduction of taxation, the state of the revenue, and to the desire to assist the industry of the country by legislation on sound principles. The speech described the appearance of Asiatic cholera and the precautions that had been taken to prevent its introduction into England. The rest of the speech was devoted to Ireland, where local disturbances, unconnected with political causes, had taken place in various districts, especially in Clare, Galway, and Roscommon, for the repression of which the constitutional authority of the law had been vigorously and successfully applied, and thus the necessity of enacting new laws to strengthen the executive had been avoided, to avert which, the King said, would ever be his most earnest desire. Addresses were agreed to in both houses without a division. The only discussion of interest that took place in connection with them referred to the dissolution and the circumstances in which it occurred. The opposition denounced it as an impolitic proceeding, bearing the appearance of a revolutionary coup d'état. They charged the Lord Chancellor with making a false statement, in alleging that the Commons had stopped the supplies, which, if true, was not the real cause of the dissolution, the Cabinet having previously resolved upon that measure. Some of the ministers also, in their addresses to their constituencies, Sir James Graham, for example, conveyed the same injurious impression, stating that the last division, which had the effect of delaying the supplies, left no alternative but that of abandoning the bill or of appealing to the people. With this factious conduct the Tory candidates were taunted at the elections, and they complained that they suffered in consequence much unmerited odium. The Chancellor denied the imputation. Not only had the ministers decided upon the measure of dissolution, but the requisite commission had been actually prepared. And Lord Brougham said, "Knowing this, I must have been the veriest dolt and idiot in the creation, if I had said what has been attributed to me. I stated a fact, that the dissolution being resolved upon, if there were wanting any justification for the step, the conduct of the House of Commons the night before furnished ample justification for that proceeding. But the truth is, the opposition were smarting under the sense of defeat. They had been outmaneuvered by Lord Grey, and defeated by the use of their own tactics. Another ground of attack upon the government at the opening of the session was their conduct in not bringing up Mr. O'Connell for judgment. It was alleged that they had entered into a corrupt compromise with the great Irish agitator in order to avert his hostility and secure his support at the elections. This was indignantly denied, both by Mr. Stanley and Lord Plunket. They contended that as the Act expired with the Parliament, so did the conviction, and that Mr. O'Connell could not be legally punished. This was the opinion of the law officers of the Crown in Ireland, an opinion in 336 which the English law officers concurred. Mr. Stanley said, "Not only was there no collusion or compromise, but I should have been most glad if Mr. O'Connell could have been brought up for judgment. But then we have been told that we ought not to have dissolved Parliament, because by so doing Mr. O'Connell had escaped. Now, no man can be more sensible than I am of the importance of showing to the people of Ireland that if Mr. O'Connell chooses to go beyond the law, he is not above the law. But, without meaning the slightest disrespect to Mr. O'Connell, I must say that if I put on the one hand the success of a great and important measure like the Reform Bill, and on the other the confinement of Mr. O'Connell in His Majesty's jail of Kilmainham for 3, 6, or 9 months, I must say that what became of Mr. O'Connell was as dust in the balance. Besides, the impression of the supremacy of the law was made upon the people by the fact of the verdict having been obtained against him, and an immediate change was wrought in the system of agitation, which indeed ceased. Such being the case, the question of what might be the personal consequences to any individual by the dissolution became of still less importance than it was before. Jedburgh Abbey, after the painting by Sir George Read, PRSA. See larger version. On the 24th of June, Lord John Russell proposed his second edition of the Reform Bill, which did not substantially differ from the first. His speech on this occasion was a perfect contrast to the one with which he had introduced the measure at first. There was no longer any hesitation or timidity. He was no longer feeling his way doubtfully on an untried path, or navigating without compass along a dangerous coast. He boldly launched out to sea, with his eye steadily fixed on the North Star, certain of his course and confident of the issue. The discussions of the previous session had thrown a flood of light upon the whole question. Sustained by the enthusiasm of the people, and animated by the sympathy of the majority around him on the ministerial benches, he spoke as if a greater and more vigorous mind had taken possession of his frame. He was strong in argument, cutting in sarcasm, defiant in tone, powerful in declamation. Borne by the power of 337 public opinion to a higher and more commanding position, and proudly conscious of the elevation, he seemed ashamed of the petty proposals of former years, and felt his heart, as well as his intellect, expanding to the greatness of the new position. The bill was read a first time without opposition, the discussion being expressly reserved by Sir Robert Peel for the second reading, which was fixed for the 4th of July. In the meantime, the Irish bill was brought in by Mr. Stanley on the 30th of June, Messrs. O'Connell and Shale complaining bitterly of the difference existing, to the disadvantage of Ireland, between the proposed plans of reform for the two countries. On the following day, the Lord Advocate brought in the bill relating to Scotland. On the 4th of July, Lord John Russell moved the second reading of the English Reform Bill. A debate of 3 nights followed, containing little or no novelty in the argument, nothing but a wearisome repetition of points that had been discussed all over the country, hundreds of times, during the last few months. The most interesting feature was the attitude of Sir Robert Peel, who unfortunately placed himself in the front of the battle against reform, in which he proved himself so able a general that all enlightened friends of the country lamented his false position. It was remarked, however, that he confined himself to a criticism of details. Great Seal of William Roman IV. The division on the second reading took place on the 6th of July, when the numbers were for the bill 367, against it 231, majority 136. This result was a sufficient vindication of the appeal made to the country. The nation had now spoken constitutionally as to the evils of the old system of representation, and unmistakably expressed its determination to have it reformed. The measure might be delayed in the Commons by vexatious opposition, but if it were to be defeated, it must be by the House of Lords, and it required some boldness in the majority of that assembly to take upon itself to hinder the other branch of the legislature from effecting its own reform. The bill now went into committee, when the case of each borough which it was proposed to disfranchise came under separate consideration. In Schedule A were placed, alphabetically, all the boroughs which had less than 2,000 of population, and these were to be disfranchised. When Appleby, the first on the list, came under consideration, there was a keen contest as to the actual numbers then in the town, and the question turned upon the census by which the committee were to be guided. By the census of 1821, the place would be disfranchised, but the inhabitants affirmed that by the census of 1831, then in progress, they were shown to have more than the requisite number, and Sir Robert Peel contended strenuously that they should wait for the more correct information. Mr. Wynne having moved a general resolution that the consideration of the schedules should be postponed till the result of the census was published, Sir Robert Peel said, with great show of reason, After having obtained so large a majority as 136 on the principle of the bill, government would have acted wisely, even for the interests of the measure itself, to have postponed going into details till they were in possession of better documents on which to proceed. They know what is coming. They are aware of the event which is casting its shadow before, namely, that the boroughs will be overtaken 338 by the population returns of 1831. In another fortnight, these returns would be laid before the House. And though His Majesty's ministers now proceed expressly on the doctrine of a population of 2,000 and 4,000, they are guilty of the inconceivable absurdity of proceeding on the returns of 1821, when they can so soon be in possession of the census of 1831. The House, however, determined, by a majority of 118, to proceed upon the old census. A series of tiresome debates upon the details of each particular borough proceeded from day to day, and lasted for 2 months, the ministry invariably carrying their points by triumphant majorities. The tone of the discussion was acrimonious, as might naturally be expected from the weighty personal interests involved. Sir Edward Sugden solemnly declared that he considered the tone and manner, as well as the argument, of the Attorney General as indicating that they were to be dragooned into the measure. In the opinion of Sir Charles Wetherell, all this was too capricious, too trifling, too tyrannical, and too insulting to the British public, to carry with it the acquiescence either of the majority within or the majority without the House. The ill temper and factious obstruction of the opposition greatly damaged the Tory party out of doors and exasperated the people against them. During the passage of the bill through committee 3 important proposals were made. The first by Lord Chandos, that tenants paying £50 per annum for their holdings should have a vote in the counties. This was known as the Chandos Clause of the Reform Bill, which was carried on the 18th of August by a majority of 84, the numbers being 232 and 148. Mr. Hume proposed that the colonies should be represented in the House of Commons, but the motion was negatived without a division. Mr. Hunt, the celebrated radical reformer, moved that all householders paying rates and taxes should have votes, but strange to say, household suffrage had in the committee but a single supporter, Mr. Hunt himself, who upon a division constituted the minority. Mr. Hume asked only 19 members to represent 100 million of inhabitants, including our Indian Empire, to which he would give 4 representatives. It was certainly a small demand, but as a representation of our colonies and dependencies, it was ludicrously inadequate. At length, after every clause of the bill, and every word and every place in each of the schedules had been the subjects of all possible motions and discussions, after a warfare which, for animosity and duration, was unparalleled in our parliamentary history, the bill was read a 3rd time on the 21st of September, and passed by a majority of 109, the numbers being 345 to 236. The result was received with loud and long-continued cheering by the reformers in the House. The anxious and impatient multitude in the streets caught up the sounds of triumph with exultant enthusiasm. The acclamations of all classes of the people rang throughout the agitated metropolis. The news spread like wildfire through the country, and was everywhere received with ringing of bells and other demonstrations of joy. As soon as the bill passed, an illumination of London was proposed, and an application was made to the Lord Mayor, in order to obtain his sanction, which was granted. The illumination was extensive, and those who refused to comply had their windows broken by the populace. In many places the people, whose patience had been so severely tested, began to lose their self-control, and were betrayed into riotous conduct. Mr. Macaulay and other leading reformers in Parliament had warned the opposition of this danger, and it turned out that their apprehensions were not altogether visionary. At length, on the 22nd of September, Lord John Russell, attended by Lord Althorp, and a great body of the most distinguished reformers, appeared at the bar of the House of Lords, and handed the English Reform Bill to the Lord Chancellor, praying the concurrence of their lordships. This scene has been made the subject of a great historical painting. The bill, without any opposition or remark from any Conservative peer, was read a first time on the motion of Earl Grey, and ordered to be read a second time on Monday week. The debate on the second reading commenced on the 3rd of October, with a speech from Lord Grey grave, elaborate, earnest, and impressive, simple yet dignified. He described his own efforts in regard to parliamentary reform, spoke of the changes which had of necessity attended his opinions on the subject, and of the circumstances which, at the close of his long career, when the conservative spirit is naturally strongest in every man, had led him to endeavor to put in practice the theories and speculations of his youth and manhood. Lord Eldon described the progress of the debate from day to day in letters to members of his family. Lord Dudley and Lord Haddington, quite surprised, and delighted the zealous old man. They spoke so admirably against the bill. Lord Carnarvon delivered a most excellent speech, but Lord Plunkett's speaking 339 disappointed him. The fifth night of the debate was occupied by the lawyers. Lord Eldon, following Lord Winford and Lord Plunkett, solemnly delivered his conscience on this momentous occasion. He was ill and weak, and being an octogenarian, he might be said to be speaking on the edge of the grave. He expressed his horror of the new doctrines which had been laid down with respect to the law of the country and its institutions. He could not consent to have all rights arising out of charters, and all the rights of close boroughs, swept away. Boroughs, he contended, were both property and trust. Close corporations had as good a right to hold their charters under the Great Seal as any of their lordships had to their titles and their peerages. He said that he was a freeman of Newcastle upon Tyne. He had received his education in the corporation school of that town on cheap terms as the son of a freeman. He had a right to it, and he had hoped that, when his ashes were laid in the grave, he might have given some memorandum that the boys there, situated as he was, might rise to be Lord Chancellors of England, if, having the advantage of that education, they were honest, faithful, and industrious. The closing night of the debate brought out the two most illustrious law lords in the House, who had long been rivals and competitors in the arenas of professional and political life, Lord Brougham and Lord Lyndhurst. Each was holding back in order to have the opportunity of replying to the other, but Lord Lyndhurst managed to have the last word, the more excitable Lord Chancellor having lost patience and flung himself into the debate. He implored the House on his knees to pass the bill. But the coup de theatre miscarried, owing to the obvious anxiety of his friends, lest he should be thought to be suffering from too much mulled port. The last night's debate continued till between 6 and 7 o'clock on the morning of Saturday, the 8th of October. It was a night of intense anxiety, both in the House and out of doors. The space about the throne was crowded with foreigners and members of the other House. There was a number of ladies, peeresses, and their daughters, sitting there the whole night, manifesting their excitement in every way consistent with decorum. Palace Yard and the space all round the house was thronged with people waiting to hear the result of the division. The night was wet, however, and the debate was so protracted that the crowd had dispersed before morning. This was a matter of consolation to the opposition peers, who dreaded a mobbing. It was now broad daylight, and no sound was heard outside except the rolling of the carriages of the peers, who passed up Parliament Street as quietly as if they had come from disposing of a road bill. The fate of the bill was that day decided for it, 158, against it 199, leaving a majority of 41. The night was made interesting, wrote Lord Eldon, by the anxieties of all present. Perhaps, fortunately, the mob on the outside would not wait so long. The result produced intense excitement, and led to rioting and outrage in the metropolis, and in some of the provincial towns. In London, the Duke of Wellington, the Duke of Cumberland, and the Marquis of Londonderry were assaulted in the street, and rescued with difficulty from the fury of the mob. Lord Londonderry, who had signalized himself during the debate by the violence of his opposition, was struck senseless from his horse by a shower of stones at the gate of the palace amidst cries of "Murder him!" Cut his throat. Persons respectably dressed, and wearing ribbons round their arms, took the lead on these occasions, giving orders and rushing from the crowd. The houses of the Duke of Newcastle, Lord Bristol, and all other antireform peers had been visited by the mob, and left without glass in their windows. All the shops in town were shut. The accounts from Derbyshire, Nottinghamshire, and other places, wrote Lord Eldon, are very uncomfortable. I heard last night that the King was frightened by the appearance of the people outside of St. James's. Although the division took no one by surprise, as the rejection of the bill by the Lords was expected, yet the shock to society was very violent. The funds suddenly fell, and there was that feeling of vague anxiety in the public mind, which often portends some great calamity. At Derby, they broke open the jail and demolished the property of the anti-reformers of the place. At Nottingham there was serious rioting, which ended in the utter destruction by fire of the ancient castle, once the property of the Duke of Newcastle, who had given violent offence by his rash declaration with regard to his voters at Newark, that he had right to do what he pleased with his own. The popular fury, however, soon subsided, and the public mind regained tranquility, in the full assurance that the carrying of the bill was only a question of time, and that the popular cause must ultimately triumph. What 340 most materially contributed to the restoration of public confidence was the fact that the king, alarmed at the prospect of a revolution, implored the ministers to retain their places, and to shape their bill so as to disarm their opponents. And on the following Monday, in the House of Commons, Lord Ebrington moved a vote of confidence in the government, to the effect that, while the House lamented the present state of a measure in favor of which the opinion of the country had been so unequivocally expressed, and which had been matured after the most anxious and laborious discussions, they felt imperatively called upon to reassert their firm adherence to its principles and leading provisions, and their unabated confidence in the integrity, perseverance, and ability of the ministers, who, in introducing it and conducting it so well, had consulted the best interests of the country. This motion was carried by the large majority of 131, the numbers being 329 to 198. Thus supported by the Commons, the ministers retained their places, and the King, on the 20th of October, prorogued Parliament in person, in a speech which the Lords might take as the King's answer to their vote, telling them in effect that by their obstinate bigotry they were setting themselves in antagonism to the two other estates of the realm, and that in their conduct and position lay the real danger to the Constitution. His Majesty said, "To the consideration of the important question of the reform of the House of Commons, the attention of Parliament must necessarily again be called at the opening of the ensuing session, and you may be assured of my unaltered desire to promote its settlement by such improvements in the representation as may be found necessary for securing to my people the full enjoyment of their rights, which, in combination with those of the other orders of the state, are essential to the support of our free constitution." In the trying circumstances in which they were placed, Lord Grey and his colleagues displayed a firmness and courage which entitled them to the everlasting gratitude of the country. The pluck of Lord John Russell in particular had quite an inspiriting effect on the nation. Replying to a vote of thanks to him and Lord Althorp, which had been passed by the Birmingham Political Union, the noble paymaster of the forces used an antithetical expression, which has become historical, and which, considering that the faction to which he alluded was the majority of the order to which he himself belonged, must be admitted to be one of extraordinary boldness. He said, "I beg to acknowledge with heartfelt gratitude the undeserved honor done me by 150,000 of my countrymen. Our prospects are now obscured for a moment, and I trust only for a moment. It is impossible that the whisper of faction should prevail against the voice of the nation." Attack on Sir Charles Wetherell at Bristol, CP 340. See larger version. Encouraged by language like this from ministers of the Crown, the voice of the nation became louder and more menacing every day. Meetings, attended by vast multitudes of angry and determined men, were held in Liverpool, Glasgow, Edinburgh, and most of the large towns, especially where the democratic element was predominant. The worst and most destructive of the riots was at Bristol. The recorder of Bristol was Sir Charles Wetherell, noted for his vehemence in opposing reform. Considering the excitement and desperation that had been recently exhibited throughout the kingdom, it was scarcely prudent for Sir Charles Wetherell to appear in Bristol at all on that occasion. At all events, he should have entered the city privately and discharged the duties of his office as quietly as possible. Instead of that, he made a public and pompous entry into the city on the 20th of October, accompanied by the magistrates and a cavalcade of the Tory gentry. This offensive pageant was naturally followed by a mob of disorderly characters, hissing and groaning. They soon began to throw stones and brickbats, especially when the respectable citizens at the commercial rooms received their polemical recorder with 3 cheers. The Mansion House was assailed with a shower of missiles. The mayor having called upon them in vain to retire, the Riot Act was read, but the military were not called out to enforce it. Instead of dispersing, the mob overpowered the constables and drove them back, forced open the doors of the Mansion House, smashed the furniture, and armed themselves with the iron rails which they tore up from the front of the building. Sir Charles Wetherell and the magistrates providentially escaped by a back door, and the recorder made an undignified retreat from the city. The military were at length called out, and after some time the disturbance seemed to be quelled, and the dragoons, who had been much fatigued, retired for the night. Bristol, it is said, has always been distinguished for a bad mob. On the next day the rioters proceeded to the Mansion House, broke open its cellars, and regaled themselves with the contents. The military were again brought out to quell the now intoxicated rioters, but there was no magistrate there to give orders, and the troops were marched back to the 341 barracks. The mob then proceeded in detached parties, each having a work of destruction assigned to it. One party went to the Bridewell, broke open the doors, liberated the prisoners, and then set the building on fire. Another went to the new jail and performed a similar operation there. The Gloucester County Prison was next broken open and consigned to the flames. The principal toll houses about the city shared the same fate. The bishop's palace was pillaged and burned to the ground. Becoming more maddened as they proceeded, their passions raging more furiously at the sight of the conflagration as it spread, the mob resolved that no public building should be left standing. The Mansion House, the Custom House, the Excise Office, and other public buildings were wrapped in flames, which were seen bursting forth with awful rapidity on every side. The blackened and smoking walls of buildings already burned were falling frequently with terrific crashing, while Queen's Square and the adjoining streets were filled with a maniacal multitude, yelling in triumph and reeling with intoxication, many of them lying senseless on the pavement, and not a few consumed in the fires which they had raised. In addition to the public buildings, 42 dwelling houses and warehouses were burned. The loss of property was estimated at £500,000. This work of destruction was commenced on Sunday and carried on during the night. The sky was reddened with the conflagration, while the military, who had been sent into the country to avoid irritating the people, and the paralyzed authorities looked on helplessly from a distance at the progress of destruction. On Monday morning, however, they recovered from their consternation and resolved to make an effort to save the city. The magistrates ordered the military to act, and under the command of an officer of the 14th, the dragoons charged the rioters in earnest. A panic now seized the mob, who fled in terror before the flashing swords of the troops and the trampling hoofs of their horses, some of them so terror-stricken that they rushed for safety into burning houses. The number of persons killed and wounded during this terrible 342 business was ascertained to be 110, and it is supposed that many more that were never heard of lost their lives in the burning houses. The ringleaders were tried in December, when many persons were convicted, of whom 3 underwent the punishment of death. Early in the following year, the mayor and the commanding officer, Colonel Brereton, were brought to trial for neglect of duty. The mayor was acquitted, as not having been adequately supported by the military, but Colonel Brereton's humanity led to the most painful consequences. His trial began on the 9th of January following, and lasted 4 days, during which, as the proofs against him accumulated, he was overwhelmed with agony of mind. On the night of the 12th he did not visit, as was his custom, the chamber of his 2 motherless daughters. He was heard walking for hours about his room during that night, and in the morning, when the court assembled, it was announced that the prisoner had shot himself through the heart. This tragedy produced a painful sensation through the whole community. The facts brought to light at the trial had the effect of dissociating the Bristol outrages from the cause of reform, with which they had no real connection. Still, the leading anti-reformers were extremely obnoxious to the people, and as men's minds became more and more heated in reiterating demands for national rights, withheld by a faction, extreme opinions grew into greater favor. For example, a national political union was formed in London and held a great meeting, at which Sir Francis Burdett presided. This body issued a manifesto, in which they demanded annual parliaments, universal suffrage, and vote by ballot. This was a legitimate demand, but they broached more disputable topics when they proclaimed that all property honestly acquired is sacred and inviolable, that all men are born equally free and have certain natural and inalienable rights, that all hereditary distinctions of birth are unnatural and opposed to the equal rights of man, and ought to be abolished, and that they would never be satisfied with any laws that stopped short of these principles. The Union was proclaimed by Lord Melbourne, but continued to assemble. Altogether, the country was in a most dangerous crisis in the autumn of 1831. Clerkenwell Green, London. See larger version. Footnote. Chapter 9. Reign of William Roman IV, continued. The coronation fears of eminent men, the cholera, the waivers. Lord John Russell introduces the Third Reform Bill, its progress through the Commons, the second reading carried in the Lords, behind the scenes, feeling in the country, disfranchisement clauses postponed, Grey resigns, Ebrington's resolution, Wellington attempts to form a ministry, popular fury, the run on the bank, Wellington abandons his post. Grey exacts the king's consent to the creation of peers. The opposition withdrawn. The bill becomes law, the Irish Reform Bill, the bill in the Lords. The Scottish Reform Bill becomes law, result of the Reform Bills. Mr. Stanley in Ireland, the Tithe Proctor, the Church cess, tithe legislation of 1831, Irish education. Wise's report, Stanley's Bill, its provisions for religious instruction, general election, new Parliament, the Coercion Bill, the Church Temporalities Bill, the Poor Law Commission, its report, sketch of the poor law system, provisions of the Poor Law Amendment Act, history of the Emancipation Movement. Mr. Stanley's resolutions, provisions of the Act of Emancipation, the Dorsetshire Labourers, the Copenhagen Fields Meeting, other meetings and strikes, Shale and Lord Althorpe, O'Connell's motion on the Union, Baron Smith, Littleton's Tithe Bill, Mr. Ward's motion, resignation of Mr. Stanley and his friends, an indiscreet speech of the King's, the debate on Mr. Ward's motion, final collapse of the cabinet, retrospect of Lord Grey's ministry. Meanwhile, the coronation had taken place. It was fixed for the 8th of September, and the necessary alterations were made in Westminster Abbey for the occasion. On the morning of the appointed day, numerous labourers, in scarlet jackets and white trousers, were busy completing the arrangements. 40 private gentlemen acted as pages of the Earl Marshal, and devised a novelty in the way of costume, clothing themselves in blue frock coats, white breeches and stockings, a crimson silk sash, and a small, ill-shaped hat, with a black ostrich feather, each provided with a gilt staff. Their duty was to conduct persons provided with tickets to their proper places. 3/4 of the members of the House of Commons were in military uniform, and a few in Highland costume. The equipages produced for the occasion were magnificent, the Lord Chancellor rivaling the Lord Mayor in this display, but neither of them came up to the Austrian ambassador in finery. The street procession commenced on Constitution Hill and attracted thousands of spectators. Their Majesties' carriage was drawn by 8 horses, 4 grooms being on each side, 2 footmen at each door, and a yeoman of the guard at each wheel. The crowds were in good humor with the spectacle, and manifested no disposition to dispense with royalty. The presence of the Queen offered a contrast to the coronation of George Roman IV. Of the regalia, the ivory rod with the dove was borne by Lord Campbell, the sceptre and the cross by Lord Jersey, and the crown by the Duke of Beaufort. The Queen followed, supported by the bishops of Winchester and Chichester, and attended by 5 gentlemen pensioners on each side, the train borne by the Duchess of Gordon, assisted by 6 daughters of earls. There was no banquet, government having the fear of the economists before their eyes, and the nation having too lively a recollection of the coronation folly of George Roman IV. But the king entertained a large party of the royal family and nobility, with the principal officers of his household. Otherwise, the prospect was dismal enough, and some of the greatest thinkers of the age were profoundly affected by the conviction that they were on the eve of a vast convulsion, that the end of the world was at hand, and that the globe was about to emerge into a new state of existence. The unsettled state of society accounts, in some measure, for the prevalence of the delusions of Edward Irving, then in the height of his fame, delusions from which such minds as Dr. Arnold's did not wholly escape. In reply to inquiries about the gift of tongues, this great man wrote, "If the thing be real, I should take it merely as a sign of the coming day of the Lord. However, whether this be a real sign or no, I believe the day of the Lord is coming, i.e. the termination of one of the great ages of the human race, whether the final one of all or not, that, I believe, no created being knows or can know. My sense of the evils of the times, and to what purpose I am bringing up my children, is overwhelmingly bitter. All the moral and physical worlds appear so exactly to announce the coming of the great day of the Lord, i.e. a period of fearful visitation, to terminate the existing state of things, whether to terminate the whole existence of the human race, neither man nor angel knows, that no entireness of private happiness can possibly close my mind against the sense of it. Another cause of the general uneasiness and 344 depression of the public mind was the appearance, in the autumn of this year, of the mysterious visitant, cholera morbus. This disease had been long known in India, but it was only of late years that it began to extend its ravages over the rest of the world. Within 2 years, it had carried off nearly 1 million of people in Asia. It made its first appearance in England at Sunderland on the 26th of October, 1831. Its name had come before, spreading terror in every direction. It appeared in Edinburgh on February 6, 1832, at Rotherhithe and Limehouse on February 13, and in Dublin on March 3, 1832. In all these places, and in many others, the mortality was very great. But it was still more severe on the continent. We know now that cholera could have been in a great measure averted, and that its mystery lay in our ignorance. We know that it always fell most heavily on the inhabitants of towns, hamlets, or houses where deficient drainage and ventilation, accumulations of putrescent matters, intemperance, and want of personal cleanliness most prevailed. It selected for the scenes of its habitation and its triumphs the usual haunts of typhus fever, and it effected its greatest ravages in the neighborhoods of rivers and marshes. In London, it was most virulent on the level of the Thames, and lost its power in exact arithmetical ratio to the height of the districts above that level. If it attacked a town or an army, and the inhabitants or the soldiers decamped, and scattered themselves over the country, in the clear air and pure sunshine, they escaped. It was possible, therefore, to guard against its power by a proper system of drainage and sewage, by proper ventilation, by personal cleanliness, temperance, and regularity, by the abolition of nuisances, stagnant pools, and open ditches, and by wholesome regimen and regular exercise in the open air. As it was, a general fast was appointed, and the Privy Council issued stringent regulations which were not of much effect. Earl Grey Street, Newcastle upon Tyne, from a photograph by Poulton and Son, Lee. See larger version.